Chapter 899. Two powerful heaven monarch cultivators were waiting for Tianyun to give his answer. They would easily defeat Tianyun if they wanted to, but they weren't using violence for this one. Their level of cultivation is too powerful. Wouldn't they easily destroy the three realms if they want to? Tianyun said to himself as he couldn't help but respect the two elders. Tianyun himself couldn't wait to reach the heaven monarch too. He would be a crushing existence in the three world and for those evil spirit race. I have a better proposition. What if both of you become my master instead? Wouldn't that be perfect? Tianyun said with a smile on his face. The two elders looked at Tianyun with wide eyes. They immediately laughed as soon as they looked at each other. This brat is too arrogant for his own good. Didn't you just break the record? But now you also want two masters for yourself. A cultivator on the side said mockingly. Hey, a piece of advice for you, brat. Don't offend the two masters. You are good enough to receive the blessing from one of them, not the both of them. Another cultivator said coldly. What did I tell you? Human race is a problem. I can't understand what they are thinking. Another one said mockingly. But Tianyun didn't care about these cultivators' words as he stood by his word. If these two masters rejected his proposition, then so be it. Tianyun wasn't a fool. He knew that he was far weaker than these elders, but he would surpass them eventually. Boy, aren't you too greedy? You don't seem to know our situation. Our attribute is incompatible with each other. Either you cultivate a fire attribute with me or a cold one with him. There is no such thing as cultivating fire and cold together. Yanglong said with a frown on his face. Yes, it is a bit too arrogant for you to request such a thing from us. There is no way a greedy one like you would be a good disciple. Ming Yueching said coldly. The two elders' favorability plummeted after hearing Tianyun's words. They definitely thought Tianyun was too greedy and didn't think highly of it. The cultivators that watched the spectacle from earlier snickered as they thought that there was no way the elders would take Tianyun as their disciple now. Had Tianyun chose either one of them, at the very least, he would have just offended the other one, but now that he was too greedy, he offended both of them. Idiot, you have offended both of them. I never thought a human would be this stupid. A cultivator said while laughing out loud. That's right, the two elders clearly weren't pleased by his answer. Another one said coldly. In fact, they all felt that Tianyun's answer earlier was very stupid. The elders would definitely abandon Tianyun now. Even Ji Yurong shook her head as she felt pity for Tianyun. She took pride in her decent result, but now the one that produced a better result than her would be abolished. Elders, I could cultivate two kinds of flames, my foundation isn't so bad, so I thought that both of the elders could become my master so I can cultivate both of them efficiently. I didn't ask out of greed, but out of necessity. Tianyun said with a smile on his face. What did you just say? You can cultivate both flames. The yin and yang flames are difficult to coexist with each other. Are you sure that you reach harmony with them? Yanglong said confusedly. Tianyun didn't explain anything as he immediately raised his left hand and gently produced the immortal flame, raising the temperature all around him in an instant. He then raised his right hand simultaneously, and he produced the heavenly yin fire, dropping the temperature all around him immediately. One hot flame and one cold flame. In particular, the immortal fire was a high-grade heaven-level flame. He could always level it up using his mastery point, but it wasn't necessary for now. Furthermore, the heavenly yin fire couldn't be underestimated either. It belonged to an extremely cold group of fire, which was the polar opposite of the immortal fire. He used the immortal fire for equipment crafting, while he used the heavenly yin fire for alchemy. Tianyun then clasped his hand together, making the fire overlap with each other, but there was no side effect at all. The fire continued to burn side by side without extinguishing one another. Clearly, it was a shocking scene for anyone who saw it. All the cultivators here knew that the two kinds of flames were extremely temperamental, and putting them side by side was a brutally hard thing to do. How could a heavenly yin fire be put side by side with the immortal fire? Ming Yueching said confusedly. Both of them were extremely in awe of Tianyun's performance. They never expected a cultivator that could cultivate both flames would exist in this universe. All they ever learned was that the flames would extinguish themselves once they encountered their polar opposite, or in more extreme cases, they would cause a huge explosion, but that didn't seem to be the case with Tianyun. They finally realized why Tianyun wanted both of them as his masters. Now that I've already proved myself, can I learn under both of you? Tianyun said with a smile. Everyone else was shocked into silence. The previous ridicule and mockery completely turned into shock, but then again, they couldn't say that Tianyun was lying as everyone else saw the same thing. Sure, there is no problem at all. This is a miracle. How did you do it? You have both of the mortal domain divine flames. If we both train you efficiently, you may become the first expert of ice and fire, the dual ultimate energies. Yu Yanglong said excitedly. Their favorability immediately went up as they were no longer disappointed by Tianyun's answer earlier. Instead, it was clear that they were far more excited than they were previously. They couldn't wait to teach Tianyun everything they knew. Chapter 900. I still don't know the two elders that well. Now that I have already become your disciple, can I have some sort of say in the way my cultivation goes? I certainly don't want my cultivation to deteriorate, so I just want some kind of opinion before we delve deeper into this. Tianyun said confidently. Some might say that he was acting too cocky, but it showed that he was eager to cultivate. Yes, of course, we didn't know each other that well, so we had to learn about each other first. Old Ming, let's teach him together, yeah. Yu Yanglong said as he turned to Ming Yueching immediately. Of course, I haven't been this excited for a long time. Ming Yueching said excitedly. Not only did he set a new record, but he also had a special ability. If I reject the chance to teach him now, I may regret it forever. Ming Yueching said solemnly. The two of them were clearly more excited to teach Tianyun himself. But it was expected as Tianyun was like an ultimate treasure that wouldn't be encountered twice. Ji Yurong herself was still dumbfounded by the whole ordeal. She has been around Tianyun for quite a while, but she never felt the two flames inside Tianyun. She thought that Tianyun was just a cocky human, but she finally realized that wasn't the case. This is impossible. Two opposite flames. This is cheating, a cultivator said on the side. What is so great about it? He was just lucky. It would be impossible for him to cultivate it further. Another cultivator said mockingly. Their tone was really harsh as they were cursing Tianyun in the back. They hoped Tianyun would fail, probably because of their own jealousy. However, they didn't dare to speak in front of the elders as it would definitely upset them. Disciple, greet the two masters. Tianyun said with respect as he smiled. He had to earn the two masters' respect, so he ought to respect them back. Furthermore, the two of them were his key to getting the resources around here, so he ought to be nice to both of them. With the help of the two powerful heaven monarchs, it wouldn't be hard to cultivate in this place. Although he could rely on killing monsters to level up, it wouldn't be as efficient as cultivating with resources. The most troublesome thing right now was that he was unfamiliar with basically everything inside God's domain, so he had to familiarize himself first. Good, the two masters said as they beckoned Tianyun to follow them. Let's go inside and start working with your basic cultivation. Your immortal fire and heavenly yin fire were still at the mortal domain's level. The real God's domain level is demon fire rank. Yu Yanglong said as he opened his hands and conjured a flame. The flame wasn't red but white, it was a white flame. The temperature in the surrounding area immediately rose by a few hundred degrees. Hadn't the cultivation of the people around there was high enough, they would instantly combust. White flame bone fire, rebirth level high-grade flame, belonged to the 10 great demon fire that would burn everything to ashes. Special effect, greatly increased the chances of smithing and alchemy. Rebirth level flame, the grade here was no longer limited to heaven level. Above heaven level, there was rebirth level, heavenly Tao level, heavenly God level, and sovereign level. It didn't apply solely to the flame rank but also to weapon and martial arts. This is my flame, Ming Yueching said as he opened his palm and conjured his flame. A blue flame appeared, and the surrounding area immediately began to freeze. Tianyun didn't know how cold it was, but everything was starting to crystallize. When the two opposite attribute flames grazed each other, a water layer appeared in between while the ground was smoldering with fire. These flames were still suppressed as they were just meant to be shown to Tianyun. If it were for offensive purposes, Tianyun wouldn't be able to withstand them. Heaven Monarch cultivation was really no joke. Devouring Netherworld Serenity Fire, Rebirth level high-grade flame, and belonged to one of the 10 great demon fire with the power to freeze everything to crystal. Special effects, a substantial increase in alchemy success rate. Both elders had one demon fire, and they were much stronger than immortal fire and the heavenly yin fire. Even so, not even immortal fire and heavenly yin fire were classified as demon fire. But Yi Tianyun didn't have to worry anymore as he knew that he could reinforce his flames and upgrade them to demon fire rank. I will listen to Master's explanation closely, Yi Tianyun said excitedly. Everyone was panicking as the fire was really something they should be careful about. Meanwhile, Ji Yurong clasped her hand and silently stood as she felt like being left out. Well, for all it's worth, she was really ignored the entire time. Oh, right, Masters, this is my friend. I hope you can consider her too, Yi Tianyun said as he grabbed Ji Yurong. He didn't really know Ji Yurong, but she didn't seem to despise humans. In fact, she even seemed to have a good impression of a human race, so it wouldn't hurt to show her a little act of kindness. Yu Yanglong and Ming Yueching looked at Ji Yurong for a while and nodded. Very well, the little girl could come along too. She could join our core palace. I believe she would produce a good result, Yu Yanlong said with a smile on his face. Thank you very much, elders, Ji Yurong said as she was grateful for the offer. She came here to build up more strength, so she would be a fool for refusing this chance. The other cultivators couldn't help but envy them. Some of the woman cultivators even looked at Yi Tianyun full of hope. It might be easy for the man to be Yi Tianyun's enemy, but it didn't have to be that way for the woman. It would be great for them if they could get on Yi Tianyun's good side. Chapter 901. Yi Tianyun and Ji Yurong immediately entered the main hall and saw several young people that immediately stood up and greeted the elders. Elder Yu, Elder Ming, the two of you don't have to worry. The newcomers that just joined the core palace would immediately undergo the welcoming ceremony. The young cultivator said solemnly. Their cultivation was quite decent as they were at peak star monarch level or even at 1 refinement earth monarch. Welcoming ceremony, Yi Tianyun asked confusedly. He noticed that almost all of the young cultivators in front of him were looking at him with a sneer on their faces. These people probably looked down upon him just because he was a human. He looked all around, and as he expected, there was no human in here. Even though the number of cultivators here was large, there was no human at all. No wonder the discrimination on human race, as there was no human race cultivator to be found here whatsoever. In contrast, all these cultivators here had a unique bloodline that was far superior to any human race's bloodline. It was clear from their advanced cultivation as it was basically super strong already. It was an expected result as human race couldn't give birth to a strong cultivator right away. The human race child had to cultivate their own cultivation at their own paces, unlike other races that could immediately give birth to a strong cultivator. This was basically a handicap for human race. I almost forgot about this welcome ceremony, Yu Yanglong said as he stroked his messy hair. If you want to join the core palace, you have to pass the welcoming ceremony first. If your score is good enough to pass, then nothing happened. You will join the core palace as you intended. If you do great in the ceremony, you will receive some reward later, but if you fail, you will be punished. Yu Yanglong said to Yi Tianyun solemnly. You can still take a break outside and take the welcoming ceremony later. No one here can force you to do anything, Yu Yanglong said casually. Where do I start? Yi Tianyun said respectfully. He noticed the sly expression on almost everyone's faces, so it was obvious to him that the welcoming ceremony wasn't just another ceremony. The welcoming ceremony is a very simple matter. It is just a requirement for you to write your name at the stone tablet, and that's it. This is a rule that has been implemented in Core Palace since a long time ago. Unless you leave Heavenly Edict Divine Territory or die, your name will always be there. Yu Yanglong explained solemnly. He then pointed at the huge stone tablet on the side, but it wasn't like any other stone tablet. It was more like a wall instead. Yi Tianyun looked at it and saw at least 10,000 names there. In other words, there were at least 10,000 disciples in the core palace right now. This ratio was really terrifying as it meant that 10,000 people at the very least withstood the assessment grade or A for more than 6 days. But still, it didn't matter for Yi Tianyun. Nian Siyu, it was the most glorious name in the top area. Yu Yanglong said solemnly. Yi Tianyun looked at the top area and found Nian Siyu in there. Nian Siyu is the creator of the God's Domain Baptism, a female heaven monarch that every woman cultivator aspires to be, Ji Yurong said fanatically. Is this woman a strong cultivator? Yi Tianyun said as he was surprised himself. He didn't expect a woman would be a record holder of this place. Little junior brother, this is our welcome ceremony. The method is very simple, just engrave your name on the wall by using your spiritual force. A cultivator said with a smile on his face. I heard that you withstand the great array for 14 days, that is incredible. You should be able to surpass Nian Siyu. It would be rather laughable if you can't after all. Another cultivator said with a smirk on his face. Yi Tianyun now understood what these people were after. It was clear that they wanted to humiliate Yi Tianyun here if he couldn't surpass Nian Siyu's name. However, Yi Tianyun already knew that these cultivators wouldn't simply respect him even though he was Yu Yanglong's disciple. The negative favorability was the reason for all this. Sure, I am not gonna hold back, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. This guy wanted to prove that Yi Tianyun was just a joke of a cultivator, and he would never surpass Nian Siyu. It would save their pride as they didn't want a human race surpassing them. This is long enough, let's proceed with the welcoming ceremony. But remember, if you engrave your name too low, you would be receiving punishment, but the punishment itself isn't that hard. You simply have to take care of the spirit medicine in the mountainside for 3 years. Yu Yanglong said as he drew a line about a meter high, marking the lowest threshold to avoid the punishment. Yu Yanglong himself knew what these cultivators were after, but he didn't stop them, for he thought a little competition would be a good thing. But as long as there was no form of cheating or interference, they would handle it themselves. So, that's how it's gonna be, huh? Interesting. Yi Tianyun smiled. The welcoming ceremony wasn't as hard as he thought. Chapter 902. So, who will go first? Will it be junior brother, or is it the junior sister? A cultivator said as his eyes were looking straight at Yi Tianyun and Ji Yu Yurong. The cultivator that guided both Yi Tianyun and Ji Yu Yurong this time was a man called Zhou Renji. He always smiled in front of them both, but there was no telling what he was really thinking. I will go first. Ji Yu Yurong stood up. She has been silent so far, but there was no reason for her to remain observant any longer. Her reason for doing this was to prove herself and make sure that the others noticed her too. She knew that Yi Tianyun's ray was too dazzling, and she wouldn't be able to compete with him. Then come right here, junior sister. Zhou Renji said as he called Ji Yu Yurong to come over. This welcoming ceremony wasn't only to test the cultivator's spiritual force but also to let everyone know about your identity. It was like a self-introduction with a chance to prove themselves. The spiritual force itself was basically the strength of the soul, which would determine the cultivator's capability in the future. Spiritual force could also be cultivated, but it was the hardest to cultivate. Testing one's spiritual force was the best way to see a cultivator's worth. Ji Yu Yurong walked to the wall, and once she stood in front of it, she closed her eyes. An invisible power arose from her body, and the wall began to glow faintly. The light on the wall climbed through the names on the wall really fast, but after passing the line that Yu Yanglong created, the light slowed down significantly. It was a sign that the difficulty had increased. It was hard for Ji Yu Yurong to make the light keep climbing up. Ji Yu Yurong has exerted her power to pass the line Yu Yanglong created earlier, but it was fine. She could just climb the wall slowly. She slowly traversed double the distance she ought to pass from being punished. She bypassed so many names and achieved a good result. To put it simply, if her names went up, she would be evaluated higher by others. But still, her name was still far away from Nian Siyu. Even so, she didn't have to compare herself with Nian Siyu. At the very least, she already left thousands of names in the dust. Moreover, she hasn't completely stopped, as her name still crept up slowly. Yu Yanglong nodded his head as he looked at Ji Yu Yurong as he saw that Ji Yu Yurong had room to grow. But still, Yu Yanglong noticed that Ji Yu Yurong was trying harder than it looked. Junior sister, I suggest that you engrave your name within your limit. If you continue to go up, I am afraid it would be hard for you to engrave the letters of your name later. Zhou Renji said kindly. He didn't say anything to Yi Tianyun, but he seemed to care about Ji Yu Yurong. Now Yi Tianyun realized that Zhou Renji might not be that kind. Ji Yu Yurong didn't say anything as she kept channeling her energy to the wall. She wasn't obliged to heed Zhou Renji's word and kept going. She wanted to leave her name in a higher place as she would receive better treatment here if she could just prove herself worthy. Especially with the two elders watching her. Yi Tianyun looked at Ji Yu Yurong expectantly. He loved how a cultivator did their best for their own future. It was always what he strived for in his own life. You'll get better treatment as long as you prove yourself. The spiritual force of Ji Yu Yurong kept creeping up the wall, leaving only a few hundred names for her to overtake, which meant she was already in the top 1.000. It was no ordinary feat. She only lasted for 7 days inside the great array, but she reached a height that not many cultivators could reach in the welcoming ceremony. A lot of Core Palace's disciples had their name in between 2 or 3 meters high, but Ji Yurong could reach the 4-meter high with a considerable effort. Everyone that saw Ji Yurong would never expect her to have this much potential. Eventually, she began engraving her own name on the wall. She engraved it slowly, but it seemed there was nothing to worry about as she finished it without a hitch. But Yi Tianyun noticed that it required a lot more effort from Ji Yurong when she engraved her name. As soon as Ji Yurong finished engraving her name on the wall, she collapsed. She sat on the ground while sweating excessively. It was just like she was under the water for some while. Even so, her situation wasn't so bad. Despite the arduous task that left her faint, she succeeded, and the reward was more than worth the exhaustion. Junior sister Ji Yu, are you alright? Zhou Runji said worriedly. I am alright. My spiritual force looks pretty good, right? Ji Yurong said proudly. In fact, everyone else immediately applauded her as she performed well. Yes, it's very good indeed. If you work harder in the future, I am sure that you will reach a greater height in the future. Ming Yueqing said as he smiled at Ji Yurong. Thank you very much for your praise, Elder Ming. Ji Yurong said as she stood up and bowed respectfully to both elders. She had to show her capability to stand firm in the Core Palace, and things went according to her plan. She then walked back towards Yi Tianyun and rested on the corner. She nodded at Yi Tianyun, indicating that Yi Tianyun should go next. This time, all eyes were on Yi Tianyun. They wanted to see how Yi Tianyun would break Nian Siyu's record. It was as high as 12 meters on the wall, which was a meter higher than the second highest name on the wall. Yi Tianyun smiled a little as he knew that he could do better. After all, controlling spiritual force was his forte as a creator-ranked divine rune master. He knew that it was collectively referred to as God Rune Master now, but still, he was better than any of the people in this room regarding that matter. Chapter 903. Yi Tianyun thought that Nian Siyu could achieve such an amazing result because she probably was a strong divine rune master herself. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun has reached the peak of divine rune progress in the mortal domain and was now eligible to be called God Rune Master. Now in God's domain, God Rune Master wasn't the highest rank, but he should be able to reach it eventually. A God Rune Master would be able to leave a deep mark on a spiritual wall like this, which was why Yi Tianyun thought that Nian Siyu was a God Rune Master herself. If she weren't a God Rune Master, she would have a hard time doing something like this. In fact, there was a high chance that she would fail. Although it wasn't impossible that Nian Siyu was someone with a strong spiritual force from birth, it was very unlikely. As Yi Tianyun walked towards the wall, an argument was instantly heard behind him. I dare to say that he wouldn't be able to surpass senior sister. A cultivator said confidently. I think so too. Someone has even withstood the great array for 9 days before. Most people may think that he would be able to get close to senior sister's name due to his feat, but I don't think that will be the case. Another cultivator said confidently. Yes, it's a real power to have a name engraved that high. Another cultivator pitched in. They all thought that there was no way Yi Tianyun would surpass Nian Siyu, so they were watching Yi Tianyun with disdain as they were eager to see Yi Tianyun fail. It didn't matter how high Yi Tianyun could engrave his name, but as long as it was lower than Nian Siyu's, they would laugh at Yi Tianyun and humiliate him. It would at least prove to the cultivators that withstanding the great array for 14 days didn't vouch for an adequate innate ability. Although it still meant that Yi Tianyun was stronger than them, it would at least put them at ease knowing that Yi Tianyun was still not the strongest. I don't know anything about his spiritual force, but I don't think he's that bad. Then again, it certainly would be tough if he wants to surpass Nian Siyu. Yu Yanglong said with a smile on his face. I think so too. He can control both types of flames with ease, so it's a given if he has a pretty good spiritual force, but the problem is that Nian Siyu was too strong. She was definitely one of our Heavenly Edict Divine Territory's strongest cultivators. Ming Yueqing said while nodding his head. The elders also thought that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to surpass Nian Siyu as they've already witnessed how powerful Nian Siyu was. Obviously, Yi Tianyun heard all of it but chose to ignore it as he looked at the top of the wall. The character that made up Nian Siyu's name sat on the top of the wall. Obviously, the letter itself wasn't big, but it was readable from the bottom. Now, Yi Tianyun prepared himself to engrave neater writing on the wall and higher than Nian Siyu's. Yi Tianyun then channeled his spiritual force into the wall, and suddenly, the wall started to tremble. His overbearing spiritual force seemed to be sprung to the top like a lightning bolt. It climbed to the 5 meters height and surpassed Ji Yurong with ease, but it didn't seem to be slowing down any time soon. Yi Tianyun's spiritual force kept climbing the wall and now has reached 8 meters high. Yi Tianyun could feel that the wall was resisting his power, but still, it was like smashing into paper. It wasn't hard at all. In a short amount of time, Yi Tianyun has reached the 12 meters mark, the same level as Nian Siyu herself. Then, he surpassed Nian Siyu's name and carved his name on the top of Nian Siyu's name with a big character of Yi Tianyun. The entire process didn't even take a minute. Meanwhile, Ji Yurong only managed to engrave her name on the 5-meter mark, and even that took a few minutes. Everyone was startled as they saw how easy it was for Yi Tianyun to engrave his name above Nian Siyu's name. This was impossible in their eyes as they had never seen something like this ever happen. Did it mean Yi Tianyun's capability was higher than Nian Siyu? But certainly, it was too easy for Yi Tianyun to achieve such a heaven-breaking record. Even the two elders were in shock. Yi Tianyun would be an amazing cultivator in the future. Yi Tianyun easily surpassed Nian Siyu and engraved a big letter for his name. This was the first time in heaven-edict divine territories history that something like this had happened. Now, everyone began to wonder whether Yi Tianyun would be able to surpass Nian Siyu's cultivation. If Yi Tianyun really had higher potential than Nian Siyu, then it wouldn't be that hard for Yi Tianyun to achieve such a thing. Two masters, is my performance any good? Yi Tianyun asked the two elders with a smile. Good, it's very good. In fact, it was really amusing. Yu Yanglong answered with a flustered expression. They were excited to teach Yi Tianyun what they knew, as Yi Tianyun would be a great asset to Heavenly Edict divine territory in the future. Even if Yi Tianyun would become stronger than them, it wasn't a problem at all. Meanwhile, Ji Yurong definitely had mixed feelings because of this. Everyone had already forgotten about her, but luckily for her, she engraved her name before Yi Tianyun, as no one would pay any attention to her if she went after Yi Tianyun. She would be forced to stare at Yi Tianyun's name. A glorious name on top of everyone else's name, and it was much bigger than anyone else. At the same time, Zhou Runji's face was filled with a frown as he thought that Yi Tianyun would become a mockery of the entire core palace, but instead, Yi Tianyun took the limelight for himself and shocked the entire core palace cultivator. He already broke the record by withstanding the Great Array for 14 days, and now, he also broke the record for the highest name in the welcoming ceremony wall. This was all too good to be true, but the proof was there in front of him. There was nothing else he could say about this. Chapter 904. Now, no one dared to mock Yi Tianyun. His name has been engraved the highest on the wall. The gap between them was too big to cross. They thought that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to surpass Nian Siyu, but it turnf out it was too easy for Yi Tianyun. Even more amazing, Yi Tianyun just took a little time to do so. It was so fast that everyone wasn't really sure what they had witnessed. What about my performance, senior brother? Did I do a good job? Yi Tianyun said as he looked at Zhou Runji. It was amazing, Zhou Runji said meekly. He planned to humiliate Yi Tianyun through his performance, but he couldn't be more mistaken. Now, he was at a loss for words. Now, is there anything else I need to do? Or should we proceed, masters? Yi Tianyun said as he turned his attention back to the two masters. He didn't want to linger around these people, as it was better for him to cultivate than wasting his time with them. No, let's go. The two elders smiled as they walked in with Yi Tianyun. Come on. Yi Tianyun patted Ji Yurong's shoulder and beckoned her. Ji Yurong was shocked that Yi Tianyun still cared about her, so she followed him, leaving the cultivators around them. Senior brother Zhou, that brat's level is too high. He would prance over us in the future. A cultivator said urgently to Zhou Runji as soon as Yi Tianyun and the two masters had left. How is this possible? But I don't think he would be equally powerful in battle. Let's find a time to challenge him later, slap him around, and knock some decency to his thick skull. I refuse to believe that a human is even a decent cultivator. Zhou Runji said angrily. Okay, I will pressure him as he stays in the core palace. Another cultivator said confidently. They also don't believe that a human race would be powerful enough to win against them. Furthermore, they don't want to be under a human's mercy later in the future. But still, the fact that Yi Tianyun was way beyond their strength was obvious in front of them. They had to find a way to deal with him as soon as possible. Some of the cultivators had a sinister expression on their faces, while the others didn't join in. After all, not all of them were disgusted by human race. Some were neutral, while some even had a good impression about the human race. The two elders entered the hall with Yi Tianyun and Ji Yurong. They passed through a layer of passage and even took a teleportation array before entering the elders' great palace. The elders' great palace was built specifically for Yu Yanglong and Ming Yueqing and dedicated for them. Yi Tianyun saw a lot of cultivators along the way. There were some that were obviously at their level, and some were even already at deacon rank, but that was not all. There were some low-level cultivators that were responsible for cleaning, tending the flowers, and the likes here. This city itself was a whole planet, so it was normal to see thousands of cultivators here doing a lot of things, including labor stuff. So this is Elder's Great Palace. The nameplate is really big, Yi Tianyun said as he saw the nameplate on top of a wall. But that was not the only thing that impressed Yi Tianyun. He noticed a great array in this place that constantly absorbed star energy and channeled them to the entire hall. Therefore, the star energy inside this place was the most potent. The intensity of star energy in other places was pretty good as well, but certainly nowhere as good as this place. If Yi Tianyun had to compare this place to the three realms wouldn't come close to the intensity of energy inside this place. Yi Tianyun also saw the divine rune on the top of the wall. It was completely different and more complex. No wonder evil spirit race looked down upon the three realms divine rune as it was a very basic divine rune. I have to be at least a third-grade god rune master before I can engrave this kind of divine rune. Yi Tianyun said to himself. With the two elders leading the way, they entered the Elder Great Palace. It was divided into three passages. One side was very hot while the other was very cold. There was no doubt in Yi Tianyun's mind that the hot one on the left led to Yu Yanglong's area while the cold one on the right led to Ming Yueqing's area. The temperature in the middle passage was normal, so they took Yi Tianyun to the middle passage first. Inside, Yi Tianyun noticed that there was nothing in there. But Yi Tianyun also realized that the divine rune here was way more powerful than the ones outside. This is where we usually learn from each other. It makes a good friendly competition from time to time, Yu Yanglong said as he explained the room. So, this is the martial arts training field, Yi Tianyun said as he nodded his head in understanding. If that were the case, there is no wonder why there were so many reinforcements to this room. Two heaven monarchs' friendly match was bound to cause destruction under normal circumstances. If this place was poorly reinforced, the entire core palace could be in danger from the two elders' spar. Yeah, it is that kind of place, Yu Yanglong said with a smile on his face. Now, what would you like to do first? Do you feel like starting right away? Yu Yanglong asked curiously. He was already eager to teach Yi Tianyun, and the same could also be said to Ming Yueqing. They just wanted to teach Yi Tianyun right away. Of course, Master, we can start right away, Yi Tianyun said as he didn't have to do anything else. He had enough rest earlier, and he was in tip-top shape right now. That's the energy we want, Yu Yanglong said with a smile on his face before turning his attention towards Ji Yurong. Little girl, you stay on the side and observe for a while. If you feel anything from any kind of flames, you can tell us and try it for yourself. Let's use this opportunity to know about yourself, Yu Yanglong said excitedly. Thank you very much, Elder, Ji Yurong said happily. In fact, she almost cried from happiness. She got a chance to cultivate a special fire, and now it was up to her to see if she had any affinity with one of them. Chapter 905, Yi Tianyun looked at Ji Yurong and nodded a little encouragingly. Yi Tianyun treated Ji Yurong this way simply out of respect as Yi Tianyun saw a girl that worked hard to achieve her goal. Yi Tianyun helped Ji Yurong mainly because she didn't look down upon him just because he was a human. Furthermore, Yi Tianyun himself saw a bright future ahead of Ji Yurong herself. Yu Yanglong and Ming Yueqing immediately called Yi Tianyun. Now, would you like to feel our flame for yourself first? Yu Yanglong said solemnly. He knew that he had to teach Yi Tianyun step by step as Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to process both flames at the same time. Although it seemed Yi Tianyun was a very experienced flame user, they still had to be cautious. I am ready, Master Yu, Yi Tianyun said as he nodded his head to Yu Yanglong. He wanted to prioritize the training from Yu Yanglong first. After all, he could use the immortal fire from the start, and it was relatively stronger than the heavenly yin fire. Let us start immediately, Yu Yanglong said as he gently opened his palm, and the small flame appeared on the palm of his hand. This is the origin of the white flame bone fire. You have 3 chances to master it, but if you fail, you will have to wait a few years before you can try again. Yu Yanglong explained. The origin of flame could be absorbed into the body as a way to cultivate it in a new cultivator. However, it wasn't an easy feat to do such a thing, as the cultivator of the flame couldn't pull their origin flame easily. If it were pulled forcefully, the cultivator could be burned to death from the backlash of the fire. This was the most traditional way to transfer flames to a disciple. Even so, the failure rate was quite high. However, white flame bone fire was not a simple fire. Yu Yanglong had spent a lot of effort cultivating this flame from when he was young. He could transfer the origin fire into a new disciple, but he couldn't do it so often. It was the same as transferring some of his blood essence to strengthen his disciple. This was also the reason why Yi Tianyun only had 3 chances to master this flame, as it would be too much for Yu Yanglong to recover beyond 3 times. Alright, I understand, Master. Yi Tianyun nodded in agreement. Yu Yanglong immediately pushed the white flame bone fire on his hand towards Yi Tianyun's body. As the white flame bone fire got closer to Yi Tianyun's body, the immortal fire suddenly emerged from within Yi Tianyun's body and enveloped the white flame bone fire before quickly infusing itself back to the body. White flame bone fire detected, absorb it as your own flame. The system immediately did its things, and now, it asked for Yi Tianyun's agreement. Surely, Yi Tianyun immediately agreed with it. Successfully obtained white flame bone fire in heaven level lower grade. Level up requires 3 million mastery point. It was really easy to absorb all the flames and make it his own, but sadly, the grade was a little bit low. But it was understandable that Yu Yanglong wouldn't be able to transfer the flame in his grade over to Yi Tianyun, as he didn't know Yi Tianyun's capability. He was afraid that he would kill Yi Tianyun if he pulled out the strongest origin fire he had. It's so easy, Yi Tianyun said to himself, as he didn't expect that he would be able to get the new fire from Yu Yanglong in just 1 try. It was definitely better than immortal fire, as it has stopped developing, but the white flame bone fire still had room to grow. Is it a failure? Yu Yanglong asked as he noticed that Yi Tianyun didn't say anything. Don't be discouraged. Failure is normal. After all, the flame isn't easy to master. I already did the same thing to several disciples before, but none of them succeeded. Yu Yanglong said with a sigh. Master Yu, are you talking about this? Yi Tianyun said as he smiled and opened his palm, and the white flame bone fire immediately appeared on his palm according to his will. It was far weaker than Yu Yanglong's fire right now, but surely, Yi Tianyun absorbed it just fine. What? How did you do it? Yu Yanglong gasped. He was shocked, as he had never heard anyone successfully absorb a new flame on their first try. Yi Tianyun was truly a genius among the geniuses. Ji Yurong, too, was dumbfounded by the scene in front of her. This day is full of shock. Is it time for me to learn from Master Ming? I want to see if I can absorb devouring netherworld serenity fire myself. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. The 2 masters immediately calmed themselves down as they heard Yi Tianyun's word. Sure, it is my turn now. My flame is at the same level as white flame bone fire, but it was a little bit advanced in technique, so the difficulties of absorbing it would be slightly higher. Now, don't beat yourself too hard, as you can always try again later. Ming Yueqing said as he reached out and pulled out the devouring netherworld serenity fire. The cold immediately enveloped all around the room. It belonged to the same grade as the white flame bone fire earlier, but the power was completely different. In the demon fire ranking, white flame bone fire was rank 8th, while the devouring netherworld serenity fire was rank 7th. This was why it would be harder to learn devouring netherworld serenity fire than white flame bone fire. But even if the devouring netherworld serenity fire was 1 rank higher, it wouldn't get the upper hand in the fight against the white flame bone fire. Devouring netherworld serenity fire detected, absorb it as your own flame. But unlike with the white flame bone fire earlier, Yi Tianyun rejected the system's offer this time. The devouring netherworld serenity fire was immediately put into his item column, which meant that he could absorb it as his own flame whenever he wanted. This time, it's a failure, Yi Tianyun said after a while. He did this just because he didn't want the 2 elders and Ji Yurong to question how he could absorb the flames so easily. It's okay, you should take your time, Ming Yueqing consoled. After all, devouring netherworld serenity fire is harder to master. Ming Yueqing said with a smile on his face. Elder Ming, are you saying that my flame is way worse than yours? Yu Yanglong said as he frowned from the indirect mocking of Ming Yueqing. Well, judging from what we just saw, it's already proven, isn't it? Ming Yueqing said with a smirk on his face. Great, then you don't mind to see which one of our fire is stronger, right? Yu Yanglong said as he walked closer to Ming Yueqing. Of course not, Ming Yueqing said as he rolled his sleeves and prepared for a match with Yu Yanglong. Two masters. It wasn't because it was a higher rank or not. It was simply because I already absorbed white flame bone fire earlier. It seems my body had to adjust to it for a little while. Yi Tianyun said as he persuaded the two elders with the reason he made up. At least the two elders would stop fighting. Chapter 906. After Yi Tianyun's persuasion, the two elders didn't make a fuss anymore. What Yi Tianyun said did make sense. After he successfully absorbed the white flame bone fire, it would be difficult to absorb a new flame right away. In other words, if Yi Tianyun absorbed the devouring netherworld serenity fire first, he'd fail to absorb the white flame bone fire after. It was the reason both elders stopped arguing with each other. Would you like to try controlling the white flame bone fire first? Maybe you can try to absorb my devouring netherworld serenity fire after that. Ming Yueqing asked. There is no need for that, master. I can try it right now. If it still ends in a failure, then I will save it for later. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He just wanted to see what would happen if he got another devouring netherworld serenity fire while he already had one in his inventory. Sure, Ming Yueqing said as he bring out his fire essence once more. Successfully absorbed devouring netherworld serenity fire. This time, Yi Tianyun absorbed it and bring out devouring netherworld serenity fire, showing both elders that he could absorb the fire just fine this time. Clearly, everyone was surprised that Yi Tianyun really succeeded this time. This was the first time they saw a cultivator successfully absorb two polar opposite fires at almost the same time. There were even so many cultivators that tried to absorb one fire but never succeeded, but Yi Tianyun was clearly a genius among geniuses. Clearly, everyone would be even more impressed if Yi Tianyun successfully absorbed the devouring netherworld serenity fire the first time, but he didn't want to be deemed something he wasn't. He deliberately failed in front of everyone once to make them think that he was not so omnipotent. This is terrifying. The two flames could be mastered at the same time, Yu Yanglong said with his mouth wide open. The scene in front of him right now was too shocking for him to process that he didn't know how to react. Try to bring out both flames together. Can you do it? Yu Yanglong asked as he collected himself. Alright, I will try, Yi Tianyun said as he brought out the two flames next to each other. As soon as he did so, there was no negative reaction whatsoever. Of course, for Yi Tianyun himself, this wasn't something hard to do. He simply didn't want to scare anyone, nor did he want to be judged as a show-off by anyone. This is insane. You are the first in history to master both extreme flames at the same time. This must be reported to the territory lord, Yu Yanglong and Ming Yueqing said at the same time, clearly unable to contain their excitement. Yi Tianyun just proved himself to be worth training as a super genius. We have to inform the territory lord about you. I bet that he would be extremely happy. I didn't expect our Heavenly Edict Divine Territory would score a super genius like you. This time our Heavenly Edict Divine Territory would absolutely enter the top 10 rank in God's domain. We will show off our power in God's domain War of Ascension. Ming Yueqing said excitedly. God's domain War of Ascension? Yi Tianyun asked as he had never heard about it before. Yes, that is correct. Our core palace would bring the best reputation for Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, but I will tell you about it in detail later. After all, it will be held in the distant future, Ming Yueqing said excitedly. Now, it is your turn, girl. Have you felt anything from both fires? What did you want to try first? Ming Yueqing said as he turned his attention to Ji Yu Yurong. Yu Yanglong also turned his attention to Ji Yu Yurong as they never forgot about Ji Yu Yurong in the first place. I want to try to absorb devouring netherworld serenity fire, master. My bloodline is Ice Dragon bloodline, so it has a cold attribute. Devouring netherworld serenity fire seems like a perfect fire for me to master. Ji Yu Yurong said confidently. Ice Dragon bloodline, that indeed has the best affinity with my flame. Ming Yueqing then assessed Ji Yu Yurong's physique before thinking for a while. I can give you 2 chances to absorb the flame. There's no need to be nervous, Ming Yueqing said with a smile on his face. Master, Are you okay with giving me 2 chances? Didn't you already bring out your flame essence twice? Ji Yu Yurong asked worriedly. It doesn't matter. I am in a very good mood today. I can always rest to recover later, it's not a big deal at all. Ming Yueqing said happily. Ming Yueqing and Yu Yanglong thought that Ji Yu Yurong was Yi Tianyun's woman, so they planned to give her the best treatment to earn a little bit extra credit to secure Yi Tianyun for themselves. Just do what master told you to do, Yi Tianyun said as he patted Ji Yu Yurong's shoulder encouragingly. Ji Yu Yurong nodded and sighed before bringing herself forward. She immediately accepted the devouring netherworld serenity fire that Ming Yueqing has brought out and tried to absorb it immediately. Her body immediately glowed in a faint blue light as the bloodline on her body began to light up. Ji Yu Yurong suddenly floated in the air, and the icy fire began to circulate on her body faster than on Yi Tianyun earlier. She has the ice dragon bloodline and ice holy body, Ming Yueqing said in shock. What is an ice holy body? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. He wondered if Shi Shuiyan also had it. But their attention turned towards Ji Yu Yurong once more as this time, devouring netherworld serenity fire rose from Ji Yu Yurong's body and enveloped her body before chilling the entire room. It was fairly unexpected to encounter one cultivator disciple that could absorb the extreme fire on their first try, but to encounter 2 of them at the same time. The day couldn't be more shocking. What luck do we have today? A cultivator that can master both extreme fires and another cultivator that could absorb the flame in her first try. Yu Yanglong and Ming Yueqing said at the same time. This was the first time they had seen something like this. They didn't even know if there was any cultivator that could be this lucky. I have ice holy body, Ji Yu Yurong said in surprise. She didn't know anything about ice holy body, but she knew that it had to be something amazing. Congratulations, Yi Tianyun said with a big smile on his face. Thank you very much, I wouldn't be able to do it without you, Ji Yu Yurong said as she started crying out of happiness. No, it was all your own doing. I didn't even do anything to help, Yi Tianyun said casually. You brat, stop flirting in front of us, Ming Yueqing said, interrupting Yi Tianyun's conversation. You misunderstand something, elders. She and I are just an acquaintance. She isn't my woman at all, Yi Tianyun said helplessly. You aren't together, Yu Yanglong said confusedly. Chapter 907. Yi Tianyun was a little bit put off by their misunderstanding, but as he saw Ji Yu Yurong didn't think much about it, he could just ignore it for now. Ji Yu Yurong then wiped her tears away and remained silent as she didn't know what to say to the whole ordeal. It doesn't matter. Anyway, would you like to be my disciple? Ming Yueqing said to ease the atmosphere a little bit. I'd like to, thank you very much, master, Ji Yu Yurong said without hesitation. She was excited that she could become a disciple of a strong master as soon as she entered the core palace. She knew she was much more fortunate than other cultivators who came to Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, as they usually struggled to prove themselves to be accepted to become a disciple of the elders. Ming Yueqing might not be the strongest elders in Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, but he was close to being the strongest. Great, Ming Yueqing said with a big smile on his face. He then took out a treasure from his storage and handed it over to Ji Yu Yurong. It was a high-grade divine tool, but that was not all. Ming Yueqing also took out another thing to give to Ji Yu Yurong. This is my gift for our meeting, a secret art token, Ming Yueqing said with a smile. Elder Ming, you have accepted her as your disciple, now Yi Tianyun has to be my disciple, right? We got 1 person each, Yu Yanglong said with a smirk on his face. Shut up, he has both flames, which means he isn't yours alone, Ming Yueqing said annoyedly. Ming Yueqing then took out another selecting secret art token and a high-grade divine tool before handing it over to Yi Tianyun. This is my gift as your master. At first, I wanted to give you a rebirth rank weapon, but this is better for you now. It might be better for you to search for a more suitable weapon for yourself, Ming Yueqing said to Yi Tianyun excitedly. Yes, as your master, this is the least we can do, Yu Yanglong said as he also gave a secret art token and a high-grade divine tool to Yi Tianyun. Yes, the teacher will also give you a face-to-face ceremony. Yu Yanglong naturally refused to fall behind and also gave him the selecting secret art token and a high-grade divine tool. Yi Tianyun was grateful for the gift. Although the gift wasn't as good as a rebirth rank weapon, it was a great gift nonetheless. Now, Yi Tianyun had 3 selecting secret art tokens. Ji Yu Yurong envied Yi Tianyun as he got 2 rewards instead of 1. However, she couldn't say that it was unfair either. After all, She managed to get this far because of Yi Tianyun, and she knew that she had to be grateful for that. If she told her family what happened today, there is no doubt that her family would be ecstatic about it. Now, you have 2 selecting secret art tokens. With that said, you should try choosing a secret art later. We hope that you could choose a secret art that is appropriate for your own use and efficient for your cultivation. Yu Yanglong said with a smile on his face. Now, you are free to rest. Someone will fix a room for you, so just wait in the meantime until it's ready. He said excitedly. Then Yu Yanglong and Ming Yueqing immediately left, probably to inform the territory lord about Yi Tianyun and Ji Yu Yurong. Now, Yi Tianyun and Ji Yu Yurong were the only ones left. Senior brother Yi, thank you very much for your help. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't get this opportunity. I shall never forget your kindness. If you need anything from me in the future, I will definitely do anything in my power to help. Ji Yu Yurong said honestly. Her tone was full of gratitude and power. That's all right. For now, let's just rest and get a little bit more familiar with the flames. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He didn't think much of what he had done as Ji Yu Yurong achieved all of that with her own skill. It was true that Yi Tianyun was the one giving her the opportunity, but if she wasn't capable herself, there was nothing Yi Tianyun could do either. The guards soon came to the hall and led them to their respective rooms. Their rooms were in the Elder Great Palace, which meant that they lived at the same site as the elders. The treatment for them was obviously much better than the core disciple outside. This place is pretty awesome. No wonder the cultivators outside were looking at me weirdly before, Yi Tianyun said to himself as he entered his room. There was a small personal courtyard at the back of his room. The trees in the courtyard weren't normal trees either. All of them were grade 6 spirit tree that could produce a condensed star energy. Obviously, Yi Tianyun has never seen this many spirit tree grew close to each other. He had seen spirit tree before in the 3 realms, but it was only one at a certain place. Furthermore, he also saw 7th grade spirit grass growing in many patches inside the personal courtyard. This place was very suitable for those who wanted to cultivate efficiently. It was clear that God's domain could offer so much better resources for him. But it was a shame that Yi Tianyun didn't really need these spirit trees anymore. His cultivation was a lot stronger now that the express he got from converting the spiritual energy from the spirit trees wouldn't be enough. Now, instead of finding a place to cultivate, Yi Tianyun chose to open his prize first. He didn't have a proper chance to draw a prize from his roulette until now, and he planned to use everything he had saved for now. Draw lottery roulette, Yi Tianyun said, and immediately the lottery roulette appeared in front of him. He activated his lucky aura and tried his luck right away. The first try stopped on the consumables. Yi Tianyun wasn't entirely disappointed by this turn of events as he was quite sure that consumables wasn't that bad. He reached out for the wooden box that came out of the roulette and opened it immediately. He got another teleportation god stone out of it. Yes, this is truly a good thing. Yi Tianyun smiled to himself as teleportation god stone was a good item. Yi Tianyun then spanned the roulette again, and it stopped on consumables once again. How did I get 2 consumables in a row? Yi Tianyun said as he was annoyed by his own luck. Well, I hope it's something good. Yi Tianyun said as he opened the wooden box again. This time, he got a X100 Express card. This is alright, Yi Tianyun said with a shrug. He knew that this lottery roulette didn't have much to offer anyway. The one that mattered right now was the God's Domain Lottery Roulette. Chapter 908. It's time to use the God Domain Lottery Roulette, Yi Tianyun said as he used the lottery ticket immediately. It was no different than the previous lottery roulette at all. It was a little bit weird, but that wasn't what mattered here. The point of the roulette was that he would be able to score some good stuff with it. Now the God Domain Lottery Roulette would be able to give a rebirth rank equipment and martial arts. Give me something good, Yi Tianyun said as he spanned the roulette immediately. He wished he could pass on the consumables here as he wanted a new powerful divine ability. It was the most helpful thing that he could get this early in God's domain. Yi Tianyun hadn't been this excited for a long time. As if hearing his excitement, the roulette stopped right on the divine ability section. Awesome, Yi Tianyun said as he was super excited that his luck didn't fail him for once. As the item box fell from the roulette, Yi Tianyun immediately opened it. Unlike the wooden box he got so far, he got a crystal box this time. However, the box itself wasn't what mattered. It would disappear as soon as he opened it anyway. I can't wait to see what divine ability I get, Yi Tianyun said as he opened the crystal box. Congratulations on getting divine ability stealth. What, a stealth? Yi Tianyun said as he was surprised to get a stealth divine ability. He already had one, if he wasn't mistaken. He immediately checked the divine ability column on his status and saw that he indeed already had the stealth divine ability, but the one he got just now had a higher rank. Stealth divine ability. Completely conceal the user's appearance from anyone's eyes. Last for 30 minutes, cooldown 30 minutes. Guaranteed to make the user invisible from at least the 5th layer Heaven Monarch rank. His old stealth ability was immediately replaced by the new stealth divine ability, and with this, no one below the 5th layer Heavenly Monarch rank would be able to notice his presence once he used it. Overall, it wasn't a loss, but it was still a little bit disappointing. It seems that I can get the same divine ability that I got before, and here I thought that it will always be a new one. Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head dejectedly. His excitement was gone, like he was being sprayed by cold water. However, he didn't lose hope for getting a good divine ability. He just had to wait for the next ticket to draw again. After that, Yi Tianyun began sorting out his inventory. He sold items that he didn't need anymore, like martial arts, weapons, equipments, and miscellaneous items that he never used and no longer served any purpose to him. Any item below the divine tool rank was useless in God's domain, so he'd rather sell it anyway. It's almost time to go to the secret art great palace to get what I need. Yi Tianyun said to himself as he finished sorting his inventory. It didn't take that long for him to figure out the situation here in the God domain to some extent. He asked the guards that stood outside of his housing complex, and from them, Yi Tianyun got a lot of detailed information about the current situation of God domain. After that, Yi Tianyun immediately went towards the secret arts great palace via the teleportation array that was located near the housing complex. Since he lived in the core palace and the two elders' core disciple, he didn't have to pay to use the teleportation array anywhere inside the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. After arriving at the Secret Arts Great Palace, Yi Tianyun noticed that it wasn't a hall or a simple castle, but it turned out to be a planet of its own. The huge Secret Art Great Palace was teeming with cultivators that came and went to do their task. But the thing that Yi Tianyun noticed the most was that none of the cultivators here was lower than the Star Monarch rank. Yi Tianyun thought that a cultivator in this place wouldn't get any selecting secret art token easily before becoming a Star Monarch. Yi Tianyun looked around for a bit and noticed that he didn't necessarily need the selecting secret art token to earn rewards. A cultivator could get a reward by exchanging their contribution points. God Domain's currency was an energy stone called Star Stone, which was similar to Spirit Stone. While Spirit Stone contained spirit energy, Star Stone contained the star energy that could be used to refine weapons and cultivations. Yi Tianyun also noticed that exchanging rewards here on Secret Art Great Palace could also be done with these Star Stones, but it wasn't cost-efficient as it required a huge amount of Star Stone. Most of the cultivators here seemed to exchange their contribution points for reward anyway, as it was the one that looked the most cost-effective out of all other methods. While the selecting secret art token was the best method, it wasn't the most efficient as it was quite rare. It was like an appreciation token from elders and the likes. Meanwhile, exchanging contribution points was like rewarding oneself for one's hard work. Yi Tianyun then entered the outermost hall that was divided into many blocks. There were weapon area, martial arts area, armor area, medicinal pills area, and spirit medicine area. This area each corresponded with its level. For example, the outermost hall had the lowest heavens level martial arts and divine tool, and the level would increase the deeper he went inside the hall. Each item inside the hall was priced accordingly. The better it was, the higher the price would be. But selecting secret art token wasn't included in this price as it was a special token. Yi Tianyun noticed that many people were exchanging their contribution points and token in this outermost hall, but Yi Tianyun didn't have any interest in most of these things. And so, Yi Tianyun delved deeper inside the hall. Yi Tianyun finally arrived at a place where he could exchange rebirth rank martial arts, weapons, and many other things. Even one selecting secret arts token wouldn't necessarily grant one item. For example, a rebirth rank weapon required 20 selecting secret art tokens. Now, Yi Tianyun only had 4 secret art tokens, so he couldn't redeem them right away. From the looks of it, Yu Yanglong suggested Yi Tianyun visit Secret Art Great Palace so that Yi Tianyun could choose the immediate goal of his cultivation. It was the right move as Yi Tianyun finally knew what he should do next. Chapter 909. Yi Tianyun now understood how the secret art Great Palace worked. Each area had 3 choices. For example, the outermost hall had 3 choices: low, medium, and high. Each choice had different prices. The low area in the outermost hall required 1 selecting secret art token or 100 contribution points. The middle area required 2 selecting secret art tokens or 200 contribution points, while the advanced or high area required 3 selecting secret art token or 300 contribution points. It only went higher as Yi Tianyun delved deeper inside the hall. 100 contribution points didn't seem much, but getting 100 points was quite difficult. To get 100 contribution points, a cultivator had to complete a difficult mission 50 times. A mission only gave 1 or 2 contribution points, so it was hard to get 100 contribution points quickly. Advanced missions might give bigger contribution points, but it was obviously harder and even riskier to take. If the cultivator didn't have a good idea of what they were doing, they could die while doing the mission. The Heavenly Edict Divine Territory obviously couldn't be held responsible if the cultivators died on their mission. It was obvious that the cultivators made their own choice. It was unfortunate for Heavenly Edict Divine Territory to lose a cultivator, but nevertheless, there was nothing they could do. Now, if Yi Tianyun wanted rebirth rank items or martial arts, he needed 20 selecting secret art tokens or an equivalent of 2.000 contribution points. There would only be a few people that could actually exchange their contribution points for the rebirth level items. It would only be an elder rank that would try to do so. Before all of these choices, the cultivators seemed to flock on the low-level selection. Thousands of people came to the outermost hall to exchange their contribution points for rewards. The middle level had much fewer cultivators, and the advanced level received almost no cultivator at all. Now there was a chance for selecting secret art token to receive a low-grade rebirth level treasure, but it wasn't a certain outcome. Furthermore, it was like a test for the cultivators to receive it. It was already a given as Heavenly Edict Divine Territory was just handing out rebirth rank treasure for free if they didn't include a test. Damn it, I failed again. This is my 8th try, but it's too hard for me. A cultivator shouted as he stood up from meditation. You are still on your 8th. I'm already well past my 16th time, and I never succeeded even once. I am better off exchanging it for a low-grade weapon now, another cultivator said, looking annoyed. They both looked miserable as they had already used a bunch of selecting secret art token. But Yi Tianyun just smiled as he saw it was more exciting to use the selecting secret art token like this. Heavenly Edict Divine Territory wasn't a fool. This was their way to recycle the tokens to make sure that high-grade rebirth rank treasures didn't fall into the hands of untrusted people. Furthermore, the assessment was also a way to test the cultivator's capability. Now, the middle-grade rebirth rank treasure was even more pricey. It required 50 tokens or 5.000 contribution points. But if the cultivators took the assessment method, they only had to use 2 selecting secret art tokens. This was truly awful in a sense, but it was a chance that the cultivators couldn't walk away from. There was no telling when they would succeed. It could be the next assessment, or it could be a few more days. No one ever knew when they would succeed, and so everyone kept trying their best to pass the assessment. No wonder team leader Gu said that it all depends on my own ability. Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head. A selecting secret art token could be exchanged in this place, and it wasn't limited at all. To put it bluntly, selecting secret art token was a very valuable thing to have. Even the elders also shared the same opinion. The 2 elders gave him 2 selecting secret art token to make sure Yi Tianyun tried the low-grade assessment twice. It was already more than enough to have a low-grade rebirth rank treasure this early, after all. But there was a slight problem here. Once Yi Tianyun passed the assessment of that level, Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to take that assessment any longer. After all, Heavenly Edict Divine Territory didn't have unlimited resources themselves. It would be easy for those that already passed once to pass the second time. Therefore, each cultivator will be prohibited from taking the assessment once they've passed the test from the respective grade. Yi Tianyun strolled around casually and finally took the 3rd area. He didn't choose the basic level difficulty, and he didn't choose the middle level difficulty either. He went straight to the advanced level difficulty. He had 3 selecting secret art tokens, and so he was eligible to try out the advanced level difficulty. It didn't matter if he passed or failed as he would know what to do after that. Yi Tianyun didn't do this simply to show off, but he wanted to test out his own capability. Furthermore, This assessment wasn't created by basing it on the cultivator's cultivation level. Instead, it was created based on the range difference of the grade itself. However, he was surely the lowest rank of cultivation level here, as people around here were all Earth Monarch rank cultivators. "What are you human doing here?" a cultivator said as they noticed Yi Tianyun's presence in advanced level assessment. There were at least dozen people here, but none of them was from the human race. It wasn't because the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory was devoid of the human cultivator, but human race tended to flock to the easiest place, in other words, the basic level assessment. "I am here to take the assessment. Is there any problem with that?" Yi Tianyun said indifferently. All of the people in the advanced level assessment then turned their attention to Yi Tianyun and started laughing hysterically like they just heard something really hilarious. "You are still on the 8th layer Star Monarch, but you dare to come to the advanced level difficulty. This is an example of an idiotic behavior," a cultivator said on the side, mocking Yi Tianyun. "Don't make a stupid decision, brother. Go back to the basic level difficulty. Don't waste your selecting secret art token here." Another cultivator tried to advise Yi Tianyun so that he didn't make a bad decision. "Hey, let him take the assessment. He will burn all his tokens and then cry in the end. After all, it wasn't easy collecting 300 contribution points anyway," another cultivator said with a smirk on his face. In fact, everyone looked at Yi Tianyun as if he was a fool. They clearly felt entertained when Yi Tianyun failed. "Does my choice bother you that much?" Yi Tianyun said with a shrug. He ignored all these people who discriminated against the human race as it didn't bring any good for him. Chapter 910. Yi Tianyun's tone upset these cultivators as they felt insulted. "Brat, do you want to die?" Chen Baihan said coldly. "No, I don't. I just want to try out the advanced level difficulty. Is there any problem with it?" Yi Tianyun said casually. He didn't show any fear as he really wasn't afraid of some bully like this. Yi Tianyun checked Chen Baihan's status and noticed that he was at the same level as team leader Ji Yu, at 2nd layer Earth Monarch rank. However, he was much younger than Ji Yu Yanlong. From the looks of it, Chen Baihan wasn't from Core Palace, but from Inner Palace, as he didn't know anything about Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun didn't know whether the news about him had spread to other palaces, but from the looks of it, Chen Baihan hadn't heard about it. Human race should know their place. Human race wouldn't be able to pass the basic level. What do you think would happen if you take the advanced level assessment? Chen Baihan yelled angrily. The commotion drew some cultivators who were curious about what was going on. When they noticed that it was a confrontation with the human race, they all had this glowed look on their faces. They didn't know what the human race was doing in here, but they seemed to have the same opinion. No one really showed any sympathy toward the human race as they all knew that the human race was the most suppressed race in the God domain. "Oh, wow, I didn't know that you were the one who created this place. I am choosing this difficulty out of my own volition, and now you are making a commotion. Just get along with your business, and I promise not to care about you anymore." Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. "You brat, it seems you want to ignore my advice. Do you have what it takes to fight me? I am down for some duel if you so wish for it. I will let you know how weak you are so that you can hear what your senior has to say. But if you don't want to have a duel with me, you'd better go home." Chen Baihan shouted angrily. Heaven Edict Divine Territory has a rule that the cultivators should avoid any conflict with their fellow Heaven Edict Divine Territory cultivators, so there should be no fighting on the street. If cultivators wanted to solve their problems by fighting, they should ask for a duel instead. Are you dumb or something? Why would I do that? I came here to take the assessment. I have the selective secret art token, so I am eligible to take the assessment. Why should I care about your advice? Yi Tianyun said casually. Typical of the human race. You are just a coward. Chen Baihan shouted furiously. Our cultivation base is too far apart. If I have the 5th layer Earth Monarch cultivation base, do you still have the guts to fight me? Is that all your mighty race can do? Bullying those with lower cultivation level than you? Yi Tianyun said coldly. Chen Baihan was from heaven-breaking race, a race with a very good bloodline. It was in the top 20 of the most powerful bloodline here in Heaven Edict Divine Territory. Chen Baihan's face was red after hearing Yi Tianyun's word. It was true that their cultivation was too far apart, and if Yi Tianyun was in 5th layer Earth Monarch, Chen Baihan wouldn't even think about harassing him like this. Brother Chen, it is best to stop now. A young man walked towards Chen Baihan and patted his shoulder before looking at Yi Tianyun coldly. He just wants to take the advanced level difficulty. Why don't you just let him take it and see how long he could survive in there? Then you just show him what you are capable of. The young man said wisely. They thought that the advanced level assessment would be too much for Yi Tianyun, and he would fail as soon as he entered the assessment. It would prove how weak the human race was. It is a good idea. Brother Dong sure is wise. Chen Baihan said as he smirked to Yi Tianyun. Of course, no one would want to see us bullying the weak anyway. Then again, the assessment would change according to the participants' cultivation base, so it would all be fair and game. So, what do you say? Do you want to take our little competition? Dongfang said as he looked at Yi Tianyun. I am here to take the assessment, not to pick a fight. So, your proposal is to compare how long you and I will stay inside the assessment. Yi Tianyun said casually. Yes, if you lose, you have to kneel in front of me and call me master. Did you accept this challenge? Chen Baihan said with a smirk on his face. Oh, so we have punishment now. What do I get if you lose? Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. If I lose, are you dreaming, brat? Chen Baihan laughed mockingly. Rules are rules. If you lose, you will call me master and give me everything you have. Yi Tianyun said coldly. What a funny guy. Who are you to think you can make me do such a thing? Chen Baihan said furiously. He thought that he would never lose, so Yi Tianyun's word just agitated him further. Well, if you are so sure that you are not going to lose, there is no reason to turn down my condition, right? Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. Alright, fine, gamble your life away, I will have you kneel before me after this assessment is over. Chen Baihan shouted furiously. He knew that he couldn't reject Yi Tianyun's condition anymore, as the people watching the scene right now would think he chickened out. As a matter of fact, what did he have to be afraid of? He had a higher cultivation base, and his race was stronger than a mere human race. Well, good luck to you. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He smirked as he had already put Chen Baihan in a tough spot. Many people began to retreat as they were disappointed with how the situation unfolded. Now, when you enter the assessment, we will time it. Dongfang said as he acted as the referee. Yi Tianyun took out his selective secret art token, and they all stopped for a while as they didn't expect that Yi Tianyun really had the selecting secret art token. Most of them used their contribution points to take the assessment as it was hard to get their hands on the selective secret art token. Generally, a cultivator would get their hand on selective secret art token if they completed a special mission or have someone from the top brass, like an elder or so, to give them one. Suddenly, people started to have some interest in Yi Tianyun's background after seeing he had the selective secret art token. Chapter 911. Selecting secret art token was generally a reward for captain rank cultivators or higher. They had to prove themselves for quite a long time before they could get it. For example, Ji Yu Yanlong got his selecting secret art token every 10 years, but it was a gift, not a reward that he exchanged with his contributions. There were so many martial arts and treasure in this place that even heaven monarch cultivators could use. It went without saying that everyone would make it their priority to get their hands on these treasures. So, with that said, people began to wonder about Yi Tianyun's background as he had the selecting secret art token with him. But as they thought about it for a while, they couldn't think of any elders or captains that were from the human race, and so they determined that Yi Tianyun just exchanged his contribution points to redeem those said selecting secret art tokens. The cultivators then sighed in relief as they thought that they had nothing to worry about. The only thing that they feared was if Yi Tianyun had an influential backing that could get them in trouble. New side quest. To pass the test of the decisive stage. Complete the advanced level difficulty. Reward. 150 billion express, 5 million CPs, 5 million mastery points. The reward was enticing, and thus Yi Tianyun knew that he had to clear the advanced level difficulty no matter what. A quest. I thought that there would be no quest for this. Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. He was excited that he could get a reward from the system and the reward from the assessment itself after he was done with it. He needed a level up now more than ever, but there was only so much express he could get, so a reward like this was always welcomed. However, his knowledge of God's domain was still too little, and thus he didn't know how to gain experience effectively around here. For now, his goal was to get to Earth Monarch as soon as he could. Are you two ready? Dongfang said as he looked at both of the competitors intently. Yi Tianyun nodded and threw 3 selecting secret art tokens into the air. The 3 of them instantly disappeared, following divine light that shrouded Yi Tianyun, and he immediately meditated to enter the assessment. Please choose the treasure you want. A spirit suddenly appeared and asked what kind of treasure that Yi Tianyun desired. Yi Tianyun looked to the side and saw a selection of rebirth-level treasures that he could choose. He saw 3 rebirth-level weapons and 2 rebirth-level martial arts, and that was it. Apparently, the amount of treasure wasn't replenished after the cultivator passed the assessment and took them out. Yi Tianyun wasn't impressed as this amount was too small for him to choose from, but there was nothing he could do to fix the situation. At the same time, Chen Baihan also threw out his token, and he was also shrouded by the divine light instantly. I want that Heaven Pagoda divine spear, Chen Baihan said to the spirit as he glanced his eyes to the spear he mentioned. He was eager to get the spear as he always wanted it for himself. The spirit nodded as it recognized Chen Baihan's choice. It wouldn't matter even if Yi Tianyun chose the same thing, as the assessment itself would judge who was worthy of getting it in the end. If Yi Tianyun performed better than Chen Baihan, he would instantly get it, but Yi Tianyun didn't want the spear. Yi Tianyun checked out the 2 martial arts, the Heavenly Edict Divine Art and Crazy Heaven's Secret Art. Both of these martial arts were one of the top martial arts of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. So, the assessment's difficulty would certainly be harder than Chen Baihan's choice. There was even a rumor stating that the cultivator who got their hand on these martial arts would have the opportunity to become a candidate for Territory Lord, meaning their status would be elevated and had the same opportunity with Nian Siyu. But it was just a rumor as no one ever acquired these 2 martial arts, hence why they were still there. I want Crazy Heaven's Secret Art. Yi Tianyun pointed his hand towards the martial art he mentioned. Everyone immediately laughed once they overheard Yi Tianyun's choice as it was completely ridiculous to choose something as difficult as Crazy Heaven's Secret Art. Did this brat get hit in the head when he was a child? He chose Crazy Heaven's Secret Art. Is he already announcing his loss? A cultivator said on the side, mocking Yi Tianyun openly. Yeah, I thought he would choose Heaven Pagoda Divine Spear as it was the easiest out of all the treasures left, but he chose the hardest one to get. He is clearly a fool. Another cultivator chimed in. Well, it seems Chen Baihan will get a slave for cheap this time. Another cultivator said mockingly. They all mocked Yi Tianyun for his choice as they thought that it was impossible for Yi Tianyun to pass the assessment now. They thought that there was no way Yi Tianyun would be able to stay longer than Chen Baihan, and thus, Chen Baihan would win. Idiot, I am looking forward to you serving me while kneeling down. Chen Baihan said while laughing heartily. Yi Tianyun shrugged and ignored Chen Baihan. Yi Tianyun started the assessment, ignoring everyone else. Chen Baihan also did the same thing, and they both immediately entered the assessment. Dongfeng on the side quickly turned the hourglass upside down and the sand slowly fell, indicating the time. This hourglass could last for a few days, but nevertheless, the one who woke up first would be the loser. A stupid human. This is not fun. The winner is already decided from the start. Dongfeng mockingly said as he shook his head. At the same time, a woman stood in the crowd and looked at Yi Tianyun intensely. You are brave for choosing Crazy Heaven's Secret Art. The woman said with a smile on her face. Chapter 9:12. Come over and place your bet. The current odds are the human win 10/1. Chen Baihan win 2/1, and draw 20/1. A cultivator shouted as he opened the betting pit. These people smelled money from this occasion and immediately jumped at the opportunity. I bet on Chen Baihan for 500 star stone. A cultivator shouted. I also bet on Chen Baihan for 1.000 star stone. Another cultivator shouted. This is great. I bet on Chen Baihan for 1.500 star stone. Another said excitedly. The whole crowd began shouting their bet, but all of them were betting on Chen Baihan, and none of them wanted to bet on Yi Tianyun whatsoever. Xianxia, the cultivator who initiated the bet, was stunned by how the situation unfolded. Once Yi Tianyun lost, he would also lose everything he had. Nevertheless, he was still optimistic that he would rake a lot of money from this bet. I bet on the human for 10.000 star stone. A young lady came over and handed over a storage ring to Xianxia. Everyone was shocked as it seemed like she was just throwing away her money. Thank you very much, Xianxia said with a smile on his face. Come on, guys, take the young lady as an example and start betting on the human. Xianxia said enthusiastically. He started this bet to make a profit, and so he sincerely hoped that Yi Tianyun could turn over the situation and do the impossible. Are you a fool? If he chose Heaven Pagoda Divine Spear, he might still have a chance to win, but now that he already chose Crazy Heaven's secret art, there was no way he could win anymore. A cultivator shouted as he thought that the woman must be a fool. I do what I want to my own money. Furthermore, he is a brave cultivator who dares to choose the Crazy Heaven's secret art. The young lady said coldly. Well, we will not bet on him as there's no way in hell he'd win. The other cultivator among the crowd shouted confidently. These cultivators surely had their reason for saying that it was impossible for Tianyun to win. After all, Heaven Pagoda Divine Spear required 5.000 selecting secret art tokens to redeem, while Crazy Heaven's secret art required 15.000 selecting secret art token to redeem. Of course, this was a normal method, while the assessment only called for 3 selecting secret art tokens to use. But still, the difficulty of getting each of these items should be clear by those requirements. Zhuangjia scratched his head awkwardly as he didn't think that the bet would go this one-sided way like this. Clearly, these people only thought about their own victory instead of making the occasion fairly interesting. When the crowds were busy betting outside, Tianyun had already begun his assessment. A violent roar echoed, and a cultivator carrying a bunch of weapons appeared. Berserker. The illusion of Crazy Heaven's secret art. Star Monarch Peak Cultivation Base. Weakness. None. Combat Power. 5.800 star points. The assessment of high-grade rebirth level martial arts forced its participant to fight an illusion with a high combat power. 5.800 star points combat power was clearly far higher than any cultivator of the same rank. However, this illusion was made fairly to assess Tianyun as Tianyun himself was at the 8th layer Star Monarch cultivation rank. It was fair to say that if it was an Earth Monarch cultivation ranked cultivator who took this assessment, the illusion power would increase dramatically. This is too weak, Tianyun said as he shook his head. Tianyun was the only cultivator who could say this for sure as he could just use the crazy damage mode to end this battle quickly. Crazy Cloud. The illusion shouted and slammed the high-grade divine tool on his hand to the ground, increasing his combat power instantly. It was 5.800 star points earlier, and now it increased to 13.000 star points. Tianyun was surprised as he saw the sudden increase of the illusion's power. He never thought that an illusion could boost its own power by almost 3 times the normal value. Interesting, but it is a pity that your opponent right now is me. Tianyun said as he slammed his feet to the ground. Shaking Heaven Body's secret art. Tianyun shouted as he used his martial art. He also activated the Dragon God bloodline to create perfect harmony with his martial arts, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that rammed into the illusion like tofu. Successfully killed Berserker. Reward. 1.4 billion Express, 300.000 CPs. I got Express for this. Tianyun said as he was surprised that he still got a reward after defeating an illusion. Furthermore, the reward was good too. But as he admired the reward he got, 2 more berserkers appeared. Their cultivation base hasn't changed, but their weapons were different this time. Let the party begin, Tianyun shouted as he fired another powerful shockwave towards the 2 berserkers and destroyed them instantly. Successfully killed a berserker. Reward. 4.8 billion points, 1.5 million CPs. Reward. 4.8 billion points, 1.5 million CPs. This time Tianyun used the Crazy Express mode and used the 5x CP card. The amount of reward he got now was satisfying. If this assessment continued for a little bit longer, he would be able to level up no problem. Keep them coming, Tianyun shouted excitedly. He wants to at least level up twice in this assessment and ultimately got closer to the Earth Monarch level cultivation rank quicker. The assessment seemed to hear Tianyun's word, and immediately 3 berserkers appeared in front of Tianyun. Tianyun laughed excitedly. He didn't know how long it would take for the assessment to finish, but it wasn't a big deal as long as he could level up once or twice. Chapter 913. While Tianyun fought fiercely to clear the assessment, everyone else was betting to their heart's content. Some human cultivators did place their bet on Tianyun despite the small amount when they saw Tianyun was competing against Chen Baihan in order to show their unity. They knew that it was hard to win against Chen Baihan, as star stones could be used for many things, including exchanging it for contribution points, so they couldn't afford to lose too much. As the rule stated, rebirth level treasure could only be exchanged with the contribution and selecting secret art token star stone exchange system, but exchanging star stone into contribution was indeed possible, but it was not worth the effort as one contribution required 100 star stone, and it would be hellish to exchange that much star stone just for one chance of rebirth level assessment. The selecting secret art token itself could be called the ultimate currency, not star stone. I don't know how long Chen Baihan can last this time. I remember that he could last for 2 days the last time, but he still failed. What a pity, a cultivator said on the side. Well, we never knew the end of it. We don't know how many enemies there are inside the assessment, so the only thing we can do is basically persevere till the end. Another cultivator said wisely, it doesn't matter, Chen Baihan will win against that kid. I don't understand why that kid didn't keep his head down earlier. He was basically suicidal, another cultivator said while shaking his head. Then all of the cultivators who had placed their bet looked toward Zhuang Jia with a huge smile on their faces as they would get a nice reward after this was over. Zhuang Jia himself felt as if he was being stared at like some wounded prey. He had a hard time breathing from everyone's gaze. It didn't take long before the light that shrouded Yi Tianyun's body disappeared, and Yi Tianyun slowly opened his eyes again. We won, Zhuang Jia, give us our money. The cultivators shouted as they immediately flocked towards Zhuang Jia to get their share. Zhuang Jia himself was immediately overwhelmed and felt bitter as he ought to use his own saving to pay these people. He originally wanted to make a profit, but he would just lose all his savings judging from how things went. People thought that Yi Tianyun had lost, but suddenly the crazy heaven secret art from the wall burst into a ray of light that immediately went straight into Yi Tianyun's head, transferring all of its content to Yi Tianyun's memory. Do you want to accept new martial art crazy heaven secret art? Accept, Yi Tianyun said casually. Successfully learn 3rd layer crazy heaven secret art. Only 3rd layer, how cheap, why didn't it give the complete edition? Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head out of disappointment. But still, even the 3rd layer of crazy heaven secret art was powerful enough to topple the hierarchy of at least Earth Monarch cultivators. All cultivators who were demanding their money from Zhuang Jia suddenly fell silent as they were shocked by the scene in front of them. They were dumbfounded that Yi Tianyun actually succeeded. The crazy heaven secret art reacted to him with its content surging into Yi Tianyun's head. Crazy heaven secret art was a special martial art as only a part of it would be given if the assessment was cleared, while the rest would stay on the assessment wall. Well, it's not entirely disappointing. I have leveled up and also got a new martial art. This is not entirely disappointing, I just need to calm down a little. Yi Tianyun said to himself. He has breakthrough to 9th layer Star Monarch. It was unfortunate that he couldn't get it into the peak level, but there was nothing he could do as the assessment ended too quickly. But one thing for sure was that the berserkers he fought during the assessment were truly horrifying for any normal cultivator. They would immediately lose if they had no way to boost their power. Well, it seems I won. Although I came out first, I got my prize just fine. Meanwhile, he is still stuck inside the assessment, waiting to fail eventually, Yi Tianyun said with a big smirk on his face as he looked at Dongfeng on the side. Dongfeng himself knew that he couldn't enforce the rule of the duel on Yi Tianyun just because he didn't last longer than Chen Baihan. After all, the assessment was over not because he failed, but because he had already won the treasure he wanted. Even if he wanted to object to Yi Tianyun's victory, nobody would back him up as it was complete and utter bullshit. Anyone knew that winning the treasure was pretty much the point of the assessment. Hey, we won. Our human race came out victorious. Zhuang Jia, give us our money. The human race cultivators said as they immediately flocked towards Zhuang Jia to get their prize money. They were excited as they won big money. One by one, please, no need to hurry. Zhuang Jia said as he smiled and counted the winner's share. Zhuang Jia was the happiest man there as he finally won big himself. The amount of money he got from the better against Yi Tianyun was crazy. The amount of money that the human race cultivators won was already big, but it was pale in comparison to the amount Zhuang Jia won. Lady, here is your 10.000 star stone price. Zhuang Jia said as he handed a storage ring full of star stone to the lady. She took the storage ring and immediately looked at Yi Tianyun with a smile on her face. You are truly interesting. It is remarkable, she said to herself. Yi Tianyun looked at her too and used his appraisal eye to check the lady's information, and he was quite surprised upon seeing that the lady turned out to be Nian Siyu herself. Chapter 914. Yi Tianyun immediately knew the lady's identity thanks to the power of his appraisal eye. The appraisal eye would easily reveal the cultivator's information as long as the cultivator wasn't someone that far out-leveled Yi Tianyun. At the very least, the identity of the cultivator would be shown. But one thing that Yi Tianyun immediately noticed was that Nian Xiyu was currently using a mask, as she didn't come here with her own real face. If she came with her real face, how come none of these people realized that they were in front of Nian Xiyu? Yi Tianyun realized that Nian Xiyu must have come here to investigate the one who topped her name in the welcoming ceremony wall herself. After exchanging gaze, Nian Xiyu didn't stop by to talk at Yi Tianyun. She didn't say anything before she turned around and left. She didn't want to disclose her identity to Yi Tianyun, but little did she know that Yi Tianyun already saw through her identity from the first time he looked at her. Yi Tianyun shook his hand and turned his attention somewhere else. He didn't really care about Nian Xiyu right now, as she didn't mean anything to Yi Tianyun right now. He noticed that Chen Baihan still meditated on the ground, meaning that he was still undergoing the assessment. I will stay here for a while. Does any of you want to stay here too? Yi Tianyun looked at the crowds and asked with a smile on his face. Dongfeng and the others who were completely in Chen Baihan's side were looking at each other awkwardly. They knew that Chen Baihan was meditating like a fool right now. If he failed to get his hand on the Heaven Pagoda Divine Spear, then it would truly be an embarrassing moment in his life. The human race cultivators that bet on Yi Tianyun earlier were looking at Chen Baihan like a clown, as he didn't know that Yi Tianyun had already passed. They knew how much Chen Baihan wanted Yi Tianyun to lose and thus enslaved Yi Tianyun for his own benefit. Yi Tianyun now had nothing to do, and thus he sat down and started to meditate himself. Of course, he didn't forget to let others resume their own assessment if they wanted to. The cultivators immediately started to wonder if there was something wrong with Crazy Heaven's secret art at all, as they didn't believe a human race could get their hand on the Crazy Heaven's secret art without any effort. Some cultivators decided to make their own attempt to get the Crazy Heaven's secret art themselves, but they immediately failed as the difficulty was extremely hard. The cultivators kept failing as they didn't believe Yi Tianyun could get it. But they kept failing like there was no tomorrow. They didn't know who Yi Tianyun was, and thus they were blinded by the chance to get their hands on the Crazy Heaven's secret art. Time passed by quickly, and before anyone realized it, 3 days had passed. The light that shrouded Chen Baihan finally disappeared, meaning that he had finished his assessment. Chen Baihan finally opened his eyes slowly. The looks on his face said it all. He obviously failed again this time. When he turned around to look at Yi Tianyun, he saw that Yi Tianyun was already sitting on the edge of the wall. "Ha! You lost. You last briefer than me," Chen Baihan said loudly. Everyone immediately looked at Chen Baihan with pity on their eyes, as it was truly embarrassing. "Brother Chen, he didn't lose," Dongfeng said as he patted Chen Baihan's shoulder. "He didn't lose. What do you mean?" I woke up, and he already sat there looking aloof. Clearly, he was awake this entire time, right? Chen Baihan asked confusedly, but he immediately shook his head before turning his attention to Yi Tianyun again. "Do a handstand for me, slave," Chen Baihan commanded, like Yi Tianyun was already lose. "Now that's big coming from a loser like you," Yi Tianyun said with a teasing look on his face. "What are you talking about, you rat? What tricks are you playing? Now, just hurry up and do a handstand for me," Chen Baihan shouted furiously. "I am not playing any games. You should ask them what happened yourself," Yi Tianyun said with a big smile on his face. "Brother Chen, stop, he won already. He successfully got the Crazy Heaven's secret art, and it took him less than 2 hours. Dongfeng said as he couldn't bear the shame anymore. "What, he got the Crazy Heaven's secret art? This is impossible," Chen Baihan said as he didn't believe what Dongfeng said. "There is nothing impossible here. Just think about it. No one truly affirms your victory anyway. Now, it is time to keep your part of the bargain. Hand over everything you have to me and kneel down while barking like a dog," Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. Chen Baihan's complexion turned pale immediately. He looked around, and from the expression on everyone's face, he immediately knew that Yi Tianyun really won. Chen Baihan couldn't believe it, but he couldn't deny it with all the proofs right in front of him. "Come on, do it now. Are you going back on your words?" Yi Tianyun said indifferently. He obviously couldn't fulfill Yi Tianyun's request, as it was a fate worse than death in his mind. "I don't believe you. Fight me right now and show me the Crazy Heaven's secret art. I'll believe you when I see it," Chen Baihan said loudly, frustratedly. Everyone was startled by Chen Baihan's provocation. They knew that Chen Baihan wanted to beat Yi Tianyun himself right now. After all, There was no way Yi Tianyun would be able to use the crazy heaven secret art as soon as he received it. Dongfeng didn't say anything as he knew what Chen Baihan was doing. He wanted to see what Yi Tianyun would do. Besides, he refused to think highly of a mere human rat. Just ignore him, his cultivation is way stronger than yours. Why would you fight a losing battle anyway? An onlooker said casually. We all saw it anyway. We can testify for you. Another cultivator shouted as he was willing to help Yi Tianyun. Shut up, all of you. Chen Baihan said discontentedly. I accept your duel request. Yi Tianyun said with a small smirk on his face. Chapter 915. Everyone was surprised when Yi Tianyun accepted the duel, as the participants' lives would be on the line during the duel, while a spar would be a mere light competition. They didn't know whether Yi Tianyun was dumb for not knowing the difference or just too arrogant for his own good. Alright, now make a vow in front of everyone so they would bear witness that you agreed to the life and death duel. I hope you will not regret this decision in the afterlife. Chen Baihan said as he laughed pleasedly. Don't ignore his provocation. Someone from the crowd immediately shouted to prevent Yi Tianyun from saying anything impulsively. Although Yi Tianyun already cleared the assessment, a duel was a different thing. Passing the assessment didn't necessarily mean that he could win easily. I accept the duel of life and death. If I die in this duel, I will not hold the other party responsible. Yi Tianyun said confidently. I also accept the duel of life and death. If I die in this duel, I will not hold the other party responsible. Chen Baihan said immediately. A ray of light immediately illuminated both of the duelists and the area around them. Life and death duel would immediately be carried out in this place, and the ray of light served as a barrier. Some people would report this duel to the elders for sure, but it wouldn't matter in the end. Everyone shook their head as they were convinced that Yi Tianyun would definitely lose the duel. They judged that Yi Tianyun had made an unwise decision by accepting this duel. I think Chen Baihan wouldn't show any mercy against that kid. It was unfortunate as his potential would be boundless in the future now that he already got the crazy heaven secret art, but it would be cut short immediately. A cultivator said from the crowd. Yes, it was truly unfortunate. Another cultivator chimed in. They all felt pity for Yi Tianyun and Heavenly Edict Divine Territory for losing a promising young cultivator with an outstanding achievement. You want to know what crazy heaven secret art looks like, right? Yi Tianyun said as he ignored the crowd's pessimistic view. Yes, let me see the power of crazy heaven secret art with my own eyes. Chen Baihan said with a smirk on his face. He had already taken out a high-grade divine tool from his storage and was ready for battle. You will have a taste of it soon. Yi Tianyun said as he activated the dragon god bloodline, and immediately, a powerful aura wafted through the air mesmerizingly. He stepped forward, and the desolate ancient set immediately activated its effect, which increased Yi Tianyun's speed tremendously. Yi Tianyun appeared in front of Chen Baihan in an instant and immediately punched Chen Baihan's chest. This punch held 26.000 star power, and Yi Tianyun didn't even use the crazy damage mode to achieve this power. Crazy heaven secret art, first layer. Yi Tianyun said as a tornado gusted in front of his fist, spinning Chen Baihan and dragging him from the ground. At this moment, Yi Tianyun's combat power increased once again, and he reached 53.000 star power. Chen Baihan failed to react to Yi Tianyun's attack, and he was smashed hard to the ground with his chest broken as a result. Chen Baihan immediately vomited blood as his internal organs were all a mess. Still, Yi Tianyun held back his power a little bit. If he didn't hold back, Chen Baihan would have already died. You're already down with one punch. Yi Tianyun said mockingly to Chen Baihan. That statement alone already told everyone that Chen Baihan was too weak. Second layer Earth Monarch was completely crushed by a cultivator that hasn't even breakthrough to Earth Monarch level just yet. Now, Yi Tianyun realized that he would be able to face Army General Long Tae easily. The crowd fell silent as they were shocked by Yi Tianyun's might. Chen Baihan was pulverized with a single punch. Crazy heaven secret art was truly terrifying. I admit my defeat, Chen Baihan weakly said as he couldn't even move a muscle. His entire body was in pain, and the only thing he could do right now was beg for mercy. After all, he didn't want to die. Admitting your defeat, man, this is a battle of life and death. Yi Tianyun said as he waved his fist around, ready to give Chen Baihan the second experience of crazy heaven secret art. Please, I surrender. I will call you master from now on. Chen Baihan cried out as he was scared of dying. Shut up, I don't want a weak slave like you. Yi Tianyun said as he walked closer to Chen Baihan. Stop. A voice came from the crowd, and when Yi Tianyun looked at the source of the voice, he noticed a man glaring down at him. Stop whatever you are about to do, or you will have to face me next. The man said coldly. You are finally here. Save me, please. Chen Baihan shouted erratically, but Yi Tianyun didn't care at all. He immediately drove his fist towards Chen Baihan's head, smashing his head to the ground so hard that everyone was pretty sure it turned to mush. Hanner. The man screamed painfully, successfully killed Chen Baihan. Reward: 192 billion express, 5.5 million CPs, 150.000 SPs, Heavenly Flow Secret Art, Fleeting Cloud Spear, Burst Sword. The reward was amazing, but it was obvious for Yi Tianyun as he was on an entirely different level now. You actually killed my son. You just made a huge mistake there. The man from earlier was furious as he looked at Yi Tianyun, full of killing intent. I made a mistake. He agreed to the duel, so there's no mistake according to the rules of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. You can't blame me for killing him. Yi Tianyun said coldly to the man, not showing a shred of fear at all. Chapter 916. Chen Baihan's father himself wasn't that strong either compared to his son. His cultivation base was at the 4th layer Earth Monarch level, only 2 levels apart from his son. However, while the 2nd layer Earth Monarch level had around 20.000 star power, the 4th layer Earth Monarch had around 40.000 star power. There was actually a huge difference in power despite the small gap. However, it was only a rough estimation. There were still many things that had to be considered, like the martial arts, weapons, and skills at their disposal. A high-grade rebirth level martial arts, like Crazy Heaven's Secret Art, was a good example as it easily doubled Yi Tianyun's power without much effort, and Yi Tianyun wasn't even using its full potential. This is a high-grade rebirth level martial art. It went without saying that it easily overpowered all other martial arts with a weaker grade. Successfully completed side quest. Through the assessment of the selection. Complete the advanced level difficulty selection. Reward: 150 billion express, 5 million CPs, 5 million mastery points. Yi Tianyun got a lot of rewards. He would be able to break through in no time. The reward from killing an Earth Monarch cultivator was better, but Yi Tianyun couldn't feel disappointed by his side quest reward. Chen Baihan's father rushed toward Yi Tianyun while yelling profanity. He didn't attack Yi Tianyun right away as he knew he couldn't break the rules. If he attacked Yi Tianyun, it would be considered as fighting among the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory member, and he would be punished severely. I want to challenge you to a duel. Fight me, Chen Li shouted. He looked at the remains of his son, and he immediately got even more furious as he saw that Chen Baihan was barely recognizable. Although the duel vow stated that Chen Baihan wouldn't hold Yi Tianyun accountable for his death, it was all bullshit. Chen Li still held Yi Tianyun accountable for Chen Baihan's death. The vow clearly meant nothing to Chen Li. Even so, there was no rule stating that Chen Li couldn't issue another duel for himself. The entire crowd started murmuring as they were surprised that Chen Li would go this far to avenge his son. After all, people knew that he was on 4th layer Earth Monarch grade, far too powerful for a human that hasn't even hit the Earth Monarch level. But Chen Li didn't care. He realized that his son was caught off guard, but he would come prepared this time. He had to kill Yi Tianyun to avenge his son. That is the only thing Chen Li could think about right now. Sure, I already killed the small one. Now I am ready to kill the big one. Still, before you made your vow, are you ready to be humiliated by someone with a lower cultivation base? Yi Tianyun said mockingly. Just accept the duel, Chen Li shouted furiously. No, I am not interested. Yi Tianyun said as he reached out for Chen Baihan's token to take Chen Baihan's contribution for himself. Yi Tianyun got 500 contribution points from Chen Baihan's token, and he cast the token aside immediately. There should be a few treasures inside Chen Baihan's token, but Yi Tianyun didn't really care about it. The only thing that he needed right now was the contribution points alone. Hey, I got 500 contribution points. Yi Tianyun casually said while ignoring Chen Li. Yi Tianyun then walked towards the middle area as he wanted to see if he could get some treasure from there too. He couldn't take another assessment in the advanced area as each cultivator could only get one treasure in each area. Only a man who will stand before me. Chen Li shouted furiously. I am a man. What do you want? Yi Tianyun asked indifferently. Only a man would fight me right now. Chen Li shouted furiously. You are a funny guy. Our cultivation base is too far apart, and you still talk like you are a man. Disgusting creature. Look at yourself in the mirror. Look how embarrassing you are right now. Yi Tianyun said with a condescending look on his face. You better not leave Heavenly Edict Divine Territories area. If you walk out of Heavenly Edict Divine Territories area, I will kill you and throw your remains to pigs. Chen Li shouted furiously. Although Chen Li couldn't fight Yi Tianyun here, it would be legal as long as Yi Tianyun wasn't inside Heavenly Edict Divine Territories area. Furthermore, he could just order the savage hunters on God's domain to hunt Yi Tianyun down later. How dare you threaten me with your miserable life? I don't want to fight you because you still have to bury your son. But now, you are pushing my patience to the edge. If you want to die so badly, then fine. I will accept your pathetic duel. Yi Tianyun said angrily. Yi Tianyun wasn't pleased with any kind of threat from anyone, and thus he was determined to kill Chen Li. Then make your vow, Chen Li shouted furiously. He then chanted his vow like what Chen Baihan did earlier, and Yi Tianyun followed immediately. Chen Li immediately roared, and heaven-breaking bloodline immediately displayed its power. A broken word appeared on Chen Li's forehead, and his combat power immediately skyrocketed from 40.000 star power to 80.000 star power. However, that wasn't all, as he pulled out 2 more gloves from his token and immediately put them on before rushing towards Yi Tianyun. God-breaking fist, Chen Li shouted as he showed an incredible killing intent. He also used his low-grade rebirth level martial art, so his combat power increased further and reached 100.000 star power. He just lost his son, and thus he refused to let his opponent, the one who killed his son, have a chance. Meanwhile, the crowds began to murmur as they didn't understand why Yi Tianyun accepted the duel this time. Was it just arrogance, or was he confident that he could beat Chen Li? Chapter 917. Chen Li's power rose far beyond what Yi Tianyun showed earlier, so everyone began to think that Yi Tianyun wouldn't have any chance of winning this time. Yi Tianyun raised his head as he noticed that Chen Li reached 100.000 star power. It was enough to destroy the 3 realms to pieces. As for Yi Tianyun, he wouldn't be able to reach this height using any normal means. His combat power's basic value was only 7.000 star power. He could increase it with his 8x combat power, but it would only reach 56.000 star power. This was the gap in their cultivation level. It couldn't be easily mitigated with the high-grade rebirth level martial art like what Yi Tianyun had right now. The crowds didn't think Yi Tianyun could win because Chen Li's power was far beyond Yi Tianyun's raw power. Then again, they still didn't know the extent of Yi Tianyun's power. Crazy damage mode, activate. Yi Tianyun said casually, and in an instant, the 32x combat power effect activated, and Yi Tianyun's combat power instantly rose through the roof. It reached 224.000 star points easily. The terrifying aura that wafted through the air was prominent. Chen Li instantly felt that he wasn't facing a Star Monarch aura but a peak-level Earth Monarch aura. Now you die, Yi Tianyun said as he immediately punched Chen Li from afar. Chen Li was blasted by the force of Yi Tianyun's punch and couldn't defend himself. The impact of Yi Tianyun's fist was unblockable. Chen Li squirmed on the ground as he received blows after blows from Yi Tianyun. Go to hell and reunite with your son. I hope you both won't be a douchebag anymore in your next life. Yi Tianyun said as he slammed Chen Li once more to the ground. Yi Tianyun kept attacking and stomped Chen Li to the ground to top it off. Blood splattered on the ground where Chen Li fell. The amount of damage that he received from Yi Tianyun was unimaginable. Successfully killed Chen Li. Reward: 25 billion express, 6.5 million CPs, 300.000 SPs, breaking divine secret art, heaven-breaking gloves, heaven-breaking bloodline. Yi Tianyun even got heaven-breaking bloodline from Chen Li this time, but he didn't use it immediately. After all, Yi Tianyun didn't have any interest in using a disgusting bloodline from the start. However, he did get a lot of express and items from killing this father and son combo. Should he give the heaven-breaking bloodline to one of his divine general? Or should he just absorb it and use it to strengthen his dragon god bloodline? But he couldn't just do it without any planning, as it could be disastrous for him. He could accidentally delete dragon god bloodline if he just merged it with another bloodline without thinking. After all, the stronger bloodline would persist while the weaker one would be absorbed. The Dragon God bloodline was at rank 13th on the God's Domain bloodline leaderboard. It was still higher than Heaven-breaking bloodline. As for Phoenix bloodline, it was ranked 14th, right below Dragon God bloodline. It was unexpected that the strongest bloodline in the three realms wasn't even in the top 10 on God's Domain. In the meantime, the crowd fell silent once again as they couldn't believe what they just witnessed. No one here thought that Tianyun would kill Chen Li so easily. Even Dongfang was watching in horror. He did cross the line and ridicule Tianyun earlier. Was it his turn next? He can't be a star monarch cultivator. Is he hiding his real cultivation base? The crowds murmured among themselves. No, I can clearly feel his star monarch aura. There is no way I was wrong about it. Another cultivator said confidently. They all started to think that Tianyun was hiding his true power, that he was setting a trap for those who bully the weak. Otherwise, there was no way he could easily kill a cultivator that was clearly a lot stronger than himself. Meanwhile, Tianyun was ignoring all of them as he deemed it unimportant. He kept walking towards the middle area to get his mid-grade rebirth level treasure. He has cleared the high-grade rebirth levels assessment, so there was no reason for him to stay there. Tianyun entered the assessment area immediately, and the people from the area were surprised that Tianyun still wanted to take another assessment after killing 2 Earth Monarch cultivators. They began to speculate about Tianyun's identity as there was no way Tianyun was a real human race cultivator. He is the new human race cultivator that joined the core palace. A cultivator said to confirm Tianyun's identity. Everyone who saw Tianyun was in awe as they couldn't believe how powerful Tianyun really was. The story about Tianyun breaking the record everywhere began to spread. From breaking the record of the God's Domain assessment and welcoming ceremony, breaking both Nian Siyu's record. Had they heard it earlier, they wouldn't believe it at all. But now that they have seen how powerful Tianyun was, they couldn't deny those rumors anymore. The story about Tianyun's prowess that attracted 2 elders at once didn't even sound impossible anymore. If Chen Baihan were still alive, he wouldn't dare to provoke such a strong person like this. Dongfang said as he shivered in fear. Tianyun's feat alone could overwhelm anyone that heard it. There was no way anyone could win against a genius like Tianyun without having overwhelming advantages. Chapter 918. The cultivators that witnessed everything were shaking as they saw how terrifying Tianyun's power was. They didn't believe it at first, but they could no longer deny Tianyun's strength as the proof was right in front of their eyes. It couldn't be helped if they had a hard time believing that Tianyun could kill 2 Earth Monarch cultivators right after he got the crazy heaven secret art. What the hell happened here? A familiar face showed up, and it was Zhou Runji, who clearly didn't like Tianyun judging from his attitude earlier. Senior Brother Zhou, Dongfang said as he saw Zhou Runji walk towards the center. Senior Brother Zhou, is that human really the one who was recently accepted into the core palace after setting a new record? Dongfang nervously asked as he pointed his finger towards Tianyun, who was already at the entrance of the mid-level area. Yes, that is him. He broke 2 records, and he was indeed the new addition to the core palace. I don't know what he is doing, but I didn't expect him to choose the mid-level area, spineless creep. Zhou Runji said scornfully. He didn't know that Tianyun had already passed the advanced level area assessment as he wasn't there to witness it earlier. Senior Brother Zhou, he actually got the crazy heaven secret art and killed 2 Earth Monarch cultivators after that. He killed Chen Baihan and Chen Li. Dongfang said nervously. Zhou Runji was instantly stunned after hearing Dongfang's word. He didn't know what to say at this point as he didn't expect Tianyun to be that strong. Zhou Runji couldn't even process what he had just heard as it was too much to take in. Now, Zhou Runji's chance of actually fighting Tianyun was as good as gone since he wouldn't stand a chance against Tianyun if even Chen Li couldn't beat Tianyun. How could a human be so strong? This is impossible, Zhou Runji said in disbelief. Furthermore, Tianyun also got the crazy heaven secret art which was notorious for being the most difficult item to obtain. It was the most valuable treasure in the advanced level area. It was even harder to get than the Heavenly Edict Divine Art. Heavenly Edict Divine Art required 13.000 secret art tokens to redeem, while Crazy Heaven secret art required 15.000. That was enough to compare how far the difference between the two really was. It was because of this difference, too, that Tianyun chose Crazy Heaven secret art instead of Heavenly Edict Divine Art. He thought that the more expensive it was, the better. Yi Tianyun immediately meditated as he had already found a treasure that he wanted from the mid-level area, and he didn't want to waste more time here. It was shocking for everyone on the scene as Yi Tianyun easily cleared the mid-level area without any trouble at all. Yi Tianyun got the Sky Dawn Divine Spear, a middle-grade rebirth level long spear that actually had decent power. He gently swung the spear to test out its power and smirked in satisfaction. Yi Tianyun then walked towards the low-level area as he wanted to take his final treasure from this place. This was his chance to get a rebirth-level treasure, and thus Yi Tianyun wouldn't miss any of it. Although he already used up all of his selecting secret art token, he still had thousands of contribution points that he could exchange for the selecting secret art token. In fact, Yi Tianyun also used Chen Li's contribution point for the assessment on the mid-level area earlier. He didn't have enough selecting secret art token to take the assessment earlier, and thus he put the contribution that he got after killing Chen Li to good use. Is killing really the easiest way to gain wealth in this place, after all? Yi Tianyun said as he sighed dejectedly. He didn't like to kill people, but everyone seemed to be asking for trouble. If they didn't provoke Yi Tianyun, then he wouldn't kill them. He wouldn't even resort to violence at all. He would just mind his own business and complete his quest quietly without hindering anybody else. Yi Tianyun squinted his eyes as he saw Zhou Runji not too far from the mid-level area gate. Zhou Runji was immediately drenched in a cold sweat and took a step back as he was afraid that Yi Tianyun would fight him too. But Yi Tianyun was too lazy to mind Zhou Runji, so he walked away towards the low-level area and immediately entered another assessment after choosing the treasure he wanted. The cultivators who were in the secret art palace were shocked as they had never seen anyone who managed to get each treasure from each area without any problem on their first try. No one ever managed to pull this off. In fact, no one even bothered to try. Only after half an hour did Yi Tianyun awake from his meditation, and he got another treasure in low-level area. It was a low-grade rebirth level weapon nonetheless. Sweet, I finally leveled up, Yi Tianyun said as he finally reached Star Monarch peak grade after the final assessment. Yi Tianyun immediately turned around and left the secret art palace as he didn't have anything else to do in this place. Young Master Yi, wait a moment. I have a message for you from Elder Yu. He said that they would await you at Heavenly Edict Divine Star. A middle-aged man came over and stopped Yi Tianyun. All right, I will follow your lead, Yi Tianyun said as he motioned for the middle-aged man to lead the way to Heavenly Edict Divine Star. He knew that he would have to visit Heavenly Edict Divine Star sooner or later as it was the imperial city of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. But compared to the usual imperial city on mortal domain, the imperial city on God domain was invitational only. Those who weren't invited wouldn't be able to enter in the first place. Only the deacons and the elders could come and go as they pleased there. But it seemed Yi Tianyun would get the invitation faster than he should be as he was the disciple of two elders at the same time. Indeed, he had other grand feats he managed to accomplish too, but that was for another time. For now, Yi Tianyun chose to follow the deacon that would guide him to the imperial city first. Meanwhile, the other cultivators at Secret Art Palace began talking about Yi Tianyun as they saw Yi Tianyun was being led towards Heavenly Edict Divine Star, which propelled Yi Tianyun's reputation to the maximum. It wouldn't take long for the majority of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory cultivators to hear about Yi Tianyun's feat and spread it to the other god domain. It couldn't be helped as almost everyone thought all of Yi Tianyun's feat were impossible to pull off. People immediately doubted that anyone could break Yi Tianyun's record as even accomplishing what Yi Tianyun did was deemed impossible in the first place. I don't think I want him as an enemy, Dongfeng said as he looked at Yi Tianyun before leaving. What used to be mockery turned into fear in a quick second. He knew that if he ever provoked Yi Tianyun, he wouldn't live for long after. Chapter 919. Yi Tianyun followed the deacon to the teleport array that would transport them to Heavenly Edict Divine Star. Each palace had its own teleportation grade array connected with Heavenly Edict Divine Star, so Yi Tianyun didn't have to walk too far to get there. But clearly, the teleportation grade array itself wasn't eligible for public use, except for special occasions. However, there were some planets that still didn't have this teleportation array as a lot of these planets haven't been developed yet. God Domain was a big place, so it was a given that many of these areas hadn't been explored yet. Although it was called Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, the area itself wasn't really bordered whatsoever, so people just had to figure out that they were inside Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. There was no clear sign of the territory border itself. It would take too much effort to create a definitive border for the God domain, as it would take a lot of time and resources to do so. This is the imperial city of a God domain, Tianyun said as he noticed the flow of star power in Heavenly Edict Divine Star was different than the flow of star power in the other areas of God domain that he had visited. It was much more intense and constant. Tianyun used his appraisal eye to check the difference between the imperial city and the other areas, and he immediately noticed that a huge star stone vein was below the ground, creating a huge flow of star power on the surface. Tianyun also noticed that around the teleportation crater A, there were a lot of 5th grade spirit grass blooming. This was quite a spectacle, as it was a huge treasure on mortal domain, but that didn't seem to be the case here on God domain. It looked like the spirit grass was just decorative flowers here. Show me your token. A guard intercepted them and asked for their ID token. The deacon immediately handed over his token and signaled for Tianyun to do the same. Tianyun took out his token and handed it to the guard. The guard immediately inspected Tianyun's token while Tianyun inspected them with his appraisal eye himself. He noticed that the guards were at the 2nd layer Earth Monarch level, which was amazing considering their position as a guard. You may enter, the guard said as they returned the token respectively and cleared them to enter the city. No matter who the cultivator was, they had to show their token for inspection to enter the imperial city, but this was not an absolute rule, as the territory lord didn't have to show his token, which was also the case for several high-ranking elders. This law was made to prevent counterfeiting or disguise, as this kind of problem had occurred in the past. Meanwhile, token couldn't be faked. The guard would immediately notice something was wrong if the token showed discrepancies. As Tianyun followed the deacon and walked through a luxurious hall, Tianyun saw that the star stone was used as decoration everywhere, and he also saw many guards were patrolling the vicinity even though there weren't that many cultivators coming. Usually, for a place this big, it would be obvious that the palace lord would also stay here, and surely, the maid would also be here to serve their masters. Palace lord would be in the same status as the elders, but they had more privileges as they also led a palace of their own. This was the exception that was stated earlier. Although the imperial city had strict rules, the territory lord and the palace lord were the exceptions. Other cultivators could only come here if they were invited and called by the territory lord or the palace lord. The deacon that guided Tianyun himself was simply there to guide Tianyun to the territory lord. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here either. After passing through several corridors, they finally arrived at a special passageway where 2 4th-layer Earth Monarch guards stood guard on each side of the passage. I bring young Master Yi, that elder you asked. The deacon hurriedly introduced Tianyun to the 2 guards. Show me your token. The guard asked for Tianyun's token. Tianyun handed over his token for inspection, and the guards immediately nodded before giving it back to Tianyun. You may go in, the guards said solemnly. This is where we part ways, young Master Yi. You can meet Elder Yu at the end of the passageway. My job here is done, the deacon said respectfully. Tianyun nodded as he knew that only the invited person could enter. Tianyun then immediately walked inside. He saw many divine runes that served as the defensive mechanism of this place. It would surely activate if anyone harbored any hostility here. Tianyun doubted that the territory lord would actually experience an assassination here, but there was nothing wrong with being a little bit cautious. But still, the security here was a little bit excessive, in Tianyun's opinion. After passing the long passageway, Tianyun finally saw the light again along with a middle-aged man sitting on the throne in the middle of the room. Tianyun turned his attention to the side and saw several other cultivators. Their attention was solely focused on Tianyun as he just came out of the passageway. Tianyun even saw Nian Siyu and Ji Yu Yurong among the cultivators. Tianyun raised his head and immediately assessed the territory lord in the middle. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord, Heaven Monarch Peak Stage, with Heavenly Edict Divine Power and Heavenly Feather Bloodline. Rank 10th on the entire God domain. Martial Art, Heavenly Edict Divine Art, Crazy Heaven Secret Art, Heavenly Edict Tyrant Body. No weakness was detected. Combat Power, 1.2 million star points. Tianyun blinked several times as he noticed how far apart their cultivation was. He had never seen anyone with a combat power that high before. Tianyun really had to pick up his pace. Chapter 920. Pleasure to be here, Territory Lord. Tianyun said respectfully. He knew that the Territory Lord was the strongest cultivator here on Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. He had to mind his attitude around him as he couldn't disrespect such a strong figure like this without any good. Reason. Are you Yi Tianyun? Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said as he assessed Yi Tianyun from top to bottom. Yes, that is me, Territory Lord. Yi Tianyun said honestly. You are so young. It is amazing for such a young cultivator to be that strong. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said with a smile on his face. I received a news that not only did get your hands on the crazy heaven secret art but also received 2 more treasures from each lower level rebirth grade area. You also killed a 4th layer Earth Monarch after that, too, right? Aren't you a little troublemaker? Territory Lord said with a smile on his face. Everyone else in the room looked at each other with surprise as they didn't know about this information beforehand. Crazy heaven secret art, other treasures in rebirth grade level, and also killing a 4th layer Earth Monarch on top of that. It was a really impressive feat for someone that just joined the God domain. Little Yi, your cultivation is at 8th layer Star Monarch, right? How can you kill a 4th layer Earth Monarch with that kind of cultivation base? Yu Yanglong asked as he was surprised to hear Yi Tianyun's new achievement. He didn't know that he was about to teach a super genius. Well, they underestimated me too much. I just got lucky that I could overpower them before things got messy. Yi Tianyun said modestly. You got a lousy enemy. They are too complacent to underestimate a person of your stature. But still, your cultivation isn't even 8th layer Star Monarch, but you are already at Star Monarch peak level. Even then, the cultivation base is still too far apart. Your ability must be quite impressive. It is hard to believe that you are originated from mortal domain. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said with a slight hint of amazement in his voice. Yu Yanglong and the people who knew of Yi Tianyun beforehand were startled by Heavenly Edict Territory Lord's word. They knew Yi Tianyun was an 8th layer Star Monarch cultivator, but now he suddenly got to Star Monarch peak grade. As an elder, Yu Yanglong rarely made an error in his judgment, but he knew that the Territory Lord wouldn't mistake things like this at all. Basically, they couldn't believe that Yi Tianyun have breakthrough twice in only a week worth of time. I can assure Territory Lord that I am indeed from mortal domain, and I only joined God domain under Heavenly Edict Divine Territories banner. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Many people could testify to Yi Tianyun's statement as many of them saw Yi Tianyun in the first assessment when they came to God domain's territory, which was the process of converting the spiritual energy inside their body into star energy. I am sure no one doubts it, but it's just incredible. I never expected a super genius would be born on mortal domain. Just take a look at Elder Nian over there. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said as he looked over to the beautiful young lady on the side, which was Nian Siyu herself. Nian Siyu smiled as she looked over at Yi Tianyun. She already reverted her appearance, completely different than when Yi Tianyun saw her earlier. Her appearance right now was like a fairy, glowing with the smallest hint of light. But the thing that made Yi Tianyun a little bit surprised was that she had already received the Elder title, and maybe, she would even receive the title of the next Territory Lord. No one would truly think at the first time meeting Nian Siyu that she also came from mortal domain, but she clearly wasn't a human race, but the more powerful Heavenly Feather bloodline. In short, she was from the same race as the Heavenly Edict Territory Lord himself. But Yi Tianyun was truly a human race, which was why the people in God domain still found it hard to believe. Well, it doesn't matter. The 2 elders have informed me about you, about your feat of breaking Elder Nian's personal record. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said with a smile on his face. He did well, my lord. I didn't hold anything against him for breaking my records. I am happy that Heavenly Edict Divine Territory gets a genius like him as an addition. Nian Siyu said as she smiled warmly. Yi Tianyun smiled as he looked down to the ground. He knew that Nian Siyu wasn't exactly telling the truth as he already knew that Nian Siyu secretly went and looked for him earlier. Yi Tianyun wasn't quite sure how Nian Siyu truly was in terms of personality, but he believed that Nian Siyu wasn't as straightforward and modest as she let on. Elder Nian sure is broad-minded. But now, let's move on to the main topic. Have you heard about God Domain's War of Ascension? The Territory Lord asked Yi Tianyun. God Domain's War of Ascension? I have heard some rumors about it, Territory Lord. Yi Tianyun said honestly. He had already heard that most first-grade God Domains would select their elite cultivators for a major battle that would be judged by the second-grade God Domain. The winner of this battle would be chosen to join the second-grade God Domain. It was a battle to select new disciples and sort out the best disciple for the God domain. Mainly, the first-grade domain received many cultivators from the mortal domain, and through the process of selection, the best out of these cultivators would certainly be selected to join the higher grade God domain, which was the second grade God domain. The second grade God domain was surely more prestigious than the first grade God domain, as they would have a higher star energy density, much more powerful bloodline, and martial arts. The first grade God domain was there to provide a fresh bloodline for the second grade God domain. If the first grade God domain provided a good cultivator, the second grade God domain would surely give them the rewards worthy of their trouble. If you already knew about it, then things should be easier to explain. The God domain's War of Ascension would be held 5 years from now. Now there aren't that many candidates from our God domain, but at the very least, you two are our hopes now. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said as he pointed to Yi Tianyun and Ji Yurong. Mastering the demon fire is already impressive enough, and thus we are focusing our resources on both of you. While the two elders would personally teach you too, Elder Nian would be there to offer some pointers too. You have to quickly break through to Earth Monarch rank. If you fail to reach the Earth Monarch rank, you can't participate in the God Domain's War of Ascension. Territory Lord said solemnly. Yi Tianyun immediately nodded his head as he now had a goal, and that was to partake in the God Domain's War of Ascension. The minimum cultivation base was the first layer Earth Monarch, which was right around the corner for Yi Tianyun right now. Chapter 921. For God Domain's War of Ascension, Yi Tianyun couldn't wait for what he could do to top that battle. It wasn't only a means to enter a stronger God domain but also a way to gain an ample amount of express. He would certainly battle another Earth Monarch rank cultivator, and that meant he could gain a huge amount of express. Yi Tianyun didn't have a good way to gain express right now, as he couldn't just kill people without any good reason. There was no way people would want to do a life and death duel without any good reason. And killing anyone he wanted was already out of the question, as the rules here on Heavenly Edict Divine Territory prohibited him from doing so. Yi Tianyun himself wanted to level up quickly, as he knew that evil spirit race would soon attack the three realms. If he couldn't get stronger fast enough, he wouldn't be able to stop the invasion. When he searched for other God Domains records, he didn't find anything about evil spirit race. It meant that Heavenly Edict Divine Territory didn't interact with evil spirit race, or evil spirit race had another name in God Domain. But that also meant he could hunt the evil spirit race without any problem, at the very least from Heavenly Edict Divine Territory's perspective. From their strength, Yi Tianyun believed that the evil spirit race would be around the second grade God Domain level. That just went to show how powerful evil spirit race really was. The reason behind this line of thought was the number of cultivators that the evil spirit race spared to attack the three realms in the past. It was the number that first grade God Domain wouldn't risk sending. Furthermore, the last squad that the evil spirit race sent to attack the three realms was strong but not strong enough. Yi Tianyun already realized that the three realms could not be the end goal of what the evil spirit race wanted to accomplish. Otherwise, they would send a stronger unit from the very start. But still, Yi Tianyun knew that the evil spirit race would certainly send stronger cultivators now that their invasion had failed once again. For this reason, Yi Tianyun believed that God Domain's War of Ascension was a good opportunity for him, a chance to improve himself further. Entering this competition should be a good shortcut towards 9th layer Earth Monarch or even Earth Monarch peak grade. I will try to break through to the Earth Monarch level as soon as possible. Yi Tianyun said confidently. He didn't see any problem with the requirement, as he knew that it shouldn't be a problem. I will also try to break through to Earth Monarch level as soon as possible. Ji Yurong said in firm tone. The Heavenly Edict Territory Lord had high expectations for both of them. While he knew that Yi Tianyun was already at the peak of Star Monarch, Ji Yurong would face a trial if she wanted to break through to Earth Monarch, as she was still at the 7th layer Star Monarch right now. It wouldn't be easy to break through to Earth Monarch as soon as possible. They had to train vigorously to make sure that they had enough strength to show that they weren't pushovers later during the battle. Good, that's the spirit, Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said with a smile on his face. The meeting today wasn't merely to discuss these two's involvement with the God Domain's War of Ascension, but as they already discussed another matter earlier, there was nothing else left to discuss right now. Good gracious, we gave you 2 selecting secret art tokens so you could obtain a weapon on the basic level, but you take the advanced level instead. You are truly courageous, you know that, Yu Yanglong said with a smile on his face. The more powerful his disciple was, the more proud he became. This is indeed beyond my expectation. I thought that you wouldn't be able to enter the God Domain's War of Ascension this time, but now it seems you will be able to do it just fine with some extra work, of course. Nevertheless, we will train you seriously from now on, and I hope you feel the same way. Ming Yueqing said to Yi Tianyun. We understand, Master, Yi Tianyun and Ji Yurong said at the same time. Then I will start formulating a cultivation plan for the both of you. How do you usually cultivate? Ming Yueqing asked curiously. I am a retreat cultivator. I have to comprehend things to break through. Ji Yurong replied. I need to fight or kill to break through. Yi Tianyun said with a smile. So, if you would be so kind as to make a plan for us, please arrange it so that I can kill demon beast, a huge pile of demon beasts. Yi Tianyun said happily. The people in the room couldn't help but look at Yi Tianyun weirdly, as a killing root wasn't a practical root in cultivation. In fact, it could easily develop into deviant cultivation if taken carelessly. The cultivator could easily lose their mind if they killed too many demon beasts without any preparation. However, this method was indeed the easiest way to break through. It also gave a lot of combat experience as well, especially in the case of extreme battles. No wonder your cultivation is so amazing. Master of Slaughter surely improves your cultivation fast, but you have to be careful of cultivation deviation. Yu Yanglong reminded Yi Tianyun. I will keep that dearly in mind. Yi Tianyun said as he nods. Well, with that already said, Yurong will continue on her comprehension route and participate in spar later to further boost her progress. We will assist her with medicinal pills too, Yu Yanglong said as he looked at Ji Yurong. As for the Master of Slaughter, I will have to think for a while. Yu Yanglong said as he looked at Yi Tianyun. Let me help him with that, Nian Siyu said as he stepped forward with a smile on her face. I know something about his cultivation path. The two elders could relax for now. Nian Siyu said confidently. Alright, we will trust Elder Nian for now. With that said, Yi Tianyun, you will be in Elder Nian's care for a while. Yu Yanglong said as he nodded to Nian Siyu's idea. Nian Siyu was a genius of cultivation, as her innate ability was also strong. Therefore, Yu Yanglong and Ming Yueqing didn't doubt Nian Siyu's idea to help Yi Tianyun cultivate. I will be under Elder Nian's guidance for a while. Please treat me well, Yi Tianyun said respectfully to Nian Siyu, but he saw that Nian Siyu narrowed her gaze slightly at Yi Tianyun, like she was trying to figure something out. I hope this turns out well, Yi Tianyun said to himself as he felt that Nian Siyu didn't have the best intention for him. Yi Tianyun was a little bit worried that his decision to follow Nian Siyu right now could turn into a tragedy later. Then again, he still didn't know what Nian Siyu had in mind. Chapter 922. Yu Yanglong didn't even question what Nian Siyu would do as he left Yi Tianyun's training to Nian Siyu. There was no reason for them to ask Nian Siyu, as they thought that Nian Siyu was far more talented than them all. Furthermore, Heavenly Edict Territory Lord has already ordered that Nian Siyu would also help Yi Tianyun and Ji Yurong in their endeavor to enter the God Domain's War of Ascension. Nian Siyu excused herself and left with Heavenly Edict Divine Star immediately with Yi Tianyun in tow. He also threw a rebirth-level spirit ship in the air and flew away from Heavenly Edict Divine Territory's main city. Elder Nian, where are we heading? Yi Tianyun asked. There were only Nian Siyu and Yi Tianyun on the ship, with Nian Siyu on the helm. They flew at high speed, which amazed Yi Tianyun a little bit, as he couldn't pilot the ship at this speed before. You will know when we get there, Nian Siyu said with a smile on her face. Alright, Yi Tianyun said as he couldn't say anything else. He knew that patiently waiting was the only thing he could do right now. The ship was getting faster, and Yi Tianyun's body was shocked, as it was like the ship crossed over time and space, judging from its speed. Yi Tianyun realized that it would only take him a few days to return to the three realms with this speed. But if this was the case for every heaven monarch, would the evil spirit race arrive at the three realms in just a few days, too, if they send some heaven monarch cultivators? But then again, if this was the case, Yi Tianyun knew that he wouldn't be able to stop them by himself. At his current level, there was no way he would be able to defeat a heaven monarch cultivator easily. Are you ready? We are close, Nian Siyu said suddenly. Ready for what exactly? Yi Tianyun confusedly said as he awoke from his meditation. He calculated the time and noticed that they had been flying for 3 days. With this kind of speed, he assumed that they would be close to the three realms already. But as Yi Tianyun looked around the space, he noticed that there was only one huge planet nearby. This was obviously the biggest planet that he had ever seen. At the same time, there were a lot of spirit ships flying around the planet, and most of the cultivators on the planet were at Star Monarch level. Tianyun also noticed there was at least one Heaven Monarch cultivator in each ship, but they surely brought a lot of Star Monarch cultivators with them. What are we doing here, Elder? That planet seems a little bit weird. Tianyun asked as he got a bad vibe from the planet. The planet had so many spirit ships from so many god domains, and the planet's aura was also a little bit intimidating. Wear this, Xianxia said as she threw a mask for Tianyun to wear. Tianyun inspected the mask and noticed that it was a low-grade rebirth-level treasure, which was far better than his 100 transformation mask. Tianyun wore the mask immediately, and his appearance immediately changed into a very plain-looking guy. The mask also covered his aura, completely masking his identity. Xianxia also wore a mask, and her appearance turned into the lady that Tianyun saw at the Selecting Secret Art Assessment Hall earlier. I believe you're familiar with this face now, right? Xianxia said with a smile on her face. Yes, Elder Nian, we met at the Selecting Hall. I never expected that the fair lady would be Elder Nian herself. Tianyun said as he pretended not to know that the woman earlier was Xianxia herself. Well, the woman you saw earlier is me. I heard that some super genius cultivator finally broke all my records, so I want to see that cultivator myself. But I never expected that the cultivator would be from human race. I mean, I don't care if you broke my record, you are free to do so. Xianxia said with a smile on her face. I am glad to hear that, Elder Nian. I am worried that I will get in trouble for breaking your record. Tianyun said with a sigh of relief, but he wasn't completely sure that Xianxia was 100% okay with Tianyun breaking her record. Well, there's one thing that I am not very happy about. I heard that you deliberately engraved your name a bit higher than me, right? Xianxia said with a slight change to her tone. Tianyun immediately got nervous as he wasn't sure what to say as a response. I am just showing my limit. It wasn't intentional at all. Tianyun said a little bit shyly. I know that it was intentional. I can see that's not the limit of your ability. You can easily engrave your name higher. I just hope that you will achieve better things, understand? Don't hold yourself back, Xianxia said sternly. Is it really alright for me to do so? Tianyun wondered. Yes, there is no reason for you to hold yourself back and hide your true capability from others. If you ever do something like that again, I will punish you thoroughly. Xianxia said coldly. So, did Elder Nian also do the same thing that I did in the past? Tianyun asked carefully. What are you saying? I always did my best. Xianxia said without looking back at Tianyun, but Tianyun knew that it was a sensitive subject for Xianxia. I am very sorry. Please forget what I just said. Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Now, Tianyun finally understood Xianxia completely. He now understood that Xianxia wasn't pleased with those who didn't try their best and push their limit. Chapter 923. Xianxia immediately regained her composure. Now, we have to focus on the task at hand. This place is full of danger. We are free to enter this place as it doesn't have any ruler, but so many cultivators have died here thinking that they could easily conquer this place. Xianxia said solemnly. So, this place isn't part of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory? Tianyun asked. Yes, no one rules this place, so it was a complete mess. Xianxia said solemnly. But, have you experienced cultivating on this site before, Elder Nian? Tianyun asked. Yes, but very few people knew about my activity. Not just anyone could come here anyway. Coming to this place means death, so not everyone is willing to bring their own disciple here, but if you do well on your endeavor here, God Domain's War of Ascension would be a piece of cake. Xianxia said solemnly. Speaking of God Domain's War of Ascension, have you ever participated, Elder Nian? Tianyun asked as he was confused that Xianxia was still in Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. With her innate ability, it would be easy for her to be recruited by a higher tier God Domain. I never participated, I am not interested, Xianxia said as she shook her head and seemed reluctant to discuss further regarding this subject. Tianyun noticed that there was no regret in her eyes at all. It seemed she really made a resolve not to participate in the God Domain's War of Ascension. Tianyun didn't ask anything else, but it seemed odd for some reason. Anyway, Tianyun was glad that Xianxia didn't have any malicious intent toward him. This place is called Slaughter Divine Star. I don't know who built the special divine tower on this planet, but it's full of powerful beasts. If your cultivation is about hunting demon beasts, then this is the best place for your type of cultivation. But as I said before, many died here due to their lack of caution, so I'm gonna warn you once again to remain cautious of your surrounding. People also kill each other here to get more treasure. Nian Siyu said solemnly. The more you kill in this area, the more you get recognized by the Divine Tower. Your quest would be rather simple, which is to be approved by the Slaughter God. Nian Siyu said confidently. Approved by the Slaughter God? Was the Divine Tower also called Slaughter God Tower? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. That's correct. After killing a bunch of things with killing intent, you will be recognized by the Slaughter God. Nian Siyu said confidently. But so far, only 8 people have been approved by the Slaughter God, but no one really knew who they are. Almost everyone here uses some kind of mask to hide their true identity so that they wouldn't be held responsible after killing anyone from another god domain. Nian Siyu said solemnly. Elder Nian, did you get the Slaughter God's approval? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. No, I didn't get it, but I got many benefits here. So, I hope that you will be approved so that your power can further develop, and that way, you can easily top the God Domain's War of Ascension without any problem. Nian Siyu said excitedly. It was obvious to Yi Tianyun that Nian Siyu valued the War of Ascension, but it further confused Yi Tianyun as she didn't want to participate on the competition herself. If Yi Tianyun had to guess, it would be very likely that she chose not to participate since she was the next heir to the throne of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. She chose not to participate since she wanted to dedicate herself to Heavenly Edict Divine Territory instead of joining other god domains. After all, there was no way to refuse the invitation of other god domain once the war was over. It was the most logical reason that Yi Tianyun could come up for now. After all, Nian Siyu and Heavenly Edict Territory Lord did have the same bloodline, and it would be normal to choose the next heir from the same bloodline. I will try my best. Yi Tianyun nodded his head. Nian Siyu nodded and maneuvered the ship to enter Slaughter Divine Star. She then explained some other things that might be useful for Yi Tianyun later. After all, once Yi Tianyun entered the Slaughter Divine Star, Nian Siyu couldn't help him anymore. Yi Tianyun couldn't count on the people inside to explain it later either, as people compete to kill as many demon beasts as they could in this place. As they landed, Nian Siyu immediately collected her spirit ship, and Yi Tianyun instantly looked around vigilantly. People here came from different god domains, and obviously, he had to be careful as anyone was free to kill in this place. Now Yi Tianyun realized why there was a Heaven Monarch cultivator that accompanied the participant. If they came with a weaker cultivator, other god domains would immediately attack and overwhelm them instantly. Don't mind them for now. Let's go, Nian Siyu said as she led Yi Tianyun up front while releasing her aura, letting everyone know that she is a Heaven Monarch cultivator. Only 2 people. Is it a hidden family with a genius disciple? A cultivator said behind their back. That is possible. A female Heaven Monarch cultivator is rare after all. Another cultivator chimed in. Obviously, their attention was focused on Nian Siyu and Yi Tianyun, but fortunately, they wouldn't attack as they already sensed that Nian Siyu was a Heaven Monarch cultivator. Yi Tianyun shook his head and turned his attention forward. He saw a divine tower up front, but it wasn't a tall tower. In fact, it was much shorter than the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. That being said, it was way more powerful than the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower as it was a high-grade rebirth level treasure. Nian Siyu took Yi Tianyun into the Slaughter God Tower, and once he was inside, Yi Tianyun felt intimidating killing intent from the top of the tower. Yi Tianyun was excited for things to come as he looked forward to gaining an enormous amount of express here. He looked around and saw a huge great array in front of him. Further ahead, he also saw many cultivators that had twisting red eyes. This was a typical form of cultivation deviation. These people already lost their minds as they probably rushed their cultivation too much. Is this the Slaughter God Tower? Yi Tianyun excitedly said as he saw many cultivators that could become his express booster. Chapter 924. Slaughter God Tower itself wasn't that big from the outside, but after Yi Tianyun came in, he noticed that the tower was a lot more spacious than he thought. But there was nothing much inside at first glance, only the intimidating killing intent from the top of the tower that was worth taking notes on. Furthermore, there were quite a number of cultivators with cultivation deviation here. It was certainly the Slaughter God Great Array in the middle's doing as it constantly fed the cultivators with a red energy. The cultivators with cultivation deviation obviously failed to contain the red energy from Slaughter God Great Array, and it consumed them from the inside. This Slaughter God Tower has such a strong murderous aura. Yi Tianyun said as he was surprised by this discovery. If he meditated here, he would also receive some of this murderous aura for himself. Yi Tianyun knew that killing intent or the murderous aura had a great auxiliary effect on combat. It would affect the opponent's mind and reaction and could even scare the opponent to submission. Yi Tianyun looked up and found 8 names engraved on the wall. They should be the names of those who were approved by the slaughter god in the past. But Yi Tianyun also noticed that the names were all fake. The cultivators that have been approved didn't seem to use their real names at all. It was remarkable in a sense that only 8 people received approval from the slaughter god despite the number of the cultivator that came here every day. Furthermore, it seemed that every dead body in this place would be immediately swallowed up by the slaughter god Great Array, leaving nothing behind. The slaughter god Array had a limitation as only those at the Star Monarch cultivation level could continue forward while others were forced to stay. And with that said, people started to turn their attention toward Yi Tianyun and Nian Siyu, as it was extremely rare for a group of 2 to take on the challenge. These people knew that the cultivators ought to work with a team here to gain the most out of this place. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to stay long enough without any consequences. In short, these people knew that it wasn't worth the time to challenge this place when they're short on people. If the cultivator couldn't endure the harshness of this place and suffered cultivation deviation, it was basically over for them as they would lose their mind. There are only 2 of them. They obviously want to die, a cultivator said on the side. Yeah, why are they so confident, though? Another cultivator said while shaking his head. The cultivators looked at Yi Tianyun and Nian Siyu mockingly as they thought that the 2 of them was completely out of their mind. Furthermore, Nian Siyu wouldn't be able to accompany Yi Tianyun later as she would be forced to stay. But obviously, Nian Siyu and Yi Tianyun ignored them all. Since you are alone, you have to pay attention to your surrounding. Just relax and do your best. You have 3 attempts to conquer the tower. If you fail 3 times, then it is time for us to leave. Nian Siyu said solemnly. There are 3 opportunities to clear this place. Yi Tianyun said as he was surprised that he got another chance if he failed. He just thought that there was only 1 chance to clear the tower, but if there was another chance waiting for him, there was nothing that Yi Tianyun had to worry about. Awesome, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Yi Tianyun was confident that he would power through the tower easily. After all, he had crazy mode to breeze through all the Star Monarch cultivators in this place. Don't get too cocky, brat, Nian Siyu said as she flicked Yi Tianyun's temple. As I said, be cautious of your surrounding and make sure that you keep your safety in check. If things get dicey, you should retreat immediately. Nian Siyu said annoyedly. Elder Nian, aren't you contradicting your own words right now? How can I clear the tower if I choose to retreat? Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face. No, your life is the most important thing here. You can always challenge it once again later, but if you die, then that is the end of it. Nian Siyu said solemnly. I want to bring Ji Yu Yurong here as well, but I am afraid she is still too weak to handle the murderous aura of this place. I will later bring her here once I deemed her capable of withstanding this place. Nian Siyu said as she rubbed her head a little bit. Ji Yu Yurong wouldn't be able to handle this place. Yi Tianyun said confusedly, but he immediately looked around and noticed that some of the cultivators that suffered cultivation deviation had a stronger cultivation base than Ji Yu Yurong. Yes, she wouldn't be able to withstand a killing intent this intense. Now let us see how far you can go in this challenge. Remember, I couldn't do very well on my first try either. Nian Siyu said with a smile on her face. Yi Tianyun was startled by Nian Siyu's words. It seemed Nian Siyu was just a normal cultivator, too, at the very beginning. Yi Tianyun just smiled before he stepped into the slaughter god array. Once he did, the murderous aura from all directions immediately headed straight toward his body. Yi Tianyun could see the thick layer of red energy that covered the area that he couldn't see earlier. It seemed this murderous area was only visible after entering the great array. Yi Tianyun knew that he didn't have to absorb these murderous auras as he knew that it'd be dangerous for him. He immediately felt a strong killing intent up front, but he just ignored it for now. He pressed onward and saw a cultivator that was meditating with an irritated look on his face, but the cultivator didn't seem to be absorbing the murderous aura. However, it seemed the cultivator was condensing the murderous aura inside his body. What is this? I didn't know that murderous aura could be condensed into beads like this. Yi Tianyun said as he carefully watched the cultivator in front of him. Chapter 925. That brat is actually going alone. I bet he would return in a quarter of an hour. A cultivator said mockingly on the side. Come on, if he dares to go up alone, then he may actually have what it takes. I will bet that he would return after half an hour. Another cultivator said mockingly. You guys are too kind. There is no way he can survive and make it back here. Another cultivator said mockingly. Well, the heaven monarch that brought him here doesn't seem reliable either. That brat's god domain probably sent him here to rot and die. Another cultivator said with a smirk on his face. That doesn't matter. Your time to rest is over, now get up and restart your challenge again. A heaven monarch said as he was waiting for these star monarch to recover. All of them immediately nodded and rushed towards the slaughter god array. Other cultivators that were still resting on the side didn't even say anything as they didn't care about how many people entered the slaughter god array. They were too cautious of their surroundings to mind what other cultivators thought. They knew that the cultivation deviation was a real threat over here, and thus they couldn't afford to joke around. Meanwhile, Nian Siyu just looked over Yi Tianyun's figure that slowly disappeared from her eye. You have to get stronger and secure a good result in God Domain's War of Ascension so father could rest easy. Nian Siyu said to herself. If Yi Tianyun heard what she just said right now, he would be surprised as he would never expect that Heavenly Edict Territory Lord turned out to be Nian Siyu's father. It would cause confusion, too, as Yi Tianyun knew that Heavenly Edict Territory Lord had served as a lord for a long time, but Nian Siyu came from the mortal domain. At the same time, Yi Tianyun was still wondering what to do with the murderous aura that enveloped his entire body. You fool! A cultivator rushed forward as he swung his sword towards Yi Tianyun, but Yi Tianyun didn't even bother as he swiftly turned around and kicked the man away. The cultivator immediately died after taking Yi Tianyun's attack directly, giving an ample amount of express to Yi Tianyun. Successfully killed cultivator with cultivation deviation, 7th layer star monarch. Reward: 35.2 billion express, 230.000 CPs, 250.000 SPs, murderous aura energy. The express he got was quite impressive as he also used the crazy express mode. At the same time, Yi Tianyun's own killing intent began to expand as he took in the murderous aura energy. Still, he quickly suppressed it as he didn't want to be affected directly by the murderous aura. No wonder people mainly took a defensive stance here as killing people will further expand their own murderous aura and, therefore, push them closer to cultivation deviation. It was the same as taking medicinal pills for cultivation. It was best taking 1 or 2 at a time, but take too much, and you might explode. But I don't think this murderous energy affects me whatsoever, Yi Tianyun said as he assessed his own situation first. He didn't feel any changes in his body or constitution at all. It was like the murderous energy was part of himself all along. This is pretty good, Yi Tianyun happily said as he looked all around and attacked the cultivators with cultivation deviation around him. This was really the best place for Yi Tianyun to farm express. Activate X200 express card, activate X150 express card, activate X100 express card, activate X50 CP's card, activate X50 SP's card. Yi Tianyun said in succession as he knew that he could reap as much express as he could hear. He used up all of his booster card. Although he didn't buy any more from the shop, he believed that much should do for now. After all the booster card was activated, Yi Tianyun was left with X532 express multiplier. Don't mind if I do, Yi Tianyun said as he took out his Sky Dawn Divine Spear and covered it with a wrapper to hide the spear's appearance. So even if there was a Heavenly Edict Divine Territory cultivator here, they wouldn't immediately notice the spear's characteristic. Die for me, Yi Tianyun said as he speared a cultivator with blood-red eyes in front of him. The bloodshot eyes were a sign that they were no longer a normal cultivator but instead those who had already fallen toward the cultivation deviation path. Successfully killed a cultivator with cultivation deviation, 6th layer star monarch. Reward: 532 billion express, 33 million CPs, 4 million SPs, murderous aura energy. The express was of an overwhelming value, and so were the crazy points and sin points. This was truly remarkable as he would be able to level up soon. However, he didn't get the level up he wanted just from that one kill, so he needed to kill a little bit more. Yi Tianyun already expected as much as the amount of express he needed to level up was already at a terrifying value. I should pick up my pace, Yi Tianyun said as he rushed towards another cultivator. He killed everyone he met easily as no one could stop him on this site anymore. At the same time, Nian Siyu, who watched Yi Tianyun from the stage, was stunned as he saw Yi Tianyun kill many cultivators without resting. She knew that killing so many cultivators with cultivation deviation in this place wasn't necessarily a good thing, as the murderous aura kept accumulating, and Yi Tianyun would eventually fall to cultivation deviation himself. Everyone else besides Nian Ciyu also arrived at the same conclusion as they began mocking Yi Tianyun for his lack of control. This guy is a trouble. If he ever suffers cultivation deviation here, everyone would have a hard time passing him. A Heaven Monarch cultivator said, not too far from Nian Siyu. Many of the other Heaven Monarch cultivators also felt annoyed by Yi Tianyun's action. They wanted Yi Tianyun to slow down so that he wouldn't become a burden for others. Chapter 926. No one thought that Yi Tianyun would be able to get out of the Great Array, as he recklessly killed every cultivator that he met. Obviously, they thought that Yi Tianyun would suffer cultivation deviation soon enough. Isn't that your disciple? Shouldn't you warn him? A Heaven Monarch cultivator came and mocked Nian Siyu. The other Heaven Monarch cultivators on the site were all smirking mockingly at Nian Siyu, since they thought that a Heaven Monarch had failed to warn their disciple about the harsh situation inside the Slaughter God Array. Don't worry, he can handle his own weight, Nian Siyu said with a smile on her face. She wanted to stop Yi Tianyun, but she knew that it was the path that Yi Tianyun took himself. Hey, you better stop your disciple before he gets in others' way. Another Heaven Monarch cultivator shouted at Nian Siyu angrily. You are responsible for his action, he said loudly. Well, yeah, I am responsible for his action. But if his action would affect your disciple, then maybe your disciple isn't cut out for this place just yet. Nian Siyu said indifferently. She didn't really care about what other Heaven Monarch had in mind right now, for her sole focus was on Yi Tianyun's progress. God damn you, woman! The Heaven Monarch shouted angrily, but he didn't make any move, as he knew that he couldn't afford to start a fight against other Heaven Monarch. He could only stand by and watch, but he knew deep down that his disciple wouldn't be able to defeat Yi Tianyun to save themselves. Even if Yi Tianyun had fallen to cultivation deviation, he knew that his disciple still wouldn't have what it took to defeat him. As for Nian Siyu herself, she was the one who worried about Yi Tianyun the most. She never thought that Yi Tianyun would go this far, but then again, she didn't know much about Yi Tianyun to begin with. Yi Tianyun himself naturally had his own plan here. He wanted to use his express card to its full potential, meaning that he had a time limit to kill all the cultivation deviation cultivators that he could find. Yi Tianyun's goal was to get his cultivation to second layer Earth Monarch before his express card expired. Yi Tianyun went on with the slaughter, and even after he killed more than a dozen cultivators at one time, his eyes were still clear. There was no sign of cultivation deviation at all. The murderous aura that Yi Tianyun has accumulated for each kill didn't seem to affect his mental fortitude at all. This was because Yi Tianyun stored the murderous aura that he got from killing the cultivators with cultivation deviation in the form of an item. The system stored the murderous aura as an item as soon as Yi Tianyun killed a cultivator with cultivation deviation, and Yi Tianyun wasn't planning on using it anytime soon. It was the same case as the flame that he got from Ming Yueqing earlier. He could choose not to absorb the flame and store it inside his storage to use it whenever he wanted. This was why Yi Tianyun could bring himself to kill the cultivation deviation cultivator as quickly as he could. It wasn't because he had some godly soul that resisted the murderous aura, but it was because of the help of his system that made it all possible. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to first layer Earth Monarch cultivation level. His status instantly increased, and his combat power rose immediately from 7.000 star points to 21.000 star points. One would think that Yi Tianyun was happy with this level up, but that wasn't the case at all, as Yi Tianyun immediately frowned as soon as he checked the amount of express he must get to level up once again. It was at a staggering level of 100 trillion express. This was 10 times more what he needed to get to first layer Earth Monarch earlier. Now, the problem was that he only got 500 billion express for killing a 6th layer Star Monarch cultivator, and it was already boosted by the X500 express card that he used earlier. He would have to kill 200 of these cultivators just to level up to the 2nd layer Earth Monarch stage. It will all be a lot easier if I can find some Earth Monarch cultivators here, Yi Tianyun said as he clicked his tongue in disappointment. He knew that the best way for him to get express was to fight cultivators at his own level or stronger than him. There was too little profit to fight cultivators below his level. However, He couldn't ask for more as this place was only available to the Star Monarch cultivators. But he couldn't just cut his time short in this place, so the only thing he could do right now was carry on forward. I will get this done soon, Tianyun said to himself as he kept killing any cultivator with cultivation deviation he encountered. But Tianyun left the normal cultivators alone as he didn't want to slaughter those who didn't deserve it. The cultivators that had already fallen to cultivation deviation couldn't be saved anymore, and thus they weren't that different from a demon beast. So, Tianyun didn't feel any guilt for killing them. The cultivators who saw Tianyun on the slaughter god array were confused as they saw that Tianyun didn't show any sign of cultivation deviation even after killing so many people. What is going on? Why didn't he fall to cultivation deviation just yet? The Heaven Monarch cultivators on the upper level were dumbfounded as they saw that Tianyun showed no sign of slowing down. This is impossible. He should have already fallen to cultivation deviation a long time ago. Another Heaven Monarch cultivator shouted with a surprised look on his face. Clearly, a little to no cultivator would believe a person could behave like this at Slaughter God Array. Nian Siyu just smiled as she kept watching Tianyun from above. She remembered how well Tianyun had done so far, not to mention how he broke her record, and thus she was looking forward to the time that Tianyun also cleared the Slaughter God Array in one try. Chapter 927. I have a hunch that he would clear this Slaughter God Array and break the record of the past once again, Nian Siyu said as she kept observing Tianyun. She had such a hunch as Tianyun had already killed so many cultivators that average cultivators would imagine themselves doing. Furthermore, Nian Siyu also believed that Tianyun would be the one that wanted to get the divine imprint of Slaughter God the most. If he got that, he would have the power to condense the murderous aura into his own power. But at the same time, Tianyun only thought about gaining as much express as he could within the duration of the express card he had right now. His focus right now was only to gain more express by killing as many cultivators with cultivation deviation as he could. After all, he was close to leveling up once again. All the cultivators were staggered in place as they couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. They didn't understand how Tianyun would be able to keep his insanity in check after killing so many cultivators with cultivation deviation in such a short amount of time. How is this possible? I have never seen someone kill this many cultivators in such a short amount of time without suffering cultivation deviation. A cultivator said, mesmerized by Tianyun's skill. There is no way he can hold on for much longer, right? Another cultivator said nervously, well, if he were a normal cultivator, he would have already fallen a long time ago. Another cultivator said while shaking his head. Some of them still thought that Tianyun would fail, but the more that they thought about it, the more they doubted themselves. Tianyun was still as composed as ever, showing no sign of losing himself to the murderous aura whatsoever. Get me out of here. Get out of my way. A cultivator shouted all of a sudden while holding his head madly. Senior brother, can't you hold on any longer? I will get you out of here, the companion beside him said as he dragged the shouting cultivator towards the exit. But he couldn't reach the exit as the eyes of the shouting cultivator began to turn red. He then pulled out his sword and stabbed his companion, who dragged him out towards the exit. This was no doubt the cultivation deviation. The cultivator who tried to drag him towards the exit earlier couldn't react in time, and thus, he got stabbed without taking any defensive measure. He felt his body heated up as the murderous aura surged into his body from the wound, and he started to scream maniacally. The junior brother himself couldn't control the fluctuation of murderous aura, and thus fell into cultivation deviation himself. Meanwhile, the Heaven Monarch cultivators above immediately warned their disciples, ordering them to get out as it seemed the cultivators with cultivation deviation would start swarming them soon. Hurry, get out of there. The Heaven Monarch shouted worriedly. The Star Monarch inside the Slaughter God Array began to run towards the exit frantically, but their path was blocked by the cultivator that was just corrupted by the cultivation deviation. A clash was inevitable, and many cultivators fell into cultivation deviation. The murderous aura in the vicinity intensified, including the murderous aura on the cultivator itself, improving their combat power immensely. The cultivators with cultivation deviation surely thrived in this kind of environment. The cultivators with cultivation deviation that was brought about by this event have become much stronger than any cultivation deviation cultivator that existed before them. Help us! The surviving cultivators that were still sane shouted for their elders' help. At the same time, a figure rushed over and easily killed the cultivators with cultivation deviation that were about to attack the group of normal cultivators. Everyone took a closer look at the mysterious figure, and they were surprised as it was Yi Tianyun himself. He easily killed the cultivators with cultivation deviation that tried to attack them. "Hurry up and leave," Yi Tianyun said as he motioned for the normal cultivator to run for the exit. "Thank you," the cultivators shouted as they started to run towards the exit. They knew that they couldn't help Yi Tianyun fight the cultivation deviation cultivator as they didn't have the power to do so. The cultivators with cultivation deviation speed has increased dramatically, and there was no way they could overpower such an opponent. The only thing they could do to help Yi Tianyun was leave. What is going on? Why did the slaughter god Array's murderous aura get this intense in such a short amount of time? Did someone anger the slaughter god? A cultivator said nervously. It must be that brat. This nightmare happened after he killed so many cultivators with cultivation deviation. A cultivator shouted angrily. Most of them arrived at the same conclusion as the situation worsened just after Yi Tianyun's arrival. "This is all because of your disciple. I told you to discipline him. Now look what he had done to this place." A heaven monarch shouted angrily at Nian Siyu. Many other cultivators also glared at Nian Siyu as they thought that Nian Siyu and Yi Tianyun had brought a disaster to their cultivation ground. They all suffered from this event. Many cultivators died inside the Great Array without a good reason, which ultimately put the Heaven Monarch cultivator that brought them here on a spot. Their respective god domain would surely blame the Star Monarch cultivators, death on the Heaven Monarch cultivator who brought them there. There was no way they would just ignore the situation as resources that was given to grow each cultivator wasn't cheap. It seems that you guys broke through the Heaven Monarch level with too much leisure. Don't blame others if you don't have what it takes to back it up. My disciple only kills the cultivators with cultivation deviation like the array suggested. Your disciples are just too weak to handle this place and die in vice as a result of it all. Nian Siyu said indifferently. What did you just say? We didn't have what it takes. No, it all went well until you showed up with your eerie disciple. Why the hell did he slaughter everything at such a high pace like that? Did he come here to prove himself or something? This is certainly all his fault and in turns, your fault as well. A cultivator shouted furiously at Nian Siyu, but Nian Siyu didn't show any sign of fear as they all had the same cultivation level. Chapter 928. The Heaven Monarch cultivator couldn't say anything to refute Nian Siyu's argument as what she said was the rule of the universe. If their disciple couldn't handle themselves in a place like this, then that was all there was to them. This place was the place for people to cultivate their slaughter cultivation path. The place to test out their mettle to gain the power of the slaughter god. Nevertheless, they were grateful that Yi Tianyun helped their disciples, but still, they wouldn't praise Yi Tianyun for it. That is true, but your disciple still causes problem for other people. A Heaven Monarch cultivator still dared to refute Nian Siyu's word. Well, he is cleaning up the place as we speak, so if you send your disciple later, I am sure this place would become a safe place once more. Nian Siyu said mockingly. The cultivators were completely speechless as soon as they heard Nian Siyu's word as it held a resemblance of truth. Furthermore, they couldn't blame anyone in this place as they came there knowing full well about the purpose of this place. Killing anyone here didn't mean anything to their respective god domain as it was the risk they had to consider for coming to such a place. Therefore, they didn't dare to provoke anyone in this place. They could only cast aside their pride and hope that Yi Tianyun really purged the slaughter god array from the and minimize the murderous aura inside so that their disciples could go back in there and cultivate safely. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to second layer Earth Monarch. Yi Tianyun didn't even mind everyone's gaze from above as he kept on killing so many cultivators with cultivation deviation and finally leveled up once more. Now that the normal cultivator has left the slaughter god array, there was only cultivators with cultivation deviation left aside from him. There are some left, I have to finish this quickly. Yi Tianyun said as he took out his Sky Dawn Divine Spear and rushed towards the cultivator, killing them with a single blow. The deeper he delved, the stronger the cultivator he encountered, but still, their cultivation was still at Star Monarch level. None of them was at Earth Monarch level just yet. Because of this, Yi Tianyun felt a little bit disappointed as he couldn't find any Earth Monarch cultivator among these cultivators with cultivation deviation. After all, he wanted a higher amount of express for killing these cultivators. The Heaven Monarch above practically saw Yi Tianyun with their mouth left open as they were too shocked by the power he displayed. They saw how many cultivators that Tianyun had killed already, but Tianyun himself didn't show any sign of cultivation deviation himself. This guy clearly came from a renowned place. I am sure of it. A heaven monarch cultivator said as he watched Tianyun closely. Nian Siyu herself didn't know whether she should cry or laugh as she heard these cultivators speculated that Tianyun came from a renowned. If they knew that Tianyun came from a small mortal domain, Nian Siyu knew that they would be ashamed of themselves. Nevertheless, she couldn't refute that what Tianyun was doing was amazing. The heaven monarch cultivators became wary of Tianyun and Nian Siyu that some of them even predicted precisely that Tianyun was being prepared to enter the god domain's war of ascension. But because of that, they failed to hide their own killing intent. Obviously, they thought of Tianyun as a threat to their own quota on the god domain's war of ascension. Nian Siyu also felt their killing intent, but she just let them be as she wasn't afraid of what these people might do. You are the last one, Tianyun said as he killed the last cultivators with cultivation deviation. The slaughter god array immediately flashed and terrifying aura surged forth from the ground. It was the red energy that was visible for everyone and it immediately engulfed Tianyun whole. The people were surprised once more as they didn't understand what was happening. The cultivators who wanted to come back inside were also surprised as something like this had never happened before. The red energy that came from the ground was far more intense than the red aura that was already inside the array. I remembered this red aura. It seems the original red aura has returned. The earlier red aura inside the slaughter god array already diminished after having so much people entering the array. A heaven monarch cultivator said as he remembered the slaughter god array from the past. Everyone looked at him in surprise. If what the heaven monarch cultivator said was true, then that meant Tianyun returned everything back to its original situation. Master, do we still have to go back there? The earth monarch cultivator asked their master as they weren't sure about coming into the slaughter god array. They were intimidated by the intense murderous aura inside the slaughter god array as the chance of them falling into cultivation deviation was far higher right now. The spiritual force inside the slaughter god array is so good right now, it would be a waste not to enter. The heaven monarch said as they wanted their disciple to take the huge chance of breaking through. But as some of the earth monarch cultivator jumped in inside the slaughter god array, they immediately get overwhelmed by the murderous aura inside the slaughter god array and immediately fell into cultivation deviation. Everyone was shocked to see this turn of event as the rate of falling into cultivation deviation was far quicker than they ever thought it would. Meanwhile, Nian Siyu was nervous as she clearly saw that Tianyun was being enveloped by the intense murderous aura earlier. She was worried that Tianyun couldn't hold on to his sanity. Chapter 929. The changes on the slaughter god array scared many people, especially those who wanted to enter slaughter god array to cultivate. As they saw the cultivators that entered the array immediately fell into cultivation deviation, they immediately turned back. Stop, don't go in there. The heaven monarch cultivator immediately stopped their disciples from entering the slaughter god array. They knew that their disciple wouldn't be able to handle the intense murderous aura inside the slaughter god array. They didn't know the state of the slaughter god array right now, and thus they didn't want their disciple to die in vain there. This is really terrifying. Thank God I don't have to go in now. A cultivator said as cold sweat dripped down from his head. They felt bad for the cultivators that entered and fell into cultivation deviation earlier, but thanks to them, the rest didn't have to enter the slaughter god array anymore. But they still remembered that Tianyun was still inside the slaughter god array, which left them wondering if Tianyun has already fallen to cultivation deviation. What do we do now, Master? How do we get in the slaughter god array? The earth monarch cultivator asked as they turned their attention to their master. The heaven monarch cultivators were looking at each other as they knew that there was only one thing left to do to open up the slaughter god array, and it was to absorb the murderous aura inside and diminish it so that the disciples could enter the array safely. However, it would only create an infinite loop where the one that absorbed the murderous aura would just fall into cultivation deviation and would be hunted down by the normal cultivators. There was just no other way around it as no one could withstand this kind of murderous aura. No, just wait it for now. We can't take any risk. So let's just hope it would gradually dissipate on its own. A heaven monarch cultivator said while shaking his head disappointedly. The other cultivators also had the same helpless look on their faces, but some of them turned their attention to Nian Siyu and shone a vengeful look on their face. Your disciple is already swallowed by the terrifying murderous aura. There is no way he can survive this one. It is a pity since the level of his innate ability is desired by most people in the entire God domain. It's a shame that a great cultivator has to fall so quickly. A heaven cultivator said mockingly to Nian Siyu. If that is even the truth, what does it matter to you? Nian Siyu said indifferently. She wouldn't trust anyone until she saw it for herself. She still had hope that Yi Tianyun would survive the intense murderous aura somehow. Who do you think you are? What god domain did you came from? The heaven monarch cultivator shouted angrily. What nonsense are you talking about here? Do you want to reveal your god domain first? Nian Siyu said coldly. The heaven monarch cultivator fell silent as he knew that the information about the god domain was a secret here and no one should reveal their god domain so casually. Hey, I just want to say my condolences. If your disciple wasn't so arrogant, he might not be dead so soon. The heaven monarch cultivator said mockingly. Oh, so you think my disciple already fell into cultivation deviation? Nian Siyu said indifferently. She didn't know Yi Tianyun's situation right now, but she hoped that Yi Tianyun was still fine. Otherwise, Heavenly Edict Divine Territories' hope to top the God Domain's War of Ascension would be shattered. Of course, I dare say that your disciple is already done for. The unknown Heaven Monarch said confidently. But, I dare say that my disciple is fine. Nian Siyu said with a smile on her face. Wow, would you like to make a bet with me? The Heaven Monarch cultivator said with a smirk on his face. It was a common practice among the Heaven Monarch cultivators to make a bet about something that they argued about as it would be a better solution than fighting to death. Naturally, Nian Siyu knew what that guy was after. If she rejected the bet then she just admitted that Yi Tianyun wouldn't come back. Obviously, she couldn't do that after putting up such a brave front. Then, what do I get? Nian Siyu asked confidently. A middle-grade rebirth level treasure, deal. The Heaven Monarch cultivator said as he took out a middle-grade rebirth level treasure to show that he got the ante. A middle-grade rebirth level treasure might be a powerful and difficult treasure to get by Earth Monarch or Star Monarch standard, but for Heaven Monarch cultivators, this was just a normal treasure. Alright, a bet for a middle-grade rebirth level treasure. I hope you won't regret it later. Nian Siyu said indifferently. The Heaven Monarch cultivator immediately laughed and mocked Nian Siyu in front of everyone as they thought that they would get a middle-grade rebirth level treasure easily. At the same time, Yi Tianyun was still busy inside the slaughter god array. Meditating and absorbing all the murderous aura. The murderous aura suddenly gets more intense. This surely will affect the other cultivators and not in a good way. Yi Tianyun said as he continued to absorb the murderous aura from all directions. Although Yi Tianyun was absorbing the murderous aura, he didn't necessarily use it all immediately as he stored them in his item storage. Yi Tianyun then tried to condense the murderous aura down. This thing is strange, can I condense it even more? Yi Tianyun said to himself as he continued to absorb the murderous aura and condensed it. He didn't know what would happen if he kept condensing the murderous aura, but he would cross that bridge when the time came. Chapter 930. Yi Tianyun kept absorbing the murderous energy, and it gradually condensed and formed a clean sphere that resembled a red jewel. From the sphere, the baleful aura of the murderous energy could be felt, and there was no doubt once this sphere cracked open, any cultivator around would immediately fall into a cultivation deviation. Although the effect of the cultivation deviation was devastating, only in this slaughter god array would they completely lose their mind as the slaughter god array would immediately control them like a puppet. Some cultivators did try to save their companion who fell into cultivation deviation here by dragging them out, but it only turned their companions into an empty husks, no longer having any intelligence to take care of themselves. Once they fell into cultivation deviation, their souls were basically bruised so badly that it was beyond recovery. If someone attempted to recover their souls, it would probably take a huge amount of divine pills, and not even a heaven monarch could afford that kind of price. Therefore, once you fall into cultivation deviation, it would be equal to death. How much can I compress? Yi Tianyun said as he constantly fed the sphere with the murderous energy that he got from his surroundings. He could feel the baleful aura inside the sphere growing stronger with each passing second. He didn't know how much he should condense before he passed the slaughter god array's assessment, but he could do this for as long as it took. He didn't get express from doing this kind of thing, but he knew that the baleful aura contained inside the sphere was akin to a powerful explosion device as it would cause cultivation deviation to any nearby cultivator almost instantly. As time went by, Yi Tianyun had already condensed the sphere for a month. The people outside of the slaughter god array have been mocking Nian Siyu endlessly as they thought it was time for Nian Siyu to give up. It's been a month, and he still hasn't come out yet. Just admit your defeat. Your disciple is definitely dead, a cultivator said mockingly to Nian Siyu. It's only been a month. You can't wait any longer. Nian Siyu said indifferently. Well, a month is a long time. You better face reality now and move on rather than lying around here without any purpose. The Heaven Monarch cultivator said mockingly. Well, I don't really care how long it would take before he returns. Why would I admit defeat? Nian Siyu said indifferently. All right, the Heaven Monarch said with a smirk as he didn't mind waiting for that long for the rewards that Nian Siyu had promised. Besides, he was responsible for watching his disciples venture here. He himself already had the middle-grade rebirth level treasure that he used as a bet with Nian Siyu, but since middle-grade rebirth level treasure was rare, it wouldn't hurt to have one more. Nian Siyu turned her attention back to the slaughter god array and prayed for Yi Tianyun's safety. She had a hunch that Yi Tianyun was fine, which was why she still waited for his return. She was definitely right, as Yi Tianyun was still alive and kept compressing the red sphere into the size of a bead. Yi Tianyun stopped as he felt that the sphere had reached its limit and would burst if he compressed it any further. But it was too late. The sphere burst as soon as Yi Tianyun stopped, and the dazzling light that came from the baleful aura immediately covered his body, trying to take over his body. This brat is really good. His innate ability is amazing. I finally got my hand on a decent body possession candidate. An unknown soul tried to possess Yi Tianyun's body as it tried to squeeze Yi Tianyun's soul out of his body. How dare you? Yi Tianyun said as he steeled his will, blowing away the invader from his head. A series of red energy forming right in front of his eyes. It was fortunate that Yi Tianyun had a title that allowed him to prevent any evil intrusions to his beings, and it happened to retain its effect here on God's domain too. One of the 10 great divine generals of the Slaughter God, first layer Heaven Monarch Cultivation Base, can release a killing intent that would envelop another person's body. As the soul has already left its body, its power has dropped drastically. Combat Power 230.000 Star Power. A great divine general of the Slaughter God. His cultivation base was relatively low for a divine general, but it was fortunate for Yi Tianyun as the Heaven Monarch was weakened because it was in a soul form. If it still retained its former power, it would easily crush Yi Tianyun with its first layer Heaven Monarch's power. This is something else here. It has 230.000 star power in its weakened state. The same combat power as Yu Yanglong. Yi Tianyun said as he was surprised. This was unbelievable since Yu Yanglong had a higher cultivation level than this Slaughter God Divine General. What did you just do? The Slaughter God Divine General shouted as he looked at Yi Tianyun in horror. It never occurred to him that he would fail to possess Yi Tianyun's body. This was the first time that he ever failed to possess an Earth Monarch cultivator's body. Get lost, Yi Tianyun shouted as he swung the Sky Dawn Divine Spear down towards the Slaughter God Divine General. He activated all his enhancements, such as Crazy Damage Mode and Desolate Ancient Set. And because of that, his power skyrocketed to 1.370.000 star power. Due to his breakthrough to second layer Earth Monarch, his base combat power value rose to 40.000 star power, and with the enhancement, he got to multiply it by 35. The terrifying power ran through the Sky Dawn Divine Spear as Yi Tianyun lifted it up to the sky. The Slaughter God Divine General, who felt the terrifying power, immediately picked up the smell of death on himself. He was so scared of the attack that he immediately condensed the murderous aura around him to form a huge body and a huge murderous aura shield in front of him to withstand Yi Tianyun's attack. Yi Tianyun's attack hit the shield, and Slaughter God Divine General was pushed back for a short distance before stopping. At this point, the shield that he held earlier was vaporized from the attack, and some parts of his body also took the brunt of the attack. The situation was bad, but it was better than dying. Brat, are you a Heaven Monarch cultivator? Slaughter God Divine General asked as he couldn't believe the terrifying power he felt from just one attack. Chapter 931. Everyone outside immediately felt the terrifying power that Yi Tianyun released, the power that rivaled a Heaven Monarch cultivators. They were eager to see what was really happening inside the Slaughter God array as it seemed something exciting was happening. Did someone start a fight inside? Who is it? This is definitely a Heaven Monarch level power. A Heaven Monarch, cultivator said on the side. They couldn't see what happened inside the Slaughter God array as the murderous aura that was visible to the naked eyes hindered their vision, but none of them thought that powerful aura came from Yi Tianyun. After all, there was no way an Earth Monarch cultivator would have that much power. I hope you're alright in there, Nian Siyu said as she gazed at the slaughter god array. She was confident that Yi Tianyun should be fine, but now that a Heaven Monarch level aura was detected inside, she became worried that something did happen to Yi Tianyun. After all, a Heaven Monarch cultivator could easily kill an Earth Monarch cultivator. No one noticed that the powerful aura they felt actually came from Yi Tianyun all along. Since they couldn't see what happened inside the slaughter god array, they had no choice but to guess. I didn't expect to fail. This is truly the power of a Heaven Monarch level, the slaughter god divine general said as he kept absorbing the murderous aura from the surrounding to heal his injuries. As long as the core of his soul was fine, it wouldn't matter if he got injured or not. Brat, how can you have such power? Slaughter god divine general asked frustratedly. He knew that only star monarch cultivators were allowed to enter the slaughter god array, so how could a cultivator of this caliber enter? You don't have to know about that. You just need to know that you will be dead soon enough. Yi Tianyun said coldly. It seemed this slaughter god array was built for your reincarnation. Others thought that it was a place of opportunity, but it never occurred to anyone that they were just handing their body over to someone like you. Yi Tianyun said as he already realized the true nature of the slaughter god array. He already noticed that the slaughter god tower itself didn't have any meaning for those in the outside world. It was merely an altar of sacrifices for the slaughter god divine general. It was fortunate that Nian Siyu couldn't complete the assessment, otherwise she would fall into the body possession of this divine general. Now, Yi Tianyun could just teleport right outside of the slaughter god array and leave this slaughter god divine general alone, as he assumed that the slaughter god divine general wouldn't be able to leave this place without a body to possess. But it didn't exactly solve the root of the problem, as that slaughter god divine general could just possess some other cultivator that came in later. You know too much, brat. The slaughter god divine general shouted, and a thick murderous aura covered his presence like a thick armor on a body. His combat power rose exponentially to 1.7 million star power. This was higher than Yi Tianyun's combat power even after the bonus from Crazy Damage Mode and Ancient Desolate set. But Yi Tianyun already expected as much, as this was a place created specifically for the enemy. Yi Tianyun couldn't imagine what would happen if the enemy was at his prime. It wouldn't be an issue to reach 2.5 million star power. Especially if he had to face the slaughter god himself, then it would be a whole different story. Being a smart aleck is not necessarily good, you know. Still, your body is an excellent vessel for my soul. Your body can withstand an absurd amount of murderous aura, which is a perfect vessel for my cultivation method. Slaughter god divine general said excitedly. The slaughter god divine general began to walk towards Yi Tianyun, and every step he took stirred the murderous aura all around him, further reinforcing his aura. His combat power kept increasing as he walked, but it wasn't as significant as before. Are you the one who built this slaughter god tower? Is this the birthplace of body possession? Is there any other place that serves the same purpose as this place? Yi Tianyun asked curiously, not showing a shred of fear to the slaughter god divine general at all. You must be very curious about this, but it would serve you no purpose even if you know. Slaughter god divine general said, followed with a smirk. He talked as if Yi Tianyun would be killed soon. He released his power and his aura covered the area, creating a birdcage that blocked all exits, basically trapping Yi Tianyun with him. Well, I don't think so. Yi Tianyun said as he raised the Sky Dawn divine spear into the air. You will die soon, so your information still has some value. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. I don't know how you sneak in here with your powerful cultivation, but there is nothing you can do here. This is my territory and I have a complete control over it. Your resistance is futile. Slaughter god divine general shouted as he waved his body, and it became several times larger than normal. Now he had a huge red blood axe on his hand, which was actually a high-grade rebirth level weapon. His combat power rose once again, and now it reached 2 million star power. Your power isn't bad, but it is useless in front of me. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Level up crazy mode. Yi Tianyun shouted with a grin on his face. Chapter 932. Successfully level up crazy mode. Crazy mode effect increased to x64 of the normal value. Consumes 100.000 CPs per minute. Next level up requires 10 billion CPs. The effect scaled really good. It doubled the previous effect of x32 and made it to x64. Yi Tianyun's combat power would increase dramatically with this. Yi Tianyun assumed that the next level up would increase the effective crazy mode into X128. If it were really the case, then Yi Tianyun would be the strongest in the end. New side quest: kill the Slaughter God Divine General. Destroy Slaughter God Tower. Reward: 100 billion Express, 5 million CPs, 5 million Mastery Points, 5 million SPs. A quest suddenly popped up without any warning, but it was in line with his current goal, which was to destroy the tower so that no other cultivator would fall into the Slaughter God's traps. Yi Tianyun himself approached the Slaughter God Divine General, and as they were close enough, the Slaughter God Divine General attacked Yi Tianyun with his axe immediately. The high-grade rebirth level axe that the Slaughter God Divine General used was swung brutally towards Yi Tianyun, absorbing all the murderous aura behind it, resulting in more power on the attack. Slaughter God Chop. Slaughter God Divine General shouted. He didn't swing the axe with all his might as he was afraid he would destroy the body that he planned to possess. Still, he believed that his attack should be enough to crush his opponent's fighting spirit. If you attack me half-heartedly like this, I am afraid things would end immediately with your loss. Yi Tianyun said as with a light smile on his face. Slaughter God Divine General didn't care about what Yi Tianyun said as he thought that Yi Tianyun was only bluffing to buy time. I will never lose to the likes of you. Slaughter God Divine General said arrogantly. Activate crazy damage mode, Yi Tianyun said to himself. In an instant, his power rose exponentially. He had the terrifying crazy mode that enhanced his combat power by 64 times, and combined with the desolate ancient set that enhanced his combat power by 3 times, he got an overall enhancement of his combat power by 67 times. The Sky Dawn Divine Spear shuddered as the tip of the spear began to glow brightly. It was the spear's sure critical hit ability that further boosted Yi Tianyun's combat power. With a simple gesture, Yi Tianyun's combat power reached 3 million star power. The bright light from the tip of the Sky Dawn Divine Spear actually swept away all the murderous aura around Yi Tianyun, creating a field where the murderous aura couldn't enter. The Slaughter God Divine General was obviously surprised as he didn't want to get caught with the terrifying power that Yi Tianyun showed, but it was all too late. The Slaughter God Divine General had charged too close toward Yi Tianyun, leaving him with not enough time to react. Their energy collided and the whole space was caught in a turbulence. It was so violent that the cultivators outside of the Slaughter God array subconsciously raised their shield to protect themselves from the incoming attack. But then again, it wasn't an attack that was meant for them. The attack that they braced themselves up to take never came towards them to begin with. The Star Monarch and Earth Monarch cultivators who weren't even able to react to the terrifying energy were stunned and couldn't even come up with a word to describe their fear. Meanwhile, the Heaven Monarch cultivators were forced to take a several step back as they were overwhelmed by the intensity of the aura. It does seem like someone is fighting inside the array, a Heaven Monarch cultivator said as he looked at the Slaughter God array cautiously. However, they still couldn't see anything amidst the thick red murderous aura that blocked their vision. That is impossible. How could someone fight inside the Slaughter God array with such an intense murderous aura inside? Another cultivator expressed their disbelief. At the same time, Yi Tianyun easily overpowered the Slaughter God Divine General. It was nothing difficult, too, especially since the Slaughter God Divine General was only at the first layer Heaven Monarch level and not even in his peak condition at all. Furthermore, Yi Tianyun's crazy damage mode that increased his combat power by 64 times might be an overkill. Successfully killed Slaughter God Divine General. Reward: 320 billion Express, 15 million CPs, 1 million SPs, Slaughter God Secret Art, Slaughter God Great Array, Slaughter God Axe, Slaughter God Ring, Slaughter God Soul. Reward: 50 billion Express, 2 million CPs, 2 million Mastery Point, 1x God Domain Lottery Roulette Ticket. Yi Tianyun was satisfied with the reward he got this time, but it was unfortunate that he didn't have any Express card on him anymore. Otherwise, he would be able to level up a couple of times with this amount of Express. Wow, I didn't expect killing a Heaven Monarch cultivator would yield this much Express. Yi Tianyun excitedly said despite his frustration that he couldn't use any Express card to boost his Express gain. But before he could check for the rewards that he got from the battle, a blood arrow was shot through the air towards Yi Tianyun's head. He blocked the incoming arrow using his Sky Dawn Divine Spear with a staggering reaction speed. Yi Tianyun also immediately noticed that the arrow immediately turned into a red murderous aura. With that revelation, there was no doubt in his mind that he got another Divine General that he should fight. But it was to be expected as he knew from earlier notification that there were more than one divine general. I just killed one, but another immediately shows up, Tianyun said annoyedly, but as soon as he saw that the new divine general had another high-grade rebirth rank weapon, Tianyun just smirked as he thought that the slaughter gods were so rich that they had so many rebirth level weapons. Then again, everything they brought will eventually belong to Tianyun. Chapter 933. To think that one of the slaughter god divine generals would be killed here. It seems that you aren't an average cultivator. I didn't know how you entered this place, but your life shall end in my hands. Divine General Xianxia coldly said, as he stared at Tianyun. 3 blood arrows immediately materialized once he stood with a firing stance. Kill me, so, you don't want to possess my body like your friend earlier? Tianyun asked with a smile on his face. Your body is indeed a very good vessel to possess, but if it's not possible, then it is better to kill you right now. Divine General Xianxia said coldly. He knew that it would be impossible for him to possess Tianyun's body as he witnessed that Tianyun could kill a divine general on his own. He couldn't let Tianyun escape as no one would enter the slaughter god array if their intention was exposed. If nobody entered the great array, their body possession technique would amount to nothing, and they wouldn't be able to fulfill their goal. The slaughter god array itself was one big conspiracy. So, did you think you have a better chance to deal with me than your partner? Tianyun casually asked as he observed Divine General Xianxia with appraisal eye. Divine General Xianxia, one Saint-Layer Heaven Monarch, specialist of bow and arrow, powerful enough to kill enemies from thousands of miles away. Combat power, 250.000 star power. Weakness, fiery hot fire. Divine General Xianxia's cultivation base was at the same level as the previous Divine General, which wasn't particularly that high in Tianyun's standard. It seemed the divine generals couldn't break through from their current cultivation level because they didn't have a real corporeal body. But Divine General Xianxia immediately launched the 3 blood arrows on his hand as his answer. However, the arrows' trajectory suddenly changed. Instead of immediately flying toward Tianyun, they began swinging back and forth in quick succession, creating a huge net made from the murderous aura. It seemed Divine General Xianxia wanted to capture Tianyun first instead of killing him immediately. Tianyun just smiled and waved his Sky Dawn Divine Spear in the air before it suddenly struck something on his back. The Sky Dawn Divine Spear struck another blood arrow that suddenly appeared behind Tianyun. Well, you insidious people really love playing dirty. While it seemed like you were attacking from the front, it was just a camouflage for your real attack. Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. He detected the sneaky arrow with his spiritual sense, and with the help of appraisal eye, he could detect any anomaly in his surrounding. Everything is fair in a war. Didn't your master teach you about this? Divine General Xianxia coldly said as he stared at Tianyun. One thing for sure was he didn't expect Tianyun to see through his surprise attack, let alone block it. I do like that proverb very much, Tianyun said as he disappeared from his spot. Divine General Xianxia was startled as he didn't know how Tianyun suddenly disappeared from his field of view. But the next moment, he felt a chilling sensation from the back of his head. But at that moment, he already noticed it too late. Sky Dawn Divine Spear pierced through his head, nailing his entire soul to the ground. Successfully killed Divine General Xianxia. Reward: 320 billion Express, 15 million CPs, 1 million SPs, Slaughter God Secret Art, Slaughter God Great Array, Slaughter God Bow, Slaughter God Bracelet, Slaughter God Soul. Reward: 50 billion Express, 2 million CPs, 1x God Domain Lottery Roulette Ticket. The reward wasn't that much different compared to the reward of killing the previous Divine General, but the amount of Express he got was not bad nonetheless. Even so, it was still not enough for his next breakthrough. He needed 2 trillion to break through to the second layer Earth Monarch level. It definitely would take a long time for him to get such a huge amount of Express, but it didn't really matter for now as he already attained the strength to fight a Heaven Monarch cultivator. Still, Tianyun's cultivation was truly remarkable as a normal cultivator would face various problems to break through to the next level, yet he easily got to Earth Monarch cultivation base within a few months. Hey, this is not bad for my cultivation, Tianyun said to himself before he looked around. Is there any other Divine General who wants to fight me? You better hurry up before I take my leave, Tianyun shouted to provoke the Slaughter God Divine Generals. He wanted to force all of them out so that he could finish this slaughter god array quickly, but no one answered him at all. The other divine generals might be too scared to come out as they saw two of their colleagues die so easily. Well, if there is no more enemy, then it is better for me to destroy this great array. Tianyun said casually. Tianyun then looked around as he must find the array core first if he wanted to destroy this great array. He immediately activated his heavenly eyes to find the array core more easily. This heavenly eyes was such a convenient skill when it came to finding an array core, as it could detect the lines which represented the divine runes that constituted the entire great array. If he followed these lines, he would get to the array core easily. It made him wonder, what kind of existence did the spirit race come from? He didn't see any spirit race in the god domain yet, but he did see them in the three realms. Their innate ability, the heavenly eyes, was a truly remarkable innate ability that any god domain cultivator would love to have, as its ability to discern the great runes of the god domain was really convenient. It was really confusing. This revelation just makes me eager to find the life crystal much sooner. The three realms doesn't have any life crystals, but that's not necessarily the case for God's domain. Tianyun said as he remembered his promise to find the life crystal for the spirit race. For now, Tianyun knew that he ought to finish the task at hand. Destroying this array core came first. Chapter 934. The Slaughter God Array was a big place, and thus, locating an array core would be quite arduous. Even if he did find it, destroying it was entirely another matter. As expected of a god domain's great array, it's really tough. I can only chip it a little bit at a time, Tianyun said as he pointed his Sky Dawn divine spear at the array core. His violent aura that came out from the tip of the spear hit the array core constantly, but it was hard to even scratch it. But Tianyun noticed that a small crack slowly built up on the array core, and now, the only thing that stood between him and the destruction of the array core was time. Do I have to level up the God Rune Master to destroy this array core faster? Tianyun wondered. Tianyun was at first grade God Rune Master right now. He already inspected the divine runes in this place, and they were at the third grade God Rune Master level, which meant his current mastery wasn't enough. Successfully deduct 10 million mastery points to level up to second grade God Rune Master. Next level up requires 100 million mastery points. Tianyun upgraded his God Rune Master to second grade just because he could, but it was clear that it helped him chip down the array core faster, which was a good thing for Tianyun as he wanted to save as much time as possible. This was a remarkable feat as the array core was made especially durable. After all, if it broke, the Slaughter God Array is basically gone. Nevertheless, it would still take time before it was completely destroyed. It was a third-grade Divine Edict mark, while Tianyun was still at second-grade God Rune Master. The God domain called such a rune as Divine Edict mark, not a divine rune anymore. Meanwhile, the cultivator outside all felt energy fluctuation from inside the Slaughter God Array. They didn't know what caused such fluctuation, but they assumed that the fight inside the Slaughter God Array must have been over already. As time went by, eventually, the cultivators chose to meditate around the lounge area as they knew that it was still unsafe to enter the Slaughter God Array. Even so, cultivating inside the Slaughter God Palace itself was good enough. The Heaven Monarch cultivator that made a bet with xianxia earlier glanced at xianxia from time to time as he sensed that he was so close to winning. He thought that there was no way Tianyun could survive the energy fluctuation that they felt earlier. xianxia herself constantly frowned as she was worried that Tianyun couldn't withstand the Slaughter God Array. If Tianyun died inside the Slaughter God Array, she only had herself to blame. After all, she was the one who brought Tianyun here. She knew that Tianyun was the future main force of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, but if he died here, then the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory's dream of a better standing would be all gone. Nevertheless, it has only been 6 months since Tianyun entered the Slaughter God Array. She still had some time to spare as she didn't think that Tianyun was dead just yet. The only thing she could do right now was wait. The time passed quickly, and after a week, a sudden explosion was heard from inside the Slaughter God Array, drawing everyone's attention inside the Slaughter God Palace. They immediately noticed that the murderous aura inside the Slaughter God Array began to dissipate and drifted around the Slaughter God Tower. All of them were surprised as something like this had never happened before. But after the murderous aura was completely gone, a familiar figure appeared before them all. "Hey, we all meet again," Tianyun said casually. It took him a week to destroy the array core. It just went to show how durable the array core was. Successfully destroys 3rd grade Divine Edict mark. Reward: 5 billion express, 1 million mastery points. The reward from breaking a Divine Edict mark was quite a lot. But still, it wasn't worthwhile to rely on this method to level up. Meanwhile, the other cultivators who saw Yi Tianyun were still shocked to see that Yi Tianyun was still alive. Cultivation deviation. He definitely has fallen into cultivation deviation. A Heaven Monarch cultivator shouted as he didn't want to lose the bet. If it turned out that Yi Tianyun had fallen into cultivation deviation, he would win. Cultivation deviation? Who are you talking about? Yi Tianyun asked as he turned around and looked around. There was no one else nearby, so who did the cultivator mean? Everyone was surprised once again as they knew that those who had fallen into cultivation deviation wouldn't be able to speak. Are you okay? The Heaven Monarch cultivator said as he was surprised. Why wouldn't I be? Yi Tianyun confusedly asked as he walked toward Nian Siyu. Am I dreaming? We won. Nian Siyu smiled happily. Her happiness wasn't because of winning the bet but due to Yi Tianyun's safe return. Meanwhile, the Heaven Monarch cultivator had a big frown on his face as he was forced to take out a mid-grade rebirth level treasure. It was really frustrating as he thought he would get a mid-grade rebirth level treasure, but he lost one instead. Nian Siyu immediately took it and handed it over to Yi Tianyun. Take this, it's yours. Nian Siyu said with a smile on her face. Mine? Why? What is this for? Yi Tianyun was taken aback. He already knew what was going on, as it was clear that they were gambling on his survivability, but then again, he wouldn't refuse a rebirth level treasure like this. Hey, the murderous aura is gone. Has the great array been destroyed? A cultivator said as he walked towards where the slaughter god array used to stand. The rest of the cultivators were shocked once again as they indeed felt that the slaughter god array had already lost its murderous aura. The only viable reason why such a thing happened would be the destruction of the great array itself. Yes, I destroyed the great array. Is there any problem with it? Yi Tianyun said as he didn't deny what he did, but then again, he didn't care about these people's opinions. You destroyed it, the cultivators shouted as they were startled by Yi Tianyun's answer. They all knew how difficult it would be to destroy a great array. It was an unbelievable feat to do such a thing. They didn't believe Yi Tianyun could do such a thing, but then again, there was no other explanation to answer all the questions they had right now. Chapter 935. Yi Tianyun destroyed the Slaughter God array and that revelation shocked everyone on the Slaughter God Tower to the core. You destroyed the great array that helps our cultivation. A cultivator reacted and immediately shouted at Yi Tianyun. In fact, more and more cultivators started shouting as they believed what Yi Tianyun did has caused them a great loss. Yi Tianyun easily became the public enemy as everyone felt blindsided by his action. They have been cultivating here for a long time and now, they couldn't do that anymore as Yi Tianyun destroyed the Slaughter God array. Each and every single one of you, your unreasonable envy and anger towards me is the undeniable proof of how miserable you are. This Slaughter God Tower is nothing but the divine general of Slaughter God's medium to use their body possession technique. Once they control your body, does your cultivation still matter? Yi Tianyun said coldly. Once again, the cultivators were shocked to hear Yi Tianyun's word. They immediately looked at the 8 names on top of the wall and one by one they began speculating the truth behind Yi Tianyun's word. Your life means nothing to me, but the divine general of the Slaughter God went through all the trouble to pick up a fight with me, so I am free to destroy this place. Yi Tianyun said casually. It also served as a challenge to those who wished to stand against him. Then again, they would just become a fodder for his experience points if they chose to stop him. He knew that destroying the Slaughter God Tower would be arduous, but it didn't matter for him right now. Furthermore, if these Heaven Monarch cultivators did choose to help him, destroying the Slaughter God Tower would be a lot easier. I didn't expect you to find out the secret of this place, but this makes things easier. The Slaughter God Tower will be overturned. Nian Siyu said surprisedly. She wondered whether she would fall victim to the body possession as well if she pushed herself back when she was doing the Slaughter God array assessment in the past. Well, I didn't want to stand out, actually, but the situation calls for it. Now, can you help me destroy this tower? Yi Tianyun asked. Some cultivators who believed Yi Tianyun immediately took his side as they were disgusted and angry upon hearing his previous word. They thought that the Slaughter God Tower was a loathsome place that tried to take advantage of their power. And once they heard that Tianyun wanted help to destroy the tower, they immediately rallied behind him. Yes, we will help you. We have to destroy this detestable place. The cultivators all agreed under one voice. And so, the cultivators inside the Slaughter God Tower began smashing the walls and destroying everything inside the Slaughter God Tower. The entire tower began to shake due to the damage caused by the cultivators, but suddenly, the murderous aura enveloped the entire tower. The tower gate immediately closed and trapped everyone inside. The crowd immediately turned their attention towards the gate and found that there were 5 heavenly monarch cultivators standing at the gate, looking down on them. I didn't expect them to come out these soon, but why only 5 of them? Where are the other 3? Tianyun said as he observed each heavenly monarch cultivator who blocked the gate with his appraisal eye. He noticed that the strongest of them was at the 5th layer heaven monarch stage, while the weakest is at the 2nd layer heaven monarch stage. Possessing a person's body through a body possession meant that the divine general's cultivation level would change according to the body they possessed, so they had to cultivate again. It was reasonable to think that the divine generals couldn't cultivate the body fast enough to regain their peak strength. You don't have to know where our other brothers are. This is the first time in history that someone actually kill a divine general. You will pay for this. Divine General Sha Long said as he looked at Tianyun coldly. The murderous aura from all directions immediately shrouded the 5 divine generals' body. You don't have to dirty your hands, brother. I will take care of them myself. I didn't expect our plan would get ahead of schedule like this. Divine General Sha Chen said with a big smile on his face. There wasn't a slight sadness on his face even though his companion has just died earlier. After listening to their conversation, people immediately realized that these cultivators already made a certain degree of preparation according to their plan from a long time ago, and now they had to improvise just because of Tianyun. Although they didn't mind fighting these people, they had to admit that the pressure coming off from them was quite intense. Do you think you can deal with us with only 5 people? A heaven monarch said coldly. They had a dozen heaven monarch on their side and it should be enough to defeat merely 5 heaven monarchs. They knew that the Earth Monarch and Star Monarch cultivators wouldn't stand a chance against these people, and that was why they didn't force them to join the fight. This was a basic rule in God domain. A Heaven Monarch battle was only for other Heaven Monarch. It was basically useless to ask for help from other cultivator below that stage. Oh, did you think a garbage like you can overpower us with your sheer number? We kill Heaven Monarch cultivators like you for fun. Furthermore, this is our territory. You wouldn't be able to overpower us in here no matter what you do. You will become the ground fertilizer here. Divine General Sha Long said coldly. It hit Tianyun as he immediately snapped. Was those who died inside the Slaughter God array buried underground instead of disappear? But it made sense. The murderous aura usually wouldn't generate without a pile of bodies, and considering how intense the murderous aura here was, it only made sense that the bodies were piled up underground. This murderous aura was great for the Divine General Slaughter God as it increased their power tremendously, but it wasn't good for normal cultivators. This place was surely a big conspiracy. Chapter 936. The murderous aura inside the Slaughter God Tower was getting more intense, almost enveloping everything inside and trapping everyone. If the concentration of the murderous aura kept building up like this, it would be hard for Tianyun's side to fight. They would be distracted as they ought to balance their aura to make sure that they wouldn't fall to cultivation deviation. If that happens, Tianyun's side would lose as the Heaven Monarch would lose the battle. Nevertheless, they had to win this battle as they couldn't escape the Slaughter God Tower without getting past this Divine General. The Heaven Monarch looked at each other in dismay as neither of them has ever worked together before. Although they have numbers, they didn't have any understanding of each other's power to work together efficiently. It's time for you all to die. The Divine Generals shouted with a smirk on their face. The murderous aura covered them entirely, absorbing them into the murderous aura itself. It just went to show that Tianyun and the cultivators around him were on their world. Be careful and stay next to me, Nian Siyu said hurriedly as she grabbed Tianyun and dragged him to her side. She already took out a high-grade rebirth level long whip with, and she was ready to go all out from the get-go to the point that her aura vaporated any murderous aura around her. Her cultivation level wasn't that high, she was only at the 2nd layer Heaven Monarch level. But in terms of her age, this level of cultivation was more than amazing. Otherwise, the elders on Heavenly Edict Divine Territory wouldn't treat her respectfully. Don't be too nervous, Elder. These are just a few small fries bundled together. Yi Tianyun said calmly beside her. Unlike the others, he was completely composed. Still, Yi Tianyun didn't have anything to worry. He could just teleport out if things turned south. Although he had a feeling that he wouldn't be able to teleport out so easily, he might be able to do so if he just leveled up his teleportation divine ability. Even though it was a divine ability, it didn't necessarily mean that it was omnipotent, but it sure had its own merits. What are you talking about? Are you still pretending to be a big deal right now? The situation is urgent as it is right now. We can never know what the enemy is thinking and what the enemy's real power is. Xianxia said as she glared at Yi Tianyun. We only come here for your cultivation, but I didn't expect us to encounter such a troublesome situation right now. This is the worst, she said annoyedly. She felt bitter about the situation as she couldn't contact anyone outside for help her since the communication jade pendant was disabled by the Slaughter God Tower. This was also the reason why the divine generals seemed so composed, as they knew that no one outside was coming to help. Yi Tianyun walked away from Xianxia towards the divine general. He was confident about his own strength, and for now, dealing with 2/3 layer heaven monarch cultivators wouldn't be a problem for him. But then again, there was no way Xianxia would believe that. At the same time, a scream was heard not too far away. Everyone immediately looked towards the sound source, but they couldn't see anything due to the thick murderous aura that blocked their vision. Damn it, I can't see anything in this thick fog. Don't stray away from me. It will be troublesome if I lose you, Xianxia said as he dragged Yi Tianyun back and fled towards the side of the wall. Xianxia knew that she wouldn't be able to escape the Slaughter God Tower, but at the very least the wall would protect her back, so she didn't have to worry about attack coming from behind. Yi Tianyun frowned as he could just show Xianxia that the divine generals were not that big of a deal instead of doing something unnecessary like this. He followed Xianxia just to protect her. Otherwise, Yi Tianyun would have already rushed towards the nearest divine general. As for the other people in here, Yi Tianyun doesn't really care that much, they weren't his responsibility anyway. Danger, Xianxia said as she looked around with her cold eyes. She could feel the impending danger, so she knew that someone tried to approach her. Yi Tianyun admired her decision as it was clear that she did have a good sense of crisis. In fact, Yi Tianyun already saw a divine general coming closer towards them. Yi Tianyun didn't say anything as the divine general was only at 3rd layer heaven monarch stage and he could deal with the divine general on his own. This divine general was clearly targeting Xianxia and Yi Tianyun, and it was divine general Tianchen himself. He held a high-grade rebirth level dagger on his hand, ready to stab Xianxia and Yi Tianyun with it. Did you think hiding in the corner will save you? Divine General Sha Chen shouted from the side. How could he kill Old 9th and Old 10? Did he have some special treasure on him? He said curiously. He just couldn't believe that Yi Tianyun managed to deal with an expert of his caliber with his current cultivation level. He could observe the great array, but he couldn't see clearly earlier. This was why he thought that Yi Tianyun must have had some sort of special treasure on him that could suppress the soul of the divine generals. Otherwise there was no way Yi Tianyun could kill a heaven monarch. Divine General Sha Chen clicked his tongue before he blended with the surrounding once again. Shortly after, he reappeared on top of Xianxia and immediately plunged down, ready to strike Xianxia down, but his effort was foiled as Xianxia sensed the danger coming from above and immediately slammed her whip on top of her head, causing an attack that stopped Divine General Sha Chen completely. Her attack was precise and powerful, clearly much stronger than the other Heaven Monarch cultivators around here. Divine General Sha Chen himself didn't expect to be stopped like that. Annoyed by Xianxia, he immediately stepped aside, but as he dodged Xianxia's attack, another attack came from below and pierced his body in the air as he didn't have any means to dodge the attack. "Where are you going?" Yi Tianyun said as he smirked at Divine General Sha Chen with his Sky Dawn Divine Spear in hand. Yi Tianyun was glad that Divine General Sha Chen was completely focused on Xianxia as he could easily kill Divine General Sha Chen with one attack without any chance for the Divine General to evade his attack. Chapter 937. Divine General Sha Chen took a fatal blow from Yi Tianyun, but he didn't die immediately. Xianxia, who was right beside Yi Tianyun, was surprised as she didn't expect Yi Tianyun to attack the enemy too. But the most shocking part was that Yi Tianyun's attack itself was powerful enough to fatally injure a Heaven Monarch. "How dare you!" Divine General Sha Chen shouted as he twisted his body, trying to close his wound. Well, it seems that my weak attack can kill you in one blow. I can't believe how weak you are. Yi Tianyun said slyly before swinging his Sky Dawn divine spear in his hand, creating a violent power that was blasted towards Divine General Sha Chen. With no means to escape the attack, Divine General Sha Chen screamed before taking Yi Tianyun's attack head-on. Successfully killed Divine General Sha Chen. Reward: 450 billion Express, 15 million CPs, 1 million SPs, Slaughter God Secret Art, Slaughter God Great Array, Slaughter God Dagger, Slaughter God Necklace, Slaughter God Soul. Reward: 50 billion Express, 2 million CPs, 5 million Mastery Point, God Domain Lottery Ticket. Their cultivation level is far apart, and that is the reason why Yi Tianyun still got the extra reward from killing an elite enemy. But the only thing that matter from that rewards is the God Domain Lottery Ticket. The murderous aura immediately enveloped Yi Tianyun, but he absorbed it and stored it inside the item storage. Since the murderous aura could be used to cultivate, it could be stored inside the crazy leveling system storage for later usage. But Yi Tianyun was a little curious, as he still had the bloody bead that he condensed from the murderous aura earlier. He wondered if he could further reinforce the bead by condensing more murderous aura. What? Divine General Sha Chen has been killed. The other Divine Generals turned their attention towards where Divine General Sha Chen went earlier. They were shocked, as it should be impossible for them to lose in terms of strength inside the Slaughter God Tower. This is their territory that gave them power. None should be able to overpower them here. Their attention was immediately focused on Yi Tianyun, as they saw that Yi Tianyun was the one who killed Divine General Sha Chen earlier. At first, they thought that Yi Tianyun was relying on a treasure, but now it seemed the young man was relying on his own strength. Impossible. How can a brat be so powerful? I can sense his aura, but it wasn't supposed to be strong enough to kill any of us. He is just an Earth Monarch cultivator. The Divine Generals shouted as they couldn't believe one of them just lost to an Earth Monarch cultivator. Xianxia herself was also surprised as she saw Yi Tianyun's attack up close. She couldn't see what Yi Tianyun did, but she could feel the tremendous power behind the attack. She couldn't believe that Yi Tianyun could fool a Heaven Monarch's sense, as she knew that Heaven Monarch was sharp and sensitive to their surrounding, so she thought that Yi Tianyun's attack could be considered as a high-level sneak attack. At this time, she remembered that Yi Tianyun already told her not to worry about the current situation. Your cultivation level has reached Heaven Monarch? Xianxia asked. She sensed that Yi Tianyun's cultivation was at Earth Monarch level, but there was no way an Earth Monarch could have such a dominating power like this. Why did you think I already broke through to Heaven Monarch stage? Yi Tianyun asked with a frown on his face. What? So, you only break through to Earth Monarch? Xianxia asked for confirmation. If Yi Tianyun really was just at Earth Monarch right now, then it meant that he overpowered a Heaven Monarch with only the strength of an Earth Monarch. Let's discuss this topic another time. There are two Divine Generals eyeing us right now. Yi Tianyun said as he pointed towards the two Divine Generals who were slowly walking up towards them. These two Divine Generals were each at the 3rd layer Heaven Monarch stage and 4th layer Heaven Monarch stage. They weren't the strongest among them, but they were fully prepared to attack Xianxia and Yi Tianyun this time. They were embarrassed by their companion's death. Originally they only wanted to devour these cultivators slowly, but now that one of their companion has died, they had to bring down the perpetrator quickly. We have to kill him first. Let's show him what happened if he messes with us. We can't let him do as he pleased any longer. One of the Divine Generals shouted. Yi Tianyun knew that he had to be cautious here, as his opponents were quite skilled. He also noticed that the murderous aura was getting wilder as the Divine Generals got upset. The two Divine Generals who walked towards Yi Tianyun and Xianxia immediately got bigger and turned into a giant. Their entire body was red as their body merged with the murderous aura. Those Divine General used their Slaughter God secret art. Their combat power immediately increased as their bodies swelled and were strengthened by the murderous aura. The 3rd layer Heaven Monarch Divine General combat power stopped at 3.7 million star power, while the 4th layer Heaven Monarch Divine General combat power stopped at 4.3 million star power. These Divine Generals' attack power was surely higher than the previous Divine Generals that Yi Tianyun has fought. Everyone inside the tower could feel the terrifying pressure that the Divine Generals gave off, including Xianxia herself, as her body started shaking from the intensity of the aura. The power that these Divine General let off was surely stronger than everyone present at the moment. Chapter 938. Their companion had just died so easily, so they couldn't just watch from their seat any longer. They no longer cared about Yi Tianyun's body anymore, as they could just find another body that wasn't so problematic. You go get him from that side, I will come at him from the other side. We have to kill him quickly. The two divine generals planned their attack to bring Yi Tianyun down. He isn't that big of a deal, is he? Well, his offensive power is pretty good, but it's still weaker than our current power. The other divine general said with a puzzled look on his face. Didn't you hear what the boss said earlier? The divine general said as he was confused by his partner's word. Divine General Sha Long was their boss, the head of the 10 divine general who naturally led them into battle. Divine General Sha Long was the one who shouted that Yi Tianyun had to be eliminated quickly earlier. Meanwhile, Divine General Sha Long was dealing with the other Heaven Monarch cultivators, as some of them had reached 6th and 7th layer of Heaven Monarch cultivation stage. So, he had to make sure that they wouldn't become a problem later on. Although they were in a very advantageous position inside the tower, Divine General Sha Long knew that they couldn't control all the variables. Furthermore, if they used the murderous aura too much, they could fall into cultivation deviation themselves. Although they used the murderous aura as a weapon, they weren't actually immune to the effect of the murderous aura. Meanwhile, Nian Siyu felt pressured in front of 2 slaughter god divine generals. She could feel the dominating power from the 2 divine generals to the point that she didn't think she could do much against such strong cultivators like them. But then again, there was nothing she could do except fight the enemy back. Are you ready? Nian Siyu said as she gripped her long whip confidently. She showed no fear even though she realized that she had no chance of winning. At the same time, she took a medicinal pill and prepared herself for a fight. But regardless of the outcome, she had to fight. You don't have to do anything, just let me handle it. Yi Tianyun said as he stopped Nian Siyu from consuming the medicinal pill on her hand. I am your elder, it is my duty to ensure your safety. Nian Siyu said as she turned her head towards Yi Tianyun. An elder is a teacher. Furthermore, if you are injured, Heavenly Edict Territory Lord would be very upset. After all, Heavenly Edict Divine Territory will be yours in the future. Yi Tianyun said as he smiled towards Nian Siyu. Well, can't have you face these enemy alone. I will be right by your side, Nian Siyu said as she was a little bit startled by Yi Tianyun's words. She remained stubborn even after what Yi Tianyun said, as she didn't think he would be able to win alone. Of course, you will be here to help me, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He didn't say anything else as he knew that Nian Siyu has made her resolve. However, it didn't matter now as he was already browsing his shop. Buy the Evil Demon God suit, Yi Tianyun said as he interacted with his system. Successfully redeem Evil Demon God suit for 50 million sin points. Evil Demon God suit. Level requirement, 80. Can turn into Evil Demon God anytime the suit was equipped. Increase combat power by 200 times, defense power by 200 times, speed by 50 times. After turning into Evil Demon God, all attack will turn into long-range attack that would cover 1,000 miles. Increase crit chance by 50%. Consume 100.000 CPs per minute. He now had enough sin points to redeem the Evil God suit, and it was common sense to redeem such a strong suit. Equip Evil Demon God suit, Yi Tianyun said, and the system was immediately put to work. His body was immediately covered with a thin layer of armor that had an intricate texture. The armor itself also radiated an unparalleled evil aura that started to erode the ground. Nian Siyu suddenly felt there was a sudden change within Yi Tianyun, as if Yi Tianyun has suddenly become even more powerful than he already was earlier. Turn into Evil Demon God, Yi Tianyun said as his body was immediately covered with a black light. A dark power surged into the sky, piercing through the murderous aura that enveloped the tower itself. The murderous aura itself was immediately blown far away after coming into contact with the black aura that came from Yi Tianyun's transformation, clearing the area from the suffocating murderous aura, clearing the view for Yi Tianyun's terrifying new transformation. The black light also had the effect of burning everything it came into contact with, and so, anything it touched turned into ashes immediately, including the murderous aura itself. Yi Tianyun's body didn't swell this time, unlike when he used his other suits. Instead, his eyes now became magical looking and gave off a foreboding vibe to his aura, plus a curving horns on his forehead. The 2 big slaughter god divine generals that were rushing towards Yi Tianyun suddenly felt stiff as they feel a foreboding sense that they were about to lose their lives. They stopped moving and took a step back to get away from Yi Tianyun. They felt that an encroaching evil was all around Yi Tianyun right now. They felt that they would die as soon as they stepped any closer towards Yi Tianyun. Chapter 939. Whoa, the evil demon god suit is pretty good, Yi Tianyun said as he was quite impressed by the power the evil demon god suit gave while Nian Xiu was shocked. She felt the powerful trembling aura coming from Yi Tianyun, and it was way stronger than before. This time, the power that wafted off from Yi Tianyun made the air hard to breathe, and it felt like the surrounding area was engulfed in flames that burned everything slowly. She didn't have a problem breathing, but she was still pressured by Yi Tianyun's power. Is he really a human? Nian Xiu said to herself as she couldn't believe a human, furthermore, an Earth Monarch cultivator to have this kind of power. The two Slaughter God Divine Generals hiding inside the murderous aura were trembling from the pressure of Yi Tianyun's power. Other cultivators were no exception, albeit they were an ally to Yi Tianyun for now. They felt the surge of completely unknown power from afar, and the pressure stopped them on their track. What is this? How did that brat get that much power? Divine General Sha Long said as he was shocked by Yi Tianyun's power. We must work together, support each other and defeat him as a team, Divine General Sha Long ordered. He must stay cautious here as he knew that he couldn't defeat a cultivator with such a tremendous power alone. He knew that he had already made a mistake by letting his companion die one by one earlier, and now he had to make a decisive order to make sure that anyone wouldn't judge him as incompetent. Disintegration, Yi Tianyun said as he slowly pushed his hand forward. Suddenly, the area in front of Yi Tianyun's palm was caught in a pillar of black fire, burning everything in its surrounding. It caught two divine generals on its track, completely burning them with a black flame that couldn't be extinguished. Nevertheless, if one took a closer look at this black flame, they would be surprised even more as the black flame had both properties of yin and yang flames. The two divine generals screamed in pain as they tried to extinguish the flame by rolling around the ground to no avail. But that was not all. A figure rushed towards the divine generals and blasted the divine generals' heads, popping them like a watermelon. Successfully killed Divine General Sha Luo. Reward: 550 billion Express, 18 million CPs, 1 million SPs, Slaughter God Secret Art, Slaughter God Great Array, Slaughter God Sword, Slaughter God Bracelet, Slaughter God Soul. Reward: 50 billion Express, 2 million CPs, 5 million Mastery Points, 1x God Domain Lottery Ticket. Yi Tianyun obtained his reward as he killed the enemy. He was so fast that his movement was akin to teleportation. This was the effect of the enhanced speed from the suit. With X50 speed effect from Evil Demon God suit, Yi Tianyun could easily kill the enemy. Now, it's your turn, Yi Tianyun said as he appeared beside another divine general and speared the enemy with his Sky Dawn divine spear. Because of his overwhelming speed, the enemy couldn't react to Yi Tianyun's attack. Successfully killed Divine General Sha Tian. Reward: 650 billion Express, 19 million CPs, 1 million SPs, Slaughter God Secret Art, Slaughter God Great Array, Slaughter God Stick, Slaughter God Ring, Slaughter God Soul. Reward: 50 billion Express, 2 million CPs, 5 million Mastery Points, 1x God Domain Lottery Ticket. Yi Tianyun killed two divine generals in an instant. He then quickly returned to Nian Xiu's side while still holding his Sky Dawn divine spear. Yi Tianyun didn't receive any injury. In fact, he didn't even seem out of breath. He really crushed his opponent one-sidedly. It is done, Yi Tianyun said casually. Nian Xiu was shocked. She was really amazed by Yi Tianyun's incredible power. Even Divine General Sha Long, who saw everything from the sideline, couldn't believe his eyes. The companions who have always been beside him were killed so easily. This is absurd, Divine General Sha Long shouted as he couldn't believe his eyes. Their ability to hide inside the murderous aura was their greatest advantage, but it seemed Yi Tianyun could detect them just fine. The remaining two divine generals' complexion turned pale. They both were the strongest divine general, while Divine General Sha Long was the leader of the divine general himself. He often boasted that he was the strongest divine general as he could easily kill other Heaven Monarch cultivators despite himself being a fourth-layer Heaven Monarch cultivator himself. The Slaughter God cultivation technique gave them an edge against their opponents, and thus they were confident that they would win as long as they were inside the murderous aura that became the Slaughter God's signature. What should we do now, boss? I don't think I can deal with that kind of power right now, Divine General Sha Feng said with a frown on his face. He was angry as his companion was killed, but he knew that he shouldn't be too hasty. It seems I've underestimated him too much. I didn't expect our brothers would be killed so easily like this. At the hand of a brat too. Divine General Sha Long as he held the long sword in his hand tightly. He glared at Yi Tianyun coldly, fueling himself with killing intent as he was more furious than ever. Chapter 940. Yi Tianyun leisurely waited for Divine General Sha Long to attack as he was too lazy to rush towards them. After all, he still had to protect Nian Siyu on his side and he didn't want to even give the enemy slightest chance of using a cheap trick like taking Nian Siyu as a hostage or something similar. Can you see the surrounding area we are in now? Nian Siyu asked curiously. I can, but I can't see the whole area. Yi Tianyun said casually. Nian Siyu was relieved. She didn't know how Yi Tianyun could become so strong, but she knew that she didn't have to worry about their safety any longer. With Yi Tianyun's sensory ability that could detect the enemy that was hiding inside the murderous aura, that eliminated the chance of surprise attack from the enemy. But Nian Siyu also felt ashamed of herself as she couldn't be the one that protected them from the enemy. She gnashed her teeth as she thought that Yi Tianyun might rely on her more if only she was a little bit stronger. Suddenly, the murderous aura started to spin quickly and disperse. He immediately focused his attention towards the thick murderous aura and saw 3 huge phantom shadows rushing behind the murderous aura. It was a giant eagle, a giant rock golem, and a giant python. This phantom shadow was made by the Heaven Monarch cultivator on the side as they no longer wanted to stay inside the murderous aura any longer. It was clear that the Divine Generals had no intention to hide their aura anymore. Divine General Sha Long and Divine General Sha Feng themselves ceased on hiding inside the murderous aura and instead focused their energy on the offensive. Well, I thought that I would be the only one who would deal with these people. Yi Tianyun said as he smirked at the desperate enemy. The Heaven Monarch on the side didn't want to reveal their identity earlier, and they barely did anything to defeat the Divine Generals, but it seemed they wanted to do something now. The murderous aura couldn't cover the phantom shadows as they stirred the air around them and creating a vortex where the murderous aura couldn't got close. They had to do this as they didn't want their disciple to fall into cultivation deviation. I didn't expect to encounter the 3 god domain races here, but it doesn't matter. The situation requires us to make a move, Nian Siyu said as the Heaven Monarch started to reveal themselves. One of them was at 7th layer Heaven Monarch cultivation, a lot stronger than General Sha Long. But it wasn't something that Yi Tianyun wanted. He wanted to kill these 2 remaining Divine General by himself as he wanted the Express. He knew that these 2 remaining Divine General were the strongest out of all the Divine Generals. Furthermore, it was profitable to kill them even if he didn't get the Express. The Divine General gave a lot of rebirth level treasures upon their death and it was worth his time to get such a high-grade treasure. Divine General Sha Long frowned as now they were heavily outnumbered. Now that the Heaven Monarch cultivators on the other side has showed their true identity, he could no longer do as he pleased. Well, it seems I have to use my ace card now. Even if it was such a waste of energy to use it right now, at least you all will die. Divine General Sha Long said coldly as he put his hands on the ground and lines made of blood quickly spread all around the Slaughter God Tower. Everyone could feel something ominous from Sha Long's technique, and thus the Heaven Monarch cultivators quickly rushed towards Sha Long to stop him. Kill those 2. Don't let them do as they please. The Heaven Monarch cultivator shouted. But Divine General Sha Feng didn't have any intention to let them stop Divine General Sha Long. He pulled out a giant sword and immediately swung it, preventing anyone from getting any closer to Divine General Sha Long. The Heaven Monarch cultivators attacked Divine General Sha Feng, but their attacks couldn't heavily injure him as it seems Divine General Sha Feng's defensive capabilities was quite high. However, it was clear that Divine General Sha Feng was being pushed back. It was still very surprising that Divine General Sha Feng could hold back 3 Heaven Monarch cultivators at the same time even though his cultivation was much lower than these Heaven Monarch cultivators. This was the blessing of Slaughter God Tower. The murderous aura also strengthened them further, increasing their combat capabilities. Divine General Sha Long was still focused on controlling the bloody marks that seemed to be directly connected with the tower. The Slaughter God Tower began to shake and it seemed something bad would emerge soon enough from the bloody marks that Divine General Sha Long created. But a figure flashed over and knocked Divine General Sha Long over, preventing him from finishing his technique. The Slaughter God Tower shook once again before stopping and the murderous aura also stopped oozing from the ground. I don't know what you are about to do, but it's definitely not a good thing. Yi Tianyun said as he brandished his Sky Dawn Divine Spear on Divine General Sha Long's neck. Yi Tianyun didn't watch the situation unfold from afar, but he had calculated what he had to do next without alarming the Heaven Monarch cultivators on his side. Yi Tianyun couldn't let Divine General Sha Long finish what he was about to do, as Yi Tianyun wasn't sure he could deal with it later. Yi Tianyun wasn't as strong as he wanted just yet, and so he ought to avoid unnecessary fight. Divine General Sha Long glared at Yi Tianyun and slammed his feet before getting away from Yi Tianyun. The ground shook and numerous zombies with red eyes emerged from the ground. These zombies were the cultivators that died inside the slaughter god Great Array. Their cultivation wasn't high, but there was too many of them. Play with them. Stop bothering me, Divine General Sha Long shouted before he disappeared into the murderous aura once again. Yi Tianyun smirked as he just saw these zombies as an express bag. Divine General Sha Long wasn't distracting Yi Tianyun, but giving him a big gift instead. I am here too, xianxia shouted before smashing the zombies with her whip. Yi Tianyun looked at her and just sighed as he couldn't stop xianxia even if he wanted to anyway. I will help you kill these parasites, xianxia said solemnly as she looked at Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun didn't know how to answer to xianxia's word, so he just nodded his head and let xianxia do whatever she wanted. Chapter 941. Elder Nian, I will take care of everything, just rest for a while. Yi Tianyun said hurriedly. No, I can't let you do all the work. I will help out as best as I can, xianxia said as she attacked the zombies that came at her. Yi Tianyun felt helpless and he immediately waved his hand, burning the zombies on his path to ashes. Compared to xianxia, Yi Tianyun's attack was far more effective and quicker. Successfully killed a puppet. Reward: 460 billion express, 5 million express, 1.8 million SPs. Ellipsis 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 dot. The express kept coming and the reward was not bad for killing each one of the zombie. Furthermore, Yi Tianyun's attack was so fast that it didn't matter how many zombies spawned. xianxia, who was right beside Yi Tianyun, was thrown speechless once more as she witnessed Yi Tianyun's power. She didn't understand what kind of martial arts Yi Tianyun used, but it was so overwhelming. The burning attack that turned the zombies into ashes in single attack was the power of the evil god suit that Yi Tianyun wore. As long as Yi Tianyun's enemy was within his field of vision, he could light them on fire. Divine General Sha Long also seemed to notice that the zombies didn't even slow Yi Tianyun down, which further made him frown from frustration. He already knew that the zombies wouldn't be able to stop Yi Tianyun, but he didn't expect them to be mowed down that fast. Damn it, what a bunch of trash, Divine General Sha Long said as he watched from afar. He kept pressing his hands to the ground as he controlled the great array that summoned the zombies, but he now had to summon something stronger. But as he turned his attention from Yi Tianyun for a while, he immediately lost track of Yi Tianyun's whereabouts. What the hell, where did he go? Divine General Sha Long said as he looked around to find Yi Tianyun. But he immediately felt something ominous coming from the back of his head, so he immediately tried to block it with his sword. His sword collided with Yi Tianyun's spear and the impact alone almost bent his sword down, almost hitting Sha Long's chest. Yi Tianyun just frowned as he repeatedly failed to kill Divine General Sha Long in one move. But Yi Tianyun already expected as much, as Divine General Sha Long was the strongest Divine General out of the Slaughter God Divine Generals. Try to block this one, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled and raised his hand. The surrounding area around Divine General Sha Long immediately lighted up with fire and it started to consume Divine General Sha Long's body, enveloping him like a creeping centipede. Divine General Sha Long immediately experienced an unbelievable amount of pain from the flame, but instead of burning his body, the fire itself chipped away at his strength. Get away from me, Divine General Sha Long roared, and a huge slaughter god phantom shadow suddenly emerged from his back. The phantom shadow started moving on its own as if it had its own personality apart from Divine General Sha Long. I am the slaughter god. The phantom shadow roared and immediately threw its fist towards Yi Tianyun. The entire murderous aura on the vicinity was immediately absorbed by the phantom shadow, further strengthening its attack. Meanwhile, Divine General Sha Long's body turned red as all the visible blood vessels on his body burst. It was obvious that he couldn't handle the power that he just exerted. Yi Tianyun immediately noticed the murderous aura coming in from under Divine General Sha Long. He assumed that it had something to do with this phantom shadow that appeared so suddenly. Yi Tianyun knew that he ought to suppress the great array below Divine General Sha Long to stop the phantom shadow. The Slaughter God Phantom Shadow's fist hit the ground as Yi Tianyun stepped away from the attack. Countless souls from the Phantom Shadow's fist wailed as it seemed the Slaughter God Phantom Shadow was made by the trapped unfortunate souls inside the Slaughter God Tower. Yi Tianyun clearly felt the terrifying pressure from the Phantom Shadow's attack. He even had a feeling that he wouldn't be able to take that attack head-on. Yi Tianyun turned his attention to Divine General Sha Long and saw that the Divine General's combat power has risen once again, and now it was stronger than Yi Tianyun's combat power. The power of the great array that Divine General Sha Long created was far too powerful. It gathered all the murderous aura from the vicinity to summon the Slaughter God Phantom Shadow and further strengthening the user's combat capabilities. We have to escape this place quickly. Nian Siyu shouted. It won't work anymore. This place is in total lockdown. Divine General Sha Long said without any expression. Well, that is true. Yi Tianyun said as he smirked evilly. The Phantom Shadow attacked once again and attacked Yi Tianyun once again. The impact was so powerful that some Star Monarch cultivators that were quite a distance away from the attack were thrown aside by the shockwave. The Heaven Monarch cultivators who battled Divine General Sha Feng quickly jumped away from the shockwave, giving some breather to Divine General Sha Feng. Tianyun, Nian Siyu shouted as she didn't see Yi Tianyun dodge the attack. She hoped that she would see Yi Tianyun's figure remaining intact as the dust settled. In fact, the other cultivators who observed the battle from afar thought that there was no way Yi Tianyun could survive that attack, but their expectations was proven wrong. A figure appeared behind Divine General Sha Long as the Phantom Shadow suddenly dispersed into countless red flare, drifting away with the wind. How did you get behind me? Divine General Sha Long asked as he knew that Yi Tianyun was the one who stood behind him. That trick of yours is pretty awesome, but it also comes with many shortcomings. While the Phantom Shadow you control is powerful, it renders you from moving. You don't have to know how I can get behind you, you just have to remember that I am stronger than you. Yi Tianyun said casually. This is hurting my pride. I feel so stupid, Divine General Sha Long said while gritting his teeth as he saw his end was near. He knew that he couldn't win against Yi Tianyun now as he couldn't even read Yi Tianyun's movement. Chapter 942. Before Divine General Sha Long could say a word, he felt a surging power suddenly enveloping his body and tearing him into pieces. The only thing that he could see in his final moment was the ceiling of the Slaughter God Tower. He didn't even know what really hit him. Successfully killed Divine General Sha Long. Reward: 264 trillion Express, 19 million CPs, 1 million SPs, Slaughter God Secret Art, Slaughter God Great Array, Slaughter God Sword, Slaughter God Ring, Slaughter God Soul. Reward: 50 billion Express, 2 million CPs, 5 million Mastery Point, 1x God Domain Lottery Ticket. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to 3rd layer Earth Monarch stage. Finally Yi Tianyun leveled up to 3rd layer Earth Monarch stage. He got 264 trillion Express for killing Divine General Sha Long because he used the 200x Express card that he bought before. He didn't buy any other Express card as he thought that it was enough. This was also the reason why he killed Divine General Sha Long as fast as possible too. Nice, Yi Tianyun said to himself. With the crazy Express mode activated, he got X264 Express boost. Boss, Divine General Sha Feng shouted as soon as he saw that Divine General Sha Long was killed. He didn't expect that Divine General Sha Long would be killed while he was under the influence of Slaughter God's strength. Divine General Sha Feng fell to the ground as he saw that Yi Tianyun was unscathed. He felt that everything was just an illusion and he would be woken up from it soon enough. Everyone else also felt the same way, especially Nian Siyu. Everyone didn't expect that Sha Long would be killed so quickly. After all, everyone could sense how strong he was compared to the other people. This was really confusing for everyone. Now, it's your turn, Yi Tianyun said as he turned his attention to Divine General Sha Feng. The looks of unspeakable evil on his face was truly fascinating as it was the effect of the evil demon god suit. Divine General Sha Feng was trembling and he hastily ran towards the door of Slaughter God Tower. He surely didn't want to linger around anymore as he didn't want to die just yet. If his boss was killed so easily, there was no way he'd stand a chance by himself. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun just waited for Sha Feng to open the door. He didn't stop Sha Feng as he knew that opening the Slaughter God Tower's door himself would be troublesome. Everyone else also realized the situation and let Sha Feng run towards the door. Sha Feng did something to the door and it immediately opened. Sha Feng then took out a jade pendant and smashed it to the ground before turning his attention to Yi Tianyun once again. You are dead, you hear me? People will harvest your bones in the future. Sha Feng shouted crazily. I am looking forward to it. Yi Tianyun said as he suddenly teleported behind Sha Feng. He then pierced Sha Feng with his Sky Dawn Divine Spear, fatally injuring Sha Feng with barely any effort. Everyone was creeped out by Yi Tianyun's power as it was truly something scary. Yi Tianyun easily killed a Heaven Monarch cultivator alone despite only being at the Earth Monarch level. Our master will avenge us. Divine General Sha Feng said bravely. Divine General Sha Feng wasn't afraid of death. The only reason he rushed out of Slaughter God Tower was to send a report towards his master as he couldn't do so inside the Slaughter God Tower. I will welcome him anytime, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Everyone was still creeped out of Yi Tianyun's attitude as his smile seemed so sinister. After he couldn't talk anymore, Divine General Sha Feng turned into a blood mist as he couldn't regenerate the body he was in anymore. It was impossible to regenerate the body he got through the body possession technique if he was outside of Slaughter God Tower. The Slaughter God Tower was built for the Divine General and it was the perfect place for them to take over a cultivator's body of their own choice. It also provided the best tools to help them survive in the worst-case scenario. But once they got outside, the protection that the Slaughter God Tower provided no longer worked. Successfully killed Divine General Sha Feng. Reward: 307 trillion Express, 18 million CPs, 1 million SPs, Slaughter God Secret Art, Slaughter God Great Array, Slaughter God Giant Sword, Slaughter God Necklace, Slaughter God Soul. Reward: 50 billion Express, 2 million CPs, 5 million Mastery Points, 1x God Domain Lottery Ticket. The rewards he got for killing these Slaughter God Divine Generals was basically the same except for the weapons and equipment he got, but it wasn't something that Yi Tianyun cared about as he only cared about the Express and CPs. Yi Tianyun already knew that he would get more rewards if he killed a stronger cultivator, and thus he knew that it wouldn't matter what item he got at this point. Now, he was close to level up to 4th layer Earth Monarch stage. He turned his attention towards the Slaughter God Tower's door and everyone was startled as they were still terrified by Yi Tianyun's power, but 3 Heaven Monarch cultivators leapt out in front of Yi Tianyun. I am a Heaven Monarch of Giant Rock God Territory and I am really grateful for what you did. Giant Rock God Territory always welcomes you anytime. One of the cultivators said respectfully. I am a Heaven Monarch of Giant Hawk God Territory, and I'm also grateful for your help. Another cultivator said respectfully. Then one by one cultivators began to express their gratitude to Yi Tianyun as they were mainly afraid that Yi Tianyun would find them irritating. They sure didn't want to make an enemy out of him now that they've already seen that Yi Tianyun could kill a Heaven Monarch cultivator with ease. Chapter 943. Yi Tianyun suddenly disappeared from his spot, surprising the Heaven Monarch cultivators that looks at him before suddenly reappeared once again at the tower, killing the cultivators with cultivation deviation that have been summoned by Sha Long earlier. Yi Tianyun surely didn't want to waste the express cards that he had used earlier. The Heaven Monarch that realized what Yi Tianyun was doing was relieved almost instantly as they realized that Yi Tianyun wouldn't attack them. They were scared that Yi Tianyun would pay them back for their rude and condescending attitude before, but it seemed Yi Tianyun didn't really care about it. In truth, Yi Tianyun wanted to kill these people too as he thought that they would yield a good amount of express, but after observing them with his appraisal eye, he realized that he would receive some sort of punishment from killing an innocent person. Yi Tianyun realized that he ought to have a good reason for killing people. Otherwise, the system would just give him punishment instead of rewards. Now, can you help me destroy this Slaughter God Tower? Yi Tianyun looked at the Heaven Monarch cultivators indifferently. Let us join hands together to destroy this tower that already harms so many people. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. The Heaven Monarch cultivators all nodded their head as they agreed with Yi Tianyun. They could no longer tolerate the existence of the Slaughter God Tower that deceived them this whole time. They would never thought that they were being used in a huge conspiracy to resurrect the Slaughter God Divine General. The Heaven Monarch cultivators then dispersed to all corners around the tower to destroy the Slaughter God Tower's great array. Destroying the tower would be difficult, but with this many people, the tower would be destroyed without so much difficulty. Yi Tianyun then walked towards Nian Siyu and saw that Nian Siyu was staring at him, surprised by what Yi Tianyun just did. What's wrong? Yi Tianyun asked as he reverted back to normal, putting away the evil demon god suit he equipped earlier. Even though he returned to normal, he still wore the mask that Nian Siyu gave earlier so that no one would recognize his real identity. Are you really an Earth Monarch cultivator? Nian Siyu asked. Do you want to check my cultivation level closely? Tianyun said as he motioned for her to check his body. The most accurate way to check one's cultivation level was to touch their body and feel the energy inside their body. Nian Siyu didn't even hesitate as she held Tianyun's arm and began exploring Tianyun's inner energy, but no matter how hard she tried, the inner energy in Tianyun's body stated that he was only at 3rd layer Earth Monarch level. You are really at 3rd layer Earth Monarch level. My god, but you're just at the Star Monarch peak a while ago. Nian Siyu said with shock on her face, but nevertheless, the rate of Tianyun's growth itself was extraordinary in itself as she knew that Tianyun was a Star Monarch cultivator before they got here. Well, this is a secret. Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Nian Siyu couldn't believe it. She was overwhelmed by the speed of Tianyun's growth. Furthermore, Tianyun easily defeated a Heaven Monarch cultivator easily while he was only an Earth Monarch cultivator. What power do you have? How could you overpower those Heaven Monarch cultivators? You would win the God Domain's War of Ascension spectacularly with your power. Nian Siyu said excitedly. With the God Domain's War of Ascension restricted for Heaven Monarch and below, Tianyun would surely dominate as he could easily kill a Heaven Monarch cultivator. That's probably true, but you have to keep this a secret, Elder Nian. Tianyun said with a smile on his face. It was best to keep something like this a secret so that no one knew about his true strength, and therefore will not worry about his existence. Nian Siyu just nodded her head as she understood what Tianyun was thinking. But remember, I don't care how strong your power is, if it hurts your body, you have to stop using it. Nian Siyu said solemnly. She knew that some form of cultivation enhancement would have a negative effect on the user's body and she thought Tianyun was using something of that nature. A seemingly genius cultivator might have a dark secret. Using something like an accelerated cultivation technique could destroy a cultivator cultivation if it were not taken seriously. Nian Siyu feared that Tianyun could be this type of cultivator that were overconfident about his own way of cultivation without thinking about the impact it would bring to his body. I understand what you are saying, Elder Nian. Please, trust me, Tianyun said without explaining much. Tianyun and Nian Siyu turned their attention back to the Slaughter God Tower. They noticed that the murderous aura in the tower has gradually dissipated. It would be easy to damage the tower right now as it already lost so much of its protection. Tianyun then began to look for the array core to destroy it completely. Are you a God Rune Master too? Nian Siyu asked as she saw Tianyun walk towards the array core. Yes, my cultivation is mainly pointed towards a God Rune Master. Is there a problem? Elder Nian, aren't you also a God Rune Master? Tianyun said with a smile on his face. That is true, Nian Siyu said with a complicated look on her face. She was indeed a God Rune Master, but she was still at 1st grade God Rune Master and she knew that the tower wasn't vulnerable at all. But if Tianyun was truly able to break the array core, she had to admit that she had lost to an Earth Monarch. Chapter 944. With Tianyun's leadership, all cultivators were busy destroying the Slaughter God Tower's array core. Since most of them wasn't a God Rune Master, it was harder to destroy it. Now, the last one, Tianyun said as he stood in front of the last array core. Slaughter God Tower had many array cores that served as both protection and power generator for the tower. Everyone did their best to destroy the array cores that sweats were dripping from their foreheads. They didn't care about the Slaughter God anger anymore as they feared Tianyun more. With the destruction of the last array core, the entire Slaughter God Tower shook and eventually collapsed. Once the entire tower collapsed, a thick murderous aura was emitted from below the tower. The cultivators immediately stepped aside as they didn't want to come close to the murderous aura, but once it dissipated, they immediately checked the pit where the tower once stood. They were all shocked as they saw countless corpses, rotten and fresh. Corpses, Tianyun said as he looked down to the pit. But it didn't really surprise him as he knows that the murderous aura came from something like this. Without this mountain pile of corpses, there was no way the Slaughter God Tower could generate so much murderous aura. This was also the reason why the Slaughter God Divine Generals attracted people to come here. It was for generating the murderous aura and taking over their body with body possession. Nevertheless, Tianyun didn't know how many people had died here, but it would be best to say that most of them were Star Monarch. The slaughter god only welcomed cultivator with star monarch cultivation base after all. Burn to ashes, Yi Tianyun said coldly as he threw his flames to the pile of corpses and burned them down completely. The other cultivators were creeped out by the entire situation. They knew that many cultivators died inside Slaughter God Tower, but they didn't know that those cultivators were being collected and used to generate murderous aura like this. If Slaughter God knew what happened here, I guess he would chase me down. Yi Tianyun said as he looked at the burned bodies. The Slaughter God must have worked hard to build this tower to preserve his divine generals, but now it was razed to the ground. He would surely want you dead, Nian Siyu said with a smile on her face. Slaughter God Tower has existed for so many years, and many people wanted to compete with it, but none wanted it destroyed. Now, you've just accomplished something that others couldn't even imagine doing. Nevertheless, it was for a good cause, Nian Siyu said confidently. She didn't like that the Slaughter God Tower attract people for body possession too. She thought that it was the worst thing that could happen to a cultivator. Well, if he really wants to hunt me down, I am not scared. Besides, how would he identify us later? Yi Tianyun said as he pointed to his face that wasn't his real one. Everyone here wore a mask to conceal their identity, so it would be hard to recognize them later. You can say that's the real purpose of wearing this mask, Nian Siyu said casually. The name Slaughter God doesn't really bode well for anyone, and thus, for safety precaution, everyone started to come here with a face mask to hide their identity. Nian Siyu explained. That is certainly a wise decision, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He no longer cared about the Slaughter God divine generals as they had nothing to do with him anymore. Successfully completed a side quest, kill Slaughter God divine generals and destroy the Slaughter God Tower. His side quest was immediately completed as he already finished what it entailed, but it wasn't enough to level him up anymore. A special God domain quest. Kill the Slaughter God, reward on completion. 1 trillion express, 100 million CPs, 50 million mastery points, 50 million SPs, 3.000 prestige points, special title, Slaughter God. Warning. Completing the quest would change the direction of influence in God domain's territory. A special quest suddenly popped up. Yi Tianyun was excited, but now he had to search for the Slaughter God, too. But still, he had a choice to ignore it completely, too. Well, I will kill this Slaughter God if I encounter him someday, Yi Tianyun said confidently as he already made up his mind that he would accept the quest. For now, he didn't know where the Slaughter God was, so he couldn't immediately finish the quest. The reward was tempting, so Yi Tianyun knew that the Slaughter God ought to be a force to be reckoned with. It was probably wise not to provoke this Slaughter God right now. It might be best for Yi Tianyun to think about the God Domain's War of Ascension first and join the second-grade God Domain instead of staying on the first-grade God Domain. Thank you very much for your help, friend. If there is nothing else we should do here, we shall take our leave, a Heaven Monarch cultivator said to Yi Tianyun. He wanted to see what Yi Tianyun had to say and his attitude towards any of them. It would be the worst if Yi Tianyun decided to attack them when they were about to leave later. That's all right, you are free to leave. I am not a murderer, I will not randomly kill anyone on a whim, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. All right, if you have time later, we will welcome you to our God domain, the Heaven Monarch cultivator said with a smile on his face before bidding their farewell to Yi Tianyun and left, still looking back towards Yi Tianyun for time to time as they saw Yi Tianyun as the Slaughter God himself. Chapter 945. That man is so strong. He would definitely participate on the God Domain's War of Ascension, a cultivator said as they walked away from Yi Tianyun. That is for sure, he could even kill a Heaven Monarch so easily, another cultivation said confidently. He is a God Rune Master too. He could even found the array core of that tower and destroy it himself. Another cultivator chimed in. Yeah, if he participates in the God Domain's War of Ascension, we can say goodbye to become number one, another cultivator said with a frown on his face. They all left while talking about Yi Tianyun and how powerful he was. Although they suffered heavy losses right now as they were deceived by the Slaughter God Tower, they were thankful that they could survive. They also speculated about which God domain Yi Tianyun might come from, but none of them even thought that Yi Tianyun come from Heavenly Edict divine territory. It seems they are scared of you, Nian Siyu said with a smile on her face. No way, they are brave men, they know I am not going to kill them, Yi Tianyun said with a shrug. Well, we should go back now. The Slaughter God Tower was already destroyed. That place was an excellent cultivation place for the first-grade God domain, but I feel better now after knowing that it was a pathetic place for those dirty bastards. Nian Siyu said as she shook her head. That's true, but I think we better leave soon. Someone may come and investigate this place soon. Yi Tianyun said as he glanced around, looking for someone that might be hiding. You are right, we can't endanger Heavenly Edict Divine territory, at least not right now. Nian Siyu said as she took out her spirit ship and took Yi Tianyun away from the Slaughter God territory. Soon, those who came to the Slaughter God territory were reluctant to get close as they felt something bad happened there. A few days later, a void was torn in the middle of the Slaughter God territory where the Slaughter God Tower used to stand. A murderous aura enveloped the entire area and a figure walked to the middle of it. Slaughter God Tower has been destroyed and 7 of the divine generals died. The man frowned with a sad look on his eyes. He waved his hand and a ray of light enveloped the area. The light projected the battle that took place in that area previously in details, giving the man all the information about the how Slaughter God Tower and the divine generals met their doom. Giant rock race, giant eagle race, the man's eyes flashed red as he was angered by the information he got. He also saw Yi Tianyun easily kill the divine generals and pinpointed where the tower's array core. This boy's power is quite something. His speed and explosive power is amazing. What's a boy like him doing in a first-grade god domain? But it is strange, I can't see any distinctive features that indicates his race. Is he from Heavenly Ancient Clan? The man began to wonder as he couldn't seem to identify Yi Tianyun. At the same time, 2 spirit ships suddenly landed on the territory, disturbing the man's thought. What happened here? How did the Slaughter God Tower collapse? The cultivator who walked out of the spirit ship said out loud as he couldn't believe the scene in front of him. In fact, everyone else who disembarked from the 2 spirit ships was surprised as well. They couldn't believe that the Slaughter God Tower had collapsed. But suddenly, the cultivators stopped as the cultivator at the forefront rose his hand. Stop, don't come any closer. That guy there has a scary aura. He might be a cultivator with cultivation deviation. The man at the front said warily. It is already too late for you when you see me. The man from inside the murderous aura said as he suddenly reappeared behind the cultivators who came from the ships. A red flash blinded everyone and everything around the man, including the 2 lower-grade rebirth level spirit ships was turned to dust. What a waste. Their elders must have spent so much to nurture them, but now they are all dead. I don't know who that boy might be, but I definitely have to find him. The man said coldly before disappearing with another red flash. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun and Nian Siyu didn't know about the situation at Slaughter God territory. It was fortunate that they had left the territory quickly. Otherwise, they would be swept away by the mysterious man. Yi Tianyun and Nian Siyu returned to Heavenly Edict Divine territory safely, and Nian Siyu herself was satisfied by the result of this trip. She was confident that Yi Tianyun would sweep the God Domain's War of Ascension. There is still a few years before the God Domain's War of Ascension. I don't know how you would cultivate from now on, but it is better to strengthen your cultivation as much as you can. If you need anything, feel free to contact me and I will do everything in my power to assist you. Nian Siyu said with an excited smile on her face. She believed that Yi Tianyun would bring honor to Heavenly Edict Divine territory. If you insist, can you arrange some dangerous place for me? One with many dangerous demon beasts in lurking if possible. Yi Tianyun asked expectantly. Nian Siyu looked at Yi Tianyun like she just saw a nerd. Yi Tianyun's existence was inseparable with killing that it was absurd. Do you only rely on battle to improve your cultivation level? Nian Siyu asked curiously. Elder Nian, didn't I already explain it before? Yi Tianyun said helplessly. Well, I did see how absurdly fast you break through earlier, and I had to admit that it is surely quick. But, the place that resembles your description is really dangerous. Even a Heaven Monarch cultivator wouldn't go there without a proper reason. Nian Siyu explained with a frown on her face. That being said, I think I have a place that should be perfect for you, but I have to talk to Territory Lord first regarding sending you to that place. Nian Siyu said with a nod. All right, Yi Tianyun agreed as he really wanted a good place to cultivate. He was in a good spot now in terms of cultivation level, but it was still not enough to achieve his goal. The God Domain's War of Ascension would be tough for sure as it was the gathering spot of the first-grade God Domain's genius. Nian Siyu already said that Yi Tianyun would do well in the God Domain's War of Ascension, but she didn't say anything about him being the top cultivator there, meaning that Yi Tianyun's power was not cut out to make it to the top just yet. Chapter 946. Yi Tianyun stayed in his room for a while before Nian Siyu came, knocking on his door excitedly. It has been approved, you've got to prepare in a few days for your trip. I will take you to the core area of Heavenly Oracle God Realm. Nian Siyu said excitedly. Core area of Heavenly Oracle God Realm? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, it is the innermost area, where only outstanding and powerful cultivators are allowed to enter. We made an exception for now and grant you permission to enter that place. Nian Siyu said excitedly. Did you tell the territory lord about what I did in the tower earlier? Yi Tianyun asked. Well, I had to. Otherwise, it would be impossible to get to take you to a place as dangerous as Heavenly Oracle God Realm core area. Nian Siyu said with a smile on her face. Yi Tianyun just nodded as it was within his expectation. He already knew that the territory lord wouldn't let him go somewhere too dangerous if he didn't demonstrate what he was capable of first. Furthermore, the god domain operated based on contribution and without it, he couldn't open some door. The territory lord was excited knowing that you could defeat a heaven monarch already. With your quick breakthrough, territory lord gave us permission to go to the dangerous place, but you have to build your strength even faster before the War of Ascension. Nian Siyu said solemnly. It won't be a problem. Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Nian Siyu. Well, glad to hear that. Let's surprise the territory lord once we return. Nian Siyu said excitedly. Yi Tianyun just smiled as he didn't expect Nian Siyu to have this childish side on her. I take it you have high expectation. On me, Elder Nian. Yi Tianyun said playfully. Of course, we would go to Heavenly Oracle God Realm. Even if that place is glamorous, it was in a state of decline over the years. Therefore, we have to return with many resources, so we at the very least could secure the top 10 spot. Nian Siyu said determinedly. We have to be cautious too, as there are other god domains that wish to devour us out there. It is also the reason why we have to make sure that our god domain won't grow weaker. Nian Siyu said solemnly. Yi Tianyun knew that Nian Siyu wasn't joking at all. Now he knew why the elders were trying hard to cultivate their disciples. There were definitely many cultivation genius who would prove to be a challenge for Yi Tianyun in his current strength in the god domain's War of Ascension. But Yi Tianyun was convinced that he would get stronger martial arts and weapons if he won. The strongest martial arts that he could think of was that of the reincarnation stage. The same could be said for weapons, and Yi Tianyun had never learned anything higher than that. Nevertheless, he ought to get a good result on God Domain's War of Ascension. If I join the War of Ascension in my current state, how far can I go? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. You have a good chance to place in the top 10 right now, but it's undeniable that there are strong cultivators out there, too. Furthermore, there is a powerful God domain that has many advantages that we don't have. Nian Siyu said solemnly. To make it easier to understand, a powerful God domain has advantages in terms of resources and racial power. Some of them even have natural advantages too. They might save a trump card that they can use in a pinch to make sure that they secured their spot in the top 10. Nian Siyu explained. Keep in mind that it's easy for these cultivators to crush a strong cultivator like yourself, and that is why you have to build up more strength and remain vigilant at all time. Nian Siyu adds, well, for now you will have to start cultivating yourself inside the Heavenly Oracle God Realm core area, and I will protect you in there. Nian Siyu assured. Yi Tianyun just nodded as he understood everything that Nian Siyu has just said. He ought to raise his cultivation to the peak of Earth Monarch stage to make sure that he got the best result on the War of Ascension. He could get to Heaven Monarch, too, as he could bypass the 8th layer Earth Monarch and jump straight to Heaven Monarch stage, but he didn't want to do that as he knew that it wasn't as good as getting to Heaven Monarch the normal way. By bypassing his way to Heaven Monarch, his cultivation would be still below the average Heaven Monarch, and that was not a good thing for sure. Yi Tianyun knew that he had to endure the harshness of Earth Monarch stage. This was the best way to become more powerful. Yi Tianyun knew that most cultivators failed to break through to Heaven Monarch stage as they couldn't withstand the brutal cultivation that awaited them, but once they break through to Heaven Monarch the normal way, they would realize how far stronger they were compared to the other cultivators who took the shortcut. Still, the success rate of a cultivator to break through to Heaven Monarch stage by a normal way was terribly low. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun was confident in his own ability. He would for sure get to Earth Monarch peak stage and break through to Heaven Monarch. I have to break through to the 4th layer Earth Monarch stage, Yi Tianyun said confidently. He knew the required express was unreasonable, but nevertheless, he was ready for the challenge. Nian Siyu was worried that Yi Tianyun might force himself to build more strength. If his cultivation foundation was unstable, Yi Tianyun might face various problems in the future. Chapter 947. Yi Tianyun left to rest while Nian Siyu made some preparation as she had to discuss about Yi Tianyun's need with the territory lord. Nian Siyu herself wanted Yi Tianyun to take some time to rest while she was out preparing everything Yi Tianyun might need on his journey. It seems the only thing left for me is to wait, Yi Tianyun said as he stayed in his room. He didn't know what Nian Siyu had in mind, but she believed that the place she had in mind was suitable with Yi Tianyun's style. But Yi Tianyun didn't want to go to a place like the Slaughter God Tower ever again. Sure, the Slaughter God Tower gave him so much express that he leveled up several times, but it was a hassle. It was disgusting to fight against people with body possession technique. But when Yi Tianyun wanted to meditate, someone comes knocking on his door. Ji Yu Yurong. Hey, what's up? Yi Tianyun asked as he opened the door and saw Ji Yu Yurong stood in front of his door, but Ji Yu Yurong seemed so shy for some reason and avoided eye contact with Yi Tianyun. Hey, what's the matter? Yi Tianyun asked with a smile on his face. I saw young Master Yi's friend earlier and it seems he already encountered some difficulties. Ji Yu Yurong said shyly. My friend, did you mean Lei Zhengyu? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Lei Zhengyu is the only one that he would consider a friend after arriving at God Domain. Yes, it seems young Master Lei is about to get in a fight people on the flower-filled star. I am afraid that he would die if the battle continued. Ji Yu Yurong worriedly. A big fight, Yi Tianyun said as he frowned. He knew that Lei Zhengyu was a relatively level-headed person that would keep a low profile, but he was caught in a fight. So, he believed that someone must be picking a fight with him. Yes, it seems he was confronted by a cultivator who looked down on human race and he already received several serious injury throughout the time he was here. Ji Yu Yurong explained. I knew it, Yi Tianyun said coldly. He knew that Lei Zhengyu wouldn't bother making trouble himself, he was just roped into one. Thank you very much, I will take my leave now, Yi Tianyun said as he laughed. Yi Tianyun immediately rushed towards the flower-filled star as he knew that he couldn't let Lei Zhengyu die unnecessarily. Young master, I will come with you, Ji Yu Yurong said as he followed Yi Tianyun closely behind. She wants to help Yi Tianyun if it came down to a fight later. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun quickly traveled with the teleportation array provided here in the capital. The capital was a special plane in Heavenly Edict Divine Territory as it provided access to every planet with its teleportation array. Now, Yi Tianyun's destination, the flower-filled star, was a special planet that was used as an entertainment site with various entertainment facilities. For example, brothel, restaurants, bars, dual stage, and many other forms of entertainment. But there was one major problem in this place's dual stage: a cultivator's life didn't really matter as it was irrelevant for the residents there. Fortunately, one could surrender and the opponent wasn't allowed to kill them anymore. When Yi Tianyun arrived at the planet, the scent of a strong wine immediately penetrated his nostril. He saw so many luxurious restaurants and so many entertainment joints that it would be easy to spend all his money in here. Hey, young master, do you want to come over and keep us company for a while? The woman with a silk scarf said as she walked towards Yi Tianyun. Her sweet fragrance immediately entered Yi Tianyun's nose as soon as she came close. This woman who tried to charm Yi Tianyun was also a cultivator, but her cultivation was so low that she resorted to join the brothel to earn her living. It wasn't a bad thing to do in the God domain as there was a demand for it. But Yi Tianyun wasn't interested with this kind of thing. He already had a wife who waited for him back on the mortal domain and he came here with a mission. Yi Tianyun ignored the woman and walked towards the supposed dual stage. He saw that the place has so many dual stage, but one dual stage in particular was very lively as it was full of people cheering and booing. Kill that brat, kill that human, show him who is the boss here. A voice was heard from among the crowd. In fact, so many words were heard from the crowd, but none of them supported Lei Zhengyu. Yi Tianyun approached the dual stage and saw the familiar figure of Lei Zhengyu who was fighting a cultivator in the arena. It was obvious that Lei Zhengyu was losing this fight. The main reason for that was the amount of injury on Lei Zhengyu's body, while the other party wasn't injured at all. It was clear that Lei Zhengyu was already exhausted too. Yi Tianyun looked around and noticed that there were human race supporters in the crowd, but their support was drowned by the opposing supporters. What happened here? Yi Tianyun asked one of the cultivators from the human race who observed the fight. That boy is fighting another cultivator to clear a cultivator's reputation. I heard that cultivator is called Yi Tianyun from human race. The cultivator said helplessly. He was defending another cultivator. Yi Tianyun said as he was surprised by the reason of the fight. Yes, some cultivator said that Yi Tianyun guy used some sort of connections and dirty tricks to receive many profit from the elders. But I think they are just jealous of Yi Tianyun's achievement as they refuse to believe it's possible for a human to achieve such a thing. The cultivator said with a frown on his face. Then, Lei Zhengyu over there overheard the conversation and demanded to take such remark back. The argument started there and then it escalated into a fight. The cultivator said with a sigh. As Yi Tianyun listened to the cultivator's explanation, he got more and more irritated. Chapter 948. Lei Zhengyu screamed from the stage, and his body immediately flashed like thunder before he slammed his opponent fiercely. With this attack, Lei Zhengyu took the upper hand in this fight, immobilizing his opponent. As Lei Zhengyu was ready to finish off his opponent immediately shouted. I surrender. I admit my defeat, he said fearfully. The referee immediately stood up and stopped the fight. Now, apologize to my friend, Lei Zhengyu coldly said as he coughed up a lot of blood. It was the blowback of using the power he displayed earlier. It seemed Lei Zhengyu was really in bad shape as the opponent kept coming, but he couldn't surrender. Why would we do that? You still haven't fought all of us yet. Another opponent entered the stage, and it was clear that there was a long line behind him. Lei Zhengyu sighed as he couldn't surrender from the fight while the enemy easily surrendered after being cornered. Come on then, after I beat you all, you will have to admit you are wrong, Lei Zhengyu coldly said as he stood in the middle of the ring. However, it was clear that he was exhausted and tattered. I didn't expect that brat to be so strong. Some cultivators murmured as they watched Lei Zhengyu's fight. Even Lei Zhengyu's opponents themselves were also shocked by Lei Zhengyu's determination, but they wouldn't admit defeat. Look for his weakness. There's no need to finish him off quickly, just take it slow and wear him down even further, Lei Zhengyu's enemies shouted with a smirk on their faces. Their cultivation was lower than Lei Zhengyu, and thus they couldn't easily defeat him. Yi Tianyun observed the situation all around and walked towards another human race with decent cultivation. Are you not going to help him? Yi Tianyun asked the man. Help him? We are no match against those people. Even if we somehow defeat them, they will just bring stronger cultivators next time, the man said with a horrified look on his face. That was also the case with any other cultivator. They shook their head as they didn't want to be involved with Lei Zhengyu. If they helped Lei Zhengyu in any way, they would be dead at the end of the day. I feel bad for that guy. We don't have any chance to save him as the opposing side is much stronger than a minority like us. It is better to leave Heavenly Edict divine territory than dying here in those people's hand, the man said with a sad look on his face. These people shook their heads as they knew that as long as there was no influential human in a god domain, then the human race would never see any difference. They would be constantly oppressed by other races. If someone leads you to fight them, will you join that fight? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. I guess not, we just don't stand a chance, the man said sadly. Yeah, that's right, we shouldn't do anything in vain, another human race cultivator said. Little brother, your idea is great, but the reality is cruel, another cultivator said while shaking his head. They seemed to have lost hope that the human race would rise someday. Yi Tianyun saw despair in their eyes, devoid of hope. No wonder the human race is always being oppressed by other races. You guys don't even have the will to fight at all. If I always choose an easy path, I will end up like you guys, Yi Tianyun said as he leapt into the stage. Yi Tianyun then tapped Lei Zhengyu's shoulder. Lei Zhengyu immediately turned around and looked over where he saw Yi Tianyun. Little brother Yi, Lei Zhengyu said happily. Change of players, Yi Tianyun said as he gave medicinal pills to Lei Zhengyu. Take these pills and recover, I will play with them for a while, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Lei Zhengyu stuffed the medicinal pills into his mouth while smiling. All right, I won't let them drag our dignity through the mud, Lei Zhengyu said as he stepped away from the stage. Who are you? What are you doing here? A cultivator said from the opposing side. Do you think you humans will stand a chance just because you group? He said coldly. Well, I am sure I can, what about it? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Are you sure you will help him out? The cultivator said scornfully. Why do you care? Yi Tianyun asked indifferently. Yi Tianyun's indifferent attitude really confused them, and they looked at each other for confirmation. We are just encouraging you to step down so we won't be labeled as a bully. The opposite said with a smirk on their face. Aren't you already a bully? Well, it's faster like this anyway. I will give you a chance to bully me, but I will do the same to you, understand? Yi Tianyun said cockily. The cultivators who heard Yi Tianyun's words were in shock after hearing it. This was the first time that a human sounded this cocky. The opposing side didn't seem pleased by Yi Tianyun's words and was ready to attack him all at once. You all don't have to do anything, I will take care of this one. A young man suddenly hopped onto the stage, and his cultivation level was similar to Yi Tianyun, which is the second layer Earth Monarch level. Yi Tianyun released so little aura that everyone guessed his cultivation wrong. Well, if you don't want to be labeled as a bully, why would you still continue this farce? If you want to attack me, I am very much obliged. I will take care of all of you one by one, or at the same time, whichever one is fine. Yi Tianyun said, casually, I know why you all keep bullying a weak human race, it is to hide your own incompetence. You hide your inferiority by bullying those who are weaker than you so that you can feel some sort of power and control. Am I right? Yi Tianyun said with a cocky smirk on his face. The opposite party was incredibly shocked to hear Yi Tianyun's words, and they even felt degraded by it. Yi Tianyun had humiliated them, and thus they had to take action. Chapter 949. This was a common problem here on the cultivation world, as the loser of a duel had to apologize for the mistake they made, but if it turned into a round duel, the one with smaller number would be in massive disadvantage, and it was exactly what happened to Lei Zhengyu. Winner takes all. Is there anything else you want to say to this? Or do we step into the battlefield right away? The cultivators standing across Yi Tianyun said coldly. They still didn't think that what they were doing was wrong. Winner takes all, huh? That is completely right in my alley. Yi Tianyun said coldly. Now, would you attack me all at once or one by one? Not that it matters. Yi Tianyun said casually. Bullshit. Me alone would be enough to deal with you. The Earth Monarch cultivator said disgruntledly. Come on, let us dance for a while. I will show you that human race should be minding your own business in the corner, away from any other race. The cultivator said coldly. As the referee initiated the battle, Yi Tianyun flashed towards a cultivator and immediately kicked the cultivator to the ground, planting his body to the ground. Fortunately for this cultivator, Yi Tianyun didn't have any intention to kill him just yet. All cultivators who watched the battle felt horrified as they saw the mangled look of Yi Tianyun's opponent. Yi Tianyun thought that killing this cultivator was too easy, and thus he wanted all of these cultivators who watched the battle to know that he wasn't a pushover. But still, the cultivator that he kicked earlier wouldn't have the same future in the cultivation world, as no matter how much medicinal pills he got, he wouldn't be able to get back his power after this. Next, Yi Tianyun said as he looked at the group where his opponent belonged. You know that you can just come at me all at once. That way it would be faster to take care of you all. Yi Tianyun said casually. Everyone remained silent as they didn't expect Yi Tianyun to be overly powerful like this. He easily defeated a second-layer Earth Monarch cultivator with such ease that he didn't even break a sweat. Many people still thought that Yi Tianyun was using some kind of dirty trick to win against the cultivator earlier, but certainly, Yi Tianyun saw there was no need to correct them. He is too powerful. I didn't see him in a while, but he already reached a new height. Lei Zhengyu said as he was mesmerized by Yi Tianyun's power. Lei Zhengyu's excitement was confusing for the rest of the watchers, as they were still not sure that Yi Tianyun would win the entire battle. Lei Zhengyu couldn't sense any excitement from the human race spectators, and it was disappointing as well as frustrating. It seemed these people just gave up on rooting for a human. Come on, anyone else wants to challenge me? Didn't you enjoy wearing your opponent out with repetitive duel? Or did you already lose your spirit, seeing that no one wants to end up like that guy? Yi Tianyun said cockily while pointing his fingers at the Earth Monarch cultivator that he planted down to the ground earlier. I will end you. At this time, a third-layer Earth Monarch jumped towards the stage and glared at Yi Tianyun. I will avenge my brother. The cultivator said as it seemed he was the brother of the cultivator Yi Tianyun defeated earlier. Yi Tianyun chuckled and flashed towards the new contender before slamming him down to the ground. His fate was similar to his brother as he lied on the ground unmoving while blood splattered around him. He wasn't dead, but surely, he received a heavy injury. Next, Yi Tianyun said towards the cultivators on the opposite direction. But now, Yi Tianyun could see the horrified look on their faces. Just defeating 2 Earth Monarch cultivators already instilled the seeds of fear in these cultivators' mind. What's wrong? No one dares to fight me anymore. What a bunch of cowards. You dare challenge me by saying winner takes all, but now you are backing away like a bunch of cowards. This is why your race is garbage. How dare you spit on our face? Yi Tianyun said coldly as he didn't fear them. I will go. I will fight you. A 4th layer Earth Monarch cultivator said as he pulled out a middle-grade rebirth level weapon and jumped to the stage. He was just getting ready to fight, but Yi Tianyun already flashed forward and slammed him down to the ground, similar to the other two. Next, Yi Tianyun shouted indifferently. At this time, the human race cultivators that watched the battle suddenly found their hope once again on Yi Tianyun. Hey, next one, what's wrong with you? Don't you want to continue playing? What a bunch of trash. Lei Zhengyu shouted mockingly to the opposing side. The rest of the human race cultivators shouted mockingly to the opposing side as they found confidence that Yi Tianyun would beat them all. Their shouts were so courageous that the cultivators on the opposing side could only bite their lips. Yi Tianyun just smirked as it seemed he had succeeded driving the rest of the human race cultivator on this stars out of their oppression. How pathetic. A handsome young man floated from the side to the stage while holding a fan on his hand. It's Liu Beisheng, the #1 genius of the inner palace. A cultivator shouted surprisedly. The human race cultivators that shouted earlier were immediately silent once again as they thought that Yi Tianyun's win streak would be over now. They knew that Liu Beisheng was really a genius cultivator from the inner palace who was currently at the 6th layer Earth Monarch. There was even a rumor that he was ready to join the core palace, which demonstrated his capability as a genius. Some people said that he could reach the 8th layer Earth Monarch cultivation, which allowed him to take an elder quest for an elder position in the future. This was why the human race cultivators were all silent as they thought that it would be impossible for Yi Tianyun to win this battle. Chapter 950. Liu Beisheng easily won the crowd with his elegant demeanor. His supporters began to cheer and claps as they were excited by his arrival. Senior brother Liu, that brat made fun of us. Please defeat him, a cultivator said to Liu Beisheng excitedly. Yes, he is too cocky for his own good. He thought that the human race could survive in the god domain. Another cultivator said coldly. They cheered for Yi Tianyun's death. On the other hand, Lei Zhengyu and the rest of the human race cultivators were silent as they weren't sure Yi Tianyun would win the next battle. We won't lose to an inner palace genius. Lei Zhengyu shouted confidently. He broke the silence and shouted wholeheartedly that Yi Tianyun was going to win. This is Liu Beisheng we are talking about. Not to mention that no human race has gotten into the inner palace just yet. It was obvious why your race was stepped on inside the god domain. A cultivator behind Liu Beisheng said mockingly. The other cultivators beside him just smirked mockingly at Lei Zhengyu as they felt the same way. Meanwhile, the cultivators beside Lei Zhengyu began to back off, out of fear that they would meet a terrible fate by those people's hands. How dare you belittle us? I will fight you all and win. Lei Zhengyu shouted bravely. I believe that you are also a mortal domain's cultivator at some point and you just joined the god domain a little quicker, that's all. Lei Zhengyu said confidently. The human race cultivators looked at Lei Zhengyu with a different light. They believed that Lei Zhengyu could really bring a change in the god domain system. The cultivators here in the god domain were all top-notch on their respective mortal domain and it proved that they could still get better. The only thing blocking their path was their own mentality. The look in the eyes of the human race cultivator were different now. They seemed so determined thanks to Lei Zhengyu's word. They have been oppressed for so many years, but now it was time for them to push back. Inner Palace #1 genius. Well, that doesn't matter for me. If you want to fight just step forward. Yi Tianyun said indifferently as he looked at Liu Beisheng. Who do you think I am? You human race is the most inferior race here on God domain. Liu Beisheng said angrily. It seems I have to drill some manners into your skull so that you'll respect your senior. He ranted while pointing his fingers to Yi Tianyun. Etiquette is for people, not for an animal like you. In my opinion, you are just taking advantage of your own race by showing a little bit of talent. The fact that your side already lost so many times yet refuse to admit that they are wrong just goes to show that you lot don't have any discipline. Just like an animal walking inside the slaughterhouse, they keep coming without apologizing for their mistake. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Yi Tianyun's word hit some nerve as they couldn't refute it. Lei Zhengyu already won so many times before, but they didn't even keep their end of bargain. Alright, if you're really confident in your power, Let me test it. Let's see how strong you really are. Liu Beisheng said as he stepped forward, starting the battle. He immediately raised his hand, creating air walls that surrounded the entire stage. He also created an air pocket around himself as a defensive mechanic that would react to anything the opponent threw. Liu Beisheng just smirked as he thought that his preparation was complete and there was no way Yi Tianyun would be able to break through his defense. Liu Beisheng took the battle cautiously as he knew that Yi Tianyun already defeated 2 Earth Monarch cultivators without barely doing anything earlier. Liu Beisheng's supporter began to scream and shout, showing their support for Liu Beisheng and mocked Yi Tianyun at the same time. They were so confident that Liu Beisheng, the inner palace genius, wouldn't lose to Yi Tianyun. The look on the human race cultivators' eyes began to change once again, but they weren't as meek as earlier. Some of them still chanted Yi Tianyun's name to show that they wouldn't be oppressed any longer. Are you ready? I will give you a chance here. You are free to attack me 3 times. Liu Beisheng didn't get to finish his sentence as a cold flame burst towards him with a terrifying speed. He immediately swept up his fan and swept it forward. The fan was multiplied to 100 and created a wall to block the incoming flame. The flame hit the wall of fan and caused a big explosion. A raging flame surged and the hundreds of fan were blown away into dust. Liu Beisheng was also blown away as he was close to the wall of fan that he made earlier, but that was not the end of it. Smoke from the explosion blocked his vision, and thus he failed to notice that Yi Tianyun was attacking him from the smoke and punched him on the chest. Liu Beisheng, who felt the stinging pain on his chest, immediately took control of his nerves. It was too painful that he couldn't even breathe. Liu Beisheng fell from the sky and his armor were completely shattered while a big punch mark was imprinted on his chest. With only 1 punch, the inner palace genius was defeated. An inner palace genius can't even withstand 1 blow. I never thought that he'd be this weak. Yi Tianyun said mockingly. He returned his opponent's arrogance right into their face. If they were kind and genuine, then Yi Tianyun would show the same attitude. Everyone was speechless as they stared at Liu Beisheng on the ground. They even wondered if what they saw just now were all just an illusion. An inner palace genius was defeated with only 1 punch. Did Yi Tianyun already reach the Heaven Monarch realm? But everyone was sure that they felt the 3rd layer Earth Monarch aura from Yi Tianyun earlier, yet how come a 3rd layer Earth Monarch cultivator defeat a cultivator with higher cultivation than themselves? Look at that, inner palace number 1 genius has been defeated. Lei Zhengyu shouted excitedly. Fear not, Yi Tianyun would even defeat the core palace number 1 genius himself if they come here. Lei Zhengyu said braggingly. The human race cultivators bathed in excitement as the confidence of their own race returned after watching Yi Tianyun's battle. Chapter 951. Yi Tianyun emerged victorious, and the rest of the human race who saw the scene regained their hope. This proved that human race did have potential and didn't deserve to be oppressed because of their bloodline. The inner palace number 1 genius is defeated just like that. We have to fight back if they look down on us. We have the chance to win. One of the human race cultivators shouted confidently, and the rest of the human race cultivators immediately shouted valiantly. They found the confidence they once lost, and their fighting spirit emerged, wiping away their fear. They found hope and courage, all thanks to Yi Tianyun. They had never seen such a powerful cultivator like him before, and thus the human race cultivator thought that they too had potential if they worked hard. Yi Tianyun just smiled as he saw the human race regain their confidence. Successfully reignited more than 100 people's fighting spirit. Reward: 10 billion express, 1 million CPs, 1 million mastery, 500 moral value. Another quest completed. Interesting. Yi Tianyun smiled happily. He never really expected to clear a hidden quest right now as he only wanted to raise the morale of the human race. Everyone was struggling so hard to raise their cultivation, and wouldn't the 3 realms have the same kind of problems if it turned into a god domain later? Anyone else wants to fight me? Yi Tianyun asked coldly to the opposite side. The cultivators of the opposite side looked at each other with fear in their eyes. They know that they could get killed if they stepped into the stage. Even if they didn't die, they would be forced to recover on the bed for a long time, and nobody wanted that. Junior brother Liu. A white shadow immediately flashed towards Liu Beisheng and picked him up. They quickly fed a medicinal pill to Liu Beisheng and immediately turned to look at Yi Tianyun. Are you the one who injured junior brother Liu? They asked coldly. Yi Tianyun looked at the cultivator and saw that it was a stunning woman with red eyes. She was obviously angry that her junior brother had been turned into a rag doll. Great, that is senior sister of the core palace. A cultivator from the opposing side was glad to see another strong cultivator from their side. Her cultivation seems to have reached the 7th layer Earth Monarch stage. She is obviously among the best cultivators in the core palace. She is a lot stronger than Liu Beisheng. That brat would have no chance to win now. Another cultivator said with a smirk on their face. Yes, senior sister Feng Kuichou would absolutely win against that brat. Another cultivator laughed excitedly. They were confident that the woman would win against Yi Tianyun as her cultivation level and prestige were much higher and way better. In addition, Nian Xiyu also kept an eye on Feng Kuichou, and Feng Kuichou was confident that she would be recruited to be Nian Xiyu's direct disciple in the future. Lei Zhengyu's complexion changed once more. In fact, the rest of the human race was also silenced by the woman's appearance. They knew about how fearsome this woman was, and the fact that Elder Nian already valued her quite highly made things even worse. Even if Yi Tianyun could defeat Feng Kuichou, wouldn't it be a problem if he injured a cultivator that an elder considered worthy? Yes, I'm the one you're looking for, is there any problem with that? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. At least you're brave enough to admit it yourself. I will reward your bravery by only taking your legs. I will let you live so that you can repent for your sin. Feng Kuichou coldly said as she took Liu Beisheng out of the stage and left him in another cultivator's care. That is a big word for someone who didn't have any qualification. Yi Tianyun indifferently said as he assessed Feng Kuichou from top to bottom. She already acted all high and mighty even though Nian Xiyu only paid slight attention to her more than the others. It was great that an elder took an interest in her, but it wasn't something that she should brag about. Qualification: you are new here, so you don't know anything about me. I am Elder Nian's future direct disciple. Feng Kuichou said furiously. If you want to continue living inside this god domain, you should lay low and know your place. Otherwise, I will throw you into the depth of the abyss. Feng Kuichou said coldly. She behaved this way because she thought that she was invincible. Well, I don't care what you are to Nian Xiyu. I didn't think the core palace would have such an idiotic cultivator like you. The fact that Nian Xiyu looked at you might amaze some people, but not me. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. How dare you? If that is what you want, then we will have to see how strong you are against me. Feng Kuichou said coldly. She then pulled out a white shackle as her weapon, and it was a middle-grade rebirth level weapon. She immediately attacked Yi Tianyun with it, but Yi Tianyun caught it before it could hit him. The attack of Feng Kuichou didn't stop there as the white shackle immediately froze Yi Tianyun's arm. This was Feng Kuichou's cultivation. She could incorporate an extreme cold attack into her weapon. What an idiot! How dare you grab my weapon with your hand? That hand would soon break down to shards. Feng Kuichou said with a victorious grin on her face. It's only ice. Yi Tianyun said as a bright flame emerged from his hands and immediately thawed Feng Kuichou's ice. He immediately dragged the white shackle towards him, pulling Feng Kuichou along with it. She was out of balance because of Yi Tianyun's monstrous strength, and she was immediately slapped in the face as soon as Yi Tianyun was right in front of her. Don't you ever think I won't hit a woman? Yi Tianyun said as he looked at Feng Kuichou indifferently. Chapter 952. Feng Kuichou was flung to the ground by a single slap. Her beautiful face was swollen, and she even lost some of her teeth. It really looked terrible as the former goddess looked decrepit right now. Yi Tianyun didn't want to cripple Feng Kuichou as he still respected Nian Xiyu. If it were someone irrelevant like Liu Beisheng, he wouldn't have to hold back like this. Everyone who saw the scene was shocked. Yi Tianyun really didn't care about Feng Kuichou's status at all. Meanwhile, Lei Zhengyu couldn't help but applaud loudly. You are really cool, little brother Yi, well done. Lei Zhengyu said excitedly. The rest of the human race was still shocked as they didn't expect Yi Tianyun to be this bold. If Feng Kuichou really were Nian Xiyu's future disciple, wouldn't it be equal to disgracing Nian Xiyu herself if Yi Tianyun attacked Feng Kuichou like this? How dare you hit me? Feng Kuichou screamed loudly. Do you know who I am? You ignorant human, a slave of the god domain like you are too arrogant for your own good. Feng Kuichou screamed annoyingly. Yi Tianyun walked toward her and slapped her face once more. Say it again. Yi Tianyun said coldly. How dare you, human? I will kill you. All of you human race would go extinct. Feng Kuichou said coldly, but before she could say anything else, Yi Tianyun slapped her face once more. How dare you, pig? Feng Kuichou shouted once more, and Yi Tianyun slapped her once more. Go on, don't you have something else to say? Yi Tianyun said as he dragged Feng Kuichou back to her own 2 feet once again. Feng Kuichou's face was already disfigured as her face was swollen beyond recognition. She couldn't even speak anymore as her mouth was swollen shut. You thought I won't beat a woman? Don't sell yourself short, Yi Tianyun said as he slapped Feng Kuichou on the face once more, flinging her to the ground. Her situation wasn't much different than Liu Beixiang's. It would take her a few years to recover from her injuries. Killing these people was probably better, but Yi Tianyun thought it would be too kind for them. If he did things this way, at least these people would serve as an example for those who wanted to belittle human race. They would be bedridden for a few years at the very least. Senior Sister Feng, a young lady rushed toward Feng Kuichou and hugged her. You are a dead meat. How dare you do this to Senior Sister Feng? She is a cultivator who would participate in the God Domain's War of Ascension. You would be on the receiving end of Elder Nian Siyu's wrath. The young lady shouted furiously. At the same time, Lei Zhengyu was worried. If Elder Nian Siyu were really troubled over this problem, then Yi Tianyun would be in deep trouble. It's over. If Elder Nian looks into this whole problem, it's all over. A cultivator said nervously while the other human cultivator also voiced the same concern. Elder Nian wouldn't do anything to little brother Yi. He is much better than these cultivators, and I believe Elder Nian would make a rational decision and take little brother Yi's side. Lei Zhengyu said confidently. Although he was worried, he knew that Yi Tianyun would be able to deal with this problem. I heard that someone has already reported the situation here to Elder Nian. This brat is as good as gone. He would be thrown into prison and rot in it, a cultivator from the opposing side said with a smirk on his face. The other cultivators around him also shared the same opinion, confident that Elder Nian would take their side. This was their nature. They would never acknowledge that a human race cultivator could do better than them. Stop making things up. Aren't you people the ones who want to fight me before? Now you want to involve an elder here. It is obvious that you are just a coward on top of your loss. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. He didn't care even if the territory lord himself came here as he knew that he wasn't in the wrong. But the cultivators on the opposite side were gritting their teeth as they didn't want to be labeled as cowards and losers. Then again, they knew that there was nothing they could do to stop Yi Tianyun. Now, if you want to get this over with, you have to apologize to my friend. Yi Tianyun said as pointed to Lei Zhengyu. You already made a promise before, and now, it would be good if you keep your end of the bargain. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. The cultivators from the opposing side looked at Lei Zhengyu, but they didn't know what to say. They didn't want to bow down their head to a human race, but they knew that they would be in deep trouble if they didn't do what Yi Tianyun said. While they were fretting as they didn't know what to do, Nian Siyu finally showed up as she flew over to the stage with a few female disciples beside her. When they saw Nian Siyu, they all had huge smiles as they thought that Nian Siyu was there for them. Elder Nian, that brat injures Senior Sister Feng severely. The female cultivator beside Nian Siyu pointed towards Yi Tianyun. What nonsense. They are the ones who picked up the fight and insulted little brother Yi. Lei Zhengyu shouted without any hesitation. Yes, we all can testify, Elder Nian. They are the ones who insulted brother Yi Tianyun first. The human race cultivator shouted at the same time. They defended Yi Tianyun as he was their hope to be free from the oppression of the other races. I've been searching all over the place for you, but I didn't expect you to come here causing a ruckus. Nian Siyu said as she saw Yi Tianyun casually. Everyone was startled as they didn't expect Nian Siyu to know Yi Tianyun. Chapter 953. I heard that my friends are in trouble, and that is why I came here, but I didn't expect that the reason he was in trouble in the first place was that he was defending my name. Obviously, I'd rather take care of things myself. Yi Tianyun said as he shrugged his shoulders. His nonchalant tone to Elder Nian left everyone speechless. You are that human cultivator that breaks the record, a cultivator said with a surprised look on his face. Everyone was shocked once again as they had already heard the rumor about that human cultivator. Is he really that genius cultivator? A human race cultivator asked Lei Zhengyu for confirmation. Yeah, didn't you guys hear me calling him little brother Yi? His name is Yi Tianyun, the genius cultivator. Lei Zhengyu said with a frown on his face. These people were obviously oblivious to Yi Tianyun's name. They thought that he was someone else with Yi's surname, not the genius cultivator that everyone was talking about. Yi Tianyun definitely had accomplished more than Feng Kuichou both in terms of quality and quantity, and he already proved that he was a lot stronger too. It was clear that Yi Tianyun possessed far better qualities as a cultivator than everyone here. The opposing side quickly lowered their head as they realized that they had done something irreversible. It was clear that they were hoping to climb a mountain that disguised itself as a hill. Now, everything depends on what Nian Siyu would do. This is absurd, Nian Siyu said as she looked at the opposing side. She was upset with these people as Yi Tianyun was the hope of Heavenly Edict divine territory, and if something happened to him, who would take responsibility for it? She had already known the problems here for a while. Racial discrimination was already deeply rooted in the god domains for a long time, but she didn't expect Yi Tianyun to be entangled with such a thing now. If Yi Tianyun left Heavenly Edict divine territory because of discrimination, they would definitely lose the cultivator that they've been expecting. We made a mistake. The opposite side bowed their head as they didn't have the courage to see Nian Siyu in the eye. They knew that they would certainly be punished for this. The woman who escorted Nian Siyu earlier was still in disbelief as they thought that Yi Tianyun would certainly get punished for what he had done, but it seemed they were the ones who would be punished. Great, this is embarrassing. If you agree to a duel, you have to accept the outcome of that duel. Wouldn't you just embarrass Heavenly Edict divine territory if you do something like this outside of our territory? Do you want other god domains to mock us for raising a coward? This is unbelievable, Nian Siyu said coldly. The cultivators from the opposing side couldn't raise their heads at all as they all looked like children who were being reprimanded by their parents. Now that you have done this, I will give you all a choice. You have to sincerely apologize to Yi Tianyun for mocking him. You know that he is the records holder of the entire Heavenly Edict divine territory right now. He is probably the strongest cultivator that the territory ever has. Compared to you all, he is even shinier than any gemstone. Nian Siyu said angrily. We are sorry for what we have done. We are mistaken. We will reflect on our action. The opposite side said while bowing their head down. They were extremely uncomfortable doing something like this to a human cultivator, but as Nian Siyu had already ordered them to do so, they had no other choice. Yi Tianyun took a glance at them and nodded lightly. He didn't even bat an eye at any of them as he knew that these people wouldn't change their opinion about the human race. Building their own strength was the only thing that could help the human race in the future. Can we go now? It is time for you to follow me, Nian Siyu said to Yi Tianyun after the apology had been made. Alright, let me say a couple of things first, Elder Nian. Yi Tianyun smiled as he walked toward Lei Zhengyu. Brother Lei, thank you for your help earlier. The situation is really embarrassing, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Lei Zhengyu. He could tell that Lei Zhengyu really treated him as a good friend. Stop it, you are embarrassing me, but you are amazing. You are the first person who befriended me after I came here, and I couldn't just stay still if your name was being mocked so openly like that. Lei Zhengyu said with a smile on his face. Here is a gift for you. It would be a great help for you in the future, Yi Tianyun said as he pulled out a middle-grade rebirth level weapon in front of everyone's eyes. Middle-grade rebirth level weapon, Lei Zhengyu said as he was surprised to receive something like this. He hurriedly pushed the weapon back to Yi Tianyun. No, this is too much. Keep it for yourself. It is better for you anyway, Lei Zhengyu said honestly. Take it, I mean it, Yi Tianyun said as he pushed the weapon back to Lei Zhengyu. It was obvious that Yi Tianyun wasn't kidding. Lei Zhengyu looked Yi Tianyun right in the eye and noticed the resolute gaze that Yi Tianyun gave off and immediately realized that he had no other choice besides accepting the weapon. Alright, I will take it, Lei Zhengyu said gratefully. Other cultivators were jealous that Lei Zhengyu received such a treasure, but he definitely deserved something like that. Besides, they didn't have the right to ask for the same treasure from Yi Tianyun as they didn't even do anything to help Lei Zhengyu or Yi Tianyun earlier. Good, I will look forward to your future endeavor, Yi Tianyun said as he patted Lei Zhengyu's shoulder and left with Nian Siyu. I'd better work hard after this. Otherwise, I will only humiliate everyone who believes in me, Lei Zhengyu said as he clenched his fist while looking at Yi Tianyun's departure. He was determined to become stronger faster than anybody else. Successfully accepted Lei Zhengyu as Divine General. Reward: 50 billion Express, 5 million Mastery Points. Yi Tianyun was surprised to see the notification as he didn't expect to recruit anyone as his Divine General, but now it was obvious that Lei Zhengyu was equal to his first brother in God Domain. Chapter 954. I already knew that race discrimination was a problem here, but I didn't expect you to be entangled with it so soon. This race discrimination is a common problem in God domains, and finding its solution is never easy, Nian Siyu said with a frown on her face. Yi Tianyun already knew that nothing could be done to change this situation in an instant. The only thing that could change the situation right now was the change from the cultivators themselves. Furthermore, if Yi Tianyun managed to secure the top 10 rank in the God Domain's War of Ascension, people's perspective on the human race might change. There was nothing that the God Domain's cultivator respected more than strength and capability itself, and thus, Yi Tianyun should prove that he was a cultivator that should be respected. But the other cultivators might still disrespect the other human race cultivators with this method, as they didn't see Yi Tianyun as a part of the human race at all. This kind of thing has already happened back in the Three Realms, as the Phoenix clan only respected him and remained hostile towards other humans. I understand what you are trying to say. It is difficult to change people's perspectives of the entire race itself. But I didn't have any intention to change this situation completely either. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. He might come from the human race, but still, they were strangers to him. Yi Tianyun knew that he ought to focus on himself to achieve the goal that he had already set from the start. Well, if I might say, our heavenly feather race used to be discriminated, too. But after a step-by-step change, finally, the discrimination was abolished, and that is when we got breathing room to plan for our future. It was thanks to Heavenly Edict Divine Territory that we can say that everything changed for us, as without a God Domain, we would still be a stranger in someone else's territory. Nian Siyu said with a smile on her face. What she said was crucial. A race needed a God Domain to make themselves relevant, and without it, they would always be an outsider. But Yi Tianyun shook his head immediately, as he couldn't possibly think of creating a new God Domain on his own right now. When Nian Siyu noticed that Yi Tianyun didn't say much to the whole fiasco, she was a little relieved. If Yi Tianyun wanted to lead the human race, he would be killed before he could achieve his goal. After all, this very idea was dangerous, as not many cultivators care about a human race and thus naturally didn't want the human race to rise in power. Heavenly Feather race could only dominate the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory after a long period of occupation. Hadn't it been because of that, Heavenly Feather race wouldn't get the chance to achieve such deeds. Ellipsis 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 dot. With Nian Siyu leading the way, they took the spirit ship to an unknown place. Yi Tianyun didn't feel the need to know about their destination. All he had to know was that Nian Siyu would bring him to some core area where he could cultivate to his heart's content. Yi Tianyun knew that the place was relatively hidden if they needed to get there via the spirit ship instead of a teleportation array. Are you not curious where I am taking you? Nian Siyu curiously asked as she saw Yi Tianyun sitting down relaxedly. No, I believe Elder Nian already picked the best place for me to cultivate. So, all I need to think about is how to cultivate efficiently there later. Yi Tianyun said honestly with a smile on his face. That is true, Nian Siyu said as she couldn't say anything else to that. Not long after that, they finally reached the planet, and as Nian Siyu saw that Yi Tianyun had already fallen asleep, she woke him up immediately. Are you ready? Nian Siyu said as she slowed down the spirit ship. Yi Tianyun opened his eyes and saw a huge planet from the window. When he looked down, the only thing he could see was a big hall, and there was nothing of interest in there that he could see. Let's go out, Nian Siyu said as she stopped on the planet and hid the spirit ship. Several guards immediately stopped Nian Siyu from taking another step, and Yi Tianyun saw that these guards were pretty good as they had cultivation around the third layer Earth Monarch stage. Elder Nian, the guard bowed a little as they recognized Nian Siyu. I brought along my disciple. I have already notified someone beforehand. Nian Siyu said casually. Yes, we authorize his entry. The guards said as they nodded towards Yi Tianyun. Nian Siyu kept walking while Yi Tianyun followed closely behind. The security is pretty strict here and it seems even you can't bring just anyone in, right, Elder Nian? Yi Tianyun said as he looked back towards the guards. Well, if they stopped me from entering, I have to go and look for the territory lord's approval. Nevertheless, this is the best cultivation spot for Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, and if anyone could easily come in, the energy inside this place would have long been exhausted. Nian Siyu explained. The best cultivation place, Yi Tianyun said as he was curious regarding how good this place was. But not long after, Yi Tianyun felt brimming life energy coming from the ground. It was refreshing, like the spring breeze, as he felt the pores on his whole body start to accept the life energy. It was much stronger than the longevity set, and it wouldn't be too far-fetched to say that an average person could live a long life by staying in this place. This place is full of life energy, Yi Tianyun said while nodding his head. They entered the hall, and Yi Tianyun immediately saw a giant tree that enveloped the entire hall. This place has the most intense life energy in the area. No matter what ailment you have, you will be as good as new once you're here. Nian Siyu said proudly. Our longevity palace is definitely among the top 3 in the first-grade god domain. Nian Siyu said with confidence. Yi Tianyun didn't know about cultivation site ranking, but he did feel rejuvenated there. Elder Nian, am I here to recover? Didn't you say that I would be fighting to build my strength? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Don't worry, although this place isn't for fighting, it is definitely one of the best places for your cultivation. Nian Siyu said with a smile on her face. Chapter 955. Nian Siyu's words just now definitely piqued Yi Tianyun's interest. Being able to cultivate efficiently without fighting did sound interesting. Well, I hope you are right, Yi Tianyun said as he relied on killing to gain experience points quickly. If there was too little experience here, it was just not worth the time. But then again, he wouldn't know until he tried. One thing for sure was that the life energy in this place could strengthen his body slightly. Nian Siyu led Yi Tianyun to the hall, which was covered with countless trees and vines. From here, Yi Tianyun could see a long winding walkway in a spiral shape. Yi Tianyun began to wonder if the planet went deep into the planet itself. Yi Tianyun followed Nian Siyu down the walkway and sensed strong life energy the further he went down the walkway. Yi Tianyun also noticed that the deeper he went, the life energy itself began to condense in the air. Is that team leader Gu? Yi Tianyun said as he saw a familiar figure not too far away. He didn't expect to see an acquaintance here. Furthermore, Yi Tianyun also saw Shu Yuan here, his old opponent. Isn't this place the core area? Why are there a lot of people here? Yi Tianyun said as he glanced all around and found many cultivators meditating. Their cultivation was around the Earth Monarch cultivation stage, while the highest was at the Heaven Monarch stage. Yi Tianyun thought that he would be alone here, but that was certainly not the case. Yi Tianyun was very confused as it didn't seem like this place was special at all. This place isn't in absolute secrecy at all. As long as you can provide a certain number of contributions, you may come here to cultivate. Nian Siyu said as she saw the doubts in Yi Tianyun's eyes. Yi Tianyun listened to Nian Siyu's explanation and nodded as it made sense. The captain-rank cultivator would definitely have a good amount of contribution points to come to this place. Furthermore, the guards of this place would definitely use their free time to cultivate this place. So, how much contribution point does one need to come here? Yi Tianyun asked. At the very least, you have to turn over 20 secret art tokens. With that amount, you can cultivate in this place for a month. Nian Siyu answered. Wow, that's quite high, Yi Tianyun said as he realized how much it took to cultivate in this place. 20 secret art token wasn't easy to come by, and it only gave 1 month of cultivation time. Well, there are many ways to get the secret art token, so it's not that bad. Nian Siyu said as she smiled at Yi Tianyun. But either way, it wasn't easy to get that much secret art token just to exchange it for 1 month of special cultivation. No wonder the cultivators had to be approved to enter this place. So, that is the only way to enter this place? Yi Tianyun asked. Not really, it all depends on your own potential. You are the perfect example of the exception. As Heavenly Edict Divine Territory would rely on you to win the God Domain's War of Ascension later, you would get any opportunity to cultivate that Heavenly Edict Divine Territory could provide. Nian Siyu explained. Your breakthrough speed is amazing, so this place might be perfect for you. Nian Siyu said with a smile on her face. So, how long can I stay in here? Yi Tianyun asked. Because your case is a little special, the rule of this place isn't so strict for you. Either way, the further you go down, the heavier the pressure you will feel. This place works even for a Heaven Monarch cultivator. So, you will start for a month at the top level, and with every 5 kilometers down, you will get another month. Nian Siyu explained. There is a total of 100 kilometers range from top to bottom. That means if you can reach the bottom, you will have 20 months of time down there. But if you really reach the 80 kilometers mark, then you will get another year down there. Nian Siyu said with a shrug. So, it all depends on how far you can go down. Nian Siyu said solemnly. Yi Tianyun nodded as it seemed he only needed his own strength to get by in this place. So, 100 kilometers is the deepest part of this place. Yi Tianyun said as he looked down towards the spiraling path. It was surely quite far. For now, Our most powerful geniuses of the core palace are probably already down there. They are a proud bunch, and if you can beat them, the probability of you winning the War of Ascension would rise significantly. Nian Siyu said with a smile on her face. Can I beat them? Wouldn't it be bad for the territory if they complain? Yi Tianyun asked. It's okay. If that's all you do, it won't turn into a problem. Nian Siyu said with a smile on her face. Nian Siyu knew that Yi Tianyun's power had already exceeded the initial stage of the Heaven Monarch level. Yi Tianyun wouldn't have a problem getting through these core palace's disciples. In fact, Nian Siyu thought it might be better if Yi Tianyun beat them up, as it would beat some sense into their skull that there were stronger people other than them. I will try this cultivation site, but I will leave immediately if it's not up to my standard. Yi Tianyun shrugged, as it would be the best thing to do, in his opinion. If you aren't satisfied with this place, probably, no place in the first-grade god domain would be able to satisfy you anymore. But let me tell you, fighting is not the standard of tempering yourself. A place like this could be a place you would long to come back to. This place can stabilize your cultivation base. Nian Siyu said with a smile. Yi Tianyun looked at Nian Siyu and nodded. He couldn't say his real cultivation technique, as no one would believe him anyway. Chapter 956. Nian Siyu left after explaining everything she knew to Yi Tianyun. She couldn't stay there even if she wanted to, as there were many other things she had to do. She was an elder, and therefore she had so many responsibilities that she ought to take care of. I will go check out how this place works, Yi Tianyun said to himself as he saw Nian Siyu leave. He immediately went down the path and eventually ran. He immediately felt the life energy flowing into him from the ground, giving him express as he ran. Acquire 5.000 express, 6.000 express, 7.000 express. As he gradually went down, he gained more express. He didn't need to absorb it, as the express came in the form of life energy. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised, as he didn't expect this place had that kind of feature. Yi Tianyun knew that the life energy that he felt also reinforced the huge tree that he saw upstairs in the planet itself. Can this life energy affect me too? Yi Tianyun murmured. He didn't know the source of this life energy, but if it had a good effect on his body, he sure didn't mind. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun could already break through into Heaven Monarch, but he didn't want to do it so soon. Yi Tianyun planned to break through to the Heaven Monarch stage the normal way, which meant he would climb to the Earth Monarch peak stage first. As Yi Tianyun tried to condense the life energy that he got, he realized that it was pure star energy. This planet would keep producing star energy that could be absorbed by the living organism living inside. There was no doubt this planet was an important one. It was the perfect place for a one-street grade god domain in particular that needed a place to cultivate the cultivator that came from the mortal domain. The deeper Yi Tianyun got, the more express he got. He would definitely level up if he kept going. The dantian in his body was also strengthened by the life energy, the same kind of effect from the first assessment he got the first time he joined Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. Yi Tianyun checked his dantian and found out that it was almost leveled up to second-grade dantian. Obviously, if his dantian leveled up, his power would rise along with it. The stronger his dantian was, the stronger his meridians would be. This place is better than I thought. I am gaining express on top of expanding my dantian. I wouldn't mind expanding my dantian to the size of the planet. Yi Tianyun said with a smirk as he delved deeper. Acquired 20.000 express, 30.000 express, 40.000 express. The express he got quickly escalated as he went down. The pressure multiplied as he already went deeper than 1 kilometer. The pressure was really intense, even though it was only a kilometer deep. No wonder Ji Yanlong could only stay at 16 kilometers, as the pressure was really intense. Either way, it was not that bad to stay there. Yi Tianyun saw many cultivators meditating on the side along the path. But Yi Tianyun wasn't going to stop any time soon. His body was still light, and the pressure still hadn't gotten to him just yet, so he believed that he could go deeper. Yi Tianyun soon reached the 16 kilometers mark and spotted Ji Yanlong. Ji Yanlong himself sensed that someone was coming and opened his eyes. You are here, Yi Tianyun. Ji Yanlong was surprised to see Yi Tianyun here. Team leader Ji, long time no see. Yi Tianyun said as he smiled. We haven't met for a while now. Ji Yanlong said as he smiled. I heard that you really made a name for yourself. Yurong already told me that you are in a whole another league compared to average cultivators. Ji Yu Yanlong said with a smile on his face. But this is the 16 kilometers mark, yet you didn't even break a sweat, how come? Ji Yu Yanlong asked curiously. I am just going forward the best my body could go. Yi Tianyun said modestly. Isn't this the human cultivator back then? Shu Yuan on the side stood up and saw Yi Tianyun. He immediately realized that Yi Tianyun already got an exemption to come here, as Shu Yuan believed that Yi Tianyun wouldn't have the requirement to come here without it. It would also mean that Yi Tianyun was worthy to come here. This kind of cultivator was usually the seed of the participants for God Domain's War of Ascension. Yes, this is the human cultivator you deemed useless to the territory back then. Ji Yu Yanlong smirked as he taunted Shu Yuan. Shut up, Shu Yuan said as he couldn't refute Ji Yu Yanlong's word. He could only enter this place after getting his hand on all the requirements, while Yi Tianyun easily got in because of his potential. Then I will continue my cultivation. Every time in this place is really precious. I am here for 2 months. Ji Yu Yanlong said to Yi Tianyun. Well, good luck on your cultivation, team leader Ji Yu, I will delve deeper. Yi Tianyun said as he rushed down once again. How can that brat keep going? Shu Yuan was startled as he saw Yi Tianyun delve deeper. He was already at his limit in this spot, so he instinctively knew that he couldn't go any deeper. The pressure was really unbearable, and the pressure down there would be a lot heavier. But Yi Tianyun rushed towards the 20 kilometers mark, leaving both Ji Yu Yanlong and Shu Yuan behind. Both of them were quite surprised because as far as they knew, Yi Tianyun was still at the Star Monarch cultivation base at the last time they saw him. But how could a Star Monarch delve that deep? Chapter 957. Is that brat forcing himself? It wouldn't be good for him later. Shu Yuan said as he observed Yi Tianyun go down the path. He felt a little bit disappointed that a young man like that went down without a plan. A brat is just a brat at the end of the day. What's the point of going down there if he can't cultivate? Shu Yuan said while shaking his head. I can sense his aura a little bit earlier, and he should be around 2nd or 3rd layer Earth Monarch stage. Ji Yu Yanlong said as he shook his head. When Yi Tianyun rushed down, he left some aura behind because of the life that entered his body. This fluctuating aura couldn't be faked, and those who were a little bit sensitive to the change in the air could sense it. 2nd layer Earth Monarch stage. Shu Yuan was surprised to know Yi Tianyun's cultivation level, as Yi Tianyun was still a Star Monarch cultivator the last time he saw him. But still, I am a 3rd layer Earth Monarch stage. There is no way he would be able to stay down there for long. Shu Yuan said arrogantly as he still refused to admit defeat to Yi Tianyun. Well, if you don't want to admit your defeat, why don't we make a small bet between us? Ji Yu Yanlong said with a smirk on his face. Shu Yuan just frowned as he didn't know what to say to that. He was a little bit traumatized by his last loss. Now, the loser would have to hand over 20 secret art token. In other words, another month in here. Ji Yu Yanlong said, teasingly. Damn it, alright, I will take the bet. But what do we gamble on? Shu Yuan finally relented and agreed to bet with Ji Yu Yanlong. It's simple, I win if he can stay down there for a long time, and you win if he comes back up immediately. Ji Yu Yanlong said with a smile on his face. Alright, team leader Ji Yu, you are wasting your token on this one. There is no way you will win this time. There is no Earth Monarch cultivator that could stay beyond the 20 kilometers mark for long. Shu Yuan said confidently. Well, I believe that he isn't just an average cultivator. It may be possible for him to stay down there for a long period of time. Ji Yu Yanlong making his point. You are joking, he surely cultivates fast, but there is no way his cultivation would be stable after that. Shu Yuan said confidently. Well, are you in or not? Ji Yu Yanlong said as he didn't want to argue anymore. Alright, we should just wait and see. Shu Yuan said with a victorious smirk on his face. Shu Yuan was making a huge mistake here. It was unfortunate that he didn't know about what happened outside the planet earlier. If he knew what Yi Tianyun had done, he wouldn't even consider agreeing to that kind of bet. Brat, just stay down there for a while. I can stay down here for another month if you do. Ji Yu Yanlong said with a smile on his face. He didn't know why, but his intuition told him that Yi Tianyun would be able to stay down there for a while. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun has already reached the 25 kilometers mark. He kept going and reached the 30 kilometers mark not too long after. His speed was like a gust of wind, it was super fast. Xu Yuan was stunned to see that Yi Tianyun wasn't stopping at all. Thus, the outcome of their bet was already clear. Captain Xu, you have lost. He easily reaches the 30 kilometers mark. In other words, he won't be going up for a while. Ji Yu Yanlong said with a smile on his face. If Yi Tianyun had reached the 30 kilometers mark, then he should be able to cultivate on the 20 kilometers mark. In other words, Ji Yu Yanlong already won his bet. Damn it, Xu Yuan shouted frustratedly as he handed over dozens of secret art tokens. He lost big time today as he lost 20 secret art tokens just like that. Calm down, Captain Xu. You will get another secret art token soon. Ji Yu Yanlong said with a smile on his face. Shut up, Xu Yuan said annoyedly. He lost 20 secret art tokens in just a matter of minutes. He thought that Yi Tianyun would come up after reaching the 25 kilometers mark at most, but that wasn't the case at all. That brat really is my lucky star. But you are my piggy bank. Thanks to you, I can stay here for another month. Ji Yu Yanlong said with a smile on his face. That human can't be that strong. He must have some secret artifact or some powerful ability that allow him to get down there. Xu Yuan said to console himself. The bet was over, and Yi Tianyun didn't even know anything about it. The only thing that Yi Tianyun cared about right now was the amount of express that he got as he went down the path. Right now, he had already reached 1,000,000 express threshold per minute. The speed of cultivation in this place was really amazing that he wondered how much express he would get once he reached the deepest part later. Soon, Yi Tianyun reached the 50 kilometers mark and passed a young boy who was cultivating on the side. The young boy opened his eyes surprisedly as he didn't expect anyone to come down there. Furthermore, the one who passed him just now seemed far younger than himself. But in truth, Yi Tianyun has already passed so many cultivators and they were all surprised to see someone as young as Yi Tianyun pass them. Who is that brat? Is he the new disciple of Core Palace? A cultivator asked curiously. I don't know. If he is really a new recruit, would it be possible for him to come down this deep? Another cultivator said while shaking his head. He looks really young. His cultivation level didn't seem that high too. I could sense that he was only around 3rd layer Earth Monarch stage. Another cultivator frowned. There were many cultivators at Elder and Deacon rank meditating down there and their cultivation level was quite high too, but Yi Tianyun easily went past them. The thing that frustrated them most was that they didn't even know about Yi Tianyun's identity at all. Yi Tianyun soon passed a young lady who was meditating on the side, releasing a golden aura around her body, but as soon as Yi Tianyun passed her by, the young lady opened her eyes. What? Who is that? The young lady said as she saw Yi Tianyun rushed down even further. She analyzed Yi Tianyun's trail of aura and was surprised to know that Yi Tianyun was around her age. Interesting. Not many people in my age can get past me here. The young lady said as she took interest on Yi Tianyun. She immediately stood up and followed Yi Tianyun down as she wanted to compete with him. She wouldn't allow anyone to meditate beyond where she stood her spot, and thus she wanted to keep that record herself. Chapter 958. This young lady was determined to catch up with the boy who passed her earlier. She rushed down and caught up with Yi Tianyun after a while. Yi Tianyun sensed someone's presence approaching and subconsciously turned his head to take a look. He saw a beautiful young lady getting closer to him from behind. Her pale green hair instantly caught Yi Tianyun's attention, but that was not the only thing that caught Yi Tianyun's attention. A pair of lovely emerald eyes were looking at him, too. Yi Tianyun also noticed the trail of flowers that she left behind as she ran. This is Wood God Body, Yi Tianyun said as he immediately used his appraisal eye to inspect the young lady. Her cultivation was at the 7th layer Earth Monarch stage, and she really had the Wood God Body, which was several times stronger than Ice Holy Body. Wood God Body was a blessing for a cultivator to have. If she received a wood attribute-based energy, it would be extremely beneficial for her body. She would easily top someone's cultivation time by a huge margin. If a group of cultivators challenged her for cultivation speed, no one would be able to catch up with her. Are you new here? Xiao Morong asked with a smile on her face. Yes, I am. It seems you are the strongest disciple of the Core Palace, aren't you? Yi Tianyun asked with a smile on his face. Both of them could already break through to Heaven Monarch stage, but it seemed none of them was trying to do so at all as if the natural way would be better. Core Palace's strongest disciple? I don't think so. The most powerful disciple of Core Palace is right over there. He always wanted to catch up with me, but he always fell behind. It was just boring staying at the same place, Xiao Marong said as she pointed towards a young man who was meditating on the side. Yi Tianyun frowned as he looked at the aforementioned young man. The young man that Xiao Marong was pointing at was quite skilled as his cultivation was already reached 7th layer Earth Monarch stage, but there was no way he could catch up with Xiao Marong's cultivation if she really tried to cultivate. If he is the strongest disciple of the core palace, then where are you from? Yi Tianyun asked. Well, I will tell you about it if you can catch up with me, Xiao Marong said as she rushed down quickly, leaving a lovely fragrance behind. Yi Tianyun already expected such a genius would exist in the god domain, and Yi Tianyun noticed that Xiao Marong was still fine even though they had already reached the 60 kilometers mark. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun noticed that the cultivator was progressively scarcer the deeper it was, but it was expected as the pressure was really intense there. Yi Tianyun shook his head as he paid attention to Xiao Marong. He then picked up his pace and caught up with Xiao Marong without so much effort. You are a naughty girl, aren't you? But I am not that interested in your identity, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He immediately sped up, increasing the distance between him and Xiao Marong. Xiao Marong was startled as she didn't have any competition up until now. This is exciting, I haven't much of an opponent in a long time, she said excitedly. She increased her pace to catch up with Yi Tianyun. Other cultivators were struggling to keep going in this place due to its extremely intense pressure, but for Yi Tianyun and Xiao Marong, it just seemed like a child play. Damn it, how can they run so easily while it's already more than 60 kilometers mark? A cultivator said as they saw Yi Tianyun and Xiao Marong rushed down. Don't ask me, how would I know how they do it? But what's interesting is that brat, he is from the human race. Another cultivator mentioned it. How could that brat do such a thing? Xiao Marong is one thing, but that brat really proves himself to be a contender. A young man sat with his fist clenched as he stared at Yi Tianyun. He is Yuan Tianyu, the #1 disciple of the core palace. His innate ability and strength have already been cultivated to the best of his abilities, and it was already proven by the core palace itself. He wanted to compete with Xiao Marong and Yi Tianyun too, but he was already at his limit. He wasn't sure that he could endure the pressure if he went deeper. This is the difference between geniuses. There is always a genius among the geniuses, Ji Yu Yanlong said as he observed Yi Tianyun and Xiao Marong from up top. Shu Yuan was still frowning as this time he knew that there was no way he could win the bet. Yi Tianyun already reached the 70 kilometers mark, and that alone was impossible for Shu Yuan. The commotion that Yi Tianyun and Xiao Marong stirred completely shattered everyone's concentration during their cultivation as they wanted to see what happened and who would reach the bottom first. I will catch up to you, Xiao Marong said as a faint green light that immediately followed by red lotus appeared behind her. It was such a beautiful scene that could easily allure everyone who saw it. She sped up once more as the blooming red lotus behind her absorbed the pressure she felt, closing in the distance between her and Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun just smiled as he noticed that Xiao Marong has used her full power to catch up while Yi Tianyun wasn't even using his full power yet. Yi Tianyun just used his physical ability instead of a technique and equipment, which meant that his physique had improved astoundingly to take on the intense pressure of this place. This divine temple of life's difficulty lied on its gravity. Once a cultivator overcame the gravity, the pressure would lessen significantly. Chapter 959. Yi Tianyun didn't speed up as he kept running with a steady pace. His reason to reach the bottom was to gain express, and there was no point for him to be faster than Xiao Marong more than he already was. Xiao Marong herself was putting quite a lot of effort to catch up to Yi Tianyun, and it was clear that she felt the pressure starting to get to her as her forehead was already drenched with sweat. Yi Tianyun looked at Xiao Marong occasionally and noticed that her body was starting to change. Her body has been continuously absorbing the abundant life energy of this place, supplementing her wood god body. No wonder she can last for so long down here. This place is basically a paradise for her. Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head. You can't abandon me just yet, Xiao Marong said as she continued to run, catching up to Yi Tianyun. Abandon? Why would you say that? It's not like we would meet each other that often, Yi Tianyun said with a shrug. Are you a disciple? How can a disciple aside from me run down so quickly? Xiao Marong said as her face turned red from embarrassment, but Yi Tianyun just smiled and picked up his pace. It's a misunderstanding. Many people here already knew that I am a disciple, Yi Tianyun said as he left Xiao Marong behind. How can you keep speeding up? Xiao Marong shouted frustratedly. She already went all out. She couldn't increase her speed anymore as she could erupt from the energy instability. All she could do now was keep her pace and hope that their distance wasn't too far apart in the end. However, the distance kept increasing and she was barely able to see Tianyun now, making her feel powerless. It was obvious that she wouldn't be able to win if this was a competition. Tianyun used his dragon god bloodline to increase his speed further as he wouldn't be able to keep up this speed with his physique alone. Crazy mode didn't work well here as there was basically no crazy speed mode. Nevertheless, Tianyun's speed right now was truly remarkable. "Don't wait for me, I will catch up with you soon," Xiao Morong shouted as she was definitely left behind. She slammed her feet in frustration as she couldn't keep up with Tianyun. "Sure, I will wait for you at the bottom," Tianyun said casually. Xiao Morong immediately meditated on the spot and cultivated. She must adapt to the pressure of this depth, and better yet, have a breakthrough if she wanted to push forward, or she wouldn't be able to survive this depth. Her current position was at the 73 kilometers mark, far deeper than all of the cultivators behind her. The pressure of the gravity itself was already more than 7 million tons and it was already amazing for a little girl to endure such an intense pressure. Tianyun himself felt more pressure building up as he kept going. Tianyun even slowed down as it was difficult for him to suppress the pressure while sprinting so fast. However, it was still possible for Tianyun to go deeper. "I am almost at the 80 kilometers mark, and with that I can extend my stay here for a year," Tianyun said as he delved deeper. His goal was obviously to reach the bottom as he thought that there must be something special at the bottom. Therefore, Tianyun planned to go beyond 80 kilometers mark if he got there. Nevertheless, the pressure at the 80 kilometers mark was still bearable for Tianyun. The people above were all shocked as they saw Tianyun reach the 80 kilometers mark as they never saw anyone except an elder to come that deep. But the thing that shocked them the most was the fact that Tianyun was a human cultivator. But as Tianyun went past the 80 kilometers mark, he suddenly felt an intense pressure that made his legs weak that he almost fell to the ground. How can the pressure suddenly skyrocket like this? Tianyun said to himself as he was speechless upon enduring the pressure that multiplied in an instant. Tianyun slowed down significantly as he was forced to walk from there. The people up above all saw that Tianyun finally succumbed to the pressure and noted that Tianyun only reached the 80 kilometers mark. They immediately breathed a sigh of relief as they realized that Tianyun wouldn't reach the bottom. The cultivators who could reach the bottom were only the elder rank and above. Nobody below that could reach the bottom at all. So, if Tianyun could reach the bottom, did that mean Tianyun already reach elder rank's power? "I can still do it. I just have to increase my power," Tianyun said solemnly. "Level up Dragon God Bloodline," Tianyun said confidently. He knew that was the only way for him to keep pushing forward. Successfully level up Dragon God Bloodline to 7th grade by deducting 50 million CPs. Next level up requires 500 million express. Tianyun's body immediately became sturdier, and his power increased by a huge margin. "Now, this is what I am talking about," Tianyun said as he immediately rushed down further. His speed wasn't as amazing as earlier, but at the very least, the pressure wasn't really a problem anymore. "What the hell, he still could run," a cultivator shouted surprisedly as he saw Tianyun ran once again. "Did he just take a break or something?" Another cultivator chimed in. They all just breathed a sigh of relief as they thought Tianyun wouldn't be able to move further down, but that didn't seem to be the case. Meanwhile, Xiao Morong could only bite her lips in frustration as she saw Tianyun getting farther away. But there was nothing she could do now, and it was best for her to just cultivate there in the meantime to strengthen herself so that she could follow Tianyun to the bottom. Chapter 960. Tianyun didn't care about everyone's eyes as he kept running at his own pace. His ability was extraordinary, so he didn't care even if people started laughing at him. Nevertheless, no one in their right mind would laugh at Tianyun now. Tianyun soon reached the 90 kilometers mark and made his way toward the 100 kilometers mark. Everyone finally realized that a human cultivator was about to reach the bottom soon enough. The Heavenly Edict Divine Territory has already been alerted for this event, so Elder Yu and the other elders were already there to see the authenticity of the event themselves. How did that brat reach the 90 kilometers mark so easily? I doubt that it would take long before he surpasses us old geezers. Yu Yanglong said as Ming Yueching was also besides him. They shook their heads as they didn't believe how crazy the situation seemed right now. "You both are being too modest. Even if he reaches the bottom, it doesn't mean that he can surpass you both," said a deacon on the side. Although the deacon's word was a little bit flattering, it wasn't necessarily the truth. Both of them had the demon fire and so did Yi Tianyun. Although their cultivation right now was at the 6th layer Heaven Monarch stage, it didn't mean Yi Tianyun can't reach that stage soon. They ought to cultivate quickly, but it was hard for them to do so right now. Mostly because of the problem with their own flame. Due to the demon fire, their breakthrough would be a tad slower than a normal cultivator, but their power would increase significantly. If that weren't the case, it wouldn't be easy to become elder with their cultivation base. It was all thanks to the power of the demon fire. It boosted their strength and ability significantly. Demanding respect from everyone who know about them. "You don't have to say such things. If he becomes stronger, we would be happy too," Ming Yueching said with a smile on his face. It was the truth, as there was no master who wouldn't want their disciple to surpass them. But both of them were a little bit embarrassed to call themselves Yi Tianyun's master, as they only taught him about the demon fire, that was all. They didn't know if they were still qualified as masters if Yi Tianyun came out stronger after this. He seems to be the new trump card for the God Domain's War of Ascension, right, elders? Another elder came as they wanted to see the rumored genius cultivator. But as they saw that the rumor was all true, they immediately gave a high praise towards Yi Tianyun and the two elders that became his master. The elders didn't seem to care about Yi Tianyun being the human race cultivator at all, as their sole focus was Yi Tianyun's potential, not his identity. Although it couldn't be said that everyone would share the same thing, most of them would think that way. "Yeah, it seems that we can have two trump cards for the God Domain's War of Ascension later. But this time, we have our own disciple to hope on, while Xiao Morong isn't exactly the disciple of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory," an elder said while shaking his head. Xiao Morong was really a powerful cultivator, and she is definitely far stronger compared to the rest of the Core Palace's disciple. But because she wasn't a direct disciple of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, that meant Heavenly Edict Divine Territory had to split the rewards that they got after the God Domain's War of Ascension. Fortunately, Yi Tianyun appeared, and now Heavenly Edict Divine Territory might not have to split the rewards later. They were embarrassed that they had to borrow an external force for their struggle, but this was the only thing they could do to boost Heavenly Edict Divine Territory's reputation. At the same time, Nian Siyu rushed over as she was interested in the news she heard. She immediately took a look down, and sure enough, she saw Yi Tianyun almost reach the bottom. "I thought he would take his time. Turns out, he immediately ran down after I left," Nian Siyu said in surprise. "Elder Nian, how did Yi Tianyun break through so fast? Wouldn't his energy become unstable like that?" Yu Yanglong asked curiously, since Nian Siyu took care of Yi Tianyun after the meeting earlier. "Everything is all right. His energy is stable right now. Even if it grows unstable after he enters this place, we still have time to deal with it before the God Domain's War of Ascension," Nian Siyu said with a smile on her face. "You have a point," Yu Yanglong said as he kept watching Yi Tianyun from the top. The thing that of interest right now was whether Yi Tianyun could reach the bottom floor. He was a newcomer, and if he really reached the bottom floor, then it would become a record of its own. At the same time, Yi Tianyun went down relatively fast, and as he got closer to the bottom, he gradually saw something. As he got closer to the bottom, he saw a huge green gem at the bottom. Is that the life crystal that the spirit race so desperate to get their hands on? Yi Tianyun wondered as he saw it for the first time, but as he got closer and could inspect it with his appraisal eye, he noticed that it wasn't a life crystal at all. Planet core, the core of the planet's life cycle. Once the core is destroyed, the planet would stop growing. It can provide a steady stream of energy. This core is the core of life and can provide enormous life energy. This is the planet core, Yi Tianyun said as the evil spirit race immediately came to mind. They come to the three realms for this core, and if it were similar to this, then it should give an enormous energy as well. He had already seen the information regarding planet core before, and he knew that many planets had relatively have a small core that couldn't be used as a cultivation spot, while some, like this planet, had a core that could provide such a strong energy that would be efficient for cultivation purposes. No wonder this place becomes the best cultivation spot for Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, Yi Tianyun said as he nodded in understanding. Now he knew why there was the need to hide the planet's whereabouts and all information regarding its existence, including the guards and strict rules imposed on this place. This place was special and shouldn't be wasted. Yi Tianyun knew that life crystal that the spirit race was searching for was similar to this planet core, but life crystal was very small and was nowhere close this planet core, but Yi Tianyun thought that the spirit race could prosper quickly with this planet core energy, too. After all, they shared the same effect, albeit the planet core gave much more intense effect. It was to be expected as the life crystal was only as big as a fist, while this planet core alone was as big as a continental shaft. Chapter 961. I was wondering if the elders can yield a small piece of this core to me. Yi Tianyun said to himself, as it should be beneficial to have a piece of this core to take back to the spirit race. With this, he could solve the spirit race's problem. After all, the life crystal that he left to the spirit race earlier wouldn't last for long anymore. I will ask them later when I got out of here. It shouldn't be a problem even if I take a little bit of this core. Yi Tianyun said to himself. Yi Tianyun was still running to the bottom as he was still not there just yet. The deeper he went, the heavier the pressure he felt, but now Yi Tianyun realized that the pressures come from the planet core that constantly released its energy. Nevertheless, the life energy he felt the deeper he went was amazing. The life energy was absorbed by the ground before being squeezed out again by force, creating a powerful gravity effect. Therefore, if a cultivator couldn't withstand the gravity, they couldn't absorb the life energy in this place. For this reason, cultivators who came to this place always tried to surpass their limit and absorb the energy of this place. Acquired 96 million express, 96.5 million express. When he reached the 96 kilometers mark, the express he got soared to 96 million express per minute, which made him wonder whether he could get 100 million express per minute if he reached the bottom. If he could acquire 100 million express per minute without the effect of crazy express mode, it would be amazing. It was much less the same amount of killing one experienced cultivator. Although the express he would get for killing a heaven monarch cultivator would be better, he didn't know where to find that many cultivator of that caliber to fight. Nevertheless, this place was a good place to cultivate as he didn't need to do much. Furthermore, if he could stay there for a few years, breaking through several levels wouldn't be a dream. He could even use the heaven-devouring secret technique to further amplify his express gain, but even if he didn't use it, the amount of express gain he got right now was already satisfying. Elder Nian is right, this cultivation site is really something else. No wonder so many Earth Monarch and Heaven Monarch cultivators cultivate here. Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head. It was great that he could stay here for a long time as he now realized that a month was probably too short. Yi Tianyun kept pushing himself toward the bottom and finally he was only a few hundred meters away from the core of life. At the same time, the pressure he felt was so tremendous that he found it a little bit hard to breathe. There is still another 500 meters before he reaches the bottom, but this 500 meters would be the hardest part. Now, the real question, can he stay there to meditate and cultivate? Yu Yanglong said as he observed Yi Tianyun from the top. If Yi Tianyun couldn't stay at his current position to meditate, then there was no point for him to go that far. You are right, that is the hardest thing for him right now. He certainly did well going that far, but I've never seen a newcomer to meditate where they stopped. The other elders nodded as they agreed to that statement. Nevertheless, they all really admired Yi Tianyun for getting that far at such a young age. So many geniuses before him couldn't even dream of reaching such depth before. So, even if Yi Tianyun couldn't meditate right there, he still deserved respect. When Yi Tianyun moved forward a little bit, his knee starts to buckle, and he almost fell down. His face reddened as he had trouble breathing for the first time because of the effect of the gravity pressure. That is where he reaches his limit. The elder on the top said as he saw Yi Tianyun almost fell. This was usually the sign that a cultivator already reached their limit, and they couldn't keep going anymore for the pressure was unbearable for them to continue. He should just take a light breather and take a slight detour and meditate until he could withstand the pressure. He already had more than 2 years' time down there, he should take it easy. Nian Siyu said worriedly. Many elders nodded their head as they agreed with Nian Siyu. They believed that there was no point to force himself like this. But at the same time, Yi Tianyun insisted that he wanted to take another step forward, but he couldn't do so as the pressure stopped him from taking another step. This gravity is too intense. It multiplied quickly to deter any stupid cultivators. Yi Tianyun said as he gritted his teeth in frustration. The core of life was almost at his fingertip. The distance was less than 500 meters and if he could meditate beside it, the amount of express he would get would be tremendous. It seems the only way to move forward is to level up Dragon God bloodline. Tianyun said frustratedly. Successfully level up Dragon God bloodline to 8th grade. Deducting 500 million express. Next level up requires 5 billion CPs. If he didn't level up the Dragon God bloodline, he wouldn't be able to cultivate there. And sure enough, after leveling the Dragon God bloodline, he immediately fell lighter. The pressure was much lighter than earlier. Tianyun walked slowly towards the core of life as it was still difficult to move forward even if the pressure was lighter. How is that possible? The elders said as they saw Tianyun took one step after another despite slowly. They were truly shocked by the scene that they saw right now as it was simply incredible. Many cultivators inside were also perplexed, and because of that, they tried to go deeper than they could too. No, this is impossible. This feels like hell, a cultivator said as he gave up after just taking a single step forward. Yes, this is definitely hell, another cultivator said after taking a single step forward. How can I go on if my head feels like it's about to break in half from the pressure? Another one said frustratedly. They admitted that they couldn't go on any further. Chapter 962. Tianyun kept pushing forward, making his way to the core of life. The 500 meters between him and the core of life was riddled with pressure from the heavy gravity, but it was still tolerable for Tianyun. He moved at a snail's pace, and finally, the core of life was within his reach. I can feel the life energy entering my body, Tianyun said as he closed his eyes and immersed himself with the life energy that constantly entered his body. He felt that it was much more potent than the longevity set that he had. He believed that it would be healed right away if he was injured. He even believed that the intense vitality there could heal a broken bone. Tianyun touched the core of life, and he felt like his consciousness was drawn into the core of life. But the life energy kept flowing into his body exponentially. Acquired 110 million express, 108 million express. The express he got was already reaching 100 million points, which was already impressive. But the most important thing for Tianyun was that his core was being strengthened by life energy. So, Tianyun absorbed the core of life, trying to strengthen his core even further. The elders who saw Tianyun was steadily cultivating at the bottom didn't know what to say as it was really impressive that someone could reach the bottom with only one try. They have never seen someone even attempt to get into the bottom on their first run. But the most confusing thing was that Tianyun was only at the 3rd layer Earth Monarch stage, while the cultivators who could reach the bottom were usually at the Heaven Monarch stage. This time, our Heavenly Edict Divine Territory will undoubtedly produce a good result in God Domain's War of Ascension. One of the elders said with a smile on his face while the other elders stood still speechlessly. Tianyun was clearly in another league compared to the other geniuses that already existed. Although Xiao Marong was a genius and had a higher cultivation base than Tianyun, she couldn't even reach the bottom in one try. The elders sighed as they were impressed by Tianyun's achievement before leaving as they still had their own business to attend to. There was nothing left for them to watch here anyway. Tianyun has already shown that he deserved to enter the War of Ascension by reaching to the bottom and cultivating beside the core of life. The elders were actually envious of Tianyun as they themselves wanted to cultivate beside the core of life, but they couldn't do so as they didn't want the core of life to be depleted too quickly. Even if the core of life was a big core for a planet, it couldn't revitalize itself. In other words, if the core of life was depleted, it would be gone forever. Xiao Marong noticed that Tianyun had reached the bottom, but she didn't envy him at all. She was indeed shocked that Tianyun could reach the bottom, but it was by his own ability, so there was nothing she should envy about it. The only thing she could do right now was to build her strength to catch up. He is so much stronger than me, Xiao Marong said as she clenched her fist and meditated once more. Unlike other cultivators, she was proud of her own ability. Everyone has regarded her as a super genius, but now she was surpassed by an unknown young man, and her pride couldn't take it. She was bored of cultivating by herself earlier as there was no challenge whatsoever. But now that she has found Tianyun, she wanted to catch up as soon as possible. Nevertheless, Tianyun didn't care about anyone right now as he focused on his own cultivation, absorbing the life energy for himself. His core was gradually strengthened, and he even grew spirit medicine inside his core. Although the grade was still low, it was already an improvement in itself. He didn't overthink unnecessary things and focused on gaining express and boosting the star power. Not too long after, Tianyun's core let out a rumbling sound and emitted a ray of light. Is it stronger now? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. He immediately checked his own core and noticed that it had expanded a little bit, which made him happy. But then again, he didn't know how long it would take to improve his core once more. Every cultivator had a different core, and thus, they had a different requirements to improve it. Yi Tianyun couldn't take any advice from anyone for this one. Yi Tianyun checked the content of his core and saw that it had been covered by spirit medicine. Although it wasn't the highest grade, it should be good enough as it was at the 4th grade spirit medicine. The sensation somehow reminds me of breaking through, Yi Tianyun said as he was surprised by the sensation from his core. Leveling up his cultivation would always be easier as he didn't know the specific way to level his core up. Oh, there seems to be something here, Yi Tianyun said as he carefully inspected the content of his core, but he began to notice a small core inside of his own core. A core, Yi Tianyun said as he was surprised to find a core inside his own core. Chapter 963. Yi Tianyun couldn't believe his eyes when he saw this core. He also had never heard of anyone having a core inside a core like this. However, now that he turned out to have a core inside his core, that meant it wasn't impossible, and he surely didn't think he was the only one who could achieve this, but then again, he knew that cultivating it wouldn't be easy. Don't tell me, did it materialize because of been absorbing the life energy? Yi Tianyun decided to inquire Xianxia about that matter the next time he saw her. Since she must have reached the bottom, asking her was undoubtedly the best decision. If that's the case, I don't need to ask them to yield the core of life since I already have one. Yi Tianyun was so excited as the core in his body would grow in size if he continued to cultivate it, and by then, he could take out some of it and give it to the spirit race. Even if the elders did allow him to take a piece of core of life in that place, they wouldn't give him too much. After all, they couldn't just give away their precious core of life that helped them cultivate, even if only a small portion of it. Of course, with this, he always had room for a crude option like evacuating his loved ones in the 3 realms into the core inside him once it was big enough. This was the terrifying nature of cultivation, and being able to accommodate a core as big as a planet was unthinkable in the mortal domain. However, that idea was really dangerous as his loved ones would be in danger as well if he encountered any danger. All in all, this is good. In any case, now Yi Tianyun didn't feel like holding back anymore. All he had to worry about securing the best result in the God's domain war of ascension. He immediately meditated and absorbed the life energy around him as much as he could, but his absorption rate remained the same as his core size didn't affect his absorption rate. After absorbing so much life energy, not only did his core increase in size, but he was also on the verge of breaking through, and not long after, the long-awaited notification finally rang. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun, for obtaining enough express to level up. Do you wish to level up to the 4th layer Earth Monarch or 1st layer Heaven Monarch? Choosing Heaven Monarch won't grant gift pack. Yi Tianyun didn't even hesitate even after being faced with these options. He clearly wouldn't pick Heaven Monarch because, in addition to not obtaining the gift pack, he would be significantly weaker as well compared to leveling up to the 4th layer Earth Monarch. I'll pick the 4th layer Earth Monarch, Yi Tianyun said without hesitation. Congratulations to the player, Yi Tianyun, successfully breaking through to the 4th layer Earth Monarch. Breakthrough. Yi Tianyun hurriedly looked up as he'd face the heavenly tribulation the moment he broke through to the 4th layer Earth Monarch, and since he did not know how powerful it'd be, it was best to stay alarmed. Sure enough, right after breaking through, a black cloud suddenly appeared on the top of Yi Tianyun's head, with thunder and lightning flashing along with occasional flames spewed. The cultivators there immediately woke up from their meditation and hurriedly looked toward Yi Tianyun when they heard the rumbling sound. Did that kid make a mistake or what? I don't think that's a good place to break through. Wouldn't it better to delay it once he gets out? I personally think breaking through here is a good choice. After all, this place is full of life energy, so our injury will be healed right away. They were curious to see how Yi Tianyun broke through. If he failed to withstand the heavenly tribulation, nothing awaited him but a dead end. Just drop dead for me. Yuan Tianyun couldn't help but scream when he saw Yi Tianyun facing the heavenly tribulation. He wanted nothing but fewer competitors. He had been cultivating there without knowing anything outside, so he didn't know who Yi Tianyun was, but he felt an intense hostility toward him, so it'd be good if Yi Tianyun was out of the picture. When the guards above saw the situation, they quickly informed Xianxia, because that was her order for those guards. This heavenly tribulation does seem powerful. Yi Tianyun observed the black thunder cloud above his head with his appraisal eye. Heavenly Tribulation. The combination of thunder and fire. Heavenly Tribulation. The initial power is 80.000 star power, and the highest is likely to reach 200.000 points. Upon reaching the fourth layer Earth Monarch, a cultivator would have to face the Heavenly Tribulation, and it was by no means an easy task considering it could reach all the way to 200,000 points of star power. An average fourth layer Earth Monarch would definitely be killed for sure. However, 200.000 star power was too small. He wouldn't be afraid of 2 million star power, let alone 200.000. Too bad, it's not a threat for me. Yi Tianyun slammed the ground and lunged at the Heavenly Tribulation, which surprised all cultivators there. Does he want to die? Even with the abundant life energy in this place, it would take a while for him to recover. Yes, the Heavenly Tribulation can kill anyone in an instant if it's agitated. None of them dared to agitate the Heavenly Tribulation as they remembered how fearsome it was. Even someone as capable as me won't risk angering the Heavenly Tribulation. Xuan Tianyun looked at Yi Tianyun with a scornful look as he cursed in his heart. Sure enough, when Yi Tianyun rushed toward the Heavenly Tribulation, it suddenly made a rumbling sound, and the power suddenly increased from 80.000 star power to more than 400.000 star power. That was a sign of anger. It wouldn't happen if a cultivator obediently endured it, but it was a different story if someone approached it. The Heavenly Tribulation will bare its fang as if it were being challenged. The Heavenly Tribulation's power would skyrocket once it was enraged. Its power would double or even more when it was challenged, whether it was the fourth layer Earth Monarch Heavenly Tribulations or other Heavenly Tribulations. However, unlike other cultivators who would obediently endure the trial from Heavenly Tribulation, Yi Tianyun went ahead and enraged the Heavenly Tribulation. Chapter 964. The thunder struck the ground, directly aimed at Yi Tianyun. This heavenly thunder reached a whooping 40.000 star power. It would definitely destroy any ordinary Earth Monarch to ashes. Don't make me laugh. Yi Tianyun immediately blasted the heavenly thunder with his energy, and the heavenly thunder immediately burst out like fireworks, scattered in the air. The cultivators that witnessed the scene were stunned as it was the first time they had ever seen something like this. The fire that Yi Tianyun used to blast the heavenly thunder has turned into a fire dragon that coiled around him. It was more powerful than the heavenly thunder as it reached 150.000 star power. With this flame, I can burn everything. Yi Tianyun laughed out loud as he scattered the fire dragon that immediately turned into a beautiful spark. Yi Tianyun was ready to attack the tribulation cloud and move forward. Yi Tianyun blasted his flame towards the tribulation cloud, and it immediately exploded as Yi Tianyun's flame decimated it in the air. The tribulation cloud slowly dissipated, and a ray of light immediately illuminated Yi Tianyun, giving him a whole new energy. Yi Tianyun's body kept on absorbing this energy, slowly strengthening him to a whole new level. Acquiring strength of heavenly tribulation, do you want to absorb it into your body? I accept, Yi Tianyun said as he made his choices and immediately absorbed the energy from the tribulation cloud as he didn't see any harm in absorbing it. Successfully absorbed strength of heavenly tribulation. Strength of heavenly tribulation. The ability to release Heavenly Tribulation's power. Absorbing Heavenly Tribulation on 9th layer Earth Monarch level would make the Heavenly Tribulation your base power. Yi Tianyun smirked as he was giddy to see the effect of his new power. Now he needed to absorb Heavenly Tribulation on the 9th layer Earth Monarch level to upgrade the Heavenly Tribulation and make sure that it became his base power in his Heaven Monarch stage. No wonder there was no record of anyone defeating this Tribulation cloud, as the difficulty was certainly too much, and not just anyone could destroy the tribulation cloud on their own. This is good, although it was a bit difficult, Yi Tianyun said as he continued to meditate. Everyone else was still stunned. They knew that Yi Tianyun could reach the bottom, but destroying the tribulation cloud, that was a whole different story. It was such an unprecedented notion that they still couldn't wrap their mind around it. The pressure that the core of life gave off meant nothing to Yi Tianyun either. Right now, no one put their faith in Xiaomorong as no one thought she would be able to stand by Yi Tianyun's side. But at the same time, Xiaomorong was still trying to catch up to Yi Tianyun at the bottom. All I can do is take a step at a time, Xiaomorong said as she slowly descended the path towards the core of life. Even if she understood now that she would never catch up to Yi Tianyun, she had to prove that she could reach the bottom. Nian Siyu herself was still observing Yi Tianyun as she saw that Yi Tianyun was still calmly meditating. Didn't he say that he would be breaking through soon? Nian Siyu said curiously. Young Master Yi has destroyed the heavenly tribulation. The guard said sadly. Well, that is good for him. I am ashamed to say that he is a far better cultivator than I am. Nian Siyu said with a relieved face. She was worried about Yi Tianyun before, but it seemed she was worried for nothing. Well, report to me once he break through. Nian Siyu said to the guard as she turned around and left. Next time, does he have enough time to pull off another breakthrough? The guard said as they didn't understand Nian Siyu's order. He couldn't believe that Yi Tianyun would have enough time to break through once more. Nian Siyu used to think the same way, but as she met Yi Tianyun, she didn't think that was an impossible feat anymore. Yi Tianyun continued to absorb the life energy, and he was close to breaking through to 5th layer Earth Monarch stage. He had the option to break through immediately to Heaven Monarch stage, but he knew that it wouldn't do him any good. And so, time passed. Yi Tianyun absorbed a lot of express, but he still didn't break through. He could use the crazy express mode, but he thought it would took too much CP to maintain, so he never actually used it. He didn't have to hurry as he had the time. The most important thing for him to do right now was to strengthen his core. During this time, Xiaomorong was slowly making his way to the bottom. Not many cultivators were left there as they had either run out of time or just couldn't stay any longer. Ji Yu Yanlong was also one of these cultivators as he was already out of time, but he still observed Yi Tianyun at the top as he wanted to see what Yi Tianyun would do next. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun, enough express to break through to 5th layer Earth Monarch level or 1st layer Heaven Monarch level. The system once again gave Yi Tianyun the option to level up to Heaven Monarch or continue the Earth Monarch stage. And surely, Yi Tianyun would continue with his own belief. Level up to 5th layer Earth Monarch stage. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Chapter 965. Yi Tianyun leveled up, and the tribulation cloud came once again. Everyone was instantly alerted, including Yuan Tianyu and Xiaomorong. That brat breaks through into 5th layer Earth Monarch so quickly. Yuan Tianyu said as he couldn't believe Yi Tianyun's cultivation speed. Every cultivator who met Yi Tianyun for the first time thought that he was just an ordinary cultivator, but obviously, they were wrong. Yi Tianyun definitely has changed the atmosphere in this place as he had a breakthrough and even triumphed over tribulation clouds. He definitely had an advantage over the other cultivators. Xiaomorong was equally surprised by Yi Tianyun's breakthrough. After all, it was really fast. She had never seen anyone who could get a breakthrough quite as fast as Yi Tianyun. Even the guards up above panicked as they noticed this unprecedented cultivation speed. They immediately took out their communication token to inform Nian Siyu. They were surprised as they never thought that Nian Siyu's word would come true, but they definitely believed it now. Yi Tianyun ignored everyone and immediately rushed towards the tribulation cloud. The tribulation thunder quickly struck the ground, and the power this time was definitely stronger than the last one as this tribulation thunder almost reached 1,000,000 star power. No wonder no one dared to disturb the tribulation clouds, as its power was terrifying. You're being persistent, Yi Tianyun said as he punched the tribulation thunder that came his way. Once again, the tribulation clouds dispersed like the first time. Everyone felt that their eyes were playing tricks on them as a cultivator would die if they did something similar to the tribulation clouds under normal circumstances. Was this the way young cultivators cultivate their cultivation now? It was extremely risky, but it surely gave a worthwhile return. Usually, a cultivator would receive help from their master to disperse the tribulation clouds, which was why Nian Siyu told the guards to call her if Yi Tianyun broke through again. An Earth Monarch cultivator would need help from a Heaven Monarch cultivator to disperse them. However, it seemed unnecessary now as Yi Tianyun decimated his tribulation clouds himself. Yi Tianyun quickly meditated and absorbed the life energy once more. He had already reached the 5th layer Earth Monarch stage, and he believed that he would be able to reach the next stage just fine. He did it himself, the guards said with their mouth open. They already saw Yi Tianyun triumph over the first tribulation cloud. Still, they never expected Yi Tianyun would be able to triumph over the second tribulation cloud, which was definitely a lot stronger than the previous one. It meant that Yi Tianyun's cultivation foundation was stable and extremely powerful. Nian Siyu quickly rushed to the area to check Yi Tianyun's progress, only to see the guards inform her that Yi Tianyun had already dispersed the tribulation cloud by himself. Is dispersing the tribulation clouds on your own that easy? Nian Siyu said confusedly. I'm sure it's not, Elder Nian, but he just punched it, and the tribulation clouds immediately dispersed. The guards said with a sigh. They couldn't believe what they saw, but they couldn't deny it either, as they saw it clearly with their own eyes. It seems that my presence is not needed. I believe he would be fine on his own now, Nian Siyu said as she knew that Yi Tianyun would solve his own problem next time. She should just leave Yi Tianyun alone for now, as there was still around 2 to 3 years' time before the God Domain's War of Ascension began. Don't tell me he's going to break through once again with such a short amount of time left. The guards nervously said as they couldn't believe it still. Everyone immediately looked at Yi Tianyun as they couldn't believe Nian Siyu put such complete faith in Yi Tianyun. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun didn't care about their gaze upon him. His objective right now was to keep cultivating down there until he was satisfied. He believed that he had enough time to reach the 6th layer Earth Monarch level. Time passed quickly, and Yi Tianyun still meditated beside the core of life. But after half a year, suddenly Yi Tianyun opened his eyes and ran upstairs. What's going on? Xiao Morong asked as she almost caught up with Yi Tianyun, but now she was confused as Yi Tianyun suddenly up and left. Yi Tianyun ignored her and quickly ran to the top, confusing everyone inside. What happened to that brat? A cultivator asked confusedly. The guards who stayed at the top were also confused as they didn't understand what happened to Yi Tianyun. Young Master Yi, wait up. Where are you going? The guards reacted and tried to catch up to Yi Tianyun. Nian Siyu already ordered them to keep an eye on Yi Tianyun, as they couldn't afford to lose a candidate for their War of Ascension. But the guards failed to catch up to him as Yi Tianyun was so fast that not even a Heaven Monarch cultivator would be able to catch up to him. What is going on? He is too fast for us to catch up, the guards said as they sat down exhausted. But the truth was that Yi Tianyun had already used his teleportation God Stone to return directly to the 3 realms. It was because the great array of the 3 realms was triggered, meaning that enemies had come. Chapter 966. The situation in the 3 realms was very peaceful because Yi Tianyun himself ruled over the 3 realms. Although he didn't dominate everything, his relationship with the strongest faction on each realms created a balance that stabilized the situation in the whole 3 realms. With peace came prosperity, with the abundant resource that was shared with everyone that needed it, allowing Saint King stage cultivators to flourish and even gave birth to a new Divine King. The Divine King came from ancient Netherworld Divine Nation, and it created stability once again as the Heaven World already had their own Divine King. Nevertheless, people remained loyal to Heavenly Cloud's empire as they already revered Yi Tianyun as the most powerful cultivator in the whole 3 realms. Although Heavenly Cloud's empire rarely intervened with others' jurisdiction, people were still convinced that Heavenly Cloud's empire secretly ran the whole 3 realms. Everyone believed that Yi Tianyun would return, and that instilled fear in the cultivators' heart, preventing them from doing anything that might incur Yi Tianyun's wrath. My lord, you finally broke through the Divine King stage. Divine King Tianyun hasn't come back for a long time. Perhaps, you can rise up to the occasion and lead the 3 realms. It would greatly benefit our ancient Netherworld Divine Nation, an elder of ancient Netherworld Divine Nation said as they held a meeting right after their Holy King broke through to Divine King stage. What the hell are you all talking about? Divine King Tianyun has helped us all, and now you want to throw away the peace that he built? A figure suddenly appeared, and it was the annoyed Fan Shuixuan. Princess, we didn't mean it like that. It's a mere suggestion, that's all. Divine King Tianyun has been away for a long time. Perhaps the 3 realms needs a new ruler until he returns. The elder said slyly. No, Divine King Tianyun would certainly make his return. The looming danger of the evil spirit race isn't over. He will return to protect us. Fan Shuixuan said as she glared at the elders. Many elders just shook their heads as they understood that Fan Shuixuan wouldn't change her mind. However, the ancient Divine King also promised to return if the evil spirit race came to attack the 3 realms, but they never did. It was not that they didn't believe Yi Tianyun would return, but there was no proof that he would return. We have nothing else to discuss regarding this topic anymore. We only have to manage our ancient Netherworld Divine Tower to the best of our abilities. Leave Heavenly Cloud's Divine Nation for managing the rest of the realms. We only have to help in case of danger. It is that simple. The Holy King of ancient Netherworld Divine Nation said solemnly. The elders all nodded in understanding. They knew that they didn't have the right to make the decision, and there was no need for them to insist on their idea anyway. But as they were about to wrap up their meeting, the sky turned dark and terrifying power could be sensed coming from the sky. The sturdy shield that protected the ancient netherworld divine tower was almost broken from the intensity of the power that it tried to block. The cultivators that stayed inside the tower immediately rushed out of the tower to check what was happening. They immediately noticed a few spirit ships that evil spirit race used as a transportation. The evil spirit race definitely has returned. Xuan also came out of the imperial palace to see the situation, and they saw the spirit ship emerging. Xuan and several other elders immediately crushed their jade pendant as a preparation to fight the evil spirit race. They have been preparing for this day for so long, it was their time to defend their territory. The same could be said to ancient netherworld divine nation too. The tremble that they felt from the ground meant that the enemy managed to infiltrate their own territory, the ancient netherworld divine tower itself. Once the evil spirit race cultivators jumped out of their spirit ship, Fan Hong immediately rushed out and struck the Saint King cultivators that came his way. The evil spirit race that came out weren't that strong compared to Fan Hong, as they were only at the Saint King stage cultivation at best, but their number was still too many for Fan Hong to deal alone. After a while, hundreds of Divine King stage cultivator disembarked from the spirit ship, but that was not all. Fan Hong also felt a terrifying and disturbing power from each of the spirit ships, which meant that a Divine King stage cultivator wasn't the strongest cultivator that the evil spirit race brought to invade the three realms today. Fan Hong trembled as he felt the terrifying power from the spirit ships began to intensify. He knew that there was absolutely no chance for him to win against the source of that terrifying power. There were people that say that Fan Hong should unite the three realms under ancient netherworld divine nation's name, but after witnessing such a terrifying power, Fan Hong knew that it was ridiculous for him to ever think of such a thing. Unifying the three realms was just a dream. No wonder every single divine king in the past chose to leave the three realms. Oh, I didn't expect this place has a star monarch expert, but I believe that a heaven monarch expert should exist too, right? Otherwise, our troops in the past wouldn't be annihilated from just this much. A figure said as he made his entrance from inside the spirit ship. His aura was terrifying, and his appearance too is terrifying, as he had 12 arms coming out of his body. His cultivation was at the heaven monarch stage, and the other two ships also had a heaven monarch expert in them, which meant there were 3 heaven monarch stage cultivators invading the 3 realms right now. Rather than invading a small realm, this looked more like the attempt to dominate the entire realm itself. Why should we come here again? This place is only teeming with the trash human race, it can't be hard to deal with. The heaven monarch said with disgust in his eyes. He didn't even consider Fan Hong that was right below him, as he couldn't care less about a single star monarch expert. Chapter 967. Everyone in mortal domain was obviously too weak for a heaven monarch cultivator that they didn't even notice their presence. They immediately ordered their soldiers to bombard the shield that protected the 3 realms, and suddenly, a horde of experts rushed down and pressured the shield like paper. The protection that the 3 great divine kings erected and reinforced by Tianyun was blasted away. The 10 stars in ancient netherworld divine tower couldn't do much, as this time, a heaven monarch spearheaded the invasion. Fan Hong found himself in a pickle as he could feel his body suddenly froze on the spot. He still wanted to fight and kill as many enemy as he can, but his body wouldn't even budge. What did you do to me? If you don't want me to fight, then kill me immediately. Fan Hong shouted frustratedly as he wasn't afraid of dying. He thought that he could protect the 3 realms better once he broke through to Divine King realm, but that sounded like nothing but a dream. Kill you? Why would I do that? We want to see how things go first. We already sent so many troops, but none of them gave any good result. Is there any god domain that helped you? The heavenly monarch said coldly. We should wait. Is there any heaven monarch or a powerful earth monarch hiding in this planet? Because there is no way the troops we've sent would be decimated that easily. Heaven monarch Shi Jialong said casually. I've just checked this small planet, and the strongest cultivator here is only a star monarch. Another heaven monarch said as the eyes on his forehead were already opened. These 3 heaven monarch belong to the evil spirit race destroyer unit. They were tasked to invade as all the previous invasion ended in failure, yet now they saw that there was no cultivator worthy of their attention here. But they couldn't go back just because of that reason, as their boss already ordered them to conquer this planet, and thus they had to complete the task at hand. The strongest cultivator is only at Star Monarch stage. The other 2 heaven monarch cultivators immediately frowned, as it clearly didn't make any sense. Hey, did someone help you during our previous invasion? Which faction is it? One of the Heaven Monarch asked coldly to Fan Hong. I don't know what you are talking about. Fan Hong said solemnly. You don't know. Well, if that's the case, then you don't mind if we use soul search on you, right? It would prove that you aren't lying. The Heaven Monarch cultivator who asked the question earlier said with an evil smirk on his face. They clearly didn't care whether Fan Hong tell the truth or not, as they could just use the soul search and everything would be unveiled. But after hearing the Heaven Monarch's word, Fan Hong began to struggle. He didn't want to be soul searched, and if he could kill himself right now, he would rather do so to prevent leaking any unnecessary information. He didn't want to disclose any information regarding Yi Tianyun. He knew that the three realms still had a fighting chance as long as Yi Tianyun returned. He couldn't mess up by letting the enemy know about Yi Tianyun too quickly. Do you want to commit suicide? Did you think it's possible with us around? The Heaven Monarch expert said mockingly to Fan Hong. Fan Hong gritted his teeth as he could only look at the evil spirit race cultivator in front of him with contempt. The only thing he could do right now was bite his tongue off, but it wouldn't kill him in an instant. What can I do to escape this fate? Am I just going to let these bastards destroy the three realms? Fan Hong said to himself with a sad expression. He already spent so much resources and time to cultivate the best he could, but it was all useless. Meanwhile, in Heavenly Cloud's divine nation, an eagle squawked loudly from inside the palace and rushed straight towards an evil spirit race cultivator that came. Everyone was startled as the eagle rarely moved. It always slept when it was full and only woke up to eat again. It never listened to anyone, not even Shi Shuiyan. Heavenly Cloud's divine nation just took care of it as they knew that Yi Tianyun was the one who left it behind. But now, it suddenly attacked the invader without any command. What is that giant eagle doing? Shi Shuiyan was confused. But the more embarrassing thing happened after. The evil spirit race grabbed the giant eagle and immediately swallowed it, killing the giant eagle without so much of an effort. How dare they? Shi Shuiyan said coldly. Her cultivation had already reached the Saint King stage, so going up against a Saint King expert wouldn't be a challenge for her. At the same time, a group of demon beasts that Yi Tianyun once tamed charged towards a group of evil spirit race cultivators. These demon beasts' cultivation was at Saint King peak stage, but because they were too far from Yi Tianyun, they couldn't gain any shared experience from Yi Tianyun. If the distance wasn't limited, these demon beasts' cultivation would have already reached the Earth Monarch stage, the same as their master. Look at those low-level demon beasts, aren't they cute? The evil spirit race said mockingly as they laughed out loud. They nabbed any demon beast that came near them and swallowed them whole. There was no room for counter-attack at all. Die! Shi Shuiyan shouted as she split a Saint King stage evil spirit race cultivator in two. Her clothes fluttered gently, revealing her pregnant belly slightly. It has been a few years since Yi Tianyun left, but she didn't want to give birth just yet. She wanted to give birth with Yi Tianyun around, but now, she had to postpone giving birth even further as she had to stop the evil spirit race invasion first. I will eat you whole, troublesome woman. Evil spirit race demon god shouted coldly as he opened his huge mouth. Shi Shuiyan's complexion changed as she tried to attack the demon god, but none of her attack could harm the demon god. This was the gap of her current cultivation and the demon god that has already reached Divine King stage, or Star Monarch stage in God domain. Child, I don't think your father would be here to see you're born. Shi Shuiyan said with a sad expression as she kept weaving around, avoiding the demon god's attack. Oh, I am here. A familiar figure appeared in the air, giving off a reassuring aura to everyone. Chapter 968. Everyone obviously recognized the familiar figure in the sky that brought back hope for everyone. Tianyun, thank heavens, Shi Shuiyan said as tears rolled down her cheek. It wasn't a sad tear, but a tear of joy that she was finally able to see Yi Tianyun again. Yi Tianyun had several ways of detecting danger in the three realms. The first one was obviously the great array that he set up outside and around the three realms itself, and the second one was the pets that he kept all over the three realms. The pets he kept in the three realms wouldn't gain any express due to the distance between him and them, but if any of his pets died, he would be immediately notified by the system. It was the same system that the evil spirit race shared as they were immediately notified once demon god Long Yu met his demise. This was also the reason why the giant eagle earlier chose to commit suicide by rushing toward the enemy. This was Yi Tianyun's order for the giant eagle. Although he had to sacrifice his pet, it wasn't in vain if it were in exchange for the safety of the three realms. The result was obvious. He felt the danger from the divine temple of life, and thus why he quickly used his teleportation stone. He realized that would attract unnecessary attention later, but the safety of the three realms came first. Fortunately for Yi Tianyun, it didn't even take a minute to set up the teleportation stone, and he could arrive safely in the three realms right on time. I will handle this, protect yourself, Yi Tianyun said as he released some of his aura to protect Shi Shuiyan. You are dead. The evil spirit race's demon god attacked him immediately without even assessing the new foe. They didn't even show any hesitation in attacking a cultivator that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Scram, Yi Tianyun said as he released some of his power, which instantly burned the evil spirit race into dust. The evil spirit race that saw the scene were all stunned beyond belief as their demon god was killed in one hit. Equip, Sword Saint Suit, Yi Tianyun said as he immediately activated Sword Saint Suit's effect. He immediately controlled tens of thousands of sacred tool weapons and pointed them at the evil spirit race cultivators. Die, Yi Tianyun said as he bombarded the enemy with barrages of sacred tool. The evil spirit race cultivators stood no chance as they were easily killed by Yi Tianyun's attack. They became Yi Tianyun's experience, even though it wasn't enough to level him up again. Due to his recent breakthrough, Yi Tianyun's power was overwhelming. Even if he only used a sacred tool weapon, it was enough to kill the demon gods. But of course, Yi Tianyun already used his express card to enhance the amount of express he got. Successfully killed evil spirit race cultivator, second layer star monarch. Reward: 36, 5 billion express, 7, 8 million CPs, 100.000 SPs, evil spirit soul, evil spirit blood. Successfully killed evil spirit race cultivator, third layer star monarch. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun was satisfied with the amount of express he got. As usual, evil spirit race never lets me down when it comes to express, Yi Tianyun said, satisfied. The amount of express he got in Divine Temple of Life was good, but it was boring. This was still the best way to cultivate, as far as he knew. At this moment, killing the evil spirit race was obviously a better choice compared to meditating beside the core of life as there were so many of them. Even so, core of life had its own merit, such as reinforcing his core. Run for your life, the evil spirit race anxiously shouted as they saw the slaughter god. But it was useless. Yi Tianyun wouldn't let any of them escape as he was determined to kill every single one of them that dared step foot in the three realms. Yi Tianyun turned his attention to the three heaven monarch cultivators, aura that he sensed outside the three realms. He immediately rushed there and noticed that they had captured Fan Hongd. Yi Tianyun then enveloped Fan Hongd with his aura and dragged him over to safety. The heaven monarch cultivators were surprised by the sudden situation as they didn't expect that they could lose their grip on Fan Hongd that easily. What is this? There is an earth monarch here. The heaven monarch who scanned the entire three realms didn't feel any earth monarch earlier. It seems your eyes are not as good as you said it was. The other heaven monarch cultivator snickered mockingly. Three heaven monarchs. I have to say that they must have wanted the three realms for themselves so badly, huh? Yi Tianyun said as he found out that the heaven monarch cultivators were at the second layer heaven monarch stage. Yi Tianyun knew that the second layer heaven monarch stage was already powerful enough, but he noticed that they break through straight to the heaven monarch stage from the seventh layer earth monarch stage. Nevertheless, they were still much stronger than any cultivator in the three realms, and if Yi Tianyun didn't return, the three realms definitely would fall. Now that Yi Tianyun was here, he would kill this heaven monarch cultivator quickly. His cultivation was now at the fifth layer earth monarch stage, and he also activated his X64 crazy mode. Don't you think you are a little outnumbered here? The three of us are at heaven monarch stage, and we also have a lot of experts here. The heaven monarch said mockingly to Yi Tianyun. We don't even have to step in to crush you. He added, that is true, it would take me quite a while to kill each one of you myself. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. I just have to call over my people too. Yi Tianyun said as suddenly a figure appeared beside him. That figure is Lei Zhengyu. He seemed a little bit confused by the whole situation as he found himself in an unfamiliar place. What is happening here, Boss Yi? Lei Zhengyu asked confusedly. His cultivation was decent, and he should be able to deal with most of these evil spirit race cultivators. Furthermore, Yi Tianyun could trust Lei Zhengyu as he had already become his divine general. Chapter 969. Brother Lei, help me get rid of these people below us. Yi Tianyun said as he pointed his finger below. Lei Zhengyu looked below and immediately saw the evil spirit race. He already knew the depravity and atrocity that the evil spirit race had committed, so he nodded without hesitation. No problem, Boss Yi, I will take care of these evil spirit race. Lei Zhengyu said without any hesitation. Lei Zhengyu immediately flew to the ghost realm like a bolt of lightning and disappeared. One of the Heaven Monarch cultivators tried to take Lei Zhengyu down with an attack that was even faster than Lei Zhengyu to intercept him, but Yi Tianyun moved even faster than that and blocked the attack. You evil spirit race only send 3 Heaven Monarchs. You sure look down on our 3 realms too much. But I have to say that your effort is praiseworthy, but if you want to take our 3 realms, you need to send a cultivator a lot stronger than a Heaven Monarch. Yi Tianyun said with a grin on his face. You think someone that strong would be needed to deal with you? It's obvious that you are dreaming, brat. You won't even be able to deal with the 3 of us. The Heaven Monarch said coldly. Well, in my opinion, you are no better than trash. Yi Tianyun said as he manipulated the sacred tool, sending them to Heaven Realm with his hand while mowing down the evil spirit race in its path. The Heaven Monarch cultivators were clearly annoyed by what Yi Tianyun did and created a barrier in the air, blocking the sacred tool that went toward the Heaven Realm. The cultivators below were surprised as the sacred tool suddenly stopped in the air. There was no doubt in their mind that these evil spirit race cultivators would be able to destroy the mortal world if they really wanted to. They were all worried that Yi Tianyun would be in serious trouble by going against the 3 of them. Shi Shuiyan stroked her belly and gazed at Yi Tianyun in the sky. Although they hadn't seen each other in many years, she felt relieved to see him again. But then again, she felt worried too as she had never seen someone this strong before. The enemy's power this time was enough to make their bodies tremble. Your power is useless now that I already blocked them, the Heaven Monarch cultivator that blocked Yi Tianyun's sacred tool said with a smirk on their face. But suddenly, Yi Tianyun appeared out of nowhere and burned that Heaven Monarch down, turning him into dust in an instant. Who said you could intercept my flying sword? Yi Tianyun coldly said as he stood where that Heaven Monarch used to stand. God King Tianyun, Fan Hong said as he was shocked by Yi Tianyun's power. His choice not to listen to the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower's elder was correct, as there was no way he could compete with Yi Tianyun's power. If he really tried to unify the 3 realms under his own name and drove the Heavenly Cloud's Divine Nation to a corner, ancient Netherworld Divine Nation would be reduced into debris as soon as Yi Tianyun returned. Yi Tianyun resumed sending his sacred tools towards Heaven Realms, killing any evil spirit race cultivator in its path. Thankfully, Yi Tianyun's swift move saved a lot of lives and immensely reduced the casualties on his side. The remaining 2 Heaven Monarch cultivators were shocked as one of their own was killed so fast that they couldn't even react. Are you the one who wiped out all of our forces in the past? One of the 2 remaining Heaven Monarch cultivators asked with a scared look on his face. They were on edge as they didn't know what Yi Tianyun was capable of. Yes, you are correct. Yi Tianyun said casually. I gutted every single one of them like an animal they were. It seems our core is quite attractive to you, huh? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Yes, you are right. This planet's core is wonderful. I admit that you're quite skilled, but compared to our evil spirit race, you are nothing. If you hand over the core and join hand with us, I can arrange a new good planet for you to call home. The Heaven Monarch said as he began negotiation with Yi Tianyun. A new planet for me to call home? I don't think that kind of planet would have a core in it, do it? A useless planet that doesn't have any value. Besides, I already said that no matter how often you come here to invade this planet, I will gut every single one of you without any mercy. Yi Tianyun said with a cold smile on his face. He knew that there were many larger planets outside, but these planets rarely had any core in them. A planet without any core was like a huge barren rock where nothing could grow at all. Yi Tianyun then disappeared from his spot and reappeared behind the 2 Heaven Monarch cultivators while holding both of their heads. The 2 of them screamed as Yi Tianyun channeled the murderous aura that he got from Slaughter God Tower back then. Both of their body gradually turned red, slowly affecting their sanity. This was the sign of cultivation deviation, no doubt. One of the Heaven Monarch cultivators began to attack Yi Tianyun, but he didn't use any martial arts or weapons. He just rushed toward Yi Tianyun like an animal. It was clear this cultivator had already suffered cultivation deviation. There was no way a cultivator that had already lost their mind like this would be able to win against Yi Tianyun. A cultivator who didn't use their martial arts or weapons was no better than a mere animal. Chapter 970. Fortunately for the other heaven monarch, he could still somehow resist the murderous aura and retain his sanity. Nevertheless, his partner, who was already affected, rushed towards Tianyun like a fool as he didn't use any weapons or martial arts. "Wake up, xianxia," the heaven monarch who still retained his consciousness, said as he blasted a strong sound wave towards his partner, Shakyamuni. The sound wave hit Shakyamuni directly in the head, and his red eyes gradually turned back to their normal color. Tianyun was a little bit surprised as he didn't expect the evil spirit race could deal with his murderous aura. However, it didn't really matter for Tianyun. With the Sky Dawn Divine Spear in his hand, he would kill these heaven monarchs in a second. He disappeared and reappeared again in a split second beside Shakyamuni, who had just regained his consciousness. Tianyun speared his head, killing him instantly. Successfully killed Shakyamuni of the evil spirit race. Reward: 637 billion Express, 1 million CPs, 1.7 million SPs, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Blood, Evil Spirit Bone, Evil Spirit. He got a lot of Express in an instant, but it was no surprise as his enemy was a heaven monarch. Furthermore, he had already used the Express card. Tianyun was tempted to just go straight to Evil Spirit Race's ancestral land and decimate them now if they gave such a massive Express like this. Shakyamuni, xianxia shouted while gritting his teeth in anger. His brothers were killed in front of his eyes with ease. He just couldn't stand the audacity of this human cultivator. "Don't be sad, you will meet him again very soon," Tianyun said with a smile on his face. "I swear even if I die here, our evil spirit race will bring destruction to your world and crush you along with it," xianxia said while glaring at Tianyun. "Oh, wow, I am scared. Well, if that's the case, then bring it on. I will destroy every invader that comes my way. Our three realms never bothered you in the first place, but time and time again, you attacked our home. Now, you will be nothing but prey for me," Tianyun said with a cold smile on his face. "You are dreaming, human. Even if you cultivate for 10,000 more years, you still won't be able to catch up with our evil spirit race," xianxia said as he condensed his aura inside his body, releasing his true power. "It doesn't matter. Even if I can't deal with your evil spirit race immediately, I will keep pestering you until I can destroy you all. I will kill as many of you as I can," Tianyun said coldly. Tianyun was already determined to destroy the evil spirit race, so he wouldn't show them any mercy. xianxia frowned as he too realized that Tianyun would be a big problem for the evil spirit race. A cultivator that was able to kill a heaven monarch cultivator so easily would certainly be a thorn in evil spirit race's path. "Then I will have to kill you by my own hands," xianxia shouted as he manipulated his aura to surround Tianyun's body. Tianyun immediately felt that his body was consumed by a dark hole as his surrounding turned black. He felt like the whole space itself was about to collapse on him. But Tianyun knew that the three realms couldn't withstand this kind of energy and would be in danger right if this kept up. Fierce attacks hit Tianyun's body as he tried to break free from xianxia's power, and the dark aura never ceased to keep him inside xianxia's power. "You idiot, do you think that we would join hands with you? When you killed my brothers, you already signed your death contract," xianxia shouted angrily. xianxia's word earlier was just to distract Tianyun so that he could stab him in the back later. Unless Tianyun's cultivation base was really at the level where the evil spirit race deemed him dangerous, then the evil spirit race would never recruit that person. Divine King Tianyun. The people below were all very worried about Tianyun's safety. They saw that Tianyun was in grave danger and didn't know how he would escape this one. "Destroy," Tianyun said within the darkness, and suddenly, the dark void that trapped him was torn open. The darkened sky from the effect of xianxia's aura power was instantly gone while Tianyun's figure appeared in the sky once again. He didn't receive any injury at all, but now his body was covered by red dragon scales. But if they looked closer at Tianyun, they would notice that it wasn't exactly red dragon scales, but more like a thick red spearhead that covered Tianyun's entire body. "Is that all you got? If this is the best you can do, I can crush your ancestral land tomorrow," Tianyun coldly said as he looked down on xianxia. "Impossible." xianxia couldn't believe what he saw just now. He had already exhausted his energy, but it couldn't even make a dent in Tianyun's armor. "I hope there is someone from your evil spirit race that's worth my time next. This is too easy," Tianyun mockingly said before throwing the Sky Dawn Divine Spear in his hand like a javelin. The spears flew while emitting a soothing brilliant light. It was surely different than xianxia's attack earlier that felt like the end of the world. Xianxia wanted to say something, but it was already too late. He could only see the white light covering his vision before he disappeared without any trace. He wanted to say that Tianyun wouldn't ever be able to deal with evil spirit race, but obviously, Tianyun didn't want to hear anything Xianxia had to say. Now, Xianxia was dead, signing another failure in the evil spirit race's record. Chapter 971. Tianyun easily killed all 3 evil spirit race's heaven monarch cultivators. His power closely resembled that of the slaughter god, but Tianyun had to say that the slaughter god general was much stronger than these heaven monarch cultivators. Still, he already leveled up since that time, so he was supposed to be a lot stronger than when he was fighting those slaughter god divine generals. Tianyun then quickly went to the other 2 worlds to repel the evil spirit race there. Now that the enemy's strongest cultivator had been defeated, there was no way they could dominate the 3 realms. Congratulations to player Tianyun for successfully breaking through to the 6th layer Earth Monarch stage. You can skip to Heaven Monarch stage right now. Do you want to skip to Heaven Monarch stage instead? No, not right now, Tianyun said confidently. He wanted to kill all the evil spirit race here first to make sure he got the most out of his express cards. Furthermore, Tianyun still thought that it was better to reach the peak of Earth Monarch stage before breaking through to the Heaven Monarch stage. The evil spirit race was here to give him express, and from the looks of it, the evil spirit race already seemed desperate. They knew that there was only Earth Monarch in 3 realms at best, but they still sent 3 Heaven Monarch cultivators over. Unfortunately for them, Tianyun could easily kill a Heaven Monarch cultivator with barely any effort. A peak-level Heaven Monarch or a God Monarch was probably the only one that could stand toe-to-toe against Tianyun right now. But it would be impossible for the evil spirit race to send such a strong cultivator to a mortal domain like this. It would be a waste of resources, and Tianyun also doubted that a cultivator of that caliber would obediently go to a mortal domain in the first place. Still, Tianyun knew that the evil spirit race would certainly feel the impact of losing 3 Heaven Monarch cultivators soon. After all, reaching the Heaven Monarch stage wasn't an easy feat. I have to prepare for the worst. If it comes down to it, a God Monarch or late-stage Heaven Monarch might be coming next time. Tianyun said to himself. The safer route would be transporting the 3 realms to a nearby god domain, but it certainly would be a difficult thing to do as relocating a planet was no laughing matter. He could transport the 3 realms residents to a new planet, but it would mean leaving the 3 realms behind. Would Tianyun leave his hometown just because he was threatened by others? Should I first destroy evil spirit race's ancestral land as soon as possible? Tianyun frowned as he fell into deep thought. He was forced to make a decision. He even thought about relocating 3 realms core to some other planet, but did it count as transporting the planet itself? Tianyun thought that it would be the same as transporting the entire planet as everything lied within the core itself. Great, now I have to go and check the core myself. Tianyun said as he flew back towards Heavenly Cloud's palace to see Xuan and comfort her that everything would be okay. Stop, don't hug me too tight, you're giving our child a hard time here. Xuan said as she pushed Tianyun away. You are pregnant with our child? Tianyun asked confusedly. Did you think I am pregnant with someone else? Xuan said with a blank expression. Well, your stomach doesn't look too big. How far along are you? Tianyun asked curiously. But Tianyun was right, as Xuan's pregnant belly wasn't that obvious. I have been pregnant for almost 10 years. Our child is special. They didn't give their mother a hard time whatsoever. Xuan said with a smile on her face. A decade, Tianyun said with shock on his face as he had never heard of a baby taking a decade to be born. Yes, but I assure you that I can feel our child growing healthily inside. Nevertheless, he demanded a lot from my spirit power, and thus, I have consumed so much spirit medicine and medicinal pills to sat our child's appetite. Xuan said as she caressed her stomach lovingly. Is that so? Don't worry, I already prepared a lot of spirit medicine and medicinal pills for you. Tianyun said as he took out a storage ring from his inside pocket and gave it to Xuan. Xuan took it and immediately glanced inside. She found a lot of spirit medicine and star stone inside, which was shocking as she also saw that these were all high-grade medicine. There were many things that she hadn't seen too, which also piqued her curiosity. Isn't this too much? Shi Shuiyan asked curiously. Of course not, I have some more for myself. Yi Tianyun lightly smiled while caressing Shi Shuiyan's belly. I will come home more often and bring you many more things that you need. Yi Tianyun said happily. Hey, you should have shown your face sooner. It's been 10 years, and I thought you wouldn't return at all. She said with a frown on her face. 10 years, I thought it was only around 3 years. Yi Tianyun said as he really thought that he was only away from 3 realms for that long. Why would I lie to you? Shi Shuiyan still had a frown on her face. It's weird. I think the time inside the God domain is slower than in the mortal domain. That is the reason our perception of time is so different. Yi Tianyun said while rubbing his chin. He piled up all the information about the God domain that he got, and he now realized why people coveted the God domain so much. In addition to the rich star power, the flow of time was also slower there, allowing cultivators to cultivate more efficiently as they didn't grow old as fast. Chapter 972. The passage of time between the mortal domain and God domain was different, so it was no surprise that people often said that those who had stepped foot in a God domain wouldn't return to their mortal domain anymore. With that in mind, Yi Tianyun deduced that the 3 great divine kings felt like they had been gone for only 100 years instead of 1,000. It was not impossible if they thought that the 3 realms was still fine, so they took their time to cultivate the best they could. It was also possible that they were in trouble somewhere and couldn't make their way back to the 3 realms. After all, the God domain was lurking with dangers, from demon beasts to cruel cultivators. In any case, he couldn't find anything about the 3 divine kings in Heavenly Edict divine territory. Yi Tianyun then told Shi Shuiyan about his discovery, and Shi Shuiyan was relieved as she realized that Yi Tianyun didn't abandon them. After the end of the war, a group of people assembled and discussed various things. Among them, Elder of Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower kept his head down as he didn't dare to look Yi Tianyun in the eye. He was worried that somehow, Yi Tianyun had heard what they had planned earlier. Fan Hongd himself also felt partially responsible for his men's insolence thought. Yi Tianyun himself looked at Fan Hongd and the Elder of Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower with a puzzled look, but he didn't think much of it. The situation is resolved for now, but I believe the enemy would send stronger cultivators with more numbers, too, in the future. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. These years, I roamed around the outside world and found that the world outside is far vaster than our world. Yi Tianyun said while looking at everyone. He then told everyone about his adventures and the situation at the God domain. Everyone was in awe as they thought that a divine king was the most powerful cultivator there was, but now they found out that Divine King was the base cultivation level for joining the God domain's main force, and it was called Star Monarch at that. They felt like a frog in a well, a baby that barely saw the world. Everyone remained silent as they realized that if the enemy from the outside attacked the 3 realms again, they would be trampled like an ant. Now, I already brought with me a few martial arts that are more advanced than heaven-level martial arts to help you speed up your cultivation. Yi Tianyun said as he took out lower-grade rebirth-level martial arts and put them on the table. Everyone looked at the book on the table complicatedly. As far as they knew, heaven-level martial art was the best martial arts there was, but now they learned that that wasn't the case. Furthermore, they were also surprised that Yi Tianyun would be this generous. If a high-grade heaven-level martial art was worth more than a city, the martial arts that Yi Tianyun gave just now would be worth several times over. No one realized that Yi Tianyun gave them junk martial arts, but it was true that it was precious here on mortal world, even though they weren't so precious in the God domain as they were very common over there. At this time, the elders of Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower looked at each other and immediately kneeled down in front of Yi Tianyun. It was confusing as Yi Tianyun didn't know what happened to them. Divine King Tianyun, forgive us for our sin. Since you haven't come back for a long time, we are swayed by greed and tried to allure our Lord to unify the 3 realms. But we never have any intention to harm Heavenly Cloud's divine nation. Now that we know Divine King Tianyun's heart is warm and vast, our conscience is deeply guilty. The elders said with a sad look on their face. They chose to blurt it all out to free them from their guilt. Yi Tianyun just stared at them as he wouldn't know about it if the elders didn't say it themselves. But then again, it was brave of them to admit their sin. It is normal for you to think this way. After all, we have already experienced similar things in the past. I wouldn't blame you for thinking like this. You haven't done any harm, and thus, I believe you. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. We absolutely wouldn't do any harm towards you, my lord. I swear to God, the elders profusely sweated as they worried about Yi Tianyun's wrath. All right, now get up, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Thank you very much, Divine King Tianyun, the elders said as they returned to their seat. The others didn't come up with the same idea before as their lord hadn't reached the Divine King stage yet, but now they knew that there was absolutely no way that they would ever surpass Yi Tianyun. Successfully ascertained 3 realms Emperor loyalty. Reward: 10 billion express, 500.000 CPs, 500.000 mastery points, 1.000 command points. Yi Tianyun now knew for sure that no one in the 3 realms would betray him. Nevertheless, it didn't necessarily mean that they wouldn't make any mistakes in the future. Now, even in the event of his death, Yi Tianyun knew that Heavenly Cloud's divine nation wouldn't fall over some war against another divine nation inside the 3 realms. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun was already here, and he should train the 3 realms residents and help them advance their cultivation as soon as possible. Yi Tianyun wanted to end the meeting as soon as possible and informed everyone about the God domain as the final agenda. They ought to know about the outside world, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to grow. After the meeting was concluded, Yi Tianyun immediately set out to find the core. He wanted to see whether it was possible to relocate the core to another planet or not. He flew to the center of the mortal realm as he knew that the core was supposed to be under the mortal realm as the center realm of the 3 realms. Still, it was puzzling to know that the center area such as mortal domain would receive the least spirit energy out of the 3 realms while the core was in mortal domain. It was more the reason why Yi Tianyun wanted to see the core of the 3 realms for himself. He explored the center area and soon found out the core's location as it wasn't that difficult for him. Yi Tianyun's cultivation was so high that the scope of exploration that he could do was reaching another level. Chapter 973. I can feel it coming from below, Yi Tianyun said as he immediately dove under while keeping his eyes peeled. He noticed a few sea beasts around him, and they also noticed him. Yi Tianyun released some of his aura, immediately sending the sea beast away in fear. Their instinct clearly warned them of Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun took out the Sky Dawn Divine Spear and used it to dig. He easily dug more than a kilometer worth of soil in a short amount of time. Yi Tianyun deliberately held back because he could blow a hole through the 3 realms if he didn't do so. His cultivation was at the 6th layer Earth Monarch level. Among the 3 realms cultivators, he was surely the most powerful existence they had ever seen. He quickly dug around 100 kilometers underground, but he still couldn't sense the core of the 3 realms whatsoever. The Divine Temple of Life was 100 kilometers deep underground, but the core of the 3 realms was further than that. It was not until he dug around 1.000 kilometers deep that he finally felt some strong energy fluctuations. I am coming for you, Yi Tianyun excitedly said as he kept digging deep underground. When he hit 1.100 kilometers deep, he hit a thick surface that felt like a thick iron, making his hands numb from the impact. What is this? Yi Tianyun said as he was surprised that Sky Dawn Divine Spear failed to damage the thing in front of him. However, Yi Tianyun didn't mind it as much. It meant that something down there was more powerful than a middle-grade rebirth-level weapon. Yi Tianyun knelt down and dug with his hand instead. He soon discovered a thick and flat rock layer that was engraved with massive divine rune, 9th grade. Defensive divine imprint, indestructible. Can only be damaged by heavenly god cultivation base and above, Yi Tianyun said as he read the description of the divine rune with his appraisal eye. Yi Tianyun was surprised by this discovery as the 9th grade divine imprint could only be created by a 9th grade god rune master, and such a capable individual was scarce even in the god domain. It was unthinkable to find something like this in the 3 realms. A heavenly god cultivator was much stronger than heaven monarch and god monarch rank. In general, the cultivation base in the god domain consisted of star monarch as the lowest, followed by earth monarch, then heaven monarch, and then god monarch. After god monarch, there was the heavenly venerable rank and then finally the heavenly god rank. The heavenly god rank cultivator could be said to be the creator of life itself. It was shocking to see a divine rune of this caliber lying around the 3 realms. I sense another core fluctuation, Yi Tianyun said as he sensed the life energy from the core below and from the top. This time, it was different from the first life energy that he had sensed before. Yi Tianyun was surprised once more as that meant there were 3 cores inside the 3 realms. Meaning that each realm had its own core. As far as he knew, a planet could only have 1 core, and there was no way a planet would have more than 1. However, It was clear for Yi Tianyun right now that didn't seem to be the case at all. But he couldn't advance any further as he had no way to disarm the 9th grade defensive divine imprint in front of him. He also guessed that the other 2 cores in each realm should have the same kind of protection. Since he hadn't reached the heavenly god rank, there was no way he could advance further. No wonder the evil spirit race wants to conquer this planet so much. Yi Tianyun said as he knocked the seal below him. But Yi Tianyun also felt some kind of relief as he now realized that the evil spirit race wouldn't be able to use the core either. It was unlikely that the evil spirit race would have a heavenly god cultivator on their rank, as Yi Tianyun predicted that they were similar to a 2nd grade god domain, while a heavenly god level cultivator was only found at the 4th grade god domain. Even if evil spirit race has allied themselves with a 4th grade god domain, sending a heavenly god cultivator to a mortal domain was impossible. Then again, since a 9th grade divine imprint existed in the 3 realms, there should be a prominently skilled figure in the past. Yi Tianyun knew that no one would believe him if he said that the 3 realms had a 9th grade divine imprint. There was no way a slum like the 3 realms would have such a grand treasure like this. Damn it, I can't relocate the core now, Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head. He was planning to relocate the core of the 3 realms away to make sure that the evil spirit race would stop attacking the 3 realms. But now, there was no way for him to do so. His plan was ruined because of this 9th grade divine imprint, but then again, he couldn't complain. Let me check the situation at hand first, Yi Tianyun said as he began sweeping the soil from the stone tablet in front of him. He wanted to see what information he could get from this divine imprint. 3 realms divine imprint, people imprint. Yi Tianyun read the name of the divine imprint. He didn't know what it meant and didn't find any means to open it either. And thus, he began to meditate to see if he could reach some kind of revelation. But after a moment, he didn't seem to be on the right path. So, Yi Tianyun tried to explore the divine imprint with his spiritual sense. He wanted to see if he could somehow see deeper inside and use his teleportation divine ability to bypass the divine imprint protection. But as he tried to explore deeper, he felt that his soul was being sucked in by a mighty force. He had no time to reach, and his consciousness disappeared immediately. Yi Tianyun completely blacked out. Ellipsis 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 dot. Yi Tianyun woke up and found himself inside a hut. The hut itself was completely furnished, but there was no precious spirit medicine or divine tool around him. It was just a well-furnished cabin. Where am I? Yi Tianyun said as he got up from the bed he was in. But he soon found out that he was still in his spirit form, which meant his body was still inside the crevices in front of the 9th grade divine imprint earlier. Yi Tianyun immediately rushed out of the hut and was shocked as he saw nothing but an ordinary small village outside. He saw many huts lying around the small road with many villagers came and went, greeting each other amiably. Yi Tianyun was completely perplexed by what he saw. Chapter 974. Yi Tianyun couldn't believe what he saw. All of these villagers in front of him was a soul. It meant they weren't real people at all. But Yi Tianyun also saw children playing around in the nearby field, which made him confused. Was everyone here a cultivator? Yi Tianyun looked all around him and saw the beautiful nature. The sky was blue, and the farmland was almost golden in color. This place looked like a paradise. I have seen that person before, Yi Tianyun said as he saw someone that seemed familiar. He believed that the person he saw was a cultivator who had died a long time ago. Yi Tianyun walked towards the familiar cultivator, but no one he passed greeted him. Everyone ignored him like the wind. Yi Tianyun kept walking, and the further he walked, the village seemed to keep expanding as he walked. The more he walked, the more villagers he found. They all were farming peacefully, some were even hunting animals in the trees. But he eventually saw something different. A group of villagers was in line like they were waiting for something. He reached out to the villagers and patted their shoulders to draw their attention. What is happening here? Yi Tianyun asked, but the villagers still ignored him. The villagers themselves weren't unconscious as they were talking and laughing, but no matter what Yi Tianyun did, they still ignored him. No one responded to him. It was as if he was a ghost. This is strange, Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face. Is it because I am not dead yet? Yi Tianyun began to speculate. Yi Tianyun kept walking, and many villagers lined up along the way. They were full of joy as they chatted with each other with anticipation. These people didn't even do anything as they just stood in line, happily conversing with each other. After a while, Yi Tianyun finally saw the end of the road, and it was a bridge with Forgotten Worries Bridge engraved in stone above the bridge. Tianyun observed for a while and saw many villagers disappear through the bridge and never return. Tianyun approached the bridge, and he saw a whirlpool in the middle of the bridge. Tianyun knew that he would disappear if he came any closer to that whirlpool. Is this the river of reincarnation? Tianyun said with surprise on his face. He never expected the core of the three realms would be a reincarnation zone. Those who died in the outside world got sucked into the core and lined up here to be reincarnated back into the world. He never expected to encounter something like this. No, the core shouldn't have such function. The core at Divine Temple of Life was nothing like this. Tianyun said with a frown on his face. He was confused by what happened right now as none of it made sense. He couldn't converse with anyone, and there was no tool spirit either to help him understand. Tianyun braced himself to walk into the Forgotten Worries Bridge, and once he stepped closer to the bridge, he felt like his consciousness was slowly fading, and it really scared Tianyun. He backpedaled to safety as he didn't want to get sucked by the whirlpool. If I walk through this bridge, will my memory of this life disappear too? Tianyun said as he began to wonder. He knew that a reincarnator would always reborn into a newborn baby, and a newborn had no memory of their previous life, but Tianyun didn't know how he could get back to the outside world. Tianyun turned around and saw many cultivators coming in line. They were all the cultivators that Tianyun knew had died in the past. They were mixed in among the normal villagers, and they wouldn't cut in line. Tianyun speculated that all the villagers here were cultivators too in the outside world, but here, they were treated the same way. He looked around with everything he got this time, trying to find if there was something that seemed out of place for his clue to get out of this place. He saw a villager that farmed happily and then somehow left behind his tools and joined the reincarnation line, which was really strange. Hey, there is a house there, Tianyun said as he noticed a house in front of the Forgotten Worries Bridge. The house itself was built in front of the whirlpool itself. Tianyun quickly frowned as he knew that he would be sucked into the whirlpool if he walked over towards the house. He wanted to fly over the whirlpool, but unfortunately, he couldn't do so right now. He could only walk, but it wasn't the safest option. He looked to the side of the bridge to see if he could swim around the whirlpool, but it didn't seem like the brightest idea either, as the river was all muddy. He kept looking around for a while, but he felt like there was nothing else he could find right now, so Tianyun decided to return to where he came before. This was the safest option right now as he really couldn't act too rash around here. Soon, he reached the hut where he first woke up earlier and laid back down on the bed, and fell asleep. When he woke up once more, his surrounding was all wet, and it was obvious to him now that he was back in his body. Tianyun meditated to calm his own nerve, and he now knew that he couldn't relocate the core right now. He didn't even know what secret the core held. Whoever came up with such a plan is definitely a skilled individual. Tianyun said as he looked at the stone tablet once more inside. The only thing he could do right now was mark this place as a teleportation point and close the hole he dug. Tianyun also wanted to go to Heaven World after and check if there was another core there. After all, he did feel an energy coming from two different cores earlier. As soon as Tianyun reached Heaven World, he immediately dug through the ground to reach the core. The distance towards the core seems to be similar to the core of the mortal world as Tianyun dug around 1.000 kilometers before reaching a hard metal that Sky Dawn Divine Spear couldn't pierce through. Damn, the Heaven World core also has the same kind of protection. Tianyun said as he sighed and began to wipe the soil out of the stone tablet to check if there was any information here. But as he read the stone tablet, Tianyun was shocked. The Seal of Three Realms Divine Imprint, Heaven World. Chapter 975. Just like Mortal Realm, Tianyun already had a hunch that Heaven Realm should have a core of its own, but still it was surprising that the three realms had three cores. Tianyun could sense the three core if he really put his mind into it, but the problem was, the three core only gave off weak wavelength, so it was not that easy to pick it up. Tianyun thought that the core was small, but now he knew that wasn't the case at all. The core was just sealed away, concealing its wavelength, making it hard to detect. Maybe, this was also the reason why evil spirit race kept trying to invade the three realms, as they sensed something unusual in the three realms core. But it was fortunate that the evil spirit race didn't know that the core was being protected by a 9th grade god divine rune. Otherwise, they would have sent their main force from the get-go. Even if they couldn't unseal it right away, it was just a matter of time before they could. I didn't expect to run into this kind of problem. If I can't relocate it now, there would be a major problem in the future. Tianyun said as he shook his head. The thought of leaving the three realms with all his loved ones crossed Tianyun's mind, and it was indeed very selfish of him, but Tianyun really didn't care that much about anybody else. Then again, he knew that it was foolish to abandon such a wonderful core behind. Tianyun then tried to meditate again and use his spirit to infiltrate the core of Heaven Realm. Just like last time, he felt his consciousness was being sucked into the core and he found himself at the same village again. This is no different from last time, Tianyun said as he came out of the hut. He looked around and noticed that there was no change to the surrounding area. The hut he came from was exactly the same, and the people were also exactly the same, save it from a few that he couldn't see from where he was. This meant that the three realms shared the same reincarnation place and it didn't matter which core Tianyun entered from. This was why Tianyun chose to not go to the ghost world, as he already had a hunch that the core of the three realms were connected with each other, but Tianyun didn't really understand what this meant. Sure, this place proved that the three realms had their own reincarnation realm, but the core itself had too little of impact in the three realms itself. Is there something I miss? It feels like I know too little about this whole situation. Tianyun frowned. He had a feeling that he ought to find out who sealed the core and for what purpose. Furthermore, whose house was it that stood across the forgotten worry bridge? Nevertheless, Tianyun knew that he wasn't strong enough to cross the forgotten worry bridge without being sucked into the reincarnation whirlpool. But as Tianyun shook his head and headed back to the hut to return to the world above, he heard the notification sound. Successfully take the special quest, cross the forgotten worry bridge, figure out the truth of the three realms. Reward: 10 billion express, 10 billion CPs, 10 billion mastery point, 10 billion sin point. Tianyun was shocked as he saw the amount of the quest reward. What is this? So much rewards from just crossing the bridge? But I know that it must be difficult considering how hefty the reward is. Tianyun said with a frown on his face. This was not the first time that he got the reward of this caliber, and he already knew that the bigger the reward was, the harder it was to complete the quest. It seems that I have no choice but to go back and devise a plan. Tianyun said as he walked to the hut. He fell asleep and immediately woke up in his body. His position remained unchanged, and the seal of the core was still there. He placed the teleportation god stone waypoint in this place, so he could teleport to the core of Heaven World if he needed to. Tianyun pondered what he should do next, and contrary to what he thought earlier, Tianyun chose to go to the ghost world and checked out its core too and set the teleportation god stone waypoint there too. After he was done at the ghost world, he shook his head. The problem surrounding the three realms core was bigger than he initially thought. He couldn't change this fact no matter how hard he thought, but then again, he didn't think that setting this problem aside was wise either. He didn't have any immediate plans, but he knew that the evil spirit race would definitely send out stronger force the next time they tried to invade. Tianyun returned to Heavenly Cloud's divine palace and sat on the chair inside his chamber. Tianyun, what are you thinking? Xuan said as she came over and sat down beside Tianyun. Tianyun sighed and told Xuan the outline of what happened right now. I didn't know the three realms has such a magical place. Although everything seems like a mess, you already thought of something, didn't you? Xuan said as she leaned on Tianyun's shoulder. I did think of something. Tianyun said as he smiled gently at Xuan. Still, Tianyun couldn't understand why the one that sealed the core left the three realms. If the core was that potent, abandoning it just like that clearly didn't make any sense. Now, Tianyun had to cultivate sooner than he thought, but he knew that he would be able to do so when the God Domain's War of Ascension finally began. Through this battle, he would be able to break through quickly by battling the cultivators there. Aside from encountering a God Monarch cultivator or above, Tianyun had nothing to worry about. Even if there was a God Monarch, he could just teleport out into safety. He gently held Xuan and said solemnly, I will protect you. I'm sure you will. Xuan did not have the slightest doubt of Tianyun's word. No matter what Tianyun did, she would unconditionally support and would not question his decision. She believed that was the least she could do for him. Chapter 976. Tianyun stayed with Xuan for a while before he looked for Xianxia. He wanted to thank Xianxia for her hard work so far. If Tianyun had to rank the people he loved according to their importance, Shi Shuiyan would obviously the first, and Yi Qingshan would go second. But the person that had helped him so much from the beginning was definitely Yi Qingshan, the spirit race's saintess. She had helped the growth of Heavenly Cloud's divine nation more than any other cultivator. Soon, Yi Tianyun found Yi Qingshan and she was actually busy with so many stuff. After the battle earlier was over, Heavenly Cloud's divine nation had so much spoils of war and there were so many people injured too that she had to treat. Divine King Tianyun, may I help you? Yi Qingshan said as she noticed Yi Tianyun's presence. She hurriedly stood up and respectfully bowed down to Yi Tianyun. Hey, there's no need to be so formal. I am still the same teenager you saved a long time ago. Haven't we always been friends from a long time ago? Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Just a friend, Yi Qingshan said while biting her lips in resentment. Yi Tianyun just cleared his throat as he knew how Yi Qingshan thought about him. She felt affection towards him, but he was so late to notice it. Still, it was better not to say anything at this point before the problem arose anew. How is the spirit race doing now? Regarding Life Crystal, how much time do we have left? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. The Life Crystal is long gone. Now our spirit race is in a state where we can't conceive a child anymore. We already search up and down everywhere in the 3 realms, but we don't have any replacement for the Life Crystal. The god will kill us soon enough. Yi Qingshan said with a deep sigh. They are desperate as their situation isn't getting any better. They didn't need to hide anymore, but without the Life Crystal, the spirit race was as good as extinct. Don't worry, I have found a place. Take my hand and relax. Don't resist the flow, Yi Tianyun said as reached out for Yi Qingshan's hand. Yi Qingshan just nodded and took Yi Tianyun's hand. Yi Tianyun immediately let Yi Qingshan enter the core inside his body. Yi Qingshan immediately felt the strong life energy in this place as this was the first time she ever felt a core up close. What is this? Where are we? And what's with this overwhelmingly strong life energy? Yi Qingshan said surprisedly. This is my world, it's inside my core. Do you think the spirit race will like this place? Yi Tianyun asked with a smile on his face. Yes, this place is definitely good. The strong life energy would flourish the vitality within our body. If spirit race lived here, our race would thrive. Yi Qingshan said with amazement. But if this is the world within your body, does it mean we will always live inside you? Yi Qingshan wondered. Yi Tianyun then brought her out to the outside world again before looking at her with smile on his face. No, I will always be facing danger and I don't know what it would bring to all of you if you all are inside of me. I am afraid I will accidentally hurt you. Yi Tianyun said honestly. This is only temporary. When I leave later, I will come back with a strong crystal that would be far more powerful than the Life Crystal. Yi Tianyun said confidently. What he meant was definitely the core of Divine Temple of Life itself. If you say so, I will look forward to it. Yi Qingshan said excitedly. The spirit race was worried about their well-being, but if Yi Tianyun already had the answer to their problem, then they would definitely put their faith on him. Don't worry, I won't let you wait for too long. I am the Spirit King of the spirit race, and I will always solve the spirit race's problem. The current problem drags for too long because none other than my own incompetence. Yi Tianyun said with a sigh. Don't say stuff like that, our king. If it weren't for you, our spirit race would have long perished from this world. We are sorry that we aren't able to find the solution ourselves, but we believe that you will lead us to glory. Yi Qingshan said with eyes full of gratitude. Yi Tianyun smiled as he knew that none of this was a trivial matter. The Heavenly Cloud's divine nation's divine rune were managed by the spirit race, and thus the Heavenly Cloud's prosperity was on the hands of the spirit race themselves. Oh, yay, I almost forgot to tell you, my king. But do you have time later? In a few days, we are going to visit our ancestral land and we hope that you can accompany us as our spirit king. Yi Qingshan said worriedly. She knew that Yi Tianyun didn't have any connection to their ancestral land, so Yi Tianyun didn't have any obligation to follow her there. Alright, I don't have any problem with that, Yi Tianyun said as he agreed quickly. But Yi Tianyun was still confused by what Yi Qingshan meant. Didn't you used to live in the forest? Isn't that place your ancestral land? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. That is true, but our real ancestral land is not there. Yi Qingshan explained. Alright, then notify everyone and we will hasten our departure date. Yi Tianyun ordered with a smile on his face. Although he was still curious of where the spirit race ancestor land might be, he knew that he just had to see it for himself later. The preparation for departure didn't take too long, and after 2 days, they were immediately on their way. They all said that the entire spirit race was connected to their ancestral land in some way. This was the first time Tianyun had ever heard of it, as he always thought that the forest was the spirit race's ancestral land, but that didn't seem to be true. Xianxia and the spirit race old ancestor led the way, and they soon arrived at burning heaven-defying land, the spirit race's ancestral land. Tianyun was confused to see this burning heaven-defying land himself, as he knew that the place was a bit weird. There were so many pillars standing, like they were supporting the sky itself, and there was nothing else around except for a vast meadow. Is this the ancestral land of the spirit race? Tianyun said with surprise on his face, but when he carefully inspected the stone pillar, he sensed the familiar power, and Tianyun knew for sure that it was the Three Realms' core power. Chapter 977. The stone pillar itself wasn't that high, only around 10 meters high. He never really paid any attention to these pillars before, even though Tianyun had already passed this place several times while exploring the Three Realms. He had seen this area before, but Tianyun didn't know that the place was the original ancestral land of the spirit race. Nevertheless, he didn't really explore this area thoroughly, as he didn't see anything of interest. Either way, who would search around the meadow with only stone pillars around? But he did sense the similar aura that came out of the Three Realms' divine imprint. Perhaps, he couldn't sense it before because he wasn't as capable back then. However, now that his cultivation has already advanced further than anyone in the Three Realms ever did, he could sense it, albeit faintly. If he had never gone to the core of the Three Realms, perhaps he might never know that it was similar to the energy that the stone pillar gave off. This is spirit race ancestral land? Tianyun asked as he looked around. He didn't see any building except for this stone pillar. Yes, this is our ancestral land, Xianxia said as she stroked the stone column with respect. The story said that after our ancestors died, they were buried here, but after they were buried, these stone pillars grew out of their grave. These stone pillars were also said to grow in constant height, Xianxia said with a frown on her face. Yes, that is how the story goes. I came here yearly, and the stone pillars definitely have gotten higher, at the very least for another half a meter. Their growth rate seems faster than it used to be, too. The spirit race old ancestor said as he looked at the stone pillar with respect. The spirit race seemed to be praying and worshipping these stone pillars to show their respect to their ancestor, and they did it every year, it seemed. Alive stone pillars, Tianyun said as he observed the stone pillar with his appraisal eye to find some clue about them. However, the appraisal eye didn't show anything. There was a chance that the appraisal eye's level was too low to notice anything on these pillars. The spirit race paid their homage, and the ceremony itself was relatively simple. But it didn't seem to end in one day, as Tianyun noticed that there was a campfire prepared on the side. The spirit race didn't ask Tianyun to do anything in particular, but it was already expected as they knew that Tianyun wasn't a spirit race, to begin with. But nevertheless, Tianyun behaved well, as he knew that as their king, he couldn't offend their ancestors. Tianyun, why do you keep staring at our ancestors' graves? Xianxia asked as she noticed Tianyun's behavior. I can't help but think there's something odd about these stone pillars, I want to check it out so bad. Tianyun said honestly, he wanted to check it out now, and even if he wasn't allowed to do that now, he could just return here again in the near future. These pillars grew from our ancestors' graves. Why is it weird? But you can touch and check it out if you want. There is no problem with that at all, as we will also take turns to touch it later to ask for our ancestors' blessing. Xianxia said with a smile on her face. Tianyun nodded as he understood that he could check the stone pillars if he wanted. Our king, please lead us to the spiritual place of the ancestors. Spirit race old ancestor said as he signaled for Tianyun to step forward. Tianyun nodded and started walking towards the stone pillars. The crowds followed Tianyun's footsteps, and Tianyun placed his hand on one of the stone pillars and channeled some of his star power inside. When his star power entered the pillar, a humming sound was heard from inside the pillars before a dazzling light burst out of the pillars. The spirit race was startled by this event, but they immediately bowed down as they thought that it was probably the miracle of their ancestors. They looked at the pillars in horror as they had never seen anything like this happen before. They've already touched the stone pillars in the past but never encountered anything like this. Even Xianxia herself looked at the pillars in surprise as she didn't expect something like this either. At the same time, as Tianyun used his star power to penetrate the stone pillar, his figure began to flash, and he disappeared from his spot immediately after. Spirit King disappeared. What happened here? Xianxia said as she hurriedly rushed towards the stone pillar. But no matter how hard she looked around, she couldn't find Tianyun's figure anywhere. He should be sent away by the ancestors, but I never expected the stone pillars still have the power to do so. Spirit Race Old Ancestor said with wonder in his eyes. It was puzzling as he had never encountered anything like this either. Ellipsis 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 dot. Tianyun reappeared again in a strange space. He looked around, and there was nothing in the hall he was teleported into except for a huge chair in the very front. Is this the space inside the stone pillar? Tianyun wondered as he noticed the energy fluctuation inside this place. It seemed the story about the pillars being a grave wasn't true, as it turned out to be some kind of an entrance to enter this place. Tianyun immediately walked over to the chair and sat down. He immediately felt a unique energy entering his body. Tianyun was surprised, but he immediately sensed that his soul began to move all around the place, and soon after, Tianyun felt his consciousness connected to the three realms itself. First, he felt like he had all the mortal world under his control before it quickly extended to heaven world and ghost world. He could sense everything in every nook and cranny of the three realms. He was now like a god that had the three realms at the tip of his finger. He felt like he could manipulate everything in the three realms from there. He could kill any cultivator he wanted, overturn the sea, or better yet, turn the entire three realms into a spirit ship and move it away. This is the control room, Tianyun said as he was surprised by the feature inside this place. He has been thinking of relocating the three realms core, and now he had the means to do it, and better yet, he could move the entire three realms itself. Chapter 978. Tianyun was surprised and elated by the situation as he had been worried about the problem the whole time and never expected to would find the answer to his problem right here. He could just sit here and control the three realms however he wanted. This saves me the trouble of relocating the core. I can just relocate the three realms right now, Tianyun said as he immediately moved the three realms somewhere else. He didn't know when the evil spirit race would attack, and he didn't see any problem relocating the three realms right now. Tianyun kept pumping the control room with star power, and Tianyun could feel that the whole three realms were enveloped by a thick shield. He believed that the shield that surrounded the three realms right now was incredibly durable, that not even a heaven monarch cultivator would be able to destroy the shield now. How convenient. The three realms turns out to be an amazing spirit ship, Tianyun said with amazement. With a spirit ship of this scale, he could go anywhere in the universe without any problem. I never expected the ancestral land of the spirit race would have a 9th grade god rune master. I am really at a loss for words, Tianyun said to himself. It was very likely that the spirit race was the descendant of the creator themselves. Then again, it would explain the reason behind their powerful innate ability. Nevertheless, that didn't matter right now, as he now had to think of where he should relocate the three realms first. Many of the cultivators in the three realms right now didn't even know that the three realms was on the move. The three realms movement itself was very smooth, and the shield destroyed any space debris that came into contact with it. Therefore, the movement of the three realms was indistinctive from the inside. What am I supposed to do here? I can't just leave things half-assed like this, Tianyun said with a frown on his face. Now that the three realms could move, it should be relatively safer, but it didn't mean that Tianyun could just ignore the evil spirit race. The evil spirit race had caused so much grievance in the three realms, and Tianyun couldn't just let them be either. At the same time, inside the evil spirit race ancestral land, the evil spirit race was thrown into chaos as soon as they learned that the heaven monarch cultivators they sent to some unknown land on the mortal domain were annihilated. What is happening? How could 3 heaven monarchs die in a mortal domain like that? The people said to themselves with uneasiness. Our king, 3 of our heaven monarchs that we send to the mortal domain are dead, a cultivator said as he reported to the evil spirit race king. The cultivator still couldn't believe this news, as it was bizarre to have a heaven monarch cultivator killed in some random mortal domain. It was a shame to evil spirit race as they couldn't even handle a mortal domain. What is going on here? Is there any faction that backs up that place? A cultivator said on the side. Judging from his demeanor, he seemed to be some kind of elder. Everyone looked at each other as they didn't know what to say. There was no way a faction would aid a mortal domain that easily, but there was a possibility that the place that they attacked was already occupied by another powerful god domain. I didn't expect to run into this kind of problem. If it's really a powerful god domain, it would be troublesome if they figure out our location. Another cultivator said on the side. The cultivators in the room murmured among themselves as they began to speculate the identity of the god domain that helped the mortal domain they attacked. Enough, the king said expressionlessly. The elders who stood on his side bowed and took a step back. Send God Monarch Evil Flames out and 2 other heaven monarchs. Bring the escape heavenly god talisman, too. If they still can't beat the enemy there, escape and report back to me at once. Evil Spirit King said coldly. Yes, right away, my king. The elder on the king's right side said and immediately left. The other cultivators looked at each other as they knew how grave their current situation was. It was obvious that their king was angry. They underestimated the mortal domain, and now they suffered a massive loss. Losing 3 heaven monarch cultivators at the same time would take a huge toll on the god domain's power. Now, the king even sent a god monarch to take control of the situation. Obviously, the god monarch cultivator would be much stronger than a heaven monarch cultivator. It was said that a god monarch cultivator could easily overpower 100 heaven monarch cultivators without any issues. Go at once, I shall await for good news. Evil Spirit King made his final word. Yes, right away, my king. The elder on the king's left side bowed and immediately left. The elders then found God Monarch Evil Flames and gave him the king's order. God Monarch Evil Flames bowed and took several heaven monarch cultivators with him before taking off with a high-grade rebirth level spirit ship towards the 3 realms. With a God Monarch cultivator taking the helm, the evil spirit race spirit ship was unbelievably fast. We have to reach the mortal domain in 1 month. God Monarch Evil Flames said coldly. The heaven monarch cultivators just nodded their heads as they knew how dire the situation was. They should have taken control of the mortal domain, but their plan was thwarted several times instead. It was a shameful display for a god domain to lose to a mortal domain. Under the leadership of God Monarch Evil Flames, the evil spirit race spirit ship arrived at 3 realms coordinate in 1 month. We have arrived at our destination. Are you all ready to fight? God Monarch Evil Flames said coldly. They all nodded their head, but as soon as they opened the door of their spirit ship. What is this? Where is the planet? Are you all sure this is the correct coordinate? God Monarch Evil Flames said annoyedly. They all felt dumb and stupid as they wondered if they went to the wrong coordinate. Chapter 979. God Monarch Evil Flames and the rest of the evil spirit race cultivators that he brought along with him were all confused. He was certain that he had input the correct coordinate, but now they only saw a bunch of rocks without any planet in sight. Is the planet gone? Did they teleport it somehow? God Monarch Evil Flames said confusedly. They never expected the planet itself to disappear. They had seen a planet being blown out of existence but certainly not disappeared into thin air like this. What expert would be capable of taking a whole planet away? Heaven Monarch that stood next to God Monarch Evil Flames said carefully. God Monarch Evil Flames still frowned. He had a rough idea what kind of expert was capable of doing so, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Damn it, we are so prepared to take control of that planet, but this turns out to be a complete waste of time. God Monarch Evil Flames said as he smashed some rocks in front of the spirit ship into powder. The power he exerted was terrifying, and none of the Heaven Monarch cultivators on the spirit ship dared to approach him. After venting for a little while, God Monarch Evil Flames finally calmed down. I don't know where the planet has been relocated, but I will find it for sure. God Monarch Evil Flames said coldly. God Monarch, but we shouldn't do that. A Heaven Monarch cultivator said behind God Monarch Evil Flames. Shut up, you don't have to do anything if you don't want to, I will handle everything. God Monarch Evil Flames stared coldly at the Heaven Monarch cultivator. This mission was given by Evil Spirit King, and he couldn't simply return empty-handed. He just had to search in the nearby area first. If he couldn't find any trace of that planet, he didn't mind returning to Evil Spirit Race ancestral land. The Heaven Monarch cultivators on the ship swallowed their spit in horror as they were worried about the cultivator that relocated the planet away. Someone who was capable of doing such a thing must be at the very least God Monarch level. Furthermore, they also knew that God Monarch Evil Flames couldn't do such a thing, so the cultivator that relocated the planet must be stronger than God Monarch Evil Flames, but they just remained silent as they didn't want to incur God Monarch Evil Flames' wrath. Right away, God Monarch. The Heaven Monarch cultivators braced themselves and maneuvered the spirit ship to search for their target planet. They could only hope that they wouldn't encounter the expert that had relocated the planet, for they knew that their lives would be forfeited at that moment. After a while, damn it, I don't believe that there is absolutely no clue left behind. God Monarch Evil Flame said as he searched the surrounding area with the spirit ship. At the same time, Heavenly Edict Divine Territory was in chaos. The God Domain's War of Ascension was coming close, but Tianyun suddenly disappeared without anyone knowing where he went. Where did that brat go? We have so little time now. If he couldn't cultivate as efficiently as we planned, he wouldn't be able to produce a decent result. Xianxia said as she gritted her teeth in frustration. The entire Heavenly Edict Divine Territory's cultivators, who were free at the moment, were dispatched to search for Tianyun. They couldn't let their strongest disciple miss the War of Ascension. The elders of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory were thrown into panic. Although Tianyun could just enter the next God Domain's War of Ascension, they had already done so much so that he could participate in this War of Ascension. Heavenly Edict Divine Territory has been in decline, and they need to at least get a decent result in this War of Ascension to gain their fame back. They had to bring glory to Heavenly Edict Divine Territory no matter what. After a while, everyone finally realized that Tianyun wasn't inside Heavenly Edict Divine Territory's domain. They couldn't do anything after they knew of this fact, as there was no way they could search the entire universe to search for one person. Elder Nyen, our token didn't react to his token. He is obviously too far to detect. One of the guards said as they came reporting to Xianxia. Where is this brat running to? Fortunately, the token says that he is still alive. Xianxia said with a frown on her face. The identity token that was given to Tianyun as he joined Heavenly Edict Divine Territory could convey a lot of information, but if the distance was too far, then the information couldn't be accessed. Only if the holder died could the information be relayed back, no matter how far the distance. It wasn't especially created this way, but the token required some energy to relay information, but if there was too much distance between them, then the token couldn't transmit the information effectively. But, when the holder died, the token would explode, and the energy from the explosion would send the information inside the token with certainty. Yes, the token is still active, but he is just too far away from us right now. The guards said worriedly. They were all exhausted as they had been running around all day to search for Tianyun's whereabouts. Then we should wait for him to return on his own. Tell the other guards to stop looking. Xianxia ordered with a frown on her face. All right, thank you, Elder Nyen. The guards said as they left Xianxia alone. I hope he will return before the time runs out. But why would he leave the Divine Temple of Life behind? It is a good place to cultivate for him. Is there any urgent matter that he needs to attend to? Xianxia wondered as she began to sigh exasperatedly. Meanwhile, Tianyun was busy piloting the three realms to a remote area. Fortunately, no cultivator had noticed such a huge spirit ship flying in space. The energy required to control this thing is too much. There is no way I would be able to do this if my cultivation base is not high enough. Tianyun said as he wiped the sweat on his forehead. He constantly channeled his star power to feed the three realms to move. Now, the only thing he ought to do was find some remote location to make sure that the evil spirit race wouldn't be able to find the three realms again. Tianyun knew that the evil spirit race would search for the three realms again as soon as they couldn't find the three realms where it used to be. He has been piloting the three realms for several months now. It should be safe for the time being around here. Tianyun said as he stopped the three realms. The other planets around here could serve as a cover for the three realms. In addition, he also wanted to place invisible great arrays outside to alarm him if there was any enemy approaching the three realms. Tianyun immediately flew out of the control room to the outside world and set up his great array. He spent a lot of energy setting it up, but it was definitely worth it as it would be the first line of defense against any intruder who wanted to cause harm to the three realms. This is enough for my current cultivation. Now, I shouldn't have to worry about the three realms for some time. Tianyun said as he sighed in relief. Chapter 980. After Tianyun placed a great array right outside the three realms, he could finally rest easy. He now could live a comfortable life with Shi Shuiyan without having to worry about anything for the time being. His goal was to free the three realms from the evil spirit race's threat, and now that he did, there was not much left to do. Tianyun already calculated that there was still at least half a year before God Domain's War of Ascension, and he could teleport to Heavenly Edict Divine Territory anytime he wanted, so there was no need to hurry. Obviously, time in mortal domain was far more abundant, too. 10 years in mortal domain equaled 2 years in God domain. So, he could stay for a year in mortal domain, and he should still have enough time to do his obligation for Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. Nevertheless, Tianyun knew that cultivating on the God domain was far more efficient than cultivating on mortal domain, so the time difference was really much appreciated as they could efficiently use their time to cultivate. After all, 2 years of cultivation on the God domain was equal to 10 years of cultivation in the mortal domain. After staying in the 3 realms for a while, Tianyun decided to fly towards one of the empty planets to prepare for the next heavenly tribulation. Tianyun was about to reach the 6th layer Earth Monarch rank, and he knew that once he did so, the tribulation cloud would attack him once again. Level up to 6th layer Earth Monarch, Tianyun said as he felt that he was completely alone inside the empty planet. Ding! Successfully level up to 6th layer Earth Monarch, deducting express for the amount of requirement. A crackling sound immediately echoed from the sky, and Tianyun was right. The tribulation cloud was floating forward towards Tianyun. The sound of thunder was loud, and the flash of light was intense. A 7th grade heavenly tribulation this time, huh? Tianyun said as he smiled and rushed towards the tribulation clouds. He wanted to destroy it right away as he didn't want to waste too much time there. Obviously, the heavenly tribulation didn't mean much for Tianyun right now. The thunder from the tribulation clouds easily reached tens of millions of star power, but Tianyun dodged everything they threw at him and rushed towards the tribulation clouds without care. He knew that it would be more dangerous the closer he got to the tribulation clouds, but it didn't matter. Tianyun concentrated his aura on his fist and punched the tribulation clouds as hard as he could. The tribulation clouds were blown out from the impact, giving Tianyun another boost for his physique and star power concentration on his body. Tianyun could feel his power rise sharply, and he knew that it would become more difficult to cultivate from here. He would have to put more effort into getting enough express for his next cultivation level. But still, this was already within expectation, so there was no need for Tianyun to panic. Tianyun returned to 3 realms after his breakthrough. Since he brought a lot of martial arts with him from the God domain, the cultivators of the 3 realms were cultivating like crazy right now. Their vigor was revitalized, and they continued cultivating like they were some teens. When Tianyun saw the situation at hand, he knew that the next time he came back from the God domain, 3 realms would change drastically. He expected many cultivators would reach Divine King stage by that time. Still, Divine King level seemed to be the cap here on mortal domain as a cultivator needed star power to reach higher realms. Time to spin the roulette again, Tianyun said as he had 3 roulette tickets in his inventory. He received one after killing the first Heaven Monarch, another one after reaching the 5th layer Earth Monarch, and the last one when he killed the evil spirit race Heaven Monarchs. But there was no extra bonus like earlier. He opened the God domain's lottery roulette, and the roulette began to spin. Tianyun wished it would stop at divine ability, but he knew there was no point placing too much hope on this. The pointers eventually slowed down and somehow stopped at divine ability. Tianyun was startled as he knew that his luck was never this good. But it definitely would be a big help to get another divine ability. A crystal box rolled out of the roulette, and Tianyun excitedly opened the box. Eye of Charm level 4 immediately popped out of the box as soon as Tianyun opened the box. Hey, I don't really need this one, Tianyun said with a frown on his face. Eye of Charm, expert level. Could charm any cultivator within Heaven Monarch level. They would absolutely obey any command. Manipulates up to 2 cultivators at a time. Next level requires 1 billion CPs. Note: charm could fail if the targeted cultivator's spiritual force was much stronger than the user. Well, it is still something. At least I don't need to spend too much crazy point to level this up, Tianyun said as he consoled himself. But still, he saved hundreds of millions of crazy points for getting the Eye of Charm level 4. Again, Tianyun said as the roulette board began to spin again. And it once again stopped at divine ability. This is really my lucky day, Tianyun said excitedly. The crystal box rolled out again, and Tianyun opened only to see teleportation level 5. Teleportation. Teleport to a point up to 500 miles away. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Next level requires 1 billion CPs. Tianyun sighed frustratedly once again. It is a good divine ability, but he didn't want something he already had. But at the very least, the maximum distance was improved by a lot. At least I don't have to level it up myself, Yi Tianyun said, trying to stay positive once again. He spun the roulette for the last time, and it stopped at divine ability again. Yi Tianyun quickly opened the crystal box, and Lucky Aura level 5 immediately popped out. It keeps giving me something I already have, Yi Tianyun said frustratedly. Getting divine ability was fine and all, but he looked forward to something new. Chapter 981. Lucky Aura. 100 times luckier than usual. It will definitely help you in a pinch. Consumes 100.000 crazy points per second. Yi Tianyun frowned as using Lucky Aura seemed nothing but a bad idea right now. 100.000 crazy points per second wasn't a laughing matter. Nevertheless, while 100.000 crazy points definitely could buy a lot of things in the past, Yi Tianyun knew that 100.000 crazy points wasn't really that valuable right now. 100 times luckier than normal is certainly worth the cost, but I have to use it wisely. Yi Tianyun said while clicking his tongue. He knew that Lucky Aura was a helpful divine ability, and it has never let him down in the past. My ticket is gone, but I really want to spend some crazy points to draw the next one. Yi Tianyun said as he spun the roulette once more. He spent millions of crazy points to get one more spin, but it was certainly worth it. Getting crazy points wasn't that hard after all. It's almost time to go back. I wonder if Elder Nian will be mad at me. Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head. He knew that he was at fault here as he left without saying anything to anyone from Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. Yi Tianyun went to Lei Zhengyu first as he was still in 3 realms after Yi Tianyun summoned him earlier. It was natural that he wouldn't leave without Yi Tianyun's instruction. Brother Lei, it is time for us to return, Yi Tianyun said as he found Lei Zhengyu was teaching some cultivator from Heavenly Cloud's divine nation. Already, but still, I didn't expect Boss Yi to even show your hometown to me. I never thought you'd trust me that much, Lei Zhengyu said with a big grin on his face. We are all humans, I trust you out there, and I would trust you here too. Yi Tianyun said as he patted Lei Zhengyu's shoulder. Still, you have my gratitude for helping me fend off those evil spirit race. If you have something you need from me, you can ask me anytime. Yi Tianyun said gratefully. I'll gladly take you up on that offer, Boss Yi. But how do we return? Do we use a spirit ship, or should we fly there on our own? Lei Zhengyu asked curiously. We don't have to use such a roundabout way, just wait here for a while. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Yi Tianyun then went to Shi Shuiyan and bid her farewell for now. Shuiyan, I am leaving you here for another while. Don't worry, the 3 realms are now safe from the evil spirit race. They would never find their way here again for the time being. Even if they find the 3 realms again, I believe by that time, I would have the power to finally exterminate all of them. Yi Tianyun said confidently. I believe in you, Shi Shuiyan said while rubbing her belly. As long as our child is born safely, I don't mind. Shi Shuiyan said with a smile on her face. That's correct, Yi Tianyun said as he hugged her tightly. He didn't say anything else, but he knew that his responsibility definitely added up. Not only did he have to protect the 3 realms, but he also ought to protect his family too. After the farewell, Yi Tianyun teleported to Heavenly Edict Divine Territory and summoned Lei Zhengyu again. Yi Tianyun then gave a lot of treasure to Lei Zhengyu for his help and as a form of reward. After all, Lei Zhengyu was his divine general, and he would feel bad leaving his divine general with nothing after everything he had done. Besides, he ought to strengthen his divine general further. Lei Zhengyu just accepted Yi Tianyun's gift as he couldn't reject it after seeing how sincere Yi Tianyun was. After Lei Zhengyu left, Yi Tianyun's ID token suddenly shook, and a few strong messages popped up in his mind. Please come back, Heavenly Edict Divine Territory will help you solve all your problems. God Domain's War of Ascension is about to begin. Stop running around and return. If you return to Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, find Elder Nian right away. Ellipsis 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 dot. Yi Tianyun received all kinds of information, but he knew Heavenly Edict Divine Territory was thrown into chaos as soon as he left. They counted on Yi Tianyun to give them the opportunity to etch their name on the War of Ascension's Hall of Fame, after all. After witnessing what happened in the Divine Temple of Life, everyone believed that Yi Tianyun would certainly produce a better result than Xiao Marong. They must be still looking for me. Yi Tianyun shook his head and immediately went to Nian Siyu's office. Where the hell have you been? Nian Siyu said as she frowned after seeing Yi Tianyun had returned. Calm down, Elder Nian. I am back, aren't I? Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Nian Siyu. Where the hell you've been? You know Heavenly Edict Divine Territory wouldn't be able to survive in War of Ascension without you, right? Nian Siyu said coldly. I went back to my hometown. I have some urgent business over there earlier. Yi Tianyun said honestly. So, what are you doing over there? Whatever your problem is, I believe our people would help you. Nian Siyu said with a frown on her face. Evil spirit race is my problem. Can you help me deal with them? Yi Tianyun said honestly. Evil spirit race. Nian Siyu's expression suddenly turned cold. Where are they? I will help you deal with them right now. Nian Siyu said coldly. Evil spirit race is a second-grade god domain, and they might have the power to reach third-grade god domain, too. Won't Heavenly Edict Divine Territory face grave danger if you help me? Yi Tianyun said curiously. Yes, but everyone has their fair share of grief because of evil spirit race. Especially those that come from the mortal domain. Nian Siyu said coldly. Our faction may be weaker than them, but if we band together, I believe that the evil spirit race wouldn't have the opportunity to fight back. Nian Siyu said excitedly. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun could only shake his head as he knew what she was trying to say. Still, Yi Tianyun was quite confused. If there was a third-layer god domain, why didn't an advanced-level god domain exist? Chapter 982. If so many cultivators are troubled by the evil spirit race's action, why not join forces and get rid of them once and for all? Yi Tianyun wondered. Or better yet, you can ask a more powerful god domain faction to get rid of them. Yi Tianyun wondered. It was just confusing as he knew getting rid of the evil spirit race was the solution. The reason is relatively simple. The place that the evil spirit race mainly invaded is the mortal domain, and their territory is relatively far from any other faction too. You see, no law in God domain stated that we must punish any God domain that committed inhumane crimes, so joining forces is not really a thing here. Nian Siyu said helplessly. Besides, the higher grade God domain didn't care about the mortal domain at all. Nian Siyu said with an exhausted sigh. This was the reality. Although it might sound cruel, it was the truth. The higher grade God domains wouldn't care as long as their business was left alone. Well, many high-grade god domains were even more atrocious than the evil spirit race. It's a given that they wouldn't care about the evil spirit race as they thought that what the evil spirit race did was a mere child play. Nian Siyu said while shaking her head. Yi Tianyun thought about it and realized that it made perfect sense. Evil spirit race was only one race out of thousands in the universe. There were bound to be other races that would commit more repulsive behaviors than the evil spirit race. In the god domain's world, the strong were always respected. It was the hard truth. It seems we have to take care of the evil spirit race ourselves. Yi Tianyun said with an exasperated sigh. Take me with you, I will help you destroy them. Nian Siyu said as she took out her spirit ship. She was ready to go wherever Yi Tianyun wanted. No, did you think I wouldn't be able to defeat them on my own? Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Nian Siyu. He had already killed so many evil spirit race cultivators before that Yi Tianyun didn't think he would lose to them. I think you should have no problem, but you would be struggling if a powerful heaven monarch or even a god monarch appeared. But the evil spirit race won't make a move on the human race for no reason, will they? Nian Siyu said as she wondered what the evil spirit race might do to Yi Tianyun in the past. Nian Siyu was confident in her own skill as she could handle one of the Slaughter God Divine Generals on her own back in the Slaughter God Tower. Even so, Yi Tianyun was way more powerful than she might be, which was also why Yi Tianyun didn't want her to come as she might hinder Yi Tianyun's movement there. It doesn't matter for now. I will attend the God Domain's War of Ascension, and this problem with the evil spirit race should be dealt with later. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. For now, all he ought to focus on was leveling up his cultivation base. You still have time to test for the Bone Age. Most of the participants are already there, you may be the only one left. Nian Siyu said as she remembered that Yi Tianyun still had to participate in the War of Ascension. Is there a test to participate? Yi Tianyun said confusedly. Yes, they have to see how long you've already lived in this universe to determine whether you can participate or not. I believe the limit is around 1.000 years. If you have lived more than that, you're not allowed to participate in the War of Ascension, but joining as one of their disciples shouldn't be a problem. 1.000 years. Do I look like a 1.000 years old to you? Yi Tianyun said weirdly. Well, Others might think that you are an old man considering that your power is extraordinary. Nian Siyu said teasingly. This is tough, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. But the flow of time in God domain and mortal domain is quite different. How do they calculate one's age? Yi Tianyun wondered. It is calculated based on the time of the place the test is taken. But now that you haven't shown yourself on the test site for so long, people are starting to think that you are avoiding it. Nian Siyu said without so much thought. Nian Siyu then told Yi Tianyun to follow him, and she brought Yi Tianyun to the test site. Yi Tianyun noticed that the test site didn't seem like anything special, just a place to gather around. The cultivators are lining up to take the bone age test. This place is no longer just Heavenly Edict Divine territory, but already considered God Domain's War of Ascension's territory. Nian Siyu said, explaining the place to Yi Tianyun. Every God Domain that participated in the War of Ascension had to set aside some of their lands as the test area. The executor of the War of Ascension would come to each God Domain that participated and conducted the test themselves. This way, there was no way for the God Domain participant could cheat their way inside the War of Ascension. This way, the participants who were deemed too old to join the War of Ascension would be selected as a disciple if they had already passed the requirements set by the executor. Once they were selected as the disciple, they would become subject to severe punishment as they had already cheated the War of Ascension rules. Nevertheless, this was also the reason why the God Domain spent money to hire a strong cultivator to participate on their behalf in the War of Ascension. Yi Tianyun looked around and didn't see anyone he knew among the participants. Eventually, he did see some familiar faces, which were Xiao Marong and Yuan Tianyun, and other inner palace disciples. Nian Siyu's arrival attracted people's attention as they thought that Nian Siyu was their goddess. They looked at Nian Siyu full of admiration and respect. Yi Tianyun's existence was completely ignored as only a few people knew about Yi Tianyun's identity. Still, they showed no sign of hiding their jealousy as they didn't like someone like Yi Tianyun to stand by their goddess side. Who is that man that stands next to Elder Nian? Why is he being escorted by Elder Nian herself? It's that rumored genius. I believe his name is Yi Tianyun. The outside world thinks that he is an old monster that easily lived for more than 3.000 years old. 3.000 years old? Isn't that just an exaggeration? If that is really the case, he wouldn't be able to join the War of Ascension, would he? I am not too sure about it. I heard that he has been hiding for quite some time as soon as Elder Nian ordered him to take the test. One by one, the cultivators in the area gloated over Yi Tianyun as they thought that he would certainly fail and would be taken in as the disciples. Chapter 983. Yi Tianyun just shrugged his shoulders despite all the stares directed at him. These cultivators were really weak compared to his standard, and he sure hoped that the rest wouldn't be as bad as them. Why would they think I'm an old man? Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head. Well, it was obvious. If you are a human, there is no explanation of your power other than you being really old. Nian Siyu said with a shrug. But it was the truth, as cultivating to the higher cultivation base would prove to be difficult with the human race's innate ability, and the human race could only reach a higher plane of cultivation base with time. Still, if that was the case with Yi Tianyun, then his participation in God Domain's War of Ascension would be revoked, and he would be punished severely. It's true, but it is a pity that they would be disappointed once they find out. Yi Tianyun said as he laughed to himself. He didn't say much after that as he walked towards the line. He stood right behind Xiao Marong, and Xiao Marong immediately turned around to look at Yi Tianyun with a frown on his face. Where have you been? You've been gone for so long. I told you to wait for me at the bottom, but you ran off somewhere instead. You are a strange person, you know that. Xiao Marong looked at Yi Tianyun strangely. I have my personal issue, so I have to deal with it on my own. But now I am ready to participate in God Domain's War of Ascension. Yi Tianyun said casually. Well, this time, my ranking would certainly be higher than you. Xiao Marong said coldly. Of course, the territory lord would be pleased with your accomplishment. Yi Tianyun shrugged as he didn't really care about the ranking. He didn't care whether he would be number 1 or 100 as long as he could participate in God Domain's War of Ascension. You cocky shit, just you wait, Xiao Marong said angrily. She was clearly irritated that Yi Tianyun didn't take her seriously. Yuan Tianyun, on the side, just shrugged his shoulders and walked towards Xiao Marong. Miss Mu, don't let him bother you. He might be an old monster and get disqualified from the War of Ascension for all we know. But, if you act like this, you might be the one who gets booted out. Yuan Tianyun tried to comfort Xiao Marong. Yuan Tianyun was a little bit on edge as he was supposed to be the number one disciple of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, but now his spot was taken by Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun attracted everyone's attention and left Yuan Tianyun with nothing. He was even more dumbfounded to find Yi Tianyun even managed to get to the bottom of the Divine Temple of Life. Yet again, Yi Tianyun set another record. It was something that even Yuan Tianyun never imagined to happen. Yuan Tianyun couldn't figure out how Yi Tianyun could do all this, but there was a chance that Yi Tianyun might be an old monster. It wasn't only Yuan Tianyun himself. Other geniuses on Heavenly Edict Divine Territory were also jealous of Yi Tianyun, and as good as they tried to hide it, they actually wanted to know how Yi Tianyun did it. They hoped that Yi Tianyun would be caught after the test. "Get off of me, just take care of yourself," Xiao Marong coldly said as she disregarded Yuan Tianyun. Xiao Marong was already done with her bone age test, and there was no need for her to be here anymore. She could just rest as she waited for the War of Ascension to commence. Yuan Tianyun was embarrassed as Xiao Marong ignored her like trash. "Damn you, Xiao Marong, wait until my rank is higher than you, I will make your entire Mu family kneel in front of my feet," Yuan Tianyun said to himself. Look at Yuan Tianyun, Xiao Marong ignores him like a trash. Well, Xiao Marong is a genius. Someone like Yuan Tianyun is not even on her radar. That is true, she is already 500 years old, and she has already reached the 7th layer Earth Monarch stage. It is incredible, almost no one that stood behind Yuan Tianyun as Xiao Marong was definitely better than him. A cultivator within 1.000 years old had already gathered there as they wanted to see who would participate in the War of Ascension today. They also wanted to see the geniuses that stood before them. Yi Tianyun just smirked as he listened to the chatter around him. He shook his head with a smile on his face as none of it was important for Yi Tianyun. "Your bone age is 476 years, qualified. Next," the tester said as the cultivator left. From the looks of it, the cultivator only needed to put their hands on the crystal in front of the tester, and their age would be revealed immediately. It didn't even require any energy to activate. Instead, the crystal itself emitted energy that shrouded the cultivator's body as soon as their hand touched it. The next cultivator then stepped up as it was their turn. They also immediately left after their age was shown. "Bone age is 576, qualified. Next," the tester said in monotone. He didn't even bat an eye as if there was nothing exciting for him to see. Finally, it was time for Yi Tianyun and Xianxia to step forward. Everyone immediately focused their attention on Yi Tianyun's direction. "It seems everyone can't wait to see your age," Xianxia said as she smirked teasingly. Yi Tianyun just shook his head as he walked forward. Everyone was eagerly waiting for this moment as the queue on the sides and everyone else watching from afar stared anticipatingly at Yi Tianyun. Everyone wanted to see Yi Tianyun get booted out. The tester didn't say anything as he just stood there, waiting for the participants to put their hands on the crystal. He didn't know who Yi Tianyun was and didn't care either. Yi Tianyun then signaled the tester that he was ready to take the test. Everyone looked at him expectantly, obviously expecting him to fail. Yi Tianyun put his hand on the crystal ball, and the energy that the crystal transmitted shrouded Yi Tianyun, immediately reading Yi Tianyun's age. But the tester was immediately stunned in surprise as he saw Yi Tianyun's age. "Bone age 29, the tester said in disbelief as he had never seen someone this young participating in the God Domain's War of Ascension test. Everyone who watched the test fell silent as they were shocked beyond surprise. Chapter 984. The cultivators who heard that Yi Tianyun was still 29 years old were speechless. They thought that Yi Tianyun would definitely be an old cultivator that had already reached at least 1,000 years old, but the truth was really baffling. The tester himself was also shocked. Even Xianxia also couldn't believe her ears. Xianxia herself also thought that Yi Tianyun would definitely have at least 100 years in his experience, but Yi Tianyun wasn't even 50. She knew that Yi Tianyun came from a mortal domain, so Yi Tianyun's cultivation should be slower than anyone in the God domain. Xiao Marong was a relatively good example of a God domain cultivator. She was a genius cultivator, but her age was still in the hundreds for someone who had reached the 7th layer Earth Monarch stage. Furthermore, she also had support from an influential family that could provide her with everything she needed to advance farther than anyone else. But the test just showed Yi Tianyun's age to be 29 years old. It was certainly the fastest cultivation speed that anyone could ever imagine reaching the Earth Monarch level. The tester then took out a new crystal from his storage ring as he prepared to redo the test again. Obviously, the tester thought that there was something wrong with the crystal, as there was no way someone at the Earth Monarch stage would only be 29 years old. The tester thought that there was something wrong with the crystal, but it was expected. There was no way an Earth Monarch cultivator would be 29 years old. Yes, I thought so too. The crystal must be broken. It's probably at its limit already. After all, it has already tested so many cultivators before that brat. There's just no way. Everyone shook their head as they couldn't believe Tianyun was really only 29 years old. If this is true, then the entire cultivation world would be in chaos. The tester was mainly skeptical of Tianyun's age because Tianyun's cultivation level had already reached the 6th layer Earth Monarch stage. If he had a lower cultivation level, the tester wouldn't even bat an eye. Meanwhile, Tianyun didn't even show the slightest change of emotion, as he didn't really care at all. The tester set up the new crystal and ordered Tianyun to put his hands on the crystal again. The aura from the crystal shrouded Tianyun like last time, and the tester was baffled once again and took another crystal from his storage ring as he still couldn't believe Tianyun's age. This is not right, the tester said as he changed the crystal on the table with a new one. But nevertheless, the result was the same. You are really 29 years old? The tester asked with a baffled look on his face. All the cultivators around Tianyun were stunned by the words that came out of the tester's mouth. It seemed no matter how many times the tester tried, Tianyun's age would still be 29 years old. This is impossible. Is he really 29 years old? The cultivator still doubted Tianyun's age. The crystal testing device doesn't seem to be the problem, but Tianyun himself was really 29 years old. It seems he is really 29 years old. But could he just be an old monster who took that brat body with body possession? Body possession? There is no way a soul of an old monster cultivator would be able to cultivate a 29-year-old body to Earth Monarch stage. It would take hundreds of years for them to reach Earth Monarch stage. Yeah, there is no way body possession is the case here. But still, the crystal couldn't test the soul, and so, there is no way to find out if it was body possession or not. The cultivators soon speculated the truth behind Tianyun's age. They tried to justify it by thinking that Tianyun was really an old monster who took over a poor brat's body with body possession, as they still couldn't admit that Tianyun was really a terrifying genius. You guys are all spewing bullshit. You have to admit that he is a genius cultivator. You can't look down on us human race like this. It was obvious that he wasn't some old monster who took over a boy's body with body possession. A human cultivator said as he supported Tianyun as a fellow human race cultivator. All the human race cultivators stood behind Tianyun as they found hope in Tianyun. If a human race like Tianyun could participate in God Domain's War of Ascension, then they might have the same chance, too, someday. The other cultivators couldn't refute it, as body possession couldn't be done easily, and body possession itself would leave a mark. The soul itself would need many years to get used to its new body, and thus, cultivation would be off the table for a while. So, do you really think that he used his own ability to reach such a stage? This is nonsense. He comes from the mortal domain, it's not possible. The cultivators kept on wondering and discussing Tianyun's circumstances among themselves, as they couldn't believe that Tianyun reached the stage he was currently in with his own ability. But in the end, they couldn't refute that Tianyun really had a staggering cultivation level. Tianyun just smiled the whole time as he knew that a commotion would be made in his bone age test. They are too predictable, Tianyun said as he casually waited for the tester's verdict. He knew that in the God Domain cultivator's perspective, Tianyun was like a baby bird that hatched a few minutes ago in terms of age. Tester, do you still need to test me again? Tianyun asked the tester with a smile on his face. No, it seems you are really a 29-year-old cultivator with the 6th layer Earth Monarch cultivation level. This is really something else, the tester said to himself. The tester also looked into Tianyun's background, and it was even more baffling as they saw that Tianyun was a human race and a cultivator that comes from mortal domain. If Tianyun came from some 4th grade God domain, the tester might not be as surprised by Tianyun's achievement, but the fact that Tianyun was a human race and mortal domain cultivator really changed the whole situation. Chapter 985. Everyone kept their mouth shut as they were all shocked by Tianyun's age. They immediately wondered what exactly Tianyun had done in the mortal domain to reach such a high cultivation level with such a little amount of time. Xiao Morong believed that she was the prodigy of the god domain, and no one was as talented as she was, but Yi Tianyun came from the mortal domain, yet he was an even better cultivator than Xiao Morong. Everybody couldn't believe their eyes and kept saying that Yi Tianyun must be some old legend that used body possession to take over a young body. Still, the reason that made the most sense was the body possession route, as there was just no other explanation behind Yi Tianyun's overwhelmingly fast cultivation speed. Even so, body possession wasn't violating the rules of God Domain's War of Ascension. I wondered about body possession too, but did you really understand the principles of body possession? Nian Siyu asked curiously. Experts of body possession needed to find an excellent physique that's compatible with your cultivation method, and the cultivation level of that body can't be low either. Nian Siyu explained. If you force to possess someone's body, the result would be a big explosion. There is no way a weak body would be able to handle such a strong soul. Nian Siyu said solemnly. Well, that's all I can say about the body possession technique, so it doesn't really make sense that Yi Tianyun was someone who had done a body possession in the past. Nian Siyu said as she turned around towards the spectator. But it was already expected of Nian Siyu, as she knew that accusing someone of using body possession was very rude. It was also the reason why Nian Siyu and the other cultivators at Slaughter God Tower approved disposing of the Slaughter God Tower, as it was an extremely disgusting technique. If the soul was weak, the body possession user ought to slowly cultivate the soul, so it was hard to use body possession on a very young person. If it weren't the case, then everyone would want to use the body possession technique to get a new younger body. The tester was definitely not a fool, and he immediately realized that there was no way for Yi Tianyun to use body possession, which led him to believe that Yi Tianyun was a genuine genius. Meanwhile, the other cultivators just bowed their heads as they acknowledged Nian Sia's opinion. If they thought about it carefully, it was unreasonable for them to accuse Yi Tianyun like that. They had to acknowledge Yi Tianyun as a super genius cultivator. But surely, their pride still held them back, as they felt bad for losing in cultivation with a human race cultivator. Yi Tianyun shook his head. He knew many people hoped for the worst for him, but he was already used to it. Yi Tianyun came to God Domain knowing full well that people might discriminate against him, so this kind of treatment wasn't really a surprise. Still, it was sad to see people get jealous over others' accomplishments. Yi Tianyun didn't say anything but just turned around and left. He knew that the test was already over, and there was nothing he needed or wanted to do in this area. Meanwhile, Yuan Tianyu just clenched his fist as he was frustrated that Yi Tianyun beat him once again. But now he realized that there was no way for him to catch up with Yi Tianyun with normal means. TCH. Why it's always him, he hogs all the spotlight for himself. Yuan Tianyu said frustratedly, but he knew there was nothing he could do. Nian Siyu turned his attention to the spectators once again. Good cultivator, this is your chance to show your worth in God Domain's War of Ascension. If you can reach the top 100, you will receive many rewards that you wouldn't believe would be given to you. So, you all better prepare yourself before the time for battle comes. Nian Siyu said solemnly. Understood, Elder, the cultivators shouted vigorously. They immediately left the test area to prepare themselves to enter the War of Ascension. Everyone now knew that Yi Tianyun had already topped Xiao Morong. He didn't even need to do anything spectacular. In terms of age, Xiao Morong could be considered an old hag compared to Yi Tianyun. Thanks for Elder Nian's help there, Yi Tianyun said gratefully. Although he didn't mind the discrimination that much, he still felt grateful for those who supported him. You don't need to thank me, I am just stating the truth. If your age is more than 100 years old, body possession may be a possible conclusion. But since you're still below 30 years old, there is no way someone can possess somebody with barely any cultivation. Yi Tianyun revealed his situation to Nian Siyu, and she was surprised once again. She only knew that Yi Tianyun was at the 4th layer Earth Monarch, but now, Yi Tianyun had already reached the 6th layer Earth Monarch stage. Was it really possible to even cultivate that fast? This is fun, but I still want to refine my cultivation first, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Whatever, I don't think I am qualified to teach you anything else right now. In fact, I don't think any elders on Heavenly Edict Divine Territory could handle teaching you anything, but still, make sure that you prepared well and enter the War of Ascension at the same time as everyone else. Nian Siyu said solemnly. Alright, I get it, Yi Tianyun said solemnly, but Nian Siyu still couldn't put her mind at ease. She was worried that Yi Tianyun might disappear again like before, and Heavenly Edict Divine Territory would be in a predicament. Still, there was not much time left, and Nian Siyu could only hope that Yi Tianyun wouldn't let Heavenly Edict Divine Territory down. The departure time was finally here. Yi Tianyun and the other participants rode a huge spirit ship to reach the destination. Yi Tianyun observed the participants inside the spirit ship, but none of these people seemed like a threat. The weakest cultivator there was at the 2nd layer Earth Monarch stage, while the strongest was at the 7th layer Earth Monarch, and with that information, Yi Tianyun wasn't intimidated at all. After arriving at the planet where the War of Ascension would be held, Yi Tianyun sat in a corner and started to meditate. God Domain's War of Ascension. I am looking forward to taking care of you all. Yi Tianyun smiled excitedly. Chapter 986. Tell me your secret. There is no way you are this strong while only 29 years old at age. A familiar voice was directed in Yi Tianyun's direction. It was none other than Xiao Marong. Although her appearance was like a little girl, she had already lived for a couple of 100 years. She was spoiled as she grew inside the God Domain, and she couldn't stand the fact that someone was much better than her. There is no secret to my age, feel free to ask the tester if you aren't satisfied with the result. Yi Tianyun lazily said as he didn't care what Xiao Marong thought of him. Then you are saying that you are stronger than me and much younger than me at the same time? Xiao Marong said irritatedly. Xiao Marong raised her voice a little bit, attracting the cultivators all around them. Why did you ask me? I just practiced a lot and got a breakthrough. Perhaps, this is just my innate ability. Yi Tianyun said while shrugging his shoulders. It was an incredulous remark as everyone looked at Yi Tianyun weirdly. It was like saying a mouse was so powerful that it could win against a lion. A human race with an innate ability to cultivate faster than anyone else. It had to be a joke. Don't you dare make a fool out of me, Xiao Marong said angrily. Other cultivators didn't say anything and just spectated on the side, waiting for Yi Tianyun to tell his secret. Still, they believed that Yi Tianyun wouldn't tell his secret. After all, it would be a game changer in the cultivation world. Xuan Tianyun saw the scene himself. He observed both Xiao Marong and Yi Tianyun carefully as he wanted to improve his cultivation speed himself. He had been chasing after Xiao Marong for so long, but Xiao Marong just ignored him like dirt on the sideline. But now that someone stronger than Xiao Marong appeared, he hoped that they would fight and, if possible, weaken themselves. The jealousy inside Xuan Tianyun's heart knew no bounds as right now, he knows that no one would care about what he thinks. Although he looked calm on the outside, he was raging deep down. That was why Xuan Tianyun wanted both Yi Tianyun and Xiao Marong to fight each other so they would be useless in the War of Ascension. But things didn't seem to turn in his favor as Xiao Marong started to meditate beside Yi Tianyun. Hey, it seems we have reached our destination, a cultivator shouted as he pointed his finger to the distance. The spirit ship had been sailing for half a year, and a planet was finally seen in the distance. Everyone opened their eyes and took a look outside the spirit ship, and they saw huge floating land masses instead of a planet. This was the battlefield for the War of Ascension. Yi Tianyun opened his eyes and also saw the vast land in front of him. It wasn't in a planet shape, but it was a flat land mass. At the same time, Yi Tianyun also saw many other spirit ships closing in towards the destination. It seemed the other god domain had also gathered here. Soon, their spirit ship landed very accurately outside of a temple. The temple itself looked empty as there wasn't even a guard standing in front of it. You all go inside, Nian Siyu shouted as she led the cultivator from Heavenly Edict Divine Territory inside the temple. Some elders also accompanied her on this trip to observe the battle later. The territory lord himself would also observe this war, but obviously, he would be observing somewhere else. Nian Siyu and the elders divided the cultivator into groups so the situation could be somewhat controlled. They began to group up and stand together orderly before waiting for Nian Siyu's next order. You are participating in God Domain's War of Ascension. Some of you have already participated in this war before, and I hope you can be a leader and guide your junior brothers. This God Domain's War of Ascension is a new starting point for you. If you can secure a good result, your future will definitely be a bright one. I hope you can throw your prejudice aside and concentrate on getting a better result for this God Domain's War of Ascension. Nian Siyu said solemnly, your enemy is other God Domains. So I don't want to see you attacking your own teammates later, and if you did something like that, I would surely punish you myself. Nian Siyu said coldly. Everyone looked at each other as they saw how serious Nian Siyu was, but they knew that if they attacked their own teammates, it wouldn't give them any benefit at all as their ranking wouldn't rise. Everyone couldn't help but look in Yi Tianyun and Xiao Marong's direction, as they knew that if they worked together with Yi Tianyun and Xiao Marong, their chance of success would increase. Even if they couldn't reach the top 100 in the War of Ascension, they believed that they would receive rewards from their respective groups. Now, you have to rely on your own skill to achieve the best result. I am looking forward to seeing what you're capable of. Certainly, you will be rewarded once the war is over, Nian Siyu said expectantly. Now, we will give you several medicinal pills for your own use, Nian Siyu said as she began to distribute several recovery medicinal pills and cure medicinal pills for the cultivators to consume during the war. After she distributed all the medicinal pills, Nian Siyu and the elders were ready to leave as they couldn't stay here during the war. Work hard, and we will observe you from out there, Nian Siyu said as she passed Yi Tianyun and Xiao Marong. Yi Tianyun just nodded his head as he understood what he ought to do. Nian Siyu and the elders then left with the spirit ship, and right after they left, the temple gates were immediately imbued with an energy barrier, trapping them inside. Chapter 987. The participants were locked inside the temple and couldn't go out. They all looked out from the gate and saw the battlefield outside. Yi Tianyun stood at the gate and didn't see anything outside, but he noticed that the battlefield was clearly different from any other planet. This place didn't have any spiritual pressure, and it didn't have any dangerous zone either. From a distance, it was like a barren plain without anything significant in it. In addition to that, Yi Tianyun didn't see any other temple in the distance, but he knew that there must be other temples out there. There had to be hundreds of temples in total and tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of participants. Nevertheless, the God Domain's War of Ascension only ranked the top 100 cultivators. The second-grade God Domain only took the best of the best. They wouldn't take those who weren't worth their time and effort to cultivate. Although it might seem condescending for the second-grade God Domain to do so, it was the most efficient way to make sure that they got the most promising cultivator. This was also the biggest reason why most God Domain didn't show any interest in Mortal Domain, as they were too weak for their standard. This is God Domain's War of Ascension. If I get to the top spot, what reward would I get? Yi Tianyun said as he kept peeking outside the gate. He pitied everyone here as it seemed their world was dictated by the strong, but nevertheless, it was the truth of the cultivation world. For now, Yi Tianyun just had to wait for the War of Ascension to commence. It seems we have to wait for a while until all participants are here. When it's time, we will be given a token that represents our life. If we lose our token, then we are done. A cultivator explained the War of Ascension rules. So, what would they see in us for us to have a better chance to reach the top 100? One of the cultivators asked. It's hard to say as it would change every time, but there will be no change in the first stage of the war. At the very least, they would call half of the participants immediately. The cultivator earlier added, more than half in the first stage. Isn't it too excessive? Another cultivator asked worriedly, but as he said, the elimination number was too high. Well, the first stage is collecting tokens. Those who collect a certain number of tokens would be eligible to advance. But I am not sure how many tokens we need to advance, the explainer said with a shrug. In short, if you lose your token, you will be teleported back here immediately, but you won't be able to fight anymore, he said confidently. This old senior cultivator then explained everything he knew about the War of Ascension. He had already participated more than once, and so he knew about the War of Ascension more than anyone there. He was already prepared to explain everything he knew about the War of Ascension. He knew that no one would explain these rules anyway. Now, we will have better odds if we stay together as a team. Sikong Ma, the man who kept explaining the War of Ascension rules earlier, added. So, would you like to team up with us? We are on the same side here. Sikong Ma asked Yi Tianyun. I am sorry, but I only work alone, Yi Tianyun said apologetically. He didn't understand these people's way of thinking as they had to get as many tokens as they could in the end. However, if they worked as a team, they would need a huge amount of token to advance, which was terrible. Although it wasn't that bad, how would they split the token? It probably went according to what the leader said anyway. Sikong Ma's face sank, and his eyes turned cold. You really are one arrogant brat. Brother Sikon went out of his way and invited you to our team, but you didn't even appreciate that. One of the cultivators behind Sikong Ma shouted. Yeah, Elder Nian already told us to unite, but are you seriously refusing to do so? Another cultivator said provocatively. They tried to make Yi Tianyun feel bad to make him join the team. They knew how powerful Yi Tianyun was, so they wouldn't miss the chance to recruit Yi Tianyun. Stop, he is a genius. He has his own means, and if he doesn't want to be with us, there is nothing we can do. But what about you, Xiao Marong? Do you want to be on our team? I have a lot of experience, and I will be able to help you reach a high rank. Sikong Ma asked Xiao Marong to join his team. If Yi Tianyun, the best pick among the participants from Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, rejected his offer, it was a given to choose the second best pick, Xiao Marong. I am not interested, Xiao Marong said as she turned around disinterestedly. She rejected Sikong Ma's offer without any second thought. Sikong Ma's face was burning from embarrassment as he was rejected 2 times successively. Can't you consider for a while, Xiao Marong? There are 3 people in my team who know about the rules of War of Ascension very well, so we will be able to get an excellent result for sure. Sikong Ma said as he tried to persuade Xiao Marong to join his team. What the hell are you talking about? You can't even reach the top 100 for a long time. Why would I team up with a failure? Xiao Marong said disgustedly. Yi Tianyun immediately laughed out loud as Xiao Marong's degrading words were the truth. Sikong Ma kept spouting useless bullshit from earlier, and Yi Tianyun himself was already getting tired of hearing it. If Sikong Ma was really reliable, he shouldn't be here. If a strong cultivator participated in the War of Ascension, they would certainly produce a good result during their first time. That was why everyone didn't dare to say anything back to Xiao Marong. Yi Tianyun stopped after a while, but he couldn't help but smile as he saw the ugly face of Sikong Ma's henchman. Sikong Ma was just spewing bullshit, but still, it was a good thing to unite in one team. Chapter 988, Senior Brother Si Ma, I will team up with you, Yuan Tianyun said as he stood up and walked towards Sikong Ma. You are welcome to join, Brother Yuan. You are the Core Palace's #1 genius. We will definitely need your strength on our team, Sikong Ma said with a big smile on his face. Yuan Tianyun seemed really excited upon hearing Sikong Ma's words. Now, Sikong Ma was very excited with how things turned out, as he could distribute the tokens they gathered later however he liked. Yi Tianyun just shook his head and turned his attention somewhere else. He couldn't care less about what these people were about to do. The weak tend to group up, after all. The tester came again as they began handing the token over to the participants. Line up, you will be given 1 token each, the tester said uninterestedly. After handing over 1 token to each participant, the tester disappeared. Yi Tianyun also got his token, and he carefully observed the situation. He observed the token and saw Heavenly Edict was engraved on the token, which meant it was the mark of which camp they belonged to. He knew that among the War of Ascension's rules, one of them stated that a token from the same camp would be considered one piece no matter how many tokens were taken from the same camp. Nevertheless, it didn't mean one group wouldn't attack their own team and use their token to barter with another camp later. Then again, it didn't matter much for him as he would traverse the land to collect as many tokens as possible. Suddenly, there was a terrifying pressure in the air that forced everyone down. It was as if the gravity itself had increased 10-folds. At the same time, a murderous aura could be felt coming from outside, stimulating everyone's fighting instinct. But still, the murderous aura that Yi Tianyun felt right now was still much weaker than the one he felt on the Slaughter God Tower. It didn't take long before the front gate was opened up high, and a more intense murderous aura came from the battlefield, signaling to everyone that it was time for them to fight. Let's go, Sikong Ma shouted as he quickly rushed outside. Yi Tianyun himself was also among those who rushed out of the gate too. Everyone immediately felt that the battlefield was so much different than the temple they were in just a moment ago. The sky was covered by a thick layer of barrier, which meant they couldn't escape the battlefield by flying out to outer space. Furthermore, the murderous aura that they felt after leaving the temple was more intense than they anticipated. It was like hell. They also saw a temple on their side along with many people rushing out of its gate. Now they finally see other cultivators who got what they need, another token. However, everyone didn't attack immediately. Each of them was thinking as they knew that they couldn't just join the fray without a plan. They knew the rules of the War of Ascension now as the rules were carved into the token. They didn't have to listen to their seniors anymore. The rules of this level were pretty simple as all they ought to do was obtain 2 tokens and immediately traverse a dangerous land and reach the final destination. So, it wouldn't matter if a cultivator got 100 tokens as they wouldn't pass the assessment if they failed to reach the designated location. This was also the reason why they couldn't attack right away, as they had to be very careful here. Now, the truth that half of the participants would be disqualified here today was revealed, and Sikong Ma's word was proven legit. Many of them could get their hands on more than 2 tokens, but 2 tokens were all they needed. Which meant that there was no point in a pointless fight. Tianyun observed the other camps and saw their status thanks to the appraisal eye. He saw several 6th layer Earth Monarch and 7th layer Earth Monarch among the cultivators. However, he didn't see anyone with higher cultivation than that. I should rush this. Tianyun said as he smiled and flew into the air. They could still fly in the air, but no one would do that unless they were pretty confident in their skill. Furthermore, flying would make him a vulnerable target as everyone would have a clear vision of where he was, but Tianyun didn't care about that. He flew towards a nearby forest and disappeared from everyone's view. But as soon as he stepped into the forest, Tianyun could feel chill from all directions, and that was when he realized that the forest was lurking with dangers. Suddenly, numerous thorns were shot through the ground towards Tianyun's direction, but Tianyun stepped aside, dodging the thorns easily. A huge demon beast suddenly appeared with thorns all over his body, rushing towards Tianyun with angry roars. The numerous thorns on his body were flung toward Tianyun with each step it took. The demon beast's cultivation was at the 2nd layer Earth Monarch, and from the looks of it, it wasn't any ordinary demon beast. Tianyun flashed in the air and reappeared behind the demon beast, completely ignoring all the thorns on the demon beast. Shaking Heaven Body's secret art, Tianyun shouted as he discharged a shockwave to the demon beast's back, pressing it down to the ground. A feisty one. There's no need to be on edge all the time, you know. Tianyun said as he grabbed the demon beast's neck. But the demon beast immediately struggled to break free. You still want to resist, huh? Tianyun said as he pressed the demon beast harder to the ground. The pressure he applied to the demon beast was so intense that the demon beast would be turned into mincemeat if he went any harder. The demon beast began to screech in pain as it couldn't withstand Tianyun's power. Now you catch on, huh? Tianyun said as he sat on the demon beast's back. He then put the demon beast on his pet bar, capturing it to become his pet. Ding! Successfully captured a giant hedgehog. Reward: 30 billion Express, 10.000 pet mastery points. It was easy to get Express in this place. Chapter 989. There was no doubt that the other cultivators would consider this monster as some sort of nightmare, but for Tianyun, it was a perfect demon beast to be tamed for his pet. Now, he could use this pet as his companion, and it would be more convenient than cooperating with other cultivators. I just easily tame an Earth Monarch demon beast, increasing my power seems so easy now. Tianyun said with a smile on his face. The demon beast sure had a relatively low cultivation base, but nevertheless, it is a good demon beast with good innate ability. This place is really unsafe. No wonder the participants have to be at Earth Monarch level. Any lower than that would easily be killed by the environment. Tianyun shook his head. Nevertheless, he knew that the cultivators who participated in the War of Ascension wouldn't die as they would be teleported back to safety as soon as they lost their token. Ah! Suddenly, Tianyun heard a terrified scream not too far away. There was no doubt on his mind that someone had been attacked by the demon beast. Still, Tianyun didn't care about their well-being. So Tianyun ignored the scream and ordered his new pet to lead him out of the forest. Not long after, he immediately felt another fluctuation in his surroundings. He quickly returned his new pet to the pet bar, and 6 cultivators immediately surrounded him from all directions. It turns out to be a Heavenly Edict Divine Territory cultivator, and he came alone too. Chen Hao said with a big grin on his face. Boss, it seems we can earn 1 token at least. This kid seems to be stupid. Or maybe he was abandoned by his team. A cultivator said excitedly. The other cultivators were also excited as they thought that they would secure 1 token soon, thinking that they could easily beat Tianyun. Boy, can you just hand us over your token, or would you rather resist and try to fight us yourself? Chen Hao said with a smile on his face. Well, I didn't expect you to come and give me a token so soon, so I will gladly accept your token. Tianyun said with a grin on his face. You arrogant brat, Chen Hao said annoyedly. He pulled out a long sword, and he flashed forward, slashing at Tianyun as he planned to kill Tianyun in 1 blow. Tianyun just intercepted Chen Hao and slammed Chen Hao's body with his shoulder. Chen Hao was slammed into the trees, breaking several giant trees that he collided into. Successfully killed Chen Hao. Reward: 370 billion express, 10 million CPs, 500.000 SPs. With the crazy express mode activated, the amount of express he got was great, but this was just the appetizer. Boss Chen, the other cultivators shouted as their complexion turned pale. They didn't expect their boss would be done in so easily, and they could certainly feel that their boss was no longer breathing. Then they turned their attention back to Yi Tianyun, but they couldn't help but shake in fear. They obviously realized that they had no chance against Yi Tianyun. Now, it's your turn, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face as he rushed towards the nearest cultivator along with the other two cultivators and slammed them with his shoulder, just like what he did to Chen Hao. The remaining two cultivators were petrified as their fear had already taken over all their reasoning. But as they fell to the ground, they immediately groveled and begged for mercy. My lord, please show mercy. Let us go, you have killed several of our companions. You already have enough tokens to pass. One of the two begged. They knew that there was nothing they could do against Yi Tianyun, so the only thing left was to beg for mercy. Obviously, they still wanted to stay in the War of Ascension, but they didn't know that they would run into an unbelievable expert right off the start. But suddenly, the token on their hands flashed, and messages were transmitted into their minds. Those who collect 15 tokens in the first level will be rewarded with a middle-rank reincarnation level martial art. Those who collect 30 tokens will be rewarded with a middle-rank reincarnation level weapon. Those who collect 60 tokens will be rewarded with a top-grade reincarnation level martial art. And those who collect 90 tokens will be rewarded with a top-grade reincarnation level weapon. When they received the news, the two cultivators were petrified once more. They now realized that their pleas would be ignored. Their tokens would be taken by the enemy, and it was natural that Yi Tianyun would kill them too. Please, have mercy. We will help you collect more tokens. As your helper, you only need to spare us a piece so that we could advance later. The two of them begged Yi Tianyun once more. Yi Tianyun looked at them calmly, but before he could say another word, the two cultivators leapt and attacked him with daggers in their arms. Yi Tianyun sighed and kicked them both with his tremendous power. I know you guys are suspicious, but even if killing you won't do me any good, it doesn't matter much to me. You are already doomed as soon as you pick a fight with me. Yi Tianyun said with a shrug. He stretched out his hand, and all the tokens on the dead bodies were immediately drawn toward him. The same thing also happens to their storage ring too. Yi Tianyun wanted to cultivate, but there was no reason for him to leave their resource here. After their tokens were taken, they were immediately teleported back to their temple, but they were still dead. Obviously, if they prioritized their lives, they should just throw their tokens away. Yi Tianyun then kept walking. Meanwhile, a horrified look painted the faces of all cultivators who saw the whole ordeal from the forest. They planned to ambush the 6 cultivators earlier, but as soon as they saw how powerful Yi Tianyun was, they were petrified and chose to stay inside the forest without making any sound. Of course, Yi Tianyun knew of their existence, but he just ignored them. He wanted to see if there was any other cultivator who was brave enough to stop him in his path, as he didn't have to worry about tokens at all now. Sure enough, many groups of cultivators appeared and stopped Yi Tianyun on his track, only to die at his hands before their tokens and storage rings were seized by Yi Tianyun. These people were elated as they saw Yi Tianyun as easy prey since he was all alone. Little did they know that they were the ones who would meet their doom. Chapter 990. This makes the 5th group. Yi Tianyun said as he looked at the 30 tokens he had right now. He didn't particularly search for tokens, but people kept going after him, expecting that he was just some abandoned puppy. Yi Tianyun truly took advantage of being alone. Being alone was definitely the reason why the cultivators kept attacking him, but then again, being alone had its own disadvantages, and that was information. Yi Tianyun could never know how many people had been disqualified or what others were doing, as he didn't really have the time to look around. However, Yi Tianyun wasn't worried at all as the opponent kept coming. Therefore, he didn't have to search for them himself. At the same time, while countless skirmishes took place around the land, a large group of people were observing everything that happened during the War of Ascension. Nian Siyu and the elders were among them. This also included Yu Yanglong and the territory lord himself. There are other experts, too, obviously from other god domains, sitting on the edge, observing their own cultivators. In the sky, the War of Ascension's rank was displayed, listing the participant that had the most tokens. First place, Tianqing with 278 tokens. Second place, Yunlei with 170 tokens. Third place. Of course, Yi Tianyun was also on the leaderboard, but his number was low compared to other top rankers. Nevertheless, the leaderboard kept shifting as so many groups were still in battle. The elders kept their eyes on their disciples' names as they anticipated their disciples to get into the top 100. Yi Tianyun and Xiao Marong's rank is still too low. They still have too few of a token to compete in the top rank. One of the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory elders said with a frown on his face. They expected both their genius disciples to reach the top 100. On the contrary, Xuan Tian's ranking was slightly higher than these geniuses. Xuan Tian's performance isn't bad. He gets a lot of tokens thanks to Sikong Ma's leadership. The elders nodded their heads as they liked what they saw. Although it was a little bit unexpected, it was a good result nonetheless. Still, many of our disciples are getting disqualified, Yu Yanglong said with a frown on his face. Well, they probably get ambushed and lose, one of the elders said, as his eyes were glued on the leaderboard instead of properly observing the battlefield. Sikong Ma formed a group, allowing him to minimize his losses as long as he didn't attack a stronger group than his. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord, I heard you have a good foreign aid this time. But I didn't think their rank is that high. 9 Territory Lord smiled beside Heavenly Edict Territory Lord, obviously trying to unnerve Heavenly Edict Territory Lord. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord just looked at 9 Territory Lord unamusedly. He knew that the news about him using foreign aid in this War of Ascension must have been spread, but nevertheless, it wasn't something that he had to be ashamed about. Thank you for your concern, 9 Territory Lord, but it's just the beginning. The ranking can always change. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord responded with a smile on his face. That is true, but with such a rough start, it would be difficult for them to advance later. 9 Territory Lord said with a prideful look on his face. Obviously, his participants were doing better than Heavenly Edict Divine Territory's participants. Usually, Heavenly Edict Divine Territory and 9 Divine Territories' relationship was neutral, but in a situation like this, they couldn't help but want to brag about their disciples' achievements. It's typical of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. Well, if I also use a foreign aid this time, I wonder if I can raise our overall ranking. Fire Jade Territory Lord said with a smirk on his face, clearly in cahoots with 9 Territory Lord. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord knew that he couldn't express his disgust, but there was nothing he could do to change the topic of the conversation as he was at the bottom of the barrel right now. The god domain that housed the first-ranked cultivator didn't say anything as they were obviously trying to keep their composure. Nevertheless, they are overjoyed on the inside. Heavenly Edict Divine Territory surely wasn't one of the joyful god domains this time, as their effort to borrow foreign aid didn't even pay off. This is fine, we are climbing up steadily. After a while, we would be able to reach the top 2. After all, we still have enough time, Nian Siyu said optimistically. Well, shall we wait and see? 9 Territory Lord said sardonically. They didn't have any high expectations for Heavenly Edict Divine Territory as they never produced any decent results since a long time ago. Nian Siyu could only hope that Yi Tianyun somehow climbed through the rank. She believed that Yi Tianyun would surely have the power to do so. I will leave Heavenly Edict Divine Territory's fate to you, Nian Siyu said as she prayed for Yi Tianyun's success. As if Yi Tianyun heard Nian Siyu's prayer, the number of tokens he had kept increasing as time went by. Not long after Nian Siyu prayed for Yi Tianyun's success, Yi Tianyun had already gathered 56 tokens. It was shocking as Yi Tianyun got a lot of tokens alone in so little time. Nian Siyu immediately stood up as she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Elder Nian, what's wrong? Heavenly Edict Territory Lord asked. Look at that, Nian Siyu said as she pointed at Yi Tianyun's name. 9 Territory Lord couldn't help but follow Nian Siyu's fingertip and saw that Yi Tianyun, the cultivator under Heavenly Edict Divine Territory's banner, rose in the ranking quickly. It was surprising as Yi Tianyun was close to the bottom the last time he saw him, but suddenly rose to the top 100. Although Yi Tianyun was still around the bottom 100, it was already a great achievement. How is this possible? He isn't even the foreign aid, 9 Territory Lord said as he looked closely. He knew that Heavenly Edict Divine Territory's foreign aid name was Xiao Marong, and he saw that Xiao Marong's rank still didn't rise that quickly. Nevertheless, the elders of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory were in uproar as they finally saw a glimmer of hope for Heavenly Edict Divine Territory to win this War of Ascension. Thank you, Xianxia said with a smile on her face. She knew that Tianyun couldn't hear her, but she was relieved nonetheless. Chapter 991. Tianyun didn't know what happened with Xianxia and the rest of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory Elders at the moment, but he didn't exactly try to accumulate more tokens. He just casually walked around, and whoever tried to stop him would be killed, and that was the only time he would collect tokens from them. He didn't care about all these cultivators. As long as they didn't give up their token, they would be killed without mercy. But as time went by, not even once did Tianyun see his enemies giving up their tokens. As a result, they were killed without having any chance of redemption. Tianyun being alone was his own decision, and it was their own fault for thinking that he was easy prey. They come at me one group after another. I've got quite a lot of express, Tianyun said with a satisfied look on his face. He was close to breaking through to the 7th layer Earth Monarch stage. Now, Tianyun was a little bit unsure of breakthrough right here as he didn't know what effect the heavenly tribulation would bring to this place. If the enemy took his heavenly tribulation, then it would be the same as not breaking through at all. But it was for a later date as Tianyun now had to kill the enemy that kept coming at him. He was on the path to completing the first stage of the War of Ascension, but he was in no hurry whatsoever. Tianyun didn't even care about his current ranking as he knew that the first stage was only to cull the weak. Tianyun didn't even care if there was a cultivator out there trying to get 10.000 tokens all by themselves, as the end would be the same anyway. I didn't expect a chick like you would be able to go this far, but what you are going to do now? A voice was heard from the side. How dare you use poison against me? A familiar voice was heard from the side, attracting Tianyun's attention. Tianyun knew that it was Xiaomurong's voice, and it seemed she was in trouble. Tianyun frowned and walked over to the scene. Since they were on the same side, Tianyun was thinking of helping her a little bit. Once the scene was already in eyesight, Tianyun noticed that Xiaomurong was definitely in trouble right now. Her face was black, and it seemed she was poisoned pretty badly. From the looks of it, she wouldn't be able to shake off her chaser either. Jade River Divine Poison. Greatly reduce opponents' combat power and eventually paralyze them completely. Tianyun managed to detect the poison using appraisal eye. It was a rare toxin that he had never seen before. It seemed Xiaomurong rushed toward the finish line without really minding her surroundings. Otherwise, she wouldn't be poisoned in the first place. Why, there is no rule stating that I can't use poison here. I just didn't expect you to be such an idiot. Now, I will give you two choices. Either give up your tokens and surrender, or I will take it from you by force. The unknown cultivator said coldly. He was at the 6th layer Earth Monarch stage, which was lower than Xiaomurong. It seemed he was using his brain against someone stronger than him. Well, before I take the token from you, it would be a waste if I don't enjoy your body first. The unknown cultivator said as his followers laughed lustfully. There is no way I would surrender against you fools. Xiaomurong shouted with a fine sword in her hand. She was as stubborn as always, even in the face of danger like this. It seemed to be impossible for her to admit defeat, especially since she had just barely participated in the War of Ascension. She felt like she hadn't given her best just yet. It was embarrassing for someone of her stature to get eliminated on the first stage. Why don't you come and fight us then? The unknown cultivator said while laughing at Xiaomurong as she couldn't move properly anymore. The toxin on her body had already started to paralyze her. You are going to die here, Xiaomurong said as she swung her sword forward, creating a huge blade aura that could cut anything on its path. The unknown cultivator's complexion became slightly paler as they were surprised that Xiaomurong could still do something like that even in her current condition. Attack her, the unknown cultivator shouted nervously, and several of his followers immediately rushed toward Xiaomurong to finish her off. But once more, Xiaomurong showed how obstinate she could be. Her body suddenly emitted an intense green light, and countless trees and vines grew from the ground, entangling several cultivators that rushed toward her. What is this? How could she still move? The unknown cultivator nervously shouted as he noticed that the trees and vines were too tough for him to break and save his followers. Furthermore, when someone attacked the trees and vines, a green light was emitted from where they attacked and drained their vitality. Xiaomurong killed the cultivators without touching them herself. He drained the cultivators that attacked her trees and vines until they died. Furthermore, she controlled the vines, ordering them to attack the other cultivators. The group was in disarray as the unknown cultivators seemed too shocked to issue a new command. She stabbed the cultivators with the vines, once again draining their vitality and absorbing it for herself. Quick, we have to stop her. The unknown cultivator shouted while backing off slowly. Clearly, he was too afraid to get close to the trees and vines. But after a short while, the trees and vines stopped moving. It was clear that the toxin on her body finally completely took over her body, and she fell into complete paralysis. The unknown cultivator smirked victoriously as he finally realized that Xiao Marong couldn't do anything anymore. I finally subdued her. She actually killed 2 of my brothers before she was completely paralyzed. What an amazing girl, the unknown cultivator said as he approached Xiao Marong's body with a dagger in his hand. Xiao Marong just bit her lips as she could no longer do anything to save herself. She couldn't even throw her tokens as she was completely paralyzed. But as the unknown cultivator got closer to Xiao Marong, a familiar figure appeared and kicked the unknown cultivator away. You, Xiao Marong said as she was startled to see Yi Tianyun here, saving her from her demise. Chapter 992. It is me, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face as he walked to Xiao Marong's side. At the same time, he killed all cultivators that tried to attack Xiao Marong earlier, clearing the area from all other cultivators. I didn't expect you would have a hard time here, Yi Tianyun said teasingly. He stretched his hands forwards, collecting all the loots that the cultivators he killed left behind. You don't have to step in, I can handle myself, Xiao Marong said confidently. Sure, looks like you can handle yourself pretty well back there. Well, don't mind me, I am just collecting tokens, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. I am also saving a damsel in distress in my spare time, so you don't have to thank me for it, Yi Tianyun said teasingly. Thank you, Xiao Marong said weakly. She was definitely embarrassed to say some gratitude to Yi Tianyun. What, I can't hear you, Yi Tianyun said teasingly. He could hear it just fine, but teasing Xiao Marong seemed like some entertainment right now. I said thank you, Xiao Marong shouted at Yi Tianyun with a frown on her face. Of course, although your attitude is a little bit questionable, a little gratitude is accepted nonetheless. I will help you detoxify that poison. Come on, unless you don't mind being unable to move for a while, Yi Tianyun said with a shrug. They used Jade River Divine Poison, do you have the antidote for it? Xiao Marong asked curiously. I have something similar. Of course, with your divine wood body, you could have done it yourself, but it would take a long time, Yi Tianyun said as he pulled out the needle on Xiao Marong's neck, the tools that the previous unknown cultivator used to poison Xiao Marong. As the needle fell to the ground, the toxin spread and darkened the ground. It proved how potent the poison was. This poison is something else. Had you been an average cultivator who couldn't resist the effect of the poison, you would have died instantly, Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head. But still, he already expected that the god domain would be full of dangerous stuff. Yay, lucky me, all hail divine wood body, Xiao Marong said sarcastically. Yi Tianyun was a little bit confused by her reaction as divine wood body was indeed a very powerful innate ability. So, Yi Tianyun couldn't understand her sarcastic reaction. But for now, Yi Tianyun ought to detoxify her quickly. Thus he pulled out his devouring netherworld serenity fire and slowly put the fire on Xiao Marong's body. The flame quickly burned out the toxin within her body. Xiao Marong herself was surprised as she was very sensitive to fire since she had divine wood body. But as she realized it was devouring netherworld serenity fire, she sighed in relief. Still, she didn't expect Yi Tianyun to have such a powerful demon fire. Yi Tianyun continued to help her remove the toxin from her body. It wasn't a quick process, but still, it was a fast process for a toxin as strong as Jade River Divine Poison. Nevertheless, Xiao Marong wouldn't be disqualified for not reaching the finish line in time. With her divine wood body, Yi Tianyun expected her to be completely healed by the end of the day. Her resistance to poison was pretty high, but it was unfortunate for her as the enemy had something stronger. Xiao Marong just watched as Yi Tianyun detoxified her. She looked at Yi Tianyun with sparks in her eyes. But Yi Tianyun never really looked at her the entire time he was detoxifying her. He just healed her casually by equipping the longevity set. As soon as Yi Tianyun equipped the longevity set, Xiao Marong could feel the strong vitality energy coming from Yi Tianyun. What abundant vitality energy! What treasure did you use just now? Xiao Marong asked curiously. She had never seen such a strong vitality treasure before. It's a family treasure, Yi Tianyun said casually. Xiao Marong just rolled her eyes as she thought that Tianyun just didn't want to reveal what treasure he had. Shoot, I didn't expect to find a pair of dogs in the heat here. A voice was heard from the forest. Tianyun looked at the forest and saw several cultivators come out from the forest. Now, either give your tokens up or die here like a pair of dogs. A cultivator shouted coldly. Tianyun ignored them and kept healing Xiao Marong. Meanwhile, Xiao Marong was about to shout to warn Tianyun that there were enemies behind him. However, before she could even say anything, several demon beasts appeared from the ground and rushed toward the enemies. Hey, demon beasts just show up out of nowhere. Xiao Marong shouted as she was worried about the huge hedgehog-like creature that stood behind Tianyun. However, Tianyun ignored the demon beast and kept healing Xiao Marong. Relax, Tianyun said annoyedly. But, there are demon beasts and enemies behind you. Xiao Marong said anxiously. But suddenly, the demon beast went back to the ground, and the hole in the ground from which the demon emerged was closed back as if there was no hole there in the first place. What is happening? Xiao Marong worriedly asked as she didn't understand what was happening. Tianyun didn't say anything as it was such a hassle to explain the situation. He wanted to focus on healing Xiao Marong so that he could get out of this area soon. So, he used all the demon beasts he had tamed earlier to deal with the enemy. Xiao Marong was gradually getting better. She could move her limbs again as she felt the toxin leave her body. Although the Jade River Divine Poison still lingered in her body, she could already defend herself. It should be fine now. You can expel the poison yourself now as I already expelled most of it. Tianyun said as he stood up and pulled Xiao Marong back to her feet. Thanks again, Xiao Marong said sincerely. Her complexion turned rosy as she was embarrassed by her previous rude attitude towards Tianyun. Now, that is a good attitude right there. I will get going now, I believe you can handle yourself. Tianyun said with a smile on his face as he started to walk away from Xiao Marong. Wait, Xiao Marong shouted. Do you need anything else? Tianyun said as he turned around to look at Xiao Marong. Can we team up? I promise I won't take any of the tokens. Xiao Marong said honestly. Tianyun was a little bit surprised that Xiao Marong wanted to team up, and thus assessed her closely. Alright, you can come. Furthermore, if you kill any cultivators along the way, you can keep their tokens. I am not a dictator. Tianyun said with a sigh. Great, Xiao Marong said as she was happy to hear Tianyun's decision. Tianyun followed the token's direction, and soon, he reached War God Thunder Drum. Tianyun looked around and saw that the area was completely empty with nothing except for the huge thunder drum in the middle, standing like a mountain. Chapter 993. War God Thunder Drum was the name of this area, and it was an area that the participant had to pass in order to qualify for the next stage of the War of Ascension. When Tianyun and Xiao Marong arrived at the area, they felt that they were being watched. But it didn't deter Tianyun at all. He saw a lot of cultivators coming, but as soon as he entered the area himself, he felt like entering another dimension. War God Thunder Drum area is a safe haven. A fight is not allowed here, or the punishment would be death. New information popped into Tianyun's head, clearly coming from the token. No wonder Tianyun felt that he was being stared at as this place was a safe haven. A crackling thunder sound was heard from the front. Tianyun was startled as the entire area seemed to be shaken from the force of the thunder. And then, a flash of light appeared in the sky as a divine thunder slammed down the ground. But the effect wasn't like what Tianyun expected as a letter was left on the ground where the thunder hit. It writes 4th grade, and that was it. Damn, only 4th grade, a 6th layer Earth Monarch cultivator said as he shook his head in disappointment. The sky flashed once more, and 60 tokens fell to his hand. The cultivator then rushed out of War God Thunder Drum immediately. 4th grade cultivator got 60 tokens, this is definitely a good place to earn tokens. Tianyun said excitedly. Tianyun finally realized what this place was for, which was earning a lot of tokens without killing anyone. All he ought to do was hit the assessment drums, and the stronger his power was, the more tokens he would get. Tianyun walked closer to the stone tablet and saw the information written on it. 1st grade get 5 tokens, 2nd grade get 15 tokens, 3rd grade get 30 tokens, 4th grade get 60 tokens, 5th grade get 90 tokens, 6th grade get 150 tokens, 7th grade get 300 tokens, 8th grade get 1.000 tokens, 9th grade get 5.000 tokens. The number of tokens one might get was crazy here. Getting to 5th grade alone already gave decent rewards, 60 tokens for 4th grade. This is a scam, but I like it, Xiao Marong said excitedly. She also wanted to get a good grade so that her rewards would be better than most people. Furthermore, she didn't have that many tokens right now either, so this place was definitely a saving grace. Still, the difference between the 4th grade and the 9th grade was too far apart. How could the 4th grade only get 60 while the 9th grade got 5.000? The number of tokens as a reward was really unbelievable. Look at that, they are the genius of 9-field god territory. One of them is called Earth Monarch Sen Shui. The rumor says that they have already collected 500 tokens. I don't know what kind of feat they would achieve at the end of this battle. A cultivator said to his friends on the side. Well, we have to wait and see, his friend said as they kept on staring at the cultivator in the middle. There are a lot of cultivators resting on the side as this place was the best place for resting as the cultivator couldn't fight each other in this area. Yi Tianyun also observed the aforementioned cultivator, Earth Monarch Sen Shui. The cultivator in question looked like a demon with a snow-white appearance. Even their hair was white. This was obviously a characteristic of an ice attribute cultivator. Yi Tianyun thought that Earth Monarch Sen Shui was a woman at first as they looked feminine, but as Yi Tianyun looked closer, he noticed that Earth Monarch Sen Shui was a man. Earth Monarch Sen Shui then flipped his hand in the air, and a white lotus bloomed in the air. The snow fell more intensely all of a sudden. Netherworld Snow White, Earth Monarch Sen Shui said slowly, and the white lotus slowly flew towards the war god Thunder Drum in the middle of the area. When it was already close to the war god Thunder Drum, the white lotus suddenly transformed into a white phoenix and hit the drum real hard. The drum made a loud noise, and the phoenix quickly turned into a pile of snow and scattered after hitting the drums. It was the same thing that happened when Yi Tianyun first arrived at War God Thunder Drum. As the thunder fell to the ground, a letter appeared where it was hit. 5th grade was shown, which meant Earth Monarch Sen Shui reached the 5th grade and would receive 90 tokens. Only 5th grade, Earth Monarch Sen Shui said disappointedly. He attacked the drum 2 more times since each cultivator had 3 chances to attack the war god Thunder Drum. The second time he attacked the drums, Earth Monarch Sen Shui reached 6th grade, and the third time also displayed 6th grade. Earth Monarch Sen Shui got 390 tokens in one go. After receiving his tokens, Earth Monarch Sen Shui left the war god Thunder Drums. They got 6th grade. It is really amazing, a cultivator said on the side. 9-field god territory isn't bad. They are amazing to be able to produce such a genius. Another cultivator said excitedly. Hey, 6th grade isn't that great. I saw Earth Monarch Tian Qing reach 8th grade earlier. Another cultivator said boastingly. What? Someone really reached the 8th grade earlier? Another cultivator said as he didn't believe what the previous cultivator had said. That's correct. Earth Monarch Tian Qing is the only one who's capable of such a thing. The cultivator said confidently. Everyone shook their heads as they were astounded by the feat Earth Monarch Tian Qing pulled off. Yi Tianyun heard the conversation and wondered to himself, was it really that hard to reach the 9th grade? He immediately looked at the drums with his appraisal eye and saw how much power he needed to reach the 9th grade. It did require a considerable amount of power, but it wasn't something impossible. To reach 8th grade, one needed power at the level of Heaven Monarch Cultivator. That alone told a lot. An Earth Monarch Cultivator with the Heaven Monarch power was already an exception. No wonder Nian Siyu said that getting into the top 10 wouldn't be easy. But Yi Tianyun didn't want to expose his power so quickly like this, and thus, he started to think about what he should do for this assessment. Xiao Marong snapped Yi Tianyun out of his thought as she tapped his shoulders. Come on, let's try to see how far we got, Xiao Marong said excitedly. All right then, Yi Tianyun nodded as he just had to play along for now. Chapter 994. Yi Tianyun and Xiao Marong walked towards War God Thunder Drum together. People were watching them as they walked, thinking that there was no way Yi Tianyun and Xiao Marong could do better than Earth Monarch Sen Shui as their cultivation seemed a little bit lower than Earth Monarch Sen Shui. People thought that both Yi Tianyun and Xiao Marong would only get around 4th grade at most. In short, no one here expected Yi Tianyun and Xiao Marong could get into the top 100. Miss Mu, a familiar voice was heard. Yi Tianyun turned around to see who it was, and as he did so, he saw Yuan Tianyu. But he wasn't the only one there as Sikong Ma was with him too. Yi Tianyun just shook his head as it seemed these people deliberately delayed their trip to dodge helping Xiao Marong earlier. Yuan Tianyun frowned as soon as he realized that Yi Tianyun stood beside Xiao Marong. Oh, it's you. Well, it seems your group has diminished, Xiao Marong said as she took a glance at Yuan Tianyun's group. Xiao Marong was sure that his group had more people the moment the War of Ascension began. Well, many strong cultivators out there. Losing a few people is normal, Yuan Tianyun said as he tried to defend himself. Well, I don't care about it. Why are you telling me this? Xiao Marong said without any interest in her voice. She turned her attention back to Yi Tianyun. Let's go, we have to grade ourselves. Xiao Marong enthusiastically. All right, Yi Tianyun said without saying anything to Yuan Tianyun. Clearly, he didn't care about any of them. What is going on? How did they get all chummy with each other? Yuan Tianyun said as he clenched his fist frustratedly. He didn't like the fact that Yi Tianyun and Xiao Marong being together like this when he couldn't even do anything to get into the top 100. Junior brother Yuan, isn't this your chance to brag? Your cultivation has improved, perhaps you can get a better grade than them. Sikong Ma said as he gestured for Yuan Tianyun to try War God Thunder Drum before Yi Tianyun and Xiao Marong. That makes sense, Yuan Tianyun said as he immediately rushed towards the War God Thunder Drum and summoned Big Lightning. He controlled it and slammed his fist to the side of the War God Thunder Drum. Like any others before him, a flash of light appeared before the thunder struck the ground, revealing Yuan Tianyun's grade, 5th grade. Yuan Tianyun got 90 tokens on his first try. It was a good result as it was better than most cultivators, for sure. Furthermore, Yuan Tianyun had 2 more chances. Who knew, he might get to 6th grade somehow. He turned around and looked at Xiao Marong as he wanted to know whether the result he just got attracted Xiao Marong somehow. 5th grade, well, it was a little above standard. Yi Tianyun said disinterestedly. It wasn't powerful, but it showed that Yuan Tianyun indeed had some skills. Above standard? What standard are we talking about? Trash standard. He couldn't even squeeze himself into the top 100. Xiao Marong said rudely. She just didn't care about Yuan Tianyun at all to give some praise. Yuan Tianyun was a little bit infuriated that Xiao Marong didn't even recognize his capability. Miss Mu, do you think you can do better than me? Yuan Tianyun said as he felt like he had enough. Yi Tianyun just shook his head as it seemed Yuan Tianyun had underestimated Xiao Marong badly. Just you see, Xiao Marong said, as suddenly a giant tree emerged behind Yuan Tianyun, and its branch was made out of bronze. The branch then swung and hit the War God Thunder Drum's side. A deafening sound was heard from the drum, and a flash of light appeared before Thunder hit the ground, revealing her grade. It was 6th grade. Xiao Marong got 150 tokens easily, crushing Yuan Tianyun without even trying hard. Now, what do you think? Xiao Marong said with a taunting smile on her face. I know you are trying to do better than me, you want me as your woman, don't you? But bury that thought deep down your skull, trash. There is no way you can do better than me, Xiao Marong said degradingly. Yuan Tianyun was shocked to hear Xiao Marong's words that he couldn't even react immediately. Yuan Tianyun was at a loss for words, and he just turned around and used everything he got to hit the War God Thunder Drum, but no matter what he did, he couldn't get past the 5th grade. He might be able to if he burned his blood essence, but it was irrational to burn blood essence in this situation. In the end, he really couldn't surpass Xiao Marong at all. Look at that, 3 times, but not once did you surpass me, Xiao Marong said tauntingly. She took her second chance and hit the War God Thunder Drum harder than earlier, leaving a reverberating sound to it. When the thunder hit the ground, Xiao Marong's grade was revealed, and it was 7th grade. With 7th grade shown like that, Xiao Marong surely showed the difference between them. Yuan Tianyun's complexion turned pale as he thought that he could catch up with Xiao Marong, but it seemed to be nothing but a fickle of his imagination. Xiao Marong smashed the War God Thunder Drum once more, and it showed 6th grade. Xiao Marong was a little bit disappointed by her last attempt, but there was nothing she could do. Nevertheless, she had already racked in a lot of tokens for herself. The poison is still in your system, are you really alright? Yi Tianyun said as he walked over to Xiao Marong. I am a bit tired. But don't worry about it, Xiao Marong said as her complexion was a little bit paler than earlier. Well, rest up, wait for the toxin to slow down a bit, and then we move on. Yi Tianyun said casually. Alright, but don't forget your turn, Xiao Marong said expectantly. Let me See how vast your potential is and how much I should try to catch up with you. Xiao Morong said hopefully. Chapter 995. Yi Tianyun smiled as he looked upon the war god Thunder Drum. He was contemplating whether to use his full power or hold back a little. Yi Tianyun decided to hold back first to try it out. The sound that the drum made with Yi Tianyun's attack wasn't as powerful as Xiao Morong's attack. Is this the strength of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory? It doesn't sound like anything special. In the end, Xiao Morong's attack felt a little bit stronger. It was still a long way off after all, a beautiful young lady wearing a blue dress said as she walked towards the war god Thunder Drum. It seemed she was the same age as Xiao Morong, and the two seemed to know each other as well. She was followed by many cultivators that looked at her fanatically. Yu Qingliang, you are still arrogant as ever. Haven't you thought about changing your attitude? Xiao Morong said coldly. Long time no see, Miss Yu. Yuan Tianyun rushed to Yu Qingling's side with sparkles in his eyes. Yeah, long time no see, senior brother Yuan. You're doing pretty well just now, better keep it up. Yu Qingling says with a smile on her face. It looked so pleasant that everyone would definitely be charmed by her attitude. Clearly, I haven't used my full power yet, Yuan Tianyun said as he tried to make himself look better. Yu Qingling then turned his attention back to Yi Tianyun again. Xiao Morong, your taste in men isn't that bad, but it's a shame that he wasn't that powerful. Yu Qingling said with shameless disdain. Well, but he is a good match for you at least. She adds with a smirk on her face. Shut your filthy mouth, Yu Qingling. He isn't my man, he is a friend. Xiao Morong retorted. If you seem to be so against it, people would be suspicious, no? I haven't seen your family for quite a while, Miss Mu. But seeing you with a weak man like this, I hope young Master Ling wouldn't feel so bad. Yu Qingling said tauntingly. Well, whatever, but I can assure you that he is much stronger than young Master Ling. Xiao Morong said confidently. Yi Tianyun just rolled his eyes as he didn't really like being compared with others, but he would ride along for now. But Yi Tianyun now knew for sure that the two women didn't see eye to eye. Yu Qingling's cultivation base and Xiao Morong's cultivation base were the same as both had the 7th layer Earth Monarch level. Really, how strong is he? Yu Qingling asked sarcastically. In my opinion, the best he could do is 5th grade. Meanwhile, young Master Ling could easily get 7th grade. He might be able to achieve 8th grade for all I know. Yu Qingling said tauntingly. It's obvious that Yu Qingling adored this young Master Ling person, but this young Master Ling didn't feel the same way toward her. 7th grade. Is that his best? Well, then your young Master Ling wouldn't be able to touch Yi Tianyun's hair. Xiao Morong said with confident smile. Yi Tianyun just sighed as he really didn't care about Xiao Morong's personal vendetta right now. Just stop, are you trying to get me in trouble? Yi Tianyun said to Xiao Morong whisperingly. Brother Tianyun, help me out this time, alright. I will definitely repay you later. Xiao Morong said pleadingly. Yi Tianyun just looked at her with a blank look on his face. He clearly didn't want to be involved with this farce. Wow, you are really arrogant. Yu Qingling said coldly. She then turned her attention back to Yi Tianyun. If you really could reach the 8th grade, then show me. Xiao Morong said coldly. Xiao Morong, your taste is awful. A human race, really? I am really embarrassed to ever know you. Yu Qingling said with disgust on her face. I don't care about anything you said, but you are crossing the line by mocking the human race. Lady, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Am I wrong? The human race is the bottom feeder of the god domain. If we ever breed with human race, the next generation will only get weakened. Yu Qingling said coldly. Shut your mouth, Yu Qingling. Human race might relatively has a low level of cultivation, but they never give up. Xiao Morong said as she tried to defend the human race. You have to defend the human race because your mother is from the human race. Just be honest with me, if you didn't inherit your father's bloodline, do you think you would be able to be as strong as you are today? Yu Qingling said challengingly. Xiao Morong was trembling with anger because of the word that Yu Qingling had said. But as she wanted to attack Yu Qingling, Yi Tianyun held her back. Sometimes, you don't know when to stop your mouth from speaking bad stuff. Yi Tianyun said casually. Are you threatening me? Are you sure you are ready to face the consequences? Yu Qingling said coldly. I don't care what grievance you two have, but you would soon regret pitting me as your enemy. Yi Tianyun solemnly said before he turned around and rushed over towards War God Thunder Drum. Dragon God Bloodline, activate. Heaven-shaking divine secret art, activate. Phoenix bloodline, activate. Desolate ancient set, equip. Yi Tianyun said to himself. His aura immediately got intense, and each of his steps left a deep footprint on the ground. Yi Tianyun then leapt through the air before he kicked the drum hard, making a dent on the drum itself that everyone could see. But the drum restored itself back to normal before the flash of light appeared. A giant thunder slammed to the ground, leaving 8th grade word on the ground where it hit. Everyone was shocked that Yi Tianyun could get to 8th grade only with a kick. Take this, Yi Tianyun said as his right foot turned into a huge meteorite and hit the war god thunder drum with astounding power. A huge dent was left in the side of the war god thunder drum, and a terrifying thunder quickly appeared, striking the ground. But this time, the whole stone tablet also shone as everyone could finally see that Yi Tianyun reached the 9th grade. Chapter 996. The drum sound after Yi Tianyun's attack reverberated through everyone's heads. They felt like their ears were going to explode from the sound. Many people couldn't help but take a step back in order to reduce the impact on their ears as they didn't want to get injured just by standing around, watching the spectacle. Still, they were more shocked by the shining stone tablet and the 9th grade sign on the ground. This was the highest grade one could get here on War God Thunder Drum, and also, the reward was 5.000 tokens. It far exceeded the previous grade, which was only 1.000 tokens. Now, the cultivators that looked down upon Yi Tianyun as he was from the human race couldn't say anything anymore, as they would be worse than trash if they still talked trash about Yi Tianyun and the human race. All the cultivators saw the 9th grade on the ground, but they couldn't believe it. A value that everyone had never seen before, and they couldn't even begin to imagine that it came from the human race. Xiao Morong then waved her hand excitedly. You are so amazing, brother Tianyun. Xiao Morong said proudly. She danced around Yi Tianyun happily. While she hadn't expected that Yi Tianyun would reach the 9th grade, she already knew that Yi Tianyun was strong. Meanwhile, Yu Qingling's face turned pale. She didn't expect Yi Tianyun to reach 9th grade, and now she knew that her young master Ling wouldn't be able to surpass Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun himself just walked away as it wasn't his full power just yet. He didn't even use his crazy damage mode to amplify his power. Then a flash of light appeared again before tokens started to fall from the sky. Yi Tianyun easily caught those tokens and immediately stuffed them into his storage bag. With 3 tries, Yi Tianyun got 8th grade twice and 9th grade once, leaving him with 7.000 tokens easily. It was the same amount as killing 7.000 people. After collecting his tokens, he turned his attention back to Yu Qingling and saw that she was still shocked by what she had seen. Yuan Tianyun himself couldn't help but be shocked beyond his wits as he thought that he was at the same rank as Yi Tianyun. He already felt complacent reaching the 6th grade, but compared to Yi Tianyun's 9th grade, well, there was nothing much to compare. Let's go, Yi Tianyun said to Xiao Morong, as he didn't care about what these people were thinking anyway. Hey, wait a minute, Yu Qingling said as she stopped Yi Tianyun from leaving. Yi Tianyun turned around and saw Yu Qingling trying to charm him with her beauty as she released an aura that penetrated Yi Tianyun's eyes, trying to charm Yi Tianyun with her magical power. Her power was trying to attract people's consciousness, but it wasn't an attack, thus, it didn't violate the rule of War God Thunder Drum. Yi Tianyun walked towards Yu Qingling slowly while Yu Qingling just smiled victoriously. Xiao Morong noticed the situation, so she tried to snap Yi Tianyun into his senses, but she was too late as Yi Tianyun had walked too close to Yu Qingling. But what happened next surprised her. You want to charm me, woman? You are way over your head right now. If we aren't inside a safe haven right now, I will pluck out your eyes. Yi Tianyun said coldly. He released some of his intimidating aura, forcing Yu Qingling to take a step back before falling to the ground. You resisted my charm, Yu Qingling said with a face full of horror. She didn't expect Yi Tianyun to resist her charm, as men generally couldn't resist her power. Even if some men couldn't fall under her control, at the very least, they would be attracted to her. This was also the reason why she got so many followers behind her, as they were attracted to her charm. Her beautiful physique was irresistible to men. But none of it worked against Yi Tianyun. Your charm is making me see how disgusting you really are. Just like an animal in heat, do you think I would be charmed by a slut? Yi Tianyun said in disgust. Ha ha ha, your mouth could be a sharp dagger too. Xiao Morong said with a smile on her face as she didn't expect Yi Tianyun to humiliate Yu Qingling in front of so many crowds. But you are correct, she is an animal in heat. Xiao Morong confirmed. Yu Qingling was pale with terror on her face. She was humiliated by Yi Tianyun's words, but the most embarrassing of it all was that she couldn't do anything to refute Yi Tianyun's words. How dare you do this to me? Kill him, Yu Qingling shouted like a cat that had its tail stepped on. The crowds began to show their displeasure towards Yi Tianyun, but they were still conscious that they wouldn't be able to do anything to him as they knew that Yi Tianyun had already reached 9th grade. You think you can kill me with your power? Was that grade earlier not enough for you? Well, I hope we won't meet again outside, young lady, or I will make sure that you won't be able to use that mouth of yours ever again. Yi Tianyun said coldly. Yi Tianyun then turned around and left War God Thunder Drum. Xiao Morong taunted Yu Qingling for the last time before she followed Yi Tianyun out of the safe haven. Go outside and kill him, Yu Qingling shouted, ordering all of her followers to chase Yi Tianyun. We haven't taken our test yet. If we leave now, we won't be able to enter again. The cultivator behind her said apologetically. You are all useless, Yu Qingling shouted while showing her temper tantrum. The next time we meet, you will be dead. I will make sure young Master Ling will kill you next time, she said in the direction Yi Tianyun went earlier. Clearly, she meant it towards Yi Tianyun. She knew that Yi Tianyun might be more skilled than young Master Ling, but she believed that young Master Ling would somehow be able to suppress Yi Tianyun. She believed that Yi Tianyun used all his power to reach 9th grade earlier, so he would be exhausted. But no one really knew that Yi Tianyun wasn't even using half of his power. After leaving War God Thunder Drum, Yi Tianyun and Xiao Morong resumed their journey. Brother Tianyun, you are so powerful. Can I learn from you in the future? Xiao Morong asked joyfully. It is up to you. Yi Tianyun shrugged. He still thought that Xiao Morong was a handful, but at least not as bad as Yu Qingling. Xiao Morong definitely knew how to distinguish between right and wrong. But still, Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised that Xiao Morong had human race bloodline on her. Chapter 997. On the mainland, the God Domains experts sat around, watching the shift in rank. Earth Monarch Tian Qing currently held first place on the leaderboard with more than 4.000 tokens. Compared to second place, there was around a 1.000 tokens gap between them. Ninefield Territory Lord was proud of his cultivator, Earth Monarch Sen Shui, and every time they got a good result, Ninefield Territory Lord just laughed happily. Our Sen Shui got a good result again. This is great, Ninefield Territory Lord said happily. Look at your cultivator, Heavenly Edict Territory Lord. His ranking is at the bottom right now. He didn't even reach the War God Thunder Drum yet. Is he injured or something? Ninefield Territory Lord said cockily. Yi Tianyun's actual rank wasn't that low, but as many cultivators had already reached War God Thunder Drum and already graded themselves, Yi Tianyun's rank fell to the bottom again. Thank you for Ninefield Territory Lord's concern, but I believe he would change his rank at his own pace. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said with a smile on his face. He suppressed his emotion as he didn't want others to know he was worried. But as Yi Tianyun reached the War God Thunder Drum, his name suddenly disappeared from the leaderboard. Hey, your cultivator's name is gone from the leaderboard. Is he dead already? Ninefield Territory Lord said as he couldn't see Yi Tianyun's name anywhere near the bottom. The elders also looked for Yi Tianyun's name once again, and they too couldn't see Yi Tianyun's name anywhere. His name disappeared, Yu Yanglong said as he couldn't find Yi Tianyun's name. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord was also puzzled by this situation. Has he failed already? Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said with a little disappointment in his tone. But suddenly, Nian Siyu gasped, causing attention to garner towards her. Quick, look at the number 1. Nian Siyu said to Heavenly Edict Territory Lord. It isn't Earth Monarch Tian Qing anymore. It's Earth Monarch Tianyun. Nian Siyu said with surprise on her face. Everyone looked at the top of the leaderboard, and they were shocked too. Yi Tianyun is not only in first place but also had more than 8.000 tokens, which was far apart from second place. More than 8,000 tokens. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord stood up from his seat, but he wasn't the only one as all the other Territory Lords also stood up as they couldn't believe what they saw. If it weren't for the word Heavenly Edict beside Earth Monarch Tianyun's name, they wouldn't care too much, but it was a cultivator that comes from Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. He got the first place. Nian Xiu shouted excitedly like a mad woman. No, this is impossible. How could he have that much? Unless he hits the 9th grade, there is no way he could collect 8.000 tokens. 9 Field Territory Lord said with a shocked look on his face. Fire Jade Territory Lord was also shocked to see the change. He saw his best disciple getting pushed down the leaderboard, and he couldn't even do anything about it. Furthermore, he was being pushed down by a weak God Domain's cultivator. This is unbelievable, Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said while his hands were still shaking from surprise. He had been holding back his emotions so much that he couldn't even react accordingly to this good news. Yes, this is great, Nian Xiu said excitedly. I hope he can maintain his rank now. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said hopefully. Yes, that is what I hope as well, Nian Xiu said as she hoped. Meanwhile, they also saw Xiao Marong's rank rose to the top 100, easily surpassing Earth Monarch Sen Shui. Yi Tianyun walked with Xiao Marong to the next location, but the cultivators they left behind still couldn't believe their eyes. Yi Tianyun easily got 7.000 tokens without much effort. Just 1.000 tokens were enough for them to enter the top 100, but 7.000 tokens got them the first place. This is my fault, I am a failure, Sikong Ma said remorsefully. If he just made Yi Tianyun the leader at the start, perhaps there was a chance that Yi Tianyun would share his tokens. But he now knew that he couldn't even follow Yi Tianyun even if he wanted to. Yuan Tianyun's face was even more remorseful as he didn't know that Yi Tianyun was a powerful cultivator. Wait, little brother Yi, I wonder if you can share with us some of your tokens. Many of the cultivator on Heavenly Edict Divine Territory still hasn't got any tokens yet. Perhaps our Heavenly Edict Divine Territory could rank higher if you would be so kind as to share some tokens with us. Sikong Ma said with a smile on his face. Well, group interest is indeed important, but why should we share our tokens with you? You are that group's leader, and thus, it is your responsibility to get them their tokens. Xiao Marong said coldly. Sikong Ma was stunned as he heard Xiao Marong's words, but she was right. You don't seem to realize what the test means. If I may give you some advice, this test was meant for you to rely on yourself. Even if I give you many tokens right now, do you think you will be able to win the next test? If they couldn't get themselves a token, it might be better for them to give up and cultivate some more. Yi Tianyun said without any hesitation. Yi Tianyun then left with Xiao Marong, leaving Sikong Ma's group behind. They don't have any team awareness at all. Let's go, we can reach the destination from here anyway, Sikong Ma said as he clenched his fist. He looked at the path Yi Tianyun took with hatred on his face. Sikong Ma couldn't depart from his group as he knew that he wouldn't survive alone in this battle. Yi Tianyun also knew that Sikong Ma wouldn't survive on his own either, so it was none of his concern to help Sikong Ma at all. Chapter 998. Yi Tianyun and Xiao Marong followed the token's lead to head toward the next destination. They could go anywhere they wanted, but eventually, they had to head into the token's destination to get to the next stage of the War of Ascension. War God Thunder Drum was an exception as anyone could just skip it if they wanted to. If they already deemed that they had enough tokens to continue, they didn't have to go to War God Thunder Drums. Ellipsis 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 dot. Is this the next screening point? Xiao Marong said as she saw 2 towering mountains that stood side by side. She saw a high hillside that led to the upper side of the mountain, but she didn't know which path she should take. There were a lot of cultivators on the way, and they seemed to be struggling to climb the mountain. Some cultivators even fell down the mountain as if being dragged by some invisible power. The fallen eventually hit the ground and fainted immediately. Kill them. A cultivator from the side of the mountain immediately rushed towards the fallen cultivators and stabbed them to death. The fallen cultivators couldn't do anything to save themselves as the impact from the fall had already left them incapable of moving. Their tokens fell out, and it was easy to collect. Clearly, the other cultivators were also on guards as they didn't want the same thing to happen to them too. Yi Tianyun started to look around and found many cultivators hiding in the surrounding forest. Clearly, they didn't want to fight head-on as these competitors weren't weak, and they didn't want to get injured unnecessarily. So, it was best to wait for the fallen cultivators instead. Once they saw someone fall to the ground, they would immediately kill them and rob their tokens. This place was the closest path forward from the War God Thunder Drum, and thus, many cultivators with many tokens would eventually come here. This was also the reason why this place has become a danger zone, as it was an area where many cultivators fought each other. This place had become a battlefield with a battle style of its own. The cultivators here ought to be careful of any incoming sneak attack that might come their way. The cultivators all over the area immediately stared at Yi Tianyun and Xiao Marong when they entered the area. Clearly, as Yi Tianyun and Xiao Marong didn't come with a big group, they thought that they finally found easy prey. Now, they definitely would send an assassin to kill Yi Tianyun and Xiao Marong cleanly. These people surely thought that we were an easy target, right? Xiao Marong said disgustedly. Well, it is common knowledge in the battle to target the fewer among people. Still, the survivor is the winner. Yi Tianyun said while shaking his head. He didn't like a sneak attack at all, but it was a common strategy in a battle of this scale. A sneak attack didn't break the rule at all, as those who were not cautious enough in the middle of a war would be at alt. Yi Tianyun then walked forward and signaled for Xiao Marong to keep up with him. The two of them immediately walked up the mountain, and that was when Yi Tianyun saw that the hiding cultivators on the side were starting to move as well. That pair, the woman probably his Dao companion. I am sure they have a lot of tokens with them. I am sure our men could handle the two of them, a cultivator said on the side. Clearly, leave the woman to me, another cultivator said excitedly. They began to discuss how they would get rid of Yi Tianyun and Xiao Marong. But as they turned their attention back to Yi Tianyun and Xiao Marong, they were startled as they only saw Xiao Marong standing at the foot of the mountain while they couldn't see Yi Tianyun anywhere. If you want to kill me, then do it now. Yi Tianyun's voice came from behind the cultivators' line, startling them off. They immediately draw their weapons, ready to attack anyone that came close. But suddenly, a phantom shadow attacked them out of nowhere. The previous cultivator that targeted Xiao Marong was kicked and slammed to the ground hard, killing him instantly. There was no way any of these people could withstand Yi Tianyun's kick. Yi Tianyun originally wanted to ignore these cultivators, but as he heard what they had in mind, there was no reason to let them go. How did you get over there? Xiao Marong was shocked as she only realized that Yi Tianyun was gone a while ago, but she was even surprised to see that Yi Tianyun had killed several cultivators that looked at them the wrong way. Fly over the forest, of course, Yi Tianyun said as he juggled some tokens. Xiao Marong just shook her head as she knew that she couldn't understand Yi Tianyun completely. The other cultivators that saw the scene from the side were slightly relieved that they weren't attacked by Yi Tianyun. Obviously, they saw how powerful Yi Tianyun was, and they immediately realized that there was no way they could win against Yi Tianyun with their current power. Yi Tianyun ignored the rest of the cultivators that hid in the forest as he knew they wouldn't trouble him later on. He then moved forward, climbing the mountain to reach the next destination, but suddenly a strong wind tried to push him back down. Is this Divine Wind Valley? Is this the next test that they prepared for us? Yi Tianyun said as he looked around him. Clearly, there was no wind earlier, and now there was a strong wind that pushed people down. No wonder many peoples couldn't withstand the wind at the end and fell to their demise. This is the only way to go, Yi Tianyun said while sighing annoyedly. This Divine Wind Valley clearly didn't give any reward, but if he didn't take this path, he would have to go around, and it would take too much time. The assessment was time limited. Although the given time wasn't necessarily short, it was still limited to some extent. The cultivators that failed to reach the destination in the given time would fail instantly. This wind is cool, I like it. I will beat you on this one. From all attributes out there, wind is the least of my worries, Xiao Marong said with a smile on her face. If that's the case, I would like to see you at the top before me, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Chapter 999. Xiao Marong was confident that her divine wood body should be able to withstand the blow from the wind. With each step she took, an energy came from the sole of her feet, keeping her feet glued to the ground. She didn't say anything else and began climbing the mountain steps by steps. She was quite fast and confident. What are you doing? Hurry up, Xiao Marong shouted with a smile on her face as she looked back at Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun just smiled and took a step faster to catch up to Xiao Marong, and every single step he took was equally confident. As they progressed higher into the mountains, the wind blew stronger as well. The wind blew from every angle and was so strong that it practically blew away anyone that tried to reach the top. It was to the point that it was difficult to look up to the top of the mountain. Yi Tianyun's current position was estimated at 10.000 meters from the summit. It wasn't too far, but it definitely would take some time to reach the top. Especially he'd have to climb back up again if he slipped and fell. Tianyun had thought about flying, but as the wind grew stronger, he knew that it would just be harder for him to climb the mountain by flying. Ah! Another scream was heard from the side, definitely another fallen cultivator. There was no way to stabilize himself in the air as the wind was too strong. At the same time, the cultivators from the forest have been waiting and ready to strike anytime. Fortunately for this cultivator, he managed to stabilize himself in the air before he reached the ground. He landed firmly on the ground and, at the same time, pulled out a long sword and started to look around cautiously. Clearly, he knew what the lurking cultivators thought, and he didn't want to fall victim to any one of them. The cultivators in the forest themselves were restless, but they didn't rush to attack the cultivator as they knew that an enemy that still had their fighting will couldn't be underestimated. So, they thought it was better to wait for another unfortunate one instead of attacking this person head-on. The cultivators finally sighed in relief as he noticed that no one was rushing him, so after a short rest, he continued to climb the mountain. The Divine Wind Valley itself was already dangerous enough, but it was becoming more dangerous as the vulture was waiting inside the forest. Tianyun just shook his head and kept climbing as he couldn't care less about those people. Through his observations, Tianyun found out that the mountain itself was divided into 9 levels. Each kilometer was counted as 1 level, and the 2 participants that Tianyun saw slipped and fell earlier were from the 7th levels. Now Tianyun was at the 6th level, and Xiaomurong was almost at the 7th level. They didn't have any problems so far, and Xiaomurong was even more impressive as she kept her step steady the entire time. She really was like a steady tree that had its root deep inside the ground. Come on, why are you so slow? Xiaomurong waved at Tianyun. Relax, I will catch up, Tianyun said with a smile on his face. They quickly climbed further, eventually reaching the 7th level, where many cultivators were blown away. The hardest part began here, so many cultivators rested up at the end of the 6th level. They wanted to make sure that their power was enough to climb up the 7th level in the rest of the way, as they knew that there was no place to rest up there. Tianyun and Xiaomurong's appearance at the end of 6th level brought smirks to some cultivators' faces as they saw that Tianyun and Xiaomurong didn't stop at the end of 6th level, and they thought they knew what happened to overconfident people like them. Why don't we observe those 2 falls? We can make a bet to see which one falls first too if everyone agrees. A cultivator that rested on the end of 6th level said with a smirk on his face. Sure, I am down. Every newbie always does this, they are overly confident of their skills. Another cultivator said while snickering. In fact, all the other cultivators shook their heads as they also thought that Tianyun and Xiaomurong were overly confident. At the same time, Sima Kong and his groups finally reached the foot of the mountain and saw Tianyun and Xiaomurong climbing the mountains quickly. Divine Wind Valley is a tricky place. I suggest that you watch your step, especially after you got close to the 7th kilometer. That is the hardest part, after all, Sikong Ma explained to his group. When he saw that Tianyun and Xiaomurong didn't have any intention to stop, Sikong Ma immediately turned toward Yuan Tianyu. They don't have any intention to stop. There is a high chance that she will fall, and that is your time to shine. There will be many people waiting for her at the bottom, and that is your time to save her from harm. She would definitely adore you afterward, Sikong Ma said confidently. He then patted Yuan Tianyu's shoulder to encourage him. Yuan Tianyu looked around, and he immediately got excited. This place was indeed a huge opportunity for him to seize Xiaomurong's heart. A girl always fell for a man that saved her life. If he saved Xiaomurong, their relationship would undoubtedly get better. This is perfect, Yuan Tianyu said as he observed Xiaomurong from below. Meanwhile, Xiaomurong quickly climbed to the 7th level, and Tianyun followed close behind. Once Tianyun reached the 7th level himself, the wind speed quickly increased several times over the previous levels. Look out, Xiaomurong shouted as a hurricane smashed the side of the mountain. The wind is getting even stronger, Tianyun shouted. He didn't have much problem with the wind, but he was a little bit worried about Xiaomurong. The wind here was pretty strong, so don't get blown away, Xiaomurong said as she was a little bit worried about Tianyun. Don't worry about me, just don't get blown away yourself. Tianyun smiled confidently. He had heaven-shaking divine secret art with him, and it was impossible for him to be blown away by some wind. Chapter 1000. See, it is impossible for me to get blown away here, Xiaomurong shouted. With my wood attribute body, these divine wind wouldn't do anything to me. Xiao Morong shouted confidently. She continued to climb forward, trying to prove to Yi Tianyun that the wind didn't affect her. Yi Tianyun smiled as he saw a little girl seeking a man's approval. They continued to climb the mountain steadily. The cultivators that were still climbing and below were surprised as they saw how steady Yi Tianyun and Xiao Morong climbed. They didn't expect it considering Xiao Morong and Yi Tianyun didn't even stop for a rest. It seems the 7th stage doesn't even faze them, Sikong Ma said surprisedly. The 7th level was hard, but it wasn't impossible to climb it. Otherwise, no one would be able to pass this mountain. Now, the problem was climbing this mountain should take some time. Senior brother Sima, why are they climbing the mountain so easily? Yuan Tianyu asked curiously. Don't worry, they haven't passed the hardest part yet. They are indeed strong, but there is no way they could climb the mountain in one go. Sikong Ma said solemnly. Sure enough, they immediately saw Xiao Morong start to wobble a little bit, no longer as steady as she said she was. I hope it will work like a charm when we rescue her later. I will definitely thank you properly later. Yuan Tianyu said confidently. Yi Tianyun also saw that Xiao Morong was getting unstable. Although she kept saying that she was fine, she was clearly not fine. She was fine before, but now she wasn't. Yi Tianyun knew that the toxin in her body still prevented her from moving her body as she wanted to. Yi Tianyun wanted her to take a break, but she insisted on continuing forward. Yi Tianyun couldn't force her to stop as she wanted to continue on her own accord. After she had almost passed the 7th level, she slowed down, and sweat started to drip from her forehead. However, she didn't fall immediately. She just found it hard to resist the wind as she kept going. She could feel the wind trying hard to uproot her from the mountain, blowing her up to the ground. Yi Tianyun could feel the wind, and his heaven-shaking divine secret art could barely stabilize him. He would surely be blown away from the mountains if he didn't have enough power. Meanwhile, when Xiao Morong finally reached the 8th level, a hurricane suddenly hit her, blowing her away from the mountain. No, Xiao Morong screamed, but it was too late. Her feet were no longer on the ground, and there was no way she could stabilize herself in order to reach out and hung onto the mountain from here. Yuan Tianyu on the bottom was ready to catch Xiao Morong. The cultivators that hid inside the forest shook their heads. Although they have been waiting for the girl to fall, they couldn't attack the girl if she had someone protecting her. On the other hand, the cultivators that were still resting at the end of 6th level were laughing. They already knew the girl would fall, which excited them as the bet finally paid off. But a long whip suddenly caught Xiao Morong from falling, and she was hanging in the air. You idiot, you are asking for death. There is no way you could carry her with you. The wind would blow you two away completely. A cultivator on the 6th level shouted while laughing profusely. He is trying to be a hero. Another cultivator said while snickering around with other cultivators. Well, that doesn't matter. I won the bet, right? She already fell. Another cultivator said excitedly. You wish she hadn't touched the ground yet. Another cultivator said while laughing hard. They all started to laugh as they thought that Yi Tianyun was really stupid. He is really reckless. He really thought that he was invincible or something. If he helps others like that, he'll have to withstand 4 times the usual pressure from the wind. Sikong Ma said while shaking his head. Yi Tianyun finally reached the 8th level while still dragging Xiao Morong with him. This is nothing, Yi Tianyun said as he slammed his feet down and activated his dragon god bloodline. His feet changed shape, and like a dragon claw, they gripped the ground firmly. There was no way the wind would blow him away right now. Stay firm, stabilize the aura inside your body. Don't worry about anything else, I am here to hold you and get you up there. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Xiao Morong was surprised to hear Yi Tianyun's words as she was used to being so proud of her own power. But now, she knew that her power meant nothing before Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun's steps were steady. There was no sign of him getting blown away by the wind at all. Yi Tianyun even dragged Xiao Morong along with him. Even if the wind got stronger, it didn't seem to deter Yi Tianyun whatsoever. What's his deal? How can he be so powerful? The cultivators were all shocked to see Yi Tianyun kept moving forwards without any sign of stopping. They all thought that there was no way Yi Tianyun could withstand the wind while dragging another person with him. Sikong Ma truly couldn't believe what he saw. Yi Tianyun really defied all his knowledge about this place. Yi Tianyun stopped for a while and pulled Xiao Morong up. He then started to meditate to recover himself, while Xiaomurong also did the same thing as she knew that the poison was still in her system. After Yi Tianyun felt that Xiaomurong was stable enough, Yi Tianyun loosened the rope, alleviating some pressure on himself. The wind is too powerful, I almost couldn't stand it myself. Yi Tianyun said while sighing in relief. He then continued meditating as he waited for Xiaomurong's recovery. Although he knew that Xiaomurong would be alright even if she fell down, climbing back up again would be a hassle. She had enough power to climb this mountain, but with the poison in her system, she had to climb slowly. That was why she had to recover her power now. The two of them meditated together, and the people below finally stopped making a fuss. They were shocked beyond belief earlier as they thought Yi Tianyun would climb the mountain all the way while dragging Xiaomurong. Chapter 1001. Yi Tianyun didn't need to rest, but he was waiting for Xiaomurong to rest for a while. After a while, Yi Tianyun noticed that Xiaomurong's complexion was slowly getting better. If it weren't for what Yi Tianyun did earlier, Xiaomurong would have already been blown off of the mountain, and she would definitely be vulnerable by then. Brother Tianyun, thanks for waiting for me, Xiaomurong slowly said as she opened her eyes after she was done meditating. Well, if you call me brother, then it is my duty to help you when you're in need. Yi Tianyun said casually, you two should know your own limit, just slow down, nobody here would mess with us anyway. Yi Tianyun said with a sigh. After all, they just had to reach the destination before the time limit. It didn't matter whether they arrived early or barely in the nick of time as they would qualify as long as they weren't late. I know that, but, Xiaomurong said as she was embarrassed by her recklessness. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised as Xiaomurong seemed rather meek. It was unusual as she has always had an explosive personality. Still, Yi Tianyun knew that Xiaomurong's favorability towards him rose quite high after he saved her from falling. It wasn't at maximum, but it was considered high. Enough. How's your body? Did you still feel something off? Yi Tianyun asked with a smile on his face. No, I think I'm alright right now, Xiaomurong said as she stretched her body, ready to go. She was confident that she would be able to reach the top now, but she knew that she had to be careful as she didn't want such an embarrassing moment to happen again. Yi Tianyun and Xiaomurong continued climbing up the mountain, but Yuan Tianyun was still frozen in place at the foot of the mountain as his hope of saving Xiaomurong had gone through the drain. Damn it, that guy foiled my plan again, Yuan Tianyun said as he was furious at Yi Tianyun. He had already prepared and wasted his time waiting for Xiaomurong to fall, but Yi Tianyun took her away from Yuan Tianyun again. His strength is really unbelievable, Sikong Ma said as he shook his head. He considered Yi Tianyun as a dangerous man and would definitely avoid fighting against Yi Tianyun at all costs. Sikong Ma just shook his head and led the rest of his group to climb the mountain. Meanwhile, Xiaomurong and Yi Tianyun finally reached the top. With her vitality back to normal, it wasn't hard for her to climb the rest of the mountain. If she wasn't poisoned in the first place, she definitely could climb the mountain without any rest. For Yi Tianyun himself, this divine wind valley wasn't difficult at all. It was just like a windy walk in the park for him. This mountain only tested the participants' lower body stability, which was also one of the strong points of a cultivation technique. Flying was surely off the table here as there was no way anyone could stabilize themselves in the air with all the wind. We reached the top successfully. If my star power wasn't restored back there, it might turn ugly. Again, thank you very much for saving me back then, Brother Yi, Xiaomurong said gratefully, but Yi Tianyun could see that she felt disappointed in herself. Well, it doesn't matter now. But take a look over there, it seems they would see us up close and personal next, Yi Tianyun said as he pointed to a huge fighting arena not too far from them. It was a circular arena that circled around a large ring where the cultivators should fight. There was a passage that led to the arena itself from their position, and there were a lot of guards standing by around the side of the arena. Then Yi Tianyun saw the name of this place. It was written, the God Fighting Field. This was also the finish line for the first part of God Domain's War of Ascension. Well, it seems we reached the finish line, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Let's go in, Yi Tianyun said as he walked towards the God Fighting Field. Xiaomurong nodded and followed Yi Tianyun from behind. Her eyes were full of excitement as she was finally able to observe other geniuses from the other God domains. After all, those cultivators should be pretty strong as they were capable of completing the first part of War of Ascension. Yi Tianyun and Xiao Marong walked into the god-fighting field and stepped into a magnificent long corridor before finding themselves in a vast field. Yi Tianyun looked up and saw many experts sitting in rows of seats and discussing things on their own. Yi Tianyun noticed that almost all of them were at the Heaven Monarch stage, while some were at the Earth Monarch stage. Those people were the elders of the god domains who came to observe their respective cultivators. Yi Tianyun looked at the highest point of the observatory seat, where it would be the best observation level, but it was mostly empty. Yi Tianyun knew why these seats were empty, and it was because that was where the second-grade god domain's representatives would sit and observe the War of Ascension. As for who would come from the second-grade god domain, there was no information about them. They might be the elders, or the territory lord themselves might come to scout talent themselves. It's Yi Tianyun and Xiao Marong. They passed the first stage, Nian Siyu said as she finally saw Yi Tianyun and Xiao Marong from her seat. She was very excited as Yi Tianyun was at the top of the leaderboard. It seems so. They did really well, Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said with a proud look on his face. He was worried that Yi Tianyun and Xiao Marong would encounter trouble on the way here, but it seems he was worried for nothing. As the leaderboard was shown to everyone in the arena, Yi Tianyun and Xiao Marong obviously saw it too. Brother Tianyun, your name is in the first place. Earth Monarch Tian Qing is in the second place. Clearly, he isn't as powerful as you. Xiao Marong said excitedly. I wouldn't say that, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He wasn't proud at all of his achievement as he didn't care that much about it. His only goal was to prove that the human race wasn't the weakest race out there. He wanted to prove that the human race was a race that was full of untapped potential. Wronger passed magnificently, a middle-aged man said as he was delighted when he saw Xiao Marong pass the first stage. He was the father of Xiao Marong, Hua Marong. Little Missy sure would get a good grade, and she never failed to live up to expectations. The elder that sat beside Hua Marong said while nodding his head. But still, I am very surprised that our little Rong would get very close to a human boy. Hua Marong said as he felt surprised that Xiao Marong looked very intimate with Yi Tianyun. He never expected Xiao Marong to get close to a human race cultivator at all. Chapter 1002. Yi Tianyun and Xiao Marong's arrival attracted a lot of attention, especially from those that arrived earlier. Wronger Junior Sister, who is the man beside you? A handsome young man came over and stood in front of Xiao Marong and Yi Tianyun. He was dressed in a white coat and carried a long sword on his back. This man is Ling Yunfeng, the man that chased after Xiao Marong like a dog in heat. He was known generally as Young Master Ling, and Yu Qingdeling adored this man, but unfortunately for him, Xiao Marong wasn't interested at all. Don't call me Wronger. We aren't that close, Xiao Marong said coldly. Wronger Junior Sister, you are joking, right? We are from the same master sect. Ling Yunfeng said with an awkward smile. I have been looking for you the entire time, but after knowing that you have gone with other people, no wonder I couldn't find you earlier. Ling Yunfeng said with a frown on his face. Friend, what should I call you? Ling Yunfeng said with a smile on his face as he reached out for a handshake. He didn't antagonize Yi Tianyun right away but acted civilized instead. Yi Tianyun just looked at him from top to bottom and immediately knew that this man's cultivation wasn't low for the god domain standard. He was at the 7th layer Earth Monarch stage, which was rare among the participants. Earth Monarch Tianyun. Yi Tianyun just introduced himself in accordance with his registration name. Earth Monarch Tianyun. Ling Yunfeng definitely knew that name as he had been staring at it for a while since he got there. I have been wondering what kind of person Earth Monarch Tianyun is for a while, but I never expected you to be so young. It is amazing. I believe Wronger Junior Sister could get here thanks to Earth Monarch Tianyun's help. Ling Yunfeng said excitedly. No, that wasn't the case at all. She arrived at this place with her own strength. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. In any case, I am really excited that I got to finally meet you, but I don't want to fight Earth Monarch Tianyun. I want her to be my Dao companion, and I hope that Earth Monarch Tianyun can understand my circumstances. Ling Yunfeng said straightforwardly while still respecting Yi Tianyun's boundaries, but Yi Tianyun knew that it wasn't sincere at all. Senior brother Ling, I won't marry you. Xiao Marong stated firmly. You aren't my type, and stop being stubborn. Ling family trained you to be a genius cultivator, and I found it too rigid for my taste. It wasn't a respectful action at all. Xiao Marong stated firmly. Why do you say that, Wronger Junior Sister? Did you say that just to spite me for being stronger than you? I am as competent as a man you can get. I am about to hit the 8th layer Earth Monarch soon, and would it be up to your taste then? Ling Yunfeng asked hopefully. You are unreasonable. I don't like you, so no matter what you do, it wouldn't impress me. Xiao Marong said annoyedly. You don't like me. I am sure that once you become my Dao companion, you will slowly start to like me. Ling Yunfeng said confidently. Yi Tianyun couldn't help but pity this guy, as this Ling Yunfeng guy was too slow. There was definitely something wrong with his mind. He clearly didn't know when to give up. Just stop it. I am with brother Tianyun, and I would never be with you. Xiao Marong said as she grabbed Yi Tianyun's arms. Brother Tianyun, you have to help me. I don't want to become that guy's Dao companion. Xiao Marong begged Yi Tianyun to help her. I hope Earth Monarch Tianyun stays out of our problems. If you leave Wronger Jr.'s sister to me, I am sure my father will reward you handsomely later. Ling Yunfeng said confidently. Yi Tianyun looked at Ling Yunfeng with a frown on his face. He didn't know what to say to all this. Ling Yunfeng's reaction was void of emotions, and he talked to Yi Tianyun in a formal manner, like a traitor or some politician. What if I don't want to? Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. If that is your answer, then I hope that you will work harder to defeat those that are stronger than you later. But don't be surprised later, as the time will come. Ling Yunfeng said casually. He still didn't show any emotions at all. Yi Tianyun really didn't know what to say to all this, as it was the first time he had ever encountered this type of person. If Ling Yunfeng had just straightforwardly attacked him, then this whole problem wouldn't be as complicated. Ling Yunfeng maintained his gentleman aura and remained polite toward Yi Tianyun the entire time. This is why I don't like this guy. It's like his head can't comprehend what is happening around him. Probably, his family has instilled too many things in his head, making him unable to think for himself. Xiao Marong said helplessly. Yi Tianyun started to wonder. He doesn't seem to truly like me himself. It is more like a political marriage between families. I believe that his family wants to unite my family with his. Xiao Marong said helplessly. Is it possible for a man like that to exist? Yi Tianyun said as he was speechless of Ling Yunfeng's trait. At the same time, another man came over and immediately sized Yi Tianyun from top to bottom. Are you Earth Monarch Tianyun? The man asked. Who would want to know? Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. You are cheating, aren't you? There is no way a man like you could reach the 9th grade on War God Thunder Drum. This man is Earth Monarch Yunlei, and he looked at Yi Tianyun coldly. He was the former 2nd place cultivator on the leaderboard, but now he has been pushed down to 3rd place after Yi Tianyun's arrival. Are you challenging me? Yi Tianyun said coldly. But I am thankful that you are at the very least a normal person. Yi Tianyun added. Ling Yunfeng just looked at Earth Monarch Yunlei and Yi Tianyun carefully. He didn't quite understand what Yi Tianyun was saying, so he just stood there without doing anything. So, tell me, oh great detective, how do you think I cheat, and where is the proof? Yi Tianyun said casually. Chapter 1003. Yi Tianyun's words stunned Earth Monarch Yunlei. It was impossible to cheat on War God Thunder Drum, as the drum itself would identify any illegal conduct and deal with them immediately. You have to be cheating. It is impossible otherwise, Earth Monarch Yunlei shouted stubbornly. He couldn't accept the fact that a human race cultivator could surpass him in terms of cultivation at all. But it wasn't only Earth Monarch Yunlei alone who thought that way, as other participants too felt that way. Now, if I really cheated, then are you suspecting the great array that the major god domain has set up for us? If that is true, then are you insinuating that the major god domain is weaker than me? Yi Tianyun teased Earth Monarch Yunlei. I am so powerful that I even broke the rules that the major god domain has set up for their War of Ascension. How does that sound? Are you really sure that you aren't just weaker than me? Yi Tianyun said mockingly. Yi Tianyun's words left Yunlei speechless. If he kept insisting that Yi Tianyun was cheating, then he would have to admit that the powerful god domains were falling short in terms of equipment. But then again, he didn't want to admit that he was weaker than Yi Tianyun. Yunlei's face turned pale as he didn't know what to say at this point. The rest of the participants who shared the same opinion as Yunlei now remained silent as well, as they didn't know what to say either. If they cornered Yi Tianyun for cheating, they would only disrespect the powerful god domains that already set the rules. That brat really knows how to talk, Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said with a big smile on his face. He heard what Yi Tianyun was saying and appreciated Yi Tianyun for not falling into Yunlei's pitiful trick. Yes, Yi Tianyun is a very clever cultivator. Nian Siyu said with a big smile on her face. She knew that Yi Tianyun would also come on top of this second stage of War of Ascension and no one here would be able to do anything. These experts on observation seat was just there to observe. Even if their disciples were about to die in front of them, they could only watch. If they acted out of their emotions and saved their disciple, their God domain's right to participate on another War of Ascension would be rescinded forever. If such a punishment wasn't imposed, everyone would try to intervene with the match later. Moreover, the second stage wasn't cruel either. As long as one of them surrendered, the other weren't allowed to attack any further. I don't care anymore, but let's just hope that you won't ever encounter me in the arena. Earth Monarch Yun Lei said coldly. He then walked away, waiting for the second stage to start. Earth Monarch Yun Lei, I am sorry that he was a bit rude to you. Ling Yunfang said casually. Are you an idiot? Stay away from me, I am already bored with all of you. Earth Monarch Yun Lei said coldly. Yi Tianyun just shrugged his shoulders helplessly and looked away. The rest of the participants who looked at Yi Tianyun and Yun Lei also looked away. There was nothing they could do, and there was no point in antagonizing Yi Tianyun further. A woman in a stunning red dress and several flames that were floating around her looked at Yi Tianyun with empty eyes. The cultivators around her were trying to keep their distance from the woman as they knew that if they got too close, the flame would burn them severely. Yi Tianyun also noticed the woman has been staring at him, and he couldn't help but check the woman with his appraisal eye. Earth, Monarch Tian Qing, Yi Tianyun said as he was surprised by the information he got about the woman. He didn't expect the former first rank was a woman. He thought that Earth Monarch Tian Qing would be some macho dude with bulging muscle. Yes, she is Earth Monarch Tian Qing, the terrifying woman you easily surpassed. Xiao Morong said with jealousy in her eyes. She manipulates a sacred fire that was capable of burning a world to a cinder. Her cultivation level is at the 8th layer Earth Monarch stage. Rumor has it that she almost hit the 9th layer Earth Monarch stage. Xiao Morong said helplessly. Sacred fire, Yi Tianyun said while stroking his chin. He has to work more on his own thoughts. Although Earth Monarch Tian Qing sounded masculine, he couldn't just sum things up based on his assumption. After all, it was only a title, not her real name. Now, in Yi Tianyun's knowledge, the flame in God's domain was divided into two categories, demon fire and sacred fire. There were only 5 known sacred fires, and the power of the sacred fire was said to counter the demon fire. It was a powerful fire, but it was extremely rare and difficult to master. She is a bit weird, Yi Tianyun said as he observed Earth Monarch Tian Qing for a while. Even with his appraisal eye, Yi Tianyun couldn't see the full information of Earth Monarch Tian Qing. He believed that Earth Monarch Tian Qing possessed some kind of unique energy that blocked his vision. Yi Tianyun knew that the rest of the participants wouldn't be able to win against her, no matter what they did. Still, many contestants hadn't arrived yet, so he would assess the strongest again when everyone finally gathered. Yi Tianyun then found a place to meditate and recover, and Xiao Morong followed him closely. They were now waiting for the second stage to start. Time passed quickly, and finally, the time for the second stage to start drew close. The first stage had a time limit of 1 month. If the participant was late, then they would be instantly disqualified and had to leave the War of Ascension. A month has passed, and those who are still outside of this place would be disqualified. A deacon announced on the side. His voice echoed through all corners of God's battle plane, and those that haven't reached the goal for the first stage would definitely hear it. Yi Tianyun opened his eyes and saw many more contestants than before he meditated. Among these new people, he also saw Yu Qingdeling. Is it time to start the next test? Yi Tianyun wondered as he looked around. Chapter 1004. Yi Tianyun looked at everyone that passed the first stage and noticed that not even 1.000 cultivators passed, which meant that a hefty number of participants was eliminated from the first stage alone. Most of the eliminated cultivators have been eliminated in the first killing spree. Compared to the mortal domain, the God domain was surely a harsher place for a cultivator. The God domain was built for survival of the fittest, and even a strong cultivator in Earth Monarch stage wouldn't be able to survive if several Earth Monarch cultivators ganged up on them. Now, cultivation level was just a superficial estimation number. A cultivator might be stronger than what their cultivation level imposed. Yi Tianyun was one of the examples. These tests is a bit cruel, Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head. He has to crush a lot of other cultivators before he could be scouted by the second-grade God domain. Yes, it is a bit cruel. Xiao Marong nodded. The weaker cultivators, they would undoubtedly become a stepping stone for the stronger cultivators. The waves finally come. Now it is time for you to rely on your own strength. Ling Yunfeng said as he stood up and started to walk towards Xiao Marong. What are you doing? Go away. Xiao Marong saw that Ling Yunfeng was walking toward her. At the same time, a familiar person grabbed Ling Yunfeng's arm. Young Master Ling, why don't you come with me? It's not good to stay here, Yu Qingling said with her delicate voice. Ling Yunfeng just frowned and shook off Yu Qingling's hands. Miss Yu, men and women shouldn't touch each other without consent, please don't do it ever again. Ling Yunfeng said coldly. Obviously, Yu Qingling was very beautiful, but Ling Yunfeng wasn't affected by her charm. Young Master Ling, look at them. They are clearly together and I saw that he even kissed her before. Yu Qingling said as she tried to make Ling Yunfeng upset by stating some lie. You are disgusting, Xiao Marong said with a disgusted look on her face. But once again, Yu Qingling had to be disappointed as Ling Yunfeng didn't look upset at all. His calm expression never left his face. I will take Ronger Jr.'s sister from Earth Monarch Tianyun's hand, Ling Yunfeng said with a serious expression. Yi Tianyun almost threw up as he couldn't stomach how awkward the situation was. This Yu Qingling woman was too desperate to get Ling Yunfeng's attention. Yu Qingling was speechless as it was clear that Ling Yunfeng had already set his eyes on Xiao Marong and didn't seem to care about anyone else. Brother Ling, do you really like Miss Mu? Yi Tianyun asked solemnly. Is it true that your family set you up for this? Or do you really like Miss Mu from the bottom of your heart? Yi Tianyun added. Ling Yunfeng frowned as he thought about it himself. Honestly, my family did want me to marry Ronger. They say that the marriage will help my cultivation. Ling Yunfeng said honestly. So, you don't really like Miss Mu at all, do you? Yi Tianyun shook his head. That is not true. Ronger Jr.'s sister is a kind woman, and there is nothing wrong with wanting a strong and kind woman as your Dao companion. Ling Yunfeng said truthfully. Brother Ling, tell me the truth. Are you going to follow the instruction of your family to keep going after Miss Mu regardless of how you feel? Yi Tianyun asked. That is right, I will pursue Ronger no matter what. Ling Yunfeng said solemnly. Xiao Marong was shocked as she heard Ling Yunfeng's answer. This guy was clearly mad. He just thought that Xiao Marong was only a cultivation tool. Brother Ling, listen to me. Even if you are married to Miss Mu, it won't help you much with your cultivation. Her physical attributes don't fit you well. You should find some powerful ice attribute woman, it would help you tremendously. Yi Tianyun suggested, but my family said. Ling Yunfeng was definitely confused right now. You don't have to worry about your family. Don't you want to break through your cultivation phase? Yi Tianyun said suggestively. That is right, I should care about my own cultivation. Ling Yunfeng said confidently. Obviously, he didn't care about what the woman thought as he only cared about himself. Brother Ling, let me give you some advice. Yi Tianyun pulled Ling Yunfeng away from Xiao Marong and Yun Qingling. He whispered something to Ling Yunfeng's ear, and after some time, Ling Yunfeng's expression changed like he had found some revelation. I will listen to Brother Yi this time. It is indeed troublesome if I have to marry Ronger Jr.'s sister, she won't listen to whatever I say. Ling Yunfeng said confidently. He then turned his attention to Xiao Marong once again. Ronger Jr.'s sister, I will not make you my Dao companion. I didn't have much interest in you, I am sorry. Ling Yunfeng said indifferently. Xiao Marong just stared at Ling Yunfeng as she didn't know what was going on, but it was relieving at the very least. Ling Yunfeng then turned around and headed towards his Ling family's camp. Yu Qingling, on the side, was also dumbfounded by the whole interaction as she thought that Ling Yunfeng wouldn't stop chasing after Xiao Marong, but he suddenly stopped just like that. What is wrong with him? If he doesn't like me, then he wouldn't like any other woman. Yu Qingling said as he glanced toward Xiao Marong for a second before she left. Now, everything has been solved, Ling Yunfeng wouldn't bother you again. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He didn't expect that he would be able to solve the problems so quickly like this. Who knew that Ling Yunfeng was just a cultivation freak? What did you say to him? He leaves me as soon as you are done talking to him. Xiao Marong said curiously. She had tried so many things before, but Ling Yunfeng hardly ever left her alone. It's simple. I told him that his family wanted him to marry you not because it would advance his cultivation, rather it was more of a political marriage. So, I said that at the end of this stage, I will help him find a place for him to cultivate to the 9th layer Earth Monarch stage. Yi Tianyun explained. What? How did it work like that? Xiao Morong asked curiously. Well, it was the best way to deal with someone that was obsessed with cultivation. It is best to give them what they want than trying to deny them outright. Yi Tianyun shrugged. I can't believe this. You are a genius, Xiao Morong said excitedly. Yi Tianyun just smiled as he didn't say that it wasn't actually that simple. Chapter 1005. The participants were waiting for the second stage to commence inside the god-fighting arena. Until this time, they already took a variety of medicinal pills to boost their strength for the incoming fight. After a while, the long-awaited voice was heard. The first to appear was the 5 top experts that immediately took their seat on the forefront row, where the best seat in the arena was located. They released a majestic aura that spread out all over the arena. All the audience was immediately silenced as they were awed by the majesty. These 5 experts were the agents of God Domain's War of Ascension. They were the elder of their God Domain, not the Territory Lord, as Territory Lord didn't need to be present here in person. God Domain's War of Ascension wasn't a major event for them, and it was normal to send their elder instead. Even an elder coming in itself was already amazing enough because these 5 were already at the God Monarch stage. They just sat there, sending off pressure at everyone had already served their own purpose. Is this the God Monarch's power? Yi Tianyun raised his head and looked at the 5 elders with his appraisal eyes. He couldn't see their combat power, but it was to be expected as their cultivation was too high for his appraisal eye. Level up, appraisal eye, Yi Tianyun said to himself without hesitation. Successfully used 50 million CPs to level up appraisal eye to level 5. Next level requires 5 billion CPs. Yi Tianyun looked over towards the 5 elders, and now, he was finally able to see their information. Heavenly Punishment Elder. 5th layer God Monarch stage. Use Heavenly Thunder's power, capable of releasing a terrifying Heavenly Thunder to strike the enemy. Possess Thunder God Body, could turn invulnerable at command. Weakness. No obvious weakness. Combat power. 9.7 million star points. Dong Long Elder. 6th layer God Monarch stage. Use Dragon Blood power, capable of turning into a huge dragon that smashed everything with its energy bomb and able to withstand all attacks. Weakness. Ultimate Metal Attribute attack. Combat power. 11.3 million star points. Ji-Fan Elder. 5th layer God Monarch stage. Use Power of Destruction. Weakness. Extreme Vitality Energy. Combat power. 10.3 million star points. Lu Yu Elder. 5th layer God Monarch stage. Use Power of Boundless Earth. Weakness. Powerful Wood Attribute attack. Combat power. 9.5 million star points. Elder Go Huang. 6th layer God Monarch stage. Use the Power of Spirit of the Earth. Weakness. Powerful Fire attack. Combat power. 12.5 million star points. The information of the 5 elders was visible in front of Yi Tianyun, and that included every equipments that they wore. But it didn't matter for Yi Tianyun right now as he only wanted to see their combat power. Yi Tianyun still believed that these 5 elders' combat power was within the scope of reasonable as it was the standard combat power of a God Monarch stage. Still, it was beyond his reach for now. With the data that Yi Tianyun saw, no wonder the God Monarch could crush any first-grade God domain that they didn't like. Now, their territory lord must be more powerful than them, and the thought of it only filled Yi Tianyun with excitement. As the 5 elders sat in their seat, all the other experts that sat down earlier immediately got up and greeted the 5 elders. Long live the 5 elders! Every expert on the platform shouted excitedly. The sound was deafening as hundreds of experts shouted at the top of their lungs. The 5 elders just nodded their heads in satisfaction. Then with that done, all the other experts earlier sat back down again. It is time for us to observe the younglings once again. The current situation is somewhat unexpected as one of them reached the 9th grade on the War God Thunder Drums. This hasn't occurred for a long time, Elder Go Huang that sat in the middle said as he looked around the contestant. He was definitely the strongest among the 5 elders, which meant he also came from the strongest God domain among the 5 elders. As usual, Yi Tianyun carefully observed the elders' lips when they spoke, so he had a gist of what they were talking about. Yi Tianyun himself wondered if getting the 9th grade was a mistake on his part. Still, Yi Tianyun noticed that the 5 elders didn't seem excited or interested. It was like the 9th grade achievement was meant to happen, and it wasn't something extraordinary at all. Let's prepare for the second test. But we have to give them their corresponding rewards first. Elder Go Huang said as he glanced at the participants and waved his hands. Suddenly a huge temple appeared and quickly descended to an open ground. The temple landed followed by an earthquake, and as the dust settled, everyone could see that it was a grand temple. Those that achieved our standard will get a corresponding reward. You can take your tokens inside and redeem them. But you can't exchange the tokens you got from War God Thunder Drums, it was meant for something else. Elder Go Huang's voice was echoing through the entire area. Tianyun frowned a little as that meant he only had a few hundred tokens to exchange. Although his name was at the first rank on the scoreboard, Tianyun got most of the tokens on War God Thunder Drums. As soon as Elder Go Huang stopped speaking, a group of people immediately entered the temple. Tianyun also followed inside, taking a glimpse of the treasures that the temple had to offer. He could see that the best treasure was the high-grade rebirth level treasure. These treasures needed a few thousand tokens to redeem. Among the participants, there were actually fewer than a dozen of people who met the requirements to redeem them. After all, not that many people can get their hands on hundreds of tokens. Furthermore, the participants that came with a group had to share their tokens, leaving them with lesser tokens. Chapter 1006. There are high-grade rebirth level treasures everywhere here. Tianyun shook his head as he saw the content of the temple. Second-grade god domain was surely much wealthier than the first-grade god domain. This much treasure wouldn't be found on the first-grade god domain. Tianyun estimated that he had enough tokens to redeem one of these high-grade rebirth level treasures, but he wasn't sure if that applied to the rest of them. A high-grade rebirth level treasure required 1,000 tokens, which meant they had to get at least 7th grade on War God Thunder Drums. Of course, the higher-rated items require 3,000 tokens, and the cultivator that wanted to get it must get at least 8th grade War God Thunder Drums. Certainly, it wasn't easy to achieve. However, since the tokens from the War God Thunder Drum weren't usable on this occasion, the participant that got more than 200 tokens would be able to redeem one high-grade rebirth level treasure once. The number of participants that would be able to get a high-grade rebirth level treasure would rise immediately, but it would be no more than 100 participants. Of course, Tianyun immediately exchanged his tokens for high-grade rebirth level treasure without any hesitation. He had enough tokens, and in his perspective, there was no point in getting anything below high-grade rebirth level treasure. Tianyun walked towards a treasure that he wanted, and it was a Sanskrit pen. Tianyun knew that he ought to improve his God Rune Master if he wanted to compete against other God Rune Masters in God Domain. In addition, Tianyun also wanted to improve the divine rune he created for the 3 realms, so it would be more secure for the people of the 3 realms. The divine rune that he had before didn't have any effect on the equipment that he got recently, and it was a little bit disappointing. He knew that if he learned a better divine rune that used the divine imprint, he could engrave them on his equipment, enhancing their performance further. Just imagine what would happen if he engraved a performance-enhancing divine imprint on Desolate Ancient Set. But when Tianyun wanted to grab the Sanskrit pen for himself, a voice stopped him from behind. "Leave the Sanskrit pen alone," a voice said hurriedly. Tianyun turned around and saw a pair of weird cultivators walking toward him hurriedly. They each had a snake that followed them around, and they also emitted an eerie evil spirit aura from their whole body. Tianyun wasn't bothered by them at all as he exchanged his tokens with Sanskrit pen, ignoring the 2 weird cultivators completely. Although the Sanskrit pen used almost all the tokens he got outside of the War God Thunder Drums event, it didn't matter for Tianyun as he needed this Sanskrit pen. "Hey, did you not hear what I said earlier? Get that thing out right now. It is mine," Earth Monarch Yao Tong shouted coldly. "How is it yours when I exchange it first?" Tianyun said indifferently. "How dare you?" Earth Monarch Yao Tong shouted like he was about to hit Tianyun, but he knew better. The temple had a rule that forbade fighting after all. What are you going to do about it? Now, please get out of my way. You are hindering me from choosing other treasures. Tianyun said indifferently. Naturally, Tianyun wouldn't choose only one treasure. The purpose of the tokens was to redeem the treasure here, and he wouldn't wait around for there to be another opportunity. Even if he wouldn't use it for himself, he could still gift them to someone he trusted later. "You arrogant trash human, don't think for a second that you are better than any of us just because you get the first place achievement. Let me warn you, if we use our full power, we would be able to reach the 9th grade back there." Earth Monarch Yao Tong was full of disdain. Their loud voice attracted the attention of the cultivators around them, but they all agreed with Earth Monarch Yao Tong. As they still looked down upon human race. Clearly, these cultivators had never seen Yi Tianyun in action firsthand, and they thought that Yi Tianyun reaching 9th grade back in the War God Thunder Drum was a fluke. Of course, they had already heard of Yi Tianyun's achievement, but they thought that it was absurd. Clearly, Yi Tianyun's story has been altered in some way so that he seemed stronger. That's none of my business. If you could get the 9th grade, congratulations. But I don't care about it, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Now, I will say it once again. Get the hell out of my way. You are in the way, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Earth Monarch Yao Tong glared at Yi Tianyun, and the guards in the temple gate were instantly alarmed as they sensed some killing intent from inside the temple. Just you wait later. You will know that you are a frog in a well. You think that you are great just because you got 9th grade on War God Thunder Drums. You are still trash in front of our superior race. This second stage is fighting competition, and I will surely crush you there. Earth Monarch Yao Tong said coldly. Great. Now, stay well until then, Yi Tianyun said sarcastically before walking past Earth Monarch Yao Tong and looking for other treasures. Earth Monarch Yao Tong just gritted his teeth in anger as he really wanted to kill Yi Tianyun right now, but he had to wait for the second stage to start. The other cultivators just shook their heads as they thought Yi Tianyun clearly had a death wish. He was too arrogant for his own good. Not only was he already in bad blood against Earth Monarch Lei Yun, now he also provoked Earth Monarch Yao Tong. Little brother Yi, are you going to be fine? Earth Monarch Yao Tong is in the top 8, and I heard that he is quite strong. Ling Yunfeng asked curiously. It's fine. Even if I give him the treasure, it won't change anything, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. I thought so too, Ling Yunfeng said casually. So, why would I give him the treasure I got with my own tokens then? Isn't it stupid to give him what he wants? Yi Tianyun shrugged his shoulder. Ling Yunfeng looked at Yi Tianyun with a newfound respect. You are very brave, little brother Yi, Ling Yunfeng said respectfully. Chapter 1007. Yi Tianyun was indeed very brave, and it made Ling Yunfeng admire him even more. He stood tall before those who tried to pressure him. It was enough to scare someone that didn't have an iron will. Stop picking a fight with others every chance you get. Xiao Morong scolds Yi Tianyun for his attitude. Brother Yi, you definitely would win the competition, but please don't make enemies everywhere you go. Xiao Morong scolded Yi Tianyun. She always acted like this, and now that her life was saved by Yi Tianyun 2 times, she got to return the favor. Although she was born from a high-status family, she didn't care about delicacy at all. She even acted merciless sometimes as she wouldn't let those that already humiliated her remain alive. That was what happened to the guy that poisoned her earlier. She wouldn't give up even if it cost her life. Wronger really isn't suitable for becoming my Dao companion, Ling Yunfeng said as he was shocked that Xiao Morong just scolded Yi Tianyun like that despite her being a weaker one. Ling Yunfeng was very modest in this regard, as other people would despise Xiao Morong for what she had done in the past. In this instance, Yi Tianyun appreciated Ling Yunfeng's trait. He was definitely better than many people, and for that, he would surely go far. Yi Tianyun immediately chose another treasure, and it was an alchemy furnace of high-grade rebirth level item. He also chose some divine imprint engraving methods for him to try later. As Yi Tianyun got some treasure in the War God Thunder Drums section of the temple, he already used up 7,000 tokens in a short amount of time. It wasn't easy to get that many tokens, but surely, spending it was too easy. After Yi Tianyun finished spending his tokens, he walked out of the temple immediately. He looked around and noticed some cultivators didn't seem to do that well as some of them could only spend their tokens on some medicinal pills. It was clear that not everyone had as many tokens as him. The amount of Yi Tianyun tokens brought jealousy to everyone as they wanted to have that many tokens themselves to redeem the treasures here. Meanwhile, Earth Monarch Yao Tong was still letting his killing intent loose as he stared daggers towards Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun just ignored the Earth Monarch Yao Tong as he didn't care what the other guy was doing. Then, Yi Tianyun walked towards the place he meditated earlier, and now, there were not that many cultivators there. Some of them were Sikong Ma, Yuan Tianyu, and a couple of Heavenly Edict core disciples that joined Sikong Ma's group. So many cultivators have been eliminated, and it wasn't just from Heavenly Edict divine territory, as other god domains also suffered heavy casualties. Yi Tianyun looked around and saw several powerful earth monarchs around, Tianqing, Yunlei, and Yao Tong, to name a few of them. The camp of the three Earth Monarchs was an extremely powerful first-grade god domain. But something bugged Yi Tianyun as he could feel them from earlier. I felt the aura of evil spirit race, Yi Tianyun said as he felt the aura from the black-robed cultivators not too far away. But he wasn't sure as various auras swirled around in the air. When he wanted to check them for sure, he took out the evil spirit race blood essence from his storage ring, but it wasn't reacting at all. Could it be something else that has a similar aura to them? Yi Tianyun wondered as he tried to use the appraisal eye on the people he suspected as the evil spirit race. Earth Monarch Tag, 7th layer Earth Monarch with evil spirit race bloodline. The information was very limited, but it was all Yi Tianyun needed. He didn't have to look for other information as he just wanted to know if this person was an evil spirit race cultivator or not. But Yi Tianyun just shook his head as he realized that the person only had their bloodline. Yi Tianyun didn't expect the evil spirit race to come to such an event, but it might be possible. Fortunately, he didn't see anyone else with evil spirit race bloodline on Earth Monarch Teg's camp. According to the ranking, Earth Monarch Teg wasn't that good either, as he only got around rank 80. This rank wasn't bad, but it was certainly not something to brag about. But still, Yi Tianyun couldn't shake off his suspicion as Earth Monarch Teg wouldn't have any problem to reach at least rank 30 with his cultivation level. It was either his ability and power weren't that good, or he deliberately held back his power. Yi Tianyun believed that Earth Monarch Teg was concealing his power, and that was why Yi Tianyun was determined to keep his eye on him. Concealing one's power to infiltrate the enemy was very evil spirit race-like, so he wouldn't be surprised if that was really the case here. Miss Mew, do you know anything about evil spirit race? Yi Tianyun asked. Evil spirit race, isn't it a very evil race? Xiao Marong immediately showed disgust. Did they participate in the War of Ascension? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. They wouldn't dare to come here. If they were to be found, they would be killed. Is there any evil spirit race among the participants? Xiao Marong asked as she looked around, trying to find the evil spirit race cultivator. That man in the black robe is from evil spirit race, but his bloodline is so faint that I am afraid. No one would believe me, Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face. Yi Tianyun had the information, but he didn't think anyone else would have a method to check on their own. You are right, I can't feel it at all, Xiao Marong said with a frown on her face. Just be cautious of him for now. I don't know what their plan was, but as long as there is an evil spirit race cultivator around here, things may go awry later. Yi Tianyun reminded Xiao Marong. He had so many experiences with evil spirit race, and thus, he didn't want to make any mistakes around them. Of course, Xiao Marong nodded her head as she didn't doubt Yi Tianyun at all. She assumed the black-robed man was from evil spirit race immediately. She also knew that they couldn't just accuse someone randomly without any evidence as they could get punished for doing that. Yi Tianyun kept staring at Earth Monarch Teg, and at some point, Earth Monarch Teg noticed Yi Tianyun has been staring at him, so he looked at Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun saw the dark eyes beneath the hood. He couldn't see everything, but it was like looking at a bottomless pit that would pull everyone into a whirlpool abyss. Chapter 1008. There were a lot of good treasures here in this temple, and it was better compared to most of the god domain's treasures. It seems that you are satisfied, Elder Go Huang said with a smile on his face. Some of you have the opportunity to become a disciple of our 5 great god domain, and this test would certainly bring you those benefits. Elder Go Huang explained. He was gentle to everyone as he saw some excellent geniuses among them. There are a few participants that were born and raised in god domain, which meant that they had a significant advantage over their other peers. But now, everyone listened to Elder Go Huang's words attentively. So, the second stage of divine tribulation starts, Elder Go Huang said slowly. The participants shuddered for a moment as they were reminded of the heavenly tribulation that they experienced in the past. It certainly wasn't easy to pass. You don't have to be nervous as we are just conducting a series of similar tests to it. Elder Go hurriedly Huang said as he saw the participants grow nervous. This is an advanced test to see what you would do in the future, and it would be useful for you. Elder Go Huang said confidently. Now, the difficulty would be increased according to your grade on the War God Thunder Drum, but this time we set a standard for everyone. You will pass the test if you can pass the 5th level of Divine Tribulation. Now, the higher you go, the better reward you'd get. Elder Go Huang explained further. The rule was simple, so the participants knew what to do this round. In fact, they would be able to assess the power of their competitors at the same time. They didn't think about the rewards right now, as they knew that the reward would be second in nature when they had already tried their best. After listening to Elder Go Huang's explanation, everyone looked for a spot for themselves. The god-fighting field was very spacious and could easily accommodate 100,000 people in the arena. Of course, it had observer seats on the upper level. Nevertheless, the cultivator didn't mind staying far away from the arena as they could see it just fine. The second stage's task is different from before, Nian Siyu said worriedly in the upper level. The difficulty sounds okay, Yi Tianyun should be able to pass the level just fine. Nian Siyu tried to assure herself. Nevertheless, she knew that there was no such thing as certain in War of Ascension. The sky began to change color, a signal to everyone that the second stage was about to begin. A thick tribulation cloud appeared from the sky, and it was black. A dense heavenly thunder rolled on the clouds, causing a hammering sound so loud that it was deafening. The participants just stared at the clouds vigilantly as they expected the thunder would hit very soon. The first level, Elder Go Huang shouted expectantly. An intense heavenly thunder immediately hit every single participant simultaneously. It wasn't about who was going first or second, as everyone was hit at the same time. Nearly 1,000 thunderbolts struck the ground, blinding the surrounding area from the intense heat and flash. Yi Tianyun easily held his ground and even absorbed the thunder as express. "This is good," Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He was in meditating position as he didn't do anything special to withstand the thunder. He just simply let his body absorb the thunder that was comprised of star power and absorbed it. The express he got from the thunder was decent too. It is comparable to the express he got inside the Divine Temple of Life. Still, this was the first level Divine Thunder. He expected the express he got later would be much higher than this. The Divine Thunder didn't stop striking down to the ground. The participants used every means to withstand the thunder. Some used a weapon, but some, like Yi Tianyun, only relied on their own body. Yi Tianyun raised his head to look around and saw that Earth Monarch Tian Qing also sat down with her flame repelling the thunder that struck down at her. It couldn't even touch her skin. Earth Monarch Yao Tong was also doing the same thing. He enveloped himself with energy and withstand heavenly thunder that came at him that way. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun really let the thunder hit him as he absorbed the energy from the thunder as express. It was different than any participants out there, as the thunder didn't come into contact with their skin. But there was an exception to that. Earth Monarch Yunlei also let the thunder hit him directly as he also absorbed the thunder for his cultivation. He showed some interest in Yi Tianyun as he never saw anyone interact with the divine thunder this way. Is that brat also a thunder attribute cultivator? Earth Monarch Yunlei wondered by himself. Soon, the first level was over, and rain of energy fell from the clouds. It was a rich star energy that rejuvenated the cultivators after withstanding the divine thunder earlier. It was like the natural heavenly tribulation that healed their body after they passed their test. But still, this artificial divine tribulation that the second stage provided lacked a force of pressure. Fortunately, it worked well for the participants as it wasn't life-threatening. I am surprised that they could really simulate the heavenly tribulation like this. Yi Tianyun said as he started to wonder what kind of divine imprint it was. He wanted to learn it himself if possible, as he could build a better environment for his disciple to cultivate. Soon, the second level of the divine tribulation began to build up as the pressure in the air intensified. The clouds remained the same, but the thunderstrikes suddenly became bigger and stronger. The giant thunderstrike struck Yi Tianyun's body, and Yi Tianyun absorbed the thunder once again. Still, he wasn't able to completely absorb the thunder. Nevertheless, the little thunder that he couldn't absorb just bounced off his skin, unable to penetrate his skin. "All right," Yi Tianyun said while smiling, as it wasn't something out of his expectation. Chapter 1009. The heavenly thunder kept getting stronger, and Yi Tianyun withstood them all without any problem with his powerful physique. The second level will be over soon, and Yi Tianyun now noticed that each level only lasted for about 1 hour. After each level was concluded, those who remained standing would get rewarded. Also, their injury would be healed, and their energy would be replenished. Through the second level, almost none of the participants failed as they proved their worth for passing the first stage of War of Ascension. The condition of passing the second stage of War of Ascension was withstanding the divine tribulation until the 5th level. If they were eliminated before that, they just proved to everyone that they were just a mediocre cultivator. The third level is here, Elder Go Huang shouted as the clouds in the sky converged once again. The thunder soon struck, and the cultivators were trying hard to make sure that they could withstand the thunder just fine. Still, the third level's thunder was bigger than the previous thunder. The thunder hit Yi Tianyun directly, but Yi Tianyun still withstood the thunder with only his bare skin. The thunder strikes were blinding, and no one could really see what Yi Tianyun was doing among the smoke and dust around him. Nevertheless, the heavenly thunder didn't stop there. It struck at Yi Tianyun's spot repeatedly without ever dropping its power. Loud screams could be heard from all directions as several cultivators could no longer withstand the heavenly thunder. However, there were no casualties. Those who failed to withstand the heavenly thunder did receive serious injuries, but they were immediately teleported to safety at the moment of failure. The third level was soon over, and hundreds of people were already gone from the arena, meaning they were already eliminated from the War of Ascension. Nevertheless, it was very rare to see someone withstanding the heavenly thunder with only his bare skin like Yi Tianyun. Does that brat have heavenly thunder body? Earth Monarch Yunlei wondered as he focused his attention on Yi Tianyun all the time. But he couldn't believe that Yi Tianyun withstands the heavenly thunder only with his body alone until now. Earth Monarch Yunlei also withstood the heavenly thunder with his body as he had heavenly thunder body, but he thought that he was the only one who had it here. Nonetheless, Yi Tianyun was the center of attention. After all, Yi Tianyun got first place on the leaderboard. Many experts also thought that Yi Tianyun had heavenly thunder body as he withstood all the heavenly thunder with his body like it was nothing. All cultivators felt pressured as the clouds began to converge once again, meaning that the next level would begin soon enough. They didn't know how strong the next heavenly thunder would be, which worried them as they didn't want to be eliminated from the War of Ascension. Furthermore, they knew if the heavenly thunder kept getting stronger, the clouds would eventually rain down tribulation fire at some point. No one wanted to deal with that, as it would be more devastating than the heavenly thunder. The fourth level starts here. Elder Go Huang was excited. A blinding flash of lightning blinded everyone, and thunder struck the cultivators in the arena. Many screams were overshadowed by the deafening sound of the thunder, and when the light disappeared, they all saw that their number had decreased once more. The sky rumbled once again, a signal for everyone that another thunder would strike soon. Their number had been depleted from thousands to less than 500, and it would continue to go down as the level increased. But they saw that Yi Tianyun could easily withstand the heavenly thunder and Earth Monarch Yunlei also withstanding the heavenly thunder easily. This was the reason they assumed that Yi Tianyun also had heavenly thunder body. That brat must have heavenly thunder body, there is no doubt about it now. 9 Domain Territory Lord sighed as he didn't expect such genius would appear on Heavenly Edict Divine Territory of all places. But, no one knew that Yi Tianyun actually didn't have heavenly thunder body. They just misunderstood Yi Tianyun as they didn't expect someone without heavenly thunder body to withstand the heavenly thunder only with their body. After the end of the fourth level, they were given a break as they recovered their injury and energy. Now, the number of participants had dwindled that it was easier to observe people in the arena. Some god domains even lost all of their participants and were forced to give up on their endeavors. For example, Heavenly Edict Divine Territory only had 3 remaining cultivators left as Sima Kong and the rest of his group were eliminated on the 4th level. Yuan Tianyu was the only one among them that survived the Heavenly Thunder and could continue to the next level. Fire Jade Divine Territory still had Yu Qingling as their participants, but their expression wasn't the same as earlier. Now, they only had Yu Qingling left as no other participants from their side could withstand the Heavenly Thunder. They clearly couldn't hide their embarrassment from being outclassed by Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. If Yu Qingling was eliminated, Fire Jade Divine Territory would be reduced to a mere spectator of War of Ascension. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord couldn't help but laugh as he only wished to get within the top 100 on the leaderboard at first. He could never imagine that his cultivator would get first place among all others. Now, as the other god domains had lost most of their cultivators, Heavenly Edict Divine Territory still had 3 cultivators. Yi Tianyun, of course, didn't care about such a thing. He just waited for the Heavenly Thunder to strike again as he wanted to continue gaining express. The 5th level now begins. Elder Go Huang's voice echoed, and the sky once again began to rumble, but this time, there was a slight tint of red among the flashes inside the heavenly tribulation clouds themselves. This was a signal that the divine tribulation had merged with tribulation fire. As long as the participant passed this level, they would pass the second stage of War of Ascension and could move to the next stage. Many participants started to look up and felt the burning flames on their skin. Several cultivators even tried to kneel down to avoid the high temperature, to no avail. Many elders and territory lords that watched the stage from above began to pray as they hoped that their cultivators could withstand the next thunderstrike. They had long forgotten their desire for high ranking on the leaderboard, as they knew that it was enough if their cultivators could survive this level. Chapter 10:10. The territory lord now only wished their cultivator could pass. The rank wasn't a priority any longer. They all knew that the test this time was harder than they thought it would be, and asking for rank on top of this hard difficulty was too greedy. Meanwhile, Tianyun was still meditating, ignoring everything around him. Divine thunder and tribulation fire fused together and hit the ground, forming a huge beam of thunder, not missing any participant on the ground. The entire god-fighting field shook as the thunder seemed to shake its core. The scream of the participant was completely inaudible as the thunder strike was too loud, impairing everyone's hearing for a few seconds. The territory lords kept their eyes on their cultivators. They wanted to see whether their disciple was still there or not. As the smokes dissipated, the number of participants dwindled once more. Now, there were less than half of the previous number, as barely 200 cultivators were left in the arena now. Some seemed to barely hold on as their body was already charred from the thunderstrike earlier. However, they quickly took their medicinal pills without any hesitation. While some were barely holding on, some others didn't seem to be bothered by the thunder at all. Earth Monarch Tianyun that covered her body with sacred fire didn't seem to be injured by the thunder. It seemed her fire burned the thunder before it could even hit her body. Earth Monarch Yunlei also seemed to be fine, but he no longer just endured the thunder with his bare skin, this time as a dense thunder shield was formed like an umbrella on top of his head. It wasn't that hard, Earth Monarch Yunlei said as look over towards Tianyun's position. But he couldn't hide his shock as he saw Tianyun didn't seem to use any defensive mechanism to block both the heavenly thunder and tribulation fire. Are you kidding me? Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said as he, too, was shocked to see Tianyun didn't use anything. He thought that Tianyun was using some kind of abilities to resist the thunder, but now that didn't seem to be the case. Everyone speculated that Tianyun had heavenly thunder body, but now they weren't sure anymore as heavenly thunder body was weak to the tribulation fire. Territory Lord, have you forgotten that he has 2 demon fires within him? Nian Siyu said casually. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord immediately sat back in relief as he now remembered that Tianyun had 2 demon fires, which meant that the tribulation fire wouldn't do anything to him. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord just smiled as he knew Tianyun would pass this stage just fine. Heavenly thunder and tribulation fire bombarded the arena once again, but Tianyun still endured them just fine. He was wearing evil demon god suit and desolate ancient set. He already had a high defensive power. He didn't need something like heavenly thunder body to withstand this much heavenly thunder. Even if the heavenly thunder penetrated his skin, his body would absorb it just fine. He was in no rush to use any defensive technique to withstand the thunder that came his way. Other cultivators weren't so fortunate as they couldn't allow the heavenly thunder to penetrate their skin as it would cause severe damage to their internal system. After an hour, the 5th level was finally over. There were 150 cultivators left in the arena, which meant only 150 cultivators would continue to the next stage. Still, this number was amazing as more than 100 cultivators passed this arduous test. We passed. The cultivators that managed to survive the 5th level cheered in satisfaction. But still, some cultivators didn't seem to be satisfied with the result. Earth Monarch Tianyun, in particular, didn't show any emotion at all regarding her result. What a bunch of idiots. What are you so happy about? Earth Monarch Yao Tong coldly said as he looked over towards the cultivators that cheered for their success in passing the 2nd stage. These geniuses that rarely shared anything with anyone else naturally despised people who did everything in their power and barely passed like them. Tianyun himself looked over at Xiao Marong's spot as he knew that heavenly thunder and tribulation fire wasn't something that she could naturally resist. But Tianyun was surprised that Xiao Marong had also passed, despite facing her elemental weakness. Yuan Tianyu also held his ground, but it seemed he was injured by the last heavenly thunder. Ling Yunfeng and Yu Qingling both also passed the 2nd stage, and they both seemed to be supporting each other. Brother Tianyun, what's your secret? You just withstand all heavenly thunder with your body? Xiao Marong asked curiously. It's nothing. You just have to keep your eyes open, Tianyun said with a smile on his face. But suddenly, a flash of thunder blinded everyone again. It was a sign that the next level would start. Although everyone had already reached the level where they had already passed the second stage itself wasn't over just yet. Elder Go Huang just smiled on top of the observation seat. He wanted to start the 6th level immediately as he didn't want to give any rest to the participants. Everyone here had passed the second stage, but the second stage had up to the 9th level. The 6th level is about to begin, prepare yourself. Elder Go Huang reminded everyone. The cultivators that were rejoicing and cheering as they had already passed the second stage prepared themselves again as the heavenly thunder was about to strike once more. A golden flash of light appeared, and the thunder immediately struck the ground. There was no doubt in everyone's mind that the golden color came from metal attributed energy. Sure enough, this heavenly thunder was mixed with metal energy, and now, it was like a very sharp long spear mixed with tribulation fire, making it very hot too. Everyone was shocked by the powerful thunder as it wasn't easy to resist this time. Tianyun looked up into the sky with his appraisal eye and saw that the heavenly thunder, this time, had 180.000 star power. Tianyun shook his head as this much wasn't even a big deal for him. But for most of the cultivators here, this much power was already a nightmare. If I am only a normal cultivator, I might choose to retire here. This stage is really too much to handle. Tianyun shook his head. But as he said, this was beyond what a normal Earth Monarch cultivator could handle. Chapter 10:11. The thunder and lightning in the clouds condensed and hit the ground like a spear tumbling down the sky. The pressure on the crowd's side was even more intense as they sensed their cultivators would be eliminated as the thunder hit the ground. While Elder Go Huang said that the test wouldn't result in death, if the cultivator themselves failed to recognize the power of the thunder, the damage might become fatal. A personal assessment had to be taken seriously, and the cultivators had to know when to give up. Now, Tianyun was among the cultivator that could withstand the 6th level, although he might do it easier than most. Like a thunder god spear itself, the thunder exploded and tried to nail as many cultivators on the ground as possible. The ground itself began to tremble before the thunder even hit the ground. As the thunder hit the ground, the thunder created a huge crater. It was like a meteor had fallen where the thunder had struck. Everyone couldn't see the situation in the arena as the dazzling light blinded them. However, they could certainly feel some strong existence in the arena. The white light quickly disappeared, and the total of 150 cultivators quickly became 90. Of the 90 cultivators, more than 50 were severely injured as their body was covered in blood. Among the remaining 40, some were slightly injured, while several others weren't even harmed. The ones that were not really bothered by the thunder were Tianyun and Earth Monarch Tianqing. Still, Tianyun was clearly on the top here, as there was not even a scratch on his skin. Everyone was still surprised when they observed Tianyun as they noticed that Tianyun still withstood the thunder with his bare skin. He has some skills, alright, Earth Monarch Yao Tong said sinisterly. He thought that the best Tianyun could do was defend. He was confident that he would come on top if he fought Tianyun. Meanwhile, the 5 elders nodded at each other as they acknowledged Tianyun's ability. They weren't shocked by Tianyun's skill, but clearly, they were a little bit surprised. They were used to this kind of scene, so it no longer shocked them. This young human is interesting. I haven't seen any strong human for quite a while, Elder Go Huang said as he looked at Tianyun. He then shifted his attention towards Earth Monarch Tianqing. Meanwhile, this one can control sacred fire. It is amazing to see everything got incinerated before hitting her, Elder Go Huang said excitedly. The human race is indeed a good cultivator, but compared to the owner of the sacred fire, he seems to fall short. He has a good defense, but if he would fight the sacred fire owner, I doubt he could do anything. The other elders said while nodding their heads. They clearly favored Earth Monarch Tianqing more than Tianyun. An explosion occurred again while the 5 elders discussed their own opinion while the heavenly tribulation was still fiercely striking down to the arena. The white light that came with the thunder kept blinding everyone, and the explosion continued to occur, with the spectator unable to see what was happening in the arena. The cultivators were being culled one by one, and after a while, only 50 people were left in the arena. The cultivators regularly took their medicinal pills and quickly recovered themselves to stay in the arena. The thunder is too horrifying, I almost can't take it, one of the cultivators said to the cultivator beside him. Yes, it's too intense. It feels like I would get killed anytime, the cultivator on the side said with a frown on his face. They were worried that the 6th level was probably the furthest they could get. Now, at this moment, only 46 cultivators were left in the arena, which meant those that could withstand the 7th level would be the center of attention. From over 100,000 cultivators to 46 cultivators left, it was a harsh truth that the second stage of War of Ascension wasn't some easy walk in the park. Elder Go Huang didn't say anything about the reward of the second stage, but everyone knew it would be something amazing. Still, the better the cultivator's performance, the higher their chance of being selected as a new disciple of the elders. There was more second-grade god domains out there, but these 5 god domains were currently the only second-grade god domains that accepted a cultivator from mortal domain to become their disciple. The only way for a cultivator to be accepted as a new disciple of the second-grade god domain right now was to advance in the War of Ascension. There was no other way to get in right now. The 7th level is about to begin. There is no way to guarantee your life in the next level, and therefore, proceed with caution as we wouldn't be responsible for anyone's death. Elder Go Huang reminded everyone in the arena. The 7th level was different from other levels, and the power would definitely be more destructive than in the previous levels. I am out. Someone immediately surrendered without any hesitation. Clearly, he felt like he was about to die in the 6th level, and he didn't want to try out his luck on the next level. I am also out. Someone else also surrendered without any hesitation. No one laughed at them as everyone knew how hard it would be to withstand the thunder. After a while, there were only 26 cultivators left in the arena. How do you feel this time? Can you withstand the next level? Tianyun asked Xiao Marong as she still chose to stay in the arena. I can still continue, Xiao Marong said confidently. That's good, if you can't withstand it any longer, just fall to the ground. Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He didn't persuade Xiao Marong to stop as he knew that he wouldn't be able to change Xiao Marong's mind. So, it was better to support her choice instead. Ling Yunfang, on the other hand, had also persisted as he thought he could still withstand the 7th level. Chapter 10-12. The 7th level is ready to start. Elder Go Huang's voice echoed throughout the entire arena. The sky once again showed a yellowish color as the thunder sparked inside the cloud. This time, the heavenly tribulation also contained the earth power, so the pressure from the sky was so intense that it felt like bending people's bodies. They doubled the power with the power of the earth. Tianyun said as he inspected the heavenly thunder with his appraisal eye and saw that it had around 40 million star power right now. This was remarkable as the previous one was only at the tens of thousands. With this much power, not even the ordinary heaven monarch cultivator could withstand this kind of power. What would happen with the earth monarch here? The huge god spear was ready to strike from the clouds, and once everyone realized what they would have to endure, their face turned pale. If they couldn't withstand this thunder, they would surely die. I am out, the cultivators shouted as they chose to give up immediately before the heavenly thunder struck. You can't give up right now. Unless you lose consciousness after the first attack, you will have to endure the heavenly thunder that comes your way. I already told you before that the thunder this time would be different, but you ignored my warning. Elder Go Huang said coldly. The cultivator's face immediately became paler as he heard Elder Go Huang's word. They now realized that they had to endure at least one blow from the heavenly thunder. Tianyun just shook his head as he saw the situation around him. It was like entering a dangerous zone where people weren't sure that they would survive. Still, they have to be responsible for their choice. They chose to stay, so they have to grit their teeth and endure the heavenly thunder now. The territory lords that watched them from the observer seat couldn't help but shake their heads as they thought that they would lose a cultivator right here. The territory lords that had already praised their cultivators earlier couldn't help but look down as they would about to lose their proud cultivator. The heavenly thunder immediately struck the ground and hit the cultivator in the arena without any exception. 5 people were immediately killed from the first strike, a testament to how powerful the heavenly thunder of the 7th level really was. If they just surrendered at the end of the 6th level earlier, they could have continued to the 3rd stage after this, but no. They instead became a slave of their own pride and tested their might on the 7th level just to die trying. No one really sympathized with this kind of people as it was the price they had to pay themselves. Tianyun took a glance at Xiao Marong, and he noticed that a green light was released from her body, and now she had turned into a giant tree. Even if her defense power was enhanced by her transformation, the thunder still posed a threat to her life. The first strike alone caused so many injuries to her body. Yi Tianyun smiled as he saw that Xiaomurong could still keep going. She was really amazing to keep trying like this, although the heavenly thunder posed a threat to her life. Earth Monarch Tian Qing and Earth Monarch Teg also withstood the heavenly thunder that came down to the ground. Earth Monarch Teg was the one that owned the evil spirit race bloodline, and he used his weapons to counter the heavenly thunder, which was normal at this level. Although he hadn't shown his power until now, people began to have their doubts about him as it seemed he was hiding his real strength. Yi Tianyun also suspected that Earth Monarch Teg was hiding his power as he sensed the terrifying power inside Earth Monarch Teg's body. Still, Yi Tianyun knew this information thanks to his appraisal eye, and there was almost no way for others to detect Earth Monarch Teg's true power. Right now, if Yi Tianyun had to guess, Earth Monarch Teg was no doubt among the strongest cultivator in the arena. As for the other cultivators, they were nothing compared to Earth Monarch Teg. Even Earth Monarch Yao Tong and Earth Monarch Yun Lei definitely fell short. Finally, the 7th level of Heavenly Thunder was concluded. Yi Tianyun still withstood the Heavenly Thunder with his bare skin while the others used various means to resist the Heavenly Thunder's power. Now, only a dozen or so cultivators were left in the arena. It's finally over, the cultivator said as they sighed relievedly as they quickly recovered their injury by consuming several medicinal pills. At this point, the ground was already blackened from the constant strike of the Heavenly Thunder. Congratulations to those that withstand the 7th level. Now you have the option to stay or leave. Elder Go Huang's voice was heard once again. This time, some people choose to leave immediately, and Xiaomurong is among these cultivators. Now a dozen cultivators were reduced again to 8. Brother Tianyun, I am leaving first. I think I have reached my limit, Xiaomurong said as her face was pale. Ling Yunfeng also chose to leave at this moment too. Now, among the 8 cultivators that chose to stay were Earth Monarch Tian Qing, Yi Tianyun himself, Earth Monarch Yao Tong, Earth Monarch Yun Lei, and Earth Monarch Teg. Yi Tianyun didn't know the other 3 cultivators, but they certainly proved themselves to be capable cultivators. Everyone was at the 7th layer Earth Monarch stage cultivator, aside from Earth Monarch Tian Qing, who was at the 8th layer Earth Monarch stage. Now, the 8th level is here. The power of the Heavenly Thunder would be amazing. Your power is already within the realm of Heaven Monarch, however, it was only at the early level. Elder Go Huang said with a smile on his face. Everyone immediately realized that Elder Go Huang was barely getting started. Chapter 10:13. The cultivators immediately turned paler as they heard Elder Go Huang's word. If this was only the beginning, then what have they been doing all this time? Could they still join the 2nd grade God domain in the end? My word isn't a law. I am just saying that in terms of our God domain standard, you are just getting started. Elder Go Huang said with a smile on his face. Everyone's standard is a little bit different, so it doesn't necessarily mean you don't have a chance. Everyone has the same opportunity to join our faction. This is just the quickest way to do so. Elder Go Huang explained. Elder Go Huang didn't explain it with pride as he wanted everyone to know that he meant well. Then again, Elder Go Huang declared that after passing the 5th level, they could continue to the next stage, but now Elder Go Huang said that if they passed the 7th stage, they were barely on the 2nd grade God domain's level. Now, the 8th level is about to start, Elder Go Huang said without saying anything else. The thick clouds of heavenly tribulation rumbled once again, signaling to the cultivators below that the thunder was about to strike. A touch of green now changed the hue of the thunder once again as the thunder was filled with vitality energy this time. But not like normal vitality energy, the vitality energy inside this thunder would strip the life energy within the cultivator's body. Now it is the wood energy, Yi Tianyun said as he observed the heavenly tribulation. He also guessed that the next level's heavenly tribulation would be tinted with water energy. Clearly, the theme for this stage, in addition to the heavenly tribulation, was the 5 elements. The energy from the 5 elements was gradually getting stronger inside the clouds, powering the heavenly thunder strike immensely. Now, the combat power that the thunder contained had risen again as it was more than 1.8 million star power right now. It wasn't on a scale that an Earth Monarch should be able to handle anymore. Elder Go Huang really didn't lie at all. It wasn't really a kind of power that would surprise the 5 elders, so it wasn't something extraordinary for them. They weren't being too strict from their own perspective here, as it was the standard that they had to comply with. Otherwise, they would be posing the risk of weakening their 2nd grade God domain later. Now, Will that brat still be able to withstand the thunder with his bare skin? A lot of people began to speculate about what Tianyun would do. As the power of the 5 elements was getting stronger, if it managed to hit his body, the thunder would definitely cause severe irreparable damage. If he still tries to withstand it with his skin, your heavenly edict divine territory would lose 1 more cultivator. 9 Domain Territory Lord said while laughing mockingly. You don't have to worry about that, 9 Domain Territory Lord. I believe he could judge it for himself whether he could withstand it with his bare skin or not. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said indifferently. Did you not hear what Go Huang was saying earlier? He doesn't want them to be proud of what they have achieved this far. If he only withstands the thunder with his bare skin to draw people's attention, he might have done it, but this is not the time to play around. 9 Domain Territory Lord said while shaking his head. Well, I couldn't tell him what to do from here, so I'll leave it to his decision. At the very least, he reached the 8th level. In comparison, what happened to your cultivator? Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said indifferently. Indeed, my cultivator couldn't withstand the heavenly thunder for too long, but it didn't mean that my cultivator was less skilled than yours. Still, once your cultivator that you are so proud of withstands the next thunder with his skin, he would be dead. 9 Domain Territory Lord said mockingly. Everyone saw that Tianyun was still not doing anything in particular to defend himself. Tianyun was still meditating without care. Meanwhile, Earth Monarch Tian Qing increased the intensity of the fire that surrounded her body. It was an unfair comparison as Tianyun didn't have such a powerful innate flame. The thunder kept rumbling inside the cloud while Tianyun was still meditating, ignoring everything around him. The thunder finally struck, and the cultivators in the arena did whatever they could to withstand it. Meanwhile, even until the last moment, Tianyun didn't seem to pull off anything noticeable to defend himself. The thunder struck, and the arena was covered with smoke. The observer above couldn't help but try to see closer as they couldn't see anything from the smoke. They especially wanted to see what happened to Tianyun in this round. But they were immediately shocked as they saw that Tianyun only received a slight bruise on his arms, but there was no other injury anywhere else. What? How did he withstand it so easily? The observer from above was shocked to see Tianyun just fine. They all wondered how Tianyun could withstand the thunder without receiving any damage. Tianyun indeed felt minor damage, but it was only superficial. His defense was too high for the thunder to really injure him. Tianyun has always been proud of his defensive power, and now, he could prove that he indeed had the best defensive power among everyone else in the War of Ascension. This is not over yet. I believe that Brat would keel over at the next level. 9 Domain Territory Lord shouted while gritting his teeth. He couldn't accept Tianyun passing the 8th level so easily like this. Tianyun didn't know what happened up there, but he was satisfied by the amount of express he got by absorbing the thunder. The last thunder was too strong for him to absorb fully, but he had already absorbed more than half of the energy inside that thunder. From the express he got in the 2nd stage alone, Tianyun had almost breakthrough to the 7th layer Earth Monarch stage. He needed a little bit more express, but still, in this case, a little bit more was more than a billion of express. Elder Go Huang stared at Tianyun, and the other 4 elders behind him also did the same thing. They thought that Tianyun wouldn't resist the thunder with his bare skin anymore, but they were wrong once again. The elders couldn't help but acknowledge Tianyun's defensive capability. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.